This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Zombies Appear. Friday afternoon, June 1st. 24. There are still 3 hours before the end of get off work. Slender fingers pressed the flush button and lowered the toilet lid. Jiang-Yu skillfully swiped the video, glancing at the time, prepared to go back on time. A week of overtime had exhausted her. On May 29th, the man disappeared in Shiji Park. When he disappeared, he was wearing. Jiang-Yu was fascinated. The Shiji Park in the video was less than 3 kilometers away from here. I didn't expect someone to disappear in broad daylight. The leaked surveillance footage was even more bizarre. There was a bang sound from outside, and Jiang-Yu was so scared that she almost dropped her phone. She glanced at the time. She had been in the toilet for nearly 20 minutes. Just as she was about to open the door, there was a creepy scream from outside. At this moment, there were not only screams outside the door, but also cries for help and strange crashing sounds, and then several hurried footsteps entered the women's restroom, and the door was slammed shut. What happened? Jiang-Yu hesitated with his hand on the door lock. The cries for help outside became more intense, and the people outside the cubicle were whispering. After waiting for a while, Jiang-Yu finally opened the cubicle door, and this action scared the people outside so much that they almost screamed, and they breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that it was Jiang-Yu. What's going on? Isn't it working hours now? Why is the door closed? Jiang-Yu looked at the group of people in front of her. There were 4 women in total, 2 of whom Jiang-Yu was familiar with. They were leaders and colleagues in the same department. Neither of them was dressed neatly and had delicate makeup as usual, especially Manager Zhao, who was hiding in the innermost part of the toilet. She was pale and trembling all over, and even lost one of her high heels. Colleague Wu Yuan looked up at the door of the toilet and said in a low voice, "It's terrible." 10 minutes ago, a man covered in blood suddenly ran in. As soon as he came in, he rushed in front of Xiao Wang, which scared everyone. They thought that the other party had some personal grudges, and were about to step forward to separate them. Who knew? Wu Yuan's face was pale as if she was recalling something. And then she said, "Who knew that the man actually bit the other party's neck? Bit off a big piece of meat." Blood sprayed everywhere, and everyone was scared and dared not move. Then they all started biting people. It's the same in our office. I saw it at the back door and ran out quickly. Who knew the corridor was covered in blood? The person who spoke was a woman Jiang-Yu didn't know. She was about 40 years old. At the moment, her body was stained with unknown red liquid, and her feet were also stained with it. She was stiff-headed, curled up, and trembled as she agreed. It seems to be a zombie." The big-eyed girl next to him said. The girl held the phone tightly, and her whole body was shaking. "Zombies? Are you talking about the ones in the movie Train to Busan? How is this possible?" The woman didn't believe what the 20-year-old girl said. She shook her head, and accidentally saw the blood on the ground. The voice of rebuttal gradually disappeared. Now that she said that, it seems to be quite similar. I watched this movie a few years ago. They are exactly the same as the group of people just now, except that they move slower. How could this happen? Call the police. Wu Yuan started to take out her cell phone without saying a word. Jiang-Yu was also confused. She was just touching a fish in the toilet. If she hadn't seen these 2 people in the company, she would have suspected that she had traveled through time. Zombies? Biting people? How is this possible? It's only been 20 minutes. Wasn't it fine just now? And this is in the company. How could there be zombies? But she saw the blood on Manager Zhao and the woman in front of her, and the blood on their feet when they came in. She didn't dare to open the door to verify it. After thinking for a while, she lowered her head and opened the news to see if anyone had reported anything. There is nothing on the news now. The hot search is still a few entertainment gossips. This incident happened strangely. Jiang-Yu didn't know what to do for a while. Hello? Is it the police? I want to call the police. There are many people attacking with knives. Please come quickly, on the 5th floor of Building A of Huajin Building. The round-eyed girl was already calling the police. Everyone was quiet and stared at her nervously. How many people? I don't know. I didn't see clearly, but they all carried weapons and attacked us indiscriminately. Please, police. Please come quickly. You must remember the weapons. You must remember. As soon as she hung up the phone, she saw Wu Yuan looking at her curiously. Why don't you tell the truth? Just say there are zombies. The police may not believe if you say there are zombies. Besides, There should be many people calling for help. It's better to say someone is committing a crime. Then the police will be prepared. A tall and thin boy walked out of the leftmost cubicle. And everyone was shocked. When did you come in? Wu Yuan stared at him. This is the women's restroom. The other people were also shocked. The young man was only about 20 years old, probably a newcomer this year. When he was told this by several older women, his face turned red, and he stammered to explain. The elevator stopped. I didn't dare to go up the stairs directly. I originally wanted to hide in the men's room, but the door was closed by someone inside. I shouted for a long time, but they refused to open the door, so I had to hide in the women's room, and I arrived a few minutes earlier than you. Jiang Yu sat on the toilet in his cubicle again. Although he didn't know what was going on outside. He immediately called his sister. After calling twice, she didn't answer. Jiang Yu was a little worried. He sent a text message to tell his sister that he had some troubles, and asked her to be careful and contact him if anything happened. The other people suddenly remembered that they hadn't called home yet, and they all took out their phones. The girl with round eyes couldn't help crying. Jiang Yu was still a little dazed. She looked at Manager Zhao in the corner. Manager Zhao had not spoken since the conversation. He just squatted quietly in the corner. Noticing Jiang Yu's gaze, Wu Yuan put away her phone and came over and said carefully, "Isn't her husband Manager Li next door? He was bitten by the zombies when he went out to get water. It should be called zombies, right? He was the first one to bite him. When we escaped, Manager Li was already, alas, just got married this year." Jiang Yu looked at her worriedly. Although she didn't have much contact with this leader, she heard that she was always very good to her subordinates and new employees. She and her husband were praised by employees in the company. I didn't expect this to happen. My relatives turned into zombies in front of me. No one can accept such a thing. But what should I do now? I can't stay in the toilet all the time. Although there is a small pool here to provide water, if it is really zombies eating people, the number will only increase. It will be more dangerous to stay here. Jiang Yu looked around the toilet, trying to see if there were any other exits. The women's toilet consists of 4 cubicles, each with its own door. The main door is on the far left, usually open. There is a window on the right, about 1 meter above the ground. The window does not lead directly to the ground, but to the 5th floor window. So the only way out is this door. She turned around a few times, but did not find anything useful. The boy in the next cubicle saw her and said, "Are you looking for a handy weapon?" As soon as this was said, the others all looked at Jiang Yu. Weapons. This term is too exciting. Jiang Yu blinked and looked at everyone. We can't stay here forever. Let's find something just in case. That's true, but there seems to be nothing here, except the trash can. Yuan. The girl who called the police just now, said. Wu Yuan seemed to be frightened, looking at Jiang Yu and Yuan in disbelief, and shook her head desperately. Are you going out? What's the situation outside? Can't we just wait for rescue here? Seeing that no one paid attention to her, she moved closer to Manager Zhao, seemingly wanting to get away from this group of lunatics. I know where the weapons are. It's in the warehouse next to the wash basin next to the men's toilet next door. I saw it last time. There are also large scissors for trimming flowers and plants. As soon as the boy finished speaking, everyone fell silent. So they should go out first, and then look for weapons? Although the toilet next door is less than 20 meters away from here, the wash basin is facing the office corridor, and there is no obstruction. And they have seen that room before. The cleaning lady usually closes the door, and they don't know if it is locked. But what if they risk going over and can't open it? Everyone looked at each other, and the atmosphere froze. Jiang Yu called her sister again. And luckily the call went through this time. Sister, why are you calling me at this time? I'm sleeping. The sister's soft voice came. And Jiang Yu felt relieved when she heard her sister's voice. Is there anything strange happening in school? What does the text message you sent me mean? The two sisters asked the same questions. And Jiang Yu was speechless. She was not sure what the situation was now. And she didn't know how to tell her sister. She was afraid that telling her sister would cause panic. Sister, what happened in the company? Tell me now. Jiang Qi was a little anxious, but the others in the dormitory were still sleeping, and no one had classes today, so she didn't dare to speak too loudly. Jiang Yu decided to tell the truth to the other party. She was afraid that if she kept it secret, her sister would be more worried. It's probably these things. I haven't been out to see it, and I don't know what it is. We have called the police, as City may not have appeared yet. You should buy more food and store it in the dormitory recently. Don't come back yet. I will go to your school to find you when the time comes. Jiang Yu comforted her sister and told her that it would be best not to tell anyone except her roommate about this matter, and to buy more things first. There was nothing in the news at present, which meant that only their city or their area had problems. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yu looked at the other 5 people in the bathroom and asked after thinking for a while, "Did anyone drive today?" The boy was slightly stunned, and he and the other party had the same idea, and replied, "I have a car, which is parked on the 2nd floor below ground. If you want to leave, I will go with you. Can you take me with you?" The one who spoke was Yuan. It seemed that only the 3 of them wanted to leave. The others just raised their heads and didn't answer. Jiang Yu nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard footsteps slowly walk to the door. The others realized something and held their breath. Knock. 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 A strange knock on the door sounded. Chapter 2 Escape Plan. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Yu stopped. His heart was beating hard. The knock on the door was really inappropriate. The people around him pursed their lips. Their eyes were all focused on the door lock. The cylindrical door handle was connected to the outside, and was being shaken artificially at this moment. "Is there anyone inside? Please let me in." The voice pleaded with a tearful tone. It seemed that he was afraid of being discovered, so he spoke very quietly. Fortunately, it was a person. Everyone was relieved. "Oh, it sounds like a little girl. Open the door and let her in to hide." Before Jiang Yu could say anything, Wu Yuan walked over and opened the door. She was so fast that no one present could react. Jiang Yu quickly slipped into the female toilet cubicle and was ready to lock the door at any time. Yu Kai and Yuan were also startled. Fortunately, it was really a girl. After Zhao Yin came in, Yu Kai quickly locked the door and looked at her. "Thank you so much. There are so many man-eating monsters outside. I really have nowhere to hide." "Thank you." Zhao Yin looked like she had just crawled out of the water. She was soaked, her hair stuck to her skin, her face was pale, her lips were black, and she was trembling slightly. Jiang Yu stood in the cubicle and looked at the other person curiously. Did he just come in from outside? A person ran into the company from outside? You came in from outside? Yu Kai asked everyone's question. Zhao Yin nodded and replied, "I was originally going out to do business with my colleagues. Just when I got in the car, I didn't expect several people to break in at the door and bite the security guard. We were scared and quickly hid inside. Who knew that the group of people followed us in?" Everyone was silent. It goes without saying that everyone knew what happened next. But Jiang Yu was a little curious. This was the 5th floor. Why didn't they hide somewhere on the 1st floor instead of hiding somewhere far away? But she didn't like to meddle in other people's business. She didn't say a word from beginning to end. After a moment of silence, Yu Kai continued, "Let's plan how to get out." Yu Kai walked to the compartment where he hid at the beginning, took out a black backpack, and took out a piece of A4 paper from the bag. Jiang Yu admired the other person a little bit. At this critical moment, the other person could still be so organized. He must be a J person. Yuan next to him also came over with a serious look. "Our goal is to go to the underground garage, and then drive away from the company. I want to go home directly. If it is not dangerous outside, I will park on the side of the road for you. But if it is very dangerous, what are you going to do?" Yu Kai opened the map on his phone and showed them the 2 people. "My home is here. What about you? What do you think?" Yuan took a look. Her home was the farthest away. She usually took the subway to get off work. If it was the same outside, she would definitely not be able to go home. Rubbing her fingers in silence, Yuan didn't know what to do. It was not realistic to continue hiding here. Jiang Yu saw that Yuan probably had nowhere to go. Her home was close to Yu Kai's, in a neighborhood next door. Jiang Yu thought for a while and said, "If you don't mind, you can go to my house. There's no one at home. My sister is studying in another city." "Really?" Yuan hugged Jiang Yu excitedly. "Thank you so much. I leave as soon as I'm okay." Jiang Yu didn't mind. Anyway, there was no one at home. And if something really happened, the 2 of them would be able to take care of each other. "Can you take me with you?" Zhao Yin, who had been staring at the 3 people, suddenly spoke up, pleading in her tone, "My home is quite far away. Can I go to your home too? Since you've taken her with you, I don't need one more. Can you?" Zhao Yin stared at Jiang Yu and blinked. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. But Jiang Yu didn't mind. It was just one more person. So he nodded. They decided to send Jiangyu and the other two to Zhang's house first. And then Yukai would go home by himself. Their residential area was relatively close to the company, and it took only 5 minutes to drive. Yukai's car was usually parked at the company, and he would only use it when he was on a business trip. Jiangyu thought for a while and suggested, "Should we go to the warehouse over there to get some weapons first? Isn't there a pair of gardening shears?" Yukai had this idea long ago, but Yuan didn't care. Although she was afraid, she was willing to help since others were willing to take her. In this way, the three of them decided to go to the storage room to find a weapon first, and then go down to the second floor through the safety passage next to it. They asked Zhao Yin for her opinion, but she hesitated for a long time without answering. After the plan was finalized, Jiangyu took an A4 paper and drew a rough route. "We will crawl over later. Although there is no door on the wash basin, there is a half wall opposite, which can block us. The storage room is on the far left and the safety passage is on the right side of the women's restroom. In other words, we will go to the left to find a weapon first, and then go out of the restroom to the right. It is about 20 meters, which is not far." Jiangyu paused for a moment, and suddenly realized that they had overlooked something. Yuan glanced at the two silent people. "Is there someone in the warehouse?" The two nodded. "Just like this toilet has a door, the warehouse also has a door, which is very suitable for hiding. What if someone locked the door inside? There is no way to get in, and this possibility is very high. The plan encountered difficulties before it even started. The situation is more dangerous under this assumption. If they climbed over there and found that the door was locked, it meant that they had to return. I just didn't consider that there would be people in the warehouse. If the door was unlocked, someone would have hidden inside. If it was locked, the three of them couldn't get in. I have another idea." Yukai thought of a possibility. "I know that in addition to the tools in the warehouse, there are also tools in the men's bathroom. But there are no scissors, only mops. I can go over and see if the group of people in the bathroom have left. If they have, I come back and tell you. The men's bathroom also needs to pass the sink to get to here, but it's a little closer." Jiangyu and Yuan looked at each other. They couldn't think of a better way. After discussing, Yukai decided to set off immediately. Yuan glanced at him from head to toe. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Yukai looked down at himself. "Tighten your shoelaces. If you bring your phone, put it on silent mode. If no one is around, just send us a message. It's faster." After listening, Jiangyu opened his phone and took a look. The phone still had a signal. Yuan, "You are so smart." Yukai did as she said. "If the toilet is empty when you go there, just send us a text message." "Okay." Yukai put on his backpack, added the two people's WeChat and mobile phone numbers, tied his shoelaces, quietly opened the door a crack, carefully poked his head out and looked around. Seemingly no one was there. He felt relieved, opened the door a little wider, knelt down and climbed out carefully. The two people behind him lay on the door and looked outside nervously. 15:45 p.m. Jiangyu had quietly opened a crack after Yukai left, and he and Yuan stared at the outside, and they didn't hear any sound or see anyone for a while, so they guessed that Yukai had already gone to the men's toilet. Ding. The sound of a text message came from the mobile phone. The two looked at each other, and their bodies relaxed suddenly. The other party arrived safely. After taking a look at the content of the text message, there was no one there. Even the door of the men's toilet was not closed, and Yukai also went to the warehouse next door. The door was also open, and the tools inside were also taken away. But why was there no sound outside? And an hour had passed, and they did not hear any movement of rescuers coming. No matter what, they had to leave. Jiangyu looked at Zhao Yin, who had been silent in the cubicle, and reminded her, "We are going out." Zhao Yin was frightened by this and became nervous. Or I should stay here with them and wait for rescue. Jiangyu and Yuan looked at each other. She didn't care. At this time, the door of a cubicle inside suddenly opened. It was the people who had been hiding inside. Wu Yuan poked her head out and asked, "Are you going to leave? If you see the police outside, can you tell them where we are? Please, we don't have your courage, but staying here forever is not a solution." Jiangyu glanced at the others, nodded, and opened the door to leave. The people in the compartment quickly closed the door again when they saw the door open. Jiangyu and Yuan squatted on the ground and prepared to crawl over like Yukai just now. They didn't notice that Zhao Yin had opened the door a crack behind them. Jiangyu was in front, climbing out carefully, she looked up at the corridor outside, and there was no one there just like before. Wait! Who is that? A figure flashed by at the end of the corridor. Jiang Yu's pupils shrank. She turned back and gestured to Yuan Yuan. She crawled a few steps outside. A man with his back to them. Because the figure had his back to them, she couldn't tell for a moment if the other person was a human. What if it was the police? She decided to take the risk and crawl a few steps outside. Jiang Yu froze in place in fear. Cold sweat soaked her back. The figure at the end of the corridor came into view. It was not a person nor a zombie. It was actually a group of zombies. They are biting a person. This person may have lost his life. Only a steady stream of blood flowed out from the feet of the zombies. Although Jiang Yu had already known about zombies biting people, she was still frightened by such a bloody scene that suddenly appeared in front of her. At this moment, the door of the men's bathroom suddenly opened. Yukai waited for a while and didn't see them. He was a little anxious. He found that the two were just outside the door and waved at them anxiously. Yuan Yuan behind him didn't know what Jiang Yu saw, but Yukai was waiting for them inside. They had to go in quickly. She reached out and gently pulled Jiang Yu's clothes, signaling Jiang Yu to go over quickly. The two crawled towards Yukai. Jiang Yu suddenly made a gesture to Yuan Yuan, signaling her to go in first. Then she carefully crawled behind the wall opposite the men's toilet. They had to go out later, and now was a good time to see how many zombies were outside. Yuan Yuan was scared by her. She probably knew what she wanted to do, but she didn't have the courage. She felt very insecure being exposed outside all the time. At this moment, she just wanted to go back to the toilet urgently. Yukai glanced at Jiang Yu across from him, and did not dare to warn him. He opened the door first to let Yuan Yuan in, because the men's toilet was on the left side of the bathroom, and the women's toilet was on the right side. The corridor was directly in front of the women's toilet, but not the men's toilet. There was a half wall outside the men's toilet, so even if the door was opened, no one would see them unless they passed by on purpose. Thinking of this, Yukai simply opened the door halfway, and squatted at the door ready to meet Jiang Yu at any time. The group of zombies that we just saw were in the corridor on the far left of the men's restroom. The elevator they usually used to go to, and from get off work, was there. Jiang Yu guessed that the man must have come up from the elevator. The sound of the elevator attracted the zombies. Jiang Yu carefully poked his head out again. There were about a dozen zombies in the group. All of them were gathered there. The ones in the innermost part were still eating. The ones outside had already stood up and began to stagger and continued to look for their target. Could it be that the man had turned into a zombie, so they would not continue? The zombies outside were covered in blood, and their mouths were also bloody red. They looked horrible. It seemed that their eyes could not focus, and they staggered from side to side when they walked. They walked around aimlessly, as if they were looking for a target. One or two of them walked towards them. Jiang Yu couldn't help but tremble, and slowly took a few steps back. The two zombies didn't walk very fast, and halfway through, they turned around and went into the office on the opposite side. Jiang Yu glanced at the corridor on the right side of the women's restroom, because there was only one freight elevator and emergency exit here. There were usually not many people here, and there were no zombies. Jiang Yu turned around and prepared to go to the men's room. When she turned around, she saw Yukai and Yuan Yuan squatting at the door, staring at her with nervous worry. It was inappropriate. Jiang Yu felt that the two of them were like frightened hamsters. After returning to the men's room safely, Yukai gently closed the door. Looking at Jiang Yu, who was looking at the men's room, he was a little speechless. You are really too brave. It's so scary. What happened just now? Did zombies appear over there? Jiang Yu was looking at the two mops in the corner of the men's room at this time. He had a headache. When he thought about it, it was true. If there were any good tools, they would have been taken away long ago. It's better to have them than not. After hearing what Yukai said, she didn't know what to say. There are more than a dozen zombies in the elevator to the east. Someone should have been bitten to death when he came out of the elevator. Yuan Yuan covered her mouth in fear. Yukai was also silent after hearing this. If there were zombies, it would be dangerous for them to go out again. Yukai picked up the two mop sticks in the corner. He had taken off the mop cloth while waiting. Now there are only 2 sticks left. He scratched his head and said, "There are only 2 sticks left. I just went to the warehouse next door. The things inside were also taken away. How do we divide these two?" After these words were spoken, the 3 of them were silent. Yuan Yuan glanced at the 2 of them. In fact, It made no difference to her whether she had the stick or not. She was not very strong and courageous. She just wanted to follow them home. So she said, "You guys hold it. I can't walk fast with the stick. It would be dangerous if I accidentally dropped it and made a noise. Okay. You be in the middle when we leave later. It'd be safer this way," Jianyu said. And Saw Yuan nodded. The three of them were going to take a short break before setting off. Yukai looked in his bag to see if he had any food. Suddenly, he found a fruit knife. "I forgot I had this in my bag. Here. You can use it. It's small but sharp. It's better than a stick." Yuan happily took it. Jiangyu suddenly thought of something and glanced at Yuan, who was playing with the fruit knife. "Can you lend it to me?" "Of course. What's wrong?" Yuan handed the knife to Jiangyu and saw Jiangyu start to whittle the stick. "It has to be you." Yukai watched the other party sharpen the stick more and more. "This is a good idea, this way. The sticks of the two people will be more lethal." The mop sticks of Jiangyu and Yukai have been sharpened like pencil tips. The three of them lowered their heads to check their shoelaces again. Jiangyu put her hair up. Yuan wrapped the knife handle with a tissue and held it tightly in her hand. Yukai took the lead and walked in front. He gently pushed the door open again. There was still no one outside. The three bent down and crawled out of the toilet and hid behind the opposite wall. Yukai stuck his head out to see if the group of zombies that Jiangyu just mentioned had left. Chapter 3 Weird Street. The group of zombies outside are still there, but not as many as Jiangyu saw before. Some of them are walking towards the office at the end of the corridor. Because the doors and windows of their company's office are transparent, the doors of the offices on both sides are open at this time. From the windows, there are only wandering zombies in the office. The zombies they saw were already quite a lot. Yukai turned around and gestured to the two of them, indicating that the zombies were still there. Fortunately, they were going to the emergency exit on the right, so they would not be discovered as long as they did not make any noise. They climbed out of the sink carefully and quickly. It was the first time they were exposed in the corridor. The three of them were sweating all over. Although the emergency exit was not far away, it was still a long way away, and there were no other offices to hide in. They had to get there as soon as possible. The three of them walked forward along the left wall and arrived safely. Jiangyu exhaled lightly, and Yukai looked inside through the glass on the emergency exit door. There was a window at the corner of the stairs. The light was bright. From the outside, there was no one or zombie inside. Yukai was about to push the door open and go in. "Wait for me." A familiar voice came from behind. The three of them turned their heads in fear. It was Zhao Yin. She ran out at some point and ran towards the side. While running, she turned back and looked back anxiously. Zombies at the elevator entrance in front soon found her and rushed over excitedly. Zhao Yin turned back and saw the scene and was so scared that her legs went weak. She fell to the ground all of a sudden. She cried and shouted to the three people in front of her, "Help! Save me!" Jiangyu was almost pissed off by this guy. Looking at the zombies in the distance, he quickly pushed open the emergency exit and hid inside. Yuan and Yukai looked at each other. Yukai couldn't bear it after all. He let Yuan go in first and held the door open by himself and shouted to Zhao Yin, "Come here. Hurry up." Zhao Yin saw that only Yukai was left. She gritted her teeth and climbed up, running towards the side. The zombies in the corridor gathered here. Some zombies in the office also came out of the office. At once, there were a large number of them. They were all colleagues, who had never seen each other before. Zhao Yin ran to the emergency exit, passed by Yukai, and ran down the stairs. Yukai was stunned for a moment, quickly locked the door, and followed them. The zombies were already crowded outside the door, and their lifeless eyes could be seen through the glass on the door. Jiangyu and the others had already reached the door of the emergency exit on the 4th floor. The door on the 4th floor had always been locked from the inside. Jiangyu was looking into the room through the glass, not knowing what was going on the 4th floor. Zhao Yin saw the two people, annoyed that they had just watched them die, and afraid that they would abandon her. So she asked, "What are you doing here? Aren't you going to go downstairs?" Jiangyu glanced at Zhao Yin and whispered two words, "Shut up." Because the 4th floor is also an office building, the layout is not much different from the 5th floor, and now you can't see anything because your vision is blocked. After Yukai came down, they continued to go downstairs. "Be careful later. I don't know if other doors downstairs have been opened." Several people nodded. Zhao Yin stared at the stick in Jiangyu's hand in front of her. Soon they reached the 3rd floor, And the door here was actually open. Jiangyu stopped in front. And the people behind him also saw this scene. The door to the emergency exit on the 3rd floor was open. But there was no suspicious liquid on the wall, which meant that the zombies had not been here. Just close the door carefully. Yukai followed closely behind Jiangyu and saw him pointing at the door. He guessed what he meant and nodded. The two of them slowly closed the door. But the door lock was made of iron, which might make a collision sound. Jiangyu and Yukai looked at each other and decided to give up locking the door. As long as they didn't make any noise, everything would be fine. They walked all the way to the 2nd floor. The door on the 2nd floor was also closed. Victory was just around the corner. As they approached the 2nd floor and were about to pass by as before, they suddenly heard a cry for help from inside. Help! Is there anyone here to save me? Help! Ah! What kind of monster is this? Help! Quick! There's a staircase over there. Hide inside? Not good. Jiangyu and the two exchanged a glance, coming this way. Jiangyu clenched the stick in her hand. This door can be locked from the inside. Yukai looked down at the door lock. Or we could open the door to meet them, but we are not sure how many zombies are behind them. Let's go, never mind. The door is not locked. Let's go downstairs first. Jiangyu walked downstairs. She was not a hero who could not save people, nor was she a cold-blooded animal who locked the door. She could only get away from this disaster as soon as possible. It was still not too late to walk faster now. When Yuan heard Jiangyu say to leave, she immediately ran downstairs, not caring about walking lightly. Yukai was a little stunned. In fact, he didn't want to save people, but he thought the two girls would not have the heart to help. Of course, he didn't think Jiangyu's decision was cold and ruthless. The most important thing for them now was to protect themselves. If they didn't have the ability to save people, they would only hurt themselves. The speed of these people going downstairs became much faster, taking 2 steps at a time. When they reached the bottom of the 1st floor, they heard the sound of the door being opened on the 2nd floor, and the 4 of them quickened their pace. No! Help! Come in! Come in! Close the door quickly. With a bang, the door on the 2nd floor was locked. You've been bitten. You can't come in. Get out. You kill someone. Someone's been bitten. They've already reached the basement level. They have to go to the basement level quickly. The 4 of them continued to go down. Jiangyu looked at Yukai in front of him. Do you remember where you parked your car? Don't worry. It's not far away. But the garage is open. We have to be careful. I don't know if there will be zombies in there. That's right. Walking out of the basement, Jiangyu gently closed the door from the outside. As soon as they came out, they hid behind the front of a black Mercedes-Benz parked next to them, and in the cracks in the wall. Carefully placing the wooden stick on the ground, several people looked at Yukai, asking him where to go next. Yukai pointed to the right. My car is parked on the right, not far away. Let's go there now. The 4 of them stood up and prepared to go out. Suddenly there was a sound of fighting outside. Let me go up. That's my car. Li-kun. You scumbag. That's my car. A woman's cry came from the far left. Keep your voice down. Don't attract that monster. There's not enough space for the car. You figure it out yourself. Li-kun pushed the woman away. Get out of the way. Don't blame me if you get hit. The car passed by them and drove out. Before they could get out, the woman was already running behind the car, cursing. They squatted on the ground and waited for a while. There were hurried footsteps coming from the emergency exit next to them. Oh no! The 4 of them ran out quickly. They passed 4 or 5 cars and finally arrived next to Yukai's car. It was a black Audi SUV. You couldn't tell that Yukai was a rich 2nd generation. Yukai took out the key and prepared to open the door. Jiangyu stood behind him with a stick. Bang! The door of the emergency exit was knocked open. A woman covered in blood crawled out of the door. A group of zombies came out from behind and rushed towards this side like the sea. Hurry up! Jiangyu shouted. The zombies at the door had already started running over here. There were too many of them. Yukai also saw it and quickly opened the door. Jiaoyan saw it and quickly followed. It was too late. The 4 of them had just gotten into the car when the zombies had already surrounded them. Yukai stepped on the accelerator and accelerated madly. The zombies on both sides were instantly thrown out. Jiangyu and Yuan were knocked back by inertia. Jiangyu looked in the rearview mirror and saw several zombies lying behind the car. The safety passage not far away was completely crushed by the zombies. Dense zombies poured into the parking lot from here. Hold on tight. Yukai shouted. He turned the steering wheel sharply, led the zombies at the rear of the car to the right, turned the steering wheel back, and rushed out quickly. The zombies behind him chased him relentlessly, following him madly. The black SUV drove out of the underground garage and reached the ground. There was no one outside. There were traces of fighting and blood on the ground. There was a revolving door on the first floor of the company. Several zombies were lingering at the revolving door. I didn't know how to get in. There was no one in the lobby or the security room. And no police were seen. There was a fence at the company gate. Yukai stepped on the accelerator and crashed into it. The zombies in the revolving door behind him had a target and began to squeeze into the revolving door, roaring nonstop. The car was driving on the road. Not only were there no pedestrians, but there was not even a single moving car. It was already June, and the sun was shining brightly. But this strange phenomenon made the three of them break out in cold sweats. What's going on? Why is there no one? Yukai looked at the malls on both sides. All the doors of the shops were shut tightly, and the curtains of the houses above were drawn. A few people looked around to find other people. The car turned left. This was originally a primary school under construction. The tools had stopped working. Where are all the people? Did the zombies run out? Did everyone hide? Yukai saw that the two of them were silent, turned his head and looked. Jiangyu looked at the distance and panicked. It seemed that the zombies had already run out. Did the others hide? It's been nearly 2 hours since we hid in the toilet. I guess everyone is hiding. Yuan pursed his lips and replied with a pale face. Please pay attention. Residents. Please pay attention. Residents. Please try not to go out and stay at home. There are a large number of rabies patients in our city. The police are currently arresting them. Please try not to go out. The car passed by a community next to it. The gate railings of the community had been smashed to the ground. The loudspeaker above was warning people all the time. Yukai frowned and sped up. There were no other vehicles on the street at this time, so the SUV drove even faster. Jiangyu looked at Yukai. Do you have other relatives at home? No. My parents are abroad. What's wrong? Do you want to come with us to my house? There is strength in numbers. We may not be able to stay in the community for long now. If the situation gets serious, we will definitely have to leave City C. We may not be able to leave later. Jiangyu suggested. After all, we just passed by that community. The door was broken. There was no one inside. No zombies. The unknown was more frightening. I have a dog at home. I have to go back to check it out. Give me your house number. I find you later. Jiangyu stopped persuading and sent the other party his home address. The car turned again, approaching the destination. Just after leaving the intersection, Jiangyu saw a row of police cars passing through the intersection behind him from the rearview mirror. There are police cars. Jiangyu stared at the rearview mirror. More than a dozen armed police cars crossed the road and drove into the distance, disappearing in the rearview mirror. It may not be a good thing to meet the police now. Yukai glanced at the rearview mirror. He had just seen it, but he thought it was safer to go home now. We'd be there soon. Jiangyu and Yukai lived in two adjacent communities. Jiangyu's community was in front, and the community gate faced east. Yukai's community was opposite her community on the north side. Not far away. The gate of the community was getting closer and closer. There were many empty cars parked at the gate. Yukai drove into the community. The management of this community was strict. Usually, there were 2 security guards guarding it. There was no one there at this time. The railing was not closed, which made it convenient for Yukai to drive in. The car drove to the downstairs of Jiangyu's house. Xiaoyan lowered her head and followed behind to open the door. Jiangyu glanced at her and said nothing. Then we will leave first. Contact me if you have anything. Jiangyu had just finished speaking when he saw a zombie lying on the left window of Yukai's car. Chapter 4 Doomsday Escape Plan. There's a zombie! Xiaoyan shivered and pointed at the glass of the driver's seat. At this time, the zombie was less than 20 centimeters away from Yukai. Seeing the zombie at such a close distance, Yukai stared at it with his head stiff, motionless. Jiangyu looked around. There was no one around, and no other zombies. This zombie didn't know where it came from. It was attracted by Zhao Yan's voice, and came around in front of the car. What should I do? Xiao Yan hid in the door of the unit, watching the zombies approaching outside. Thought for a moment, and closed the door directly. What are you doing? Jiangyu is still outside. Yuan looked at him in disbelief. What else can we do? When the zombies come in, we will all die. I can't die. I survived with great difficulty. Yes. I can't die. Zhao Yan hugged Yuan Yuan tightly, not letting her open the door. Jiang Yu looked at Yukai, who was about to get off the car, and shouted, "You go first." Then, without waiting for the other party to react, he raised the stick and swung it at the zombie that was walking in front of him. Looking closer, Jiang Yu found that this person was actually one of the security guards in their community. She didn't expect that he would become a zombie. She remembered that there was a security guard. Someone's figure flashed in her mind, and she didn't know what happened. Jiang Yu stabbed the tip of the stick into the zombie's eyes, pulled it out suddenly, and continued to stab it upwards in another position, over and over again, until the zombie fell down. Yukai got out of the car and saw that it was a zombie lying on the ground. He quickly asked, "Are you okay? You are so awesome." Jiang Yu was sweating all over. This was her first time killing a zombie. She had no experience and used brute force. She waved her hand and said, "You should leave now. I have to go up quickly. I don't know if there are other zombies outside." Yukai nodded and didn't hesitate anymore. He got in the car and prepared to leave. Jiang Yu opened the door of the unit with the key and looked at Zhao Yan quietly. Zhao Yan lowered her head with a guilty look. Jiang Yu didn't say anything. Yuan Yuan stepped forward and closed the door of the unit. She said, "I was scared to death. Fortunately, nothing happened." Then she looked at Zhao Yan, not knowing what to say. Jiang Yu was just thinking, should she throw Zhao Yan out? If she didn't, she would have to take this person back to her home. If she did, she didn't know if the other person screaming would attract zombies. Zhao Yan couldn't stand the silence for a moment, struggling to explain herself. "I'm sorry. I was really scared. Closing the door was my instinctive reaction. Everyone would do this when they encounter danger." Jiang Yu nodded and made up her mind. When the other party saw her nod, he thought she had forgiven him. "It's okay as long as you understand. I really didn't mean it. I won't do it next time." "You? What are you doing? Don't push me. Don't push me." Jiang Yu closed the door again. Looking at the woman she pushed out of the door, and waved coldly, then turned around to look at Yuan Yuan and said, "Go upstairs." There were no other zombies in the community, and she could find a place to hide if she thought of a way. She didn't want to bring this person home. Yuan Yuan followed Jiang Yu and looked back downstairs. Jiang Yu took Yuan Yuan up to the second floor, opened the door, and motioned Yuan Yuan to come in. Jiang Yu put the stick against the wall and put it on the ground. He looked at Yuan Yuan, who had been silent, and said, "Do you think I'm too much?" Yuan Yuan was stunned, and then shook his head. Hearing Jiang Yu chuckle, thinking that the other party didn't believe it, he quickly explained, "I don't think you did anything too much. If you hadn't reacted quickly just now, you might have been bitten to death by the zombies. And if I had opened the door and let you hide in, we could all survive. It's her problem. I just feel a little sad." Jiang Yu said nothing more, gesturing the other party to sit down and rest. Then he went into the kitchen. Yuan Yuan looked around the house. The whole room was warm and tidy. The sofa was full of dolls, much bigger than the one she rented outside. After a while, Jiang Yu brought out 2 bowls of noodles, and now he was much more relaxed, inviting Yuan Yuan to come over for dinner. The two sat down to eat noodles. Jiang Yu opened his phone and took a look. It was already past 6 o'clock, and there were several messages from his sister on the phone. "My sister said that the school has been talking about the news in City C recently, but no one knows that zombies have appeared. They think it is some kind of rabies virus." Jiang Qi was so worried that he sent several text messages in a row. Jiang Yu looked at the sentence at the bottom. "All high-speed trains and planes to City C have been suspended." Frowning slightly, she opened the ticket purchase software and took a look. A gray page appeared in front of her. All other transportation between other cities and City C was prohibited. This is going to be a disaster. Jiang Yu put down his chopsticks, opened the news search, looked at it for a few seconds, and then put down his phone silently, looked up, and saw Yuan Yuan staring at him worriedly. "What's wrong?" Yuan Yuan saw that the other party was always looking at the phone. Something must have happened. "City C is blocked." Jiang Yu pushed the phone to the opposite side, and saw the bold word "City C is blocked" and no entry or exit on it. How could this happen? Are we locked up in City C forever? Yuan Yuan thought of the many movies she had watched, and began to think wildly. No, don't watch what's shown in the movies. City C has such a large population, and there were no zombies on the street just now, so they should be under control. She said so, but she was actually unsure. But they couldn't panic. Nor could they wait for rescue. Look at this. Jiang Yu searched on his phone and handed it to Yuan Yuan. Zombie Survival Manual? This is. Yuan Yuan stared at these words with eyes wide open. Why do I feel like I've heard this somewhere before? I just searched online. There are quite a lot of books like this. This one has the highest click rate. Let's study it after dinner. Okay. Yuan Yuan ate the remaining noodles in one breath, drank a mouthful of soup, and took out his phone to read. First, we need to figure out the level. Level 1 is a regional outbreak, and Level 2 is a town outbreak. We are currently Level 2. Level 3 is a provincial and national outbreak. And Level 4 is a doomsday outbreak. We are only Level 2 now, so it should be over soon. Yuan Yuan looked at the manual. It was a good treasure. It seems to be like this now, but I don't know if it can be controlled. The attack power of those zombies is too strong. That's true, Yuan Yuan sighed. The two of them rested for a while, checked whether the doors and windows of the house were locked, closed the curtains, and prepared to start studying the manual. First, find the source. Skip this. The second is the symptoms. It says that the general symptoms are brown-purple wounds first, then fever, vomiting, body pain, then high fever and coma, and then zombies. Jiang Yu looked up at Yuan Yuan and asked, "Do you remember what the zombies looked like?" "Yes. I was drawing a blueprint at my workstation, and suddenly someone stumbled in and asked for help. I was sitting on the other side, and saw the man fall to the ground, and someone was about to make a phone call, but who knew he would suddenly stand up." Yuan Yuan became emotional. Have you ever played Plants vs. Zombies? It was that standing position. Head tilted, face covered with unknown liquid, wounds on arms, red and purple. At that time, I stood up and wanted to take a closer look at what was going on. I didn't expect that he would suddenly pounce on the person in front of me in the next second. No matter how others pulled him away, they couldn't pull him away. Yuan Yuan took a sip of water and continued, at that time, I didn't know it was a zombie. My intuition told me that I should leave. Who knew that when I ran out, I found several such monsters outside. They pushed people to the ground and bit them crazily. I was so scared that I followed the others to hide in the toilet. Now that you mention it, it seems similar to what is written in this manual. The wound will be brown-purple, and the most direct and fastest way of transmission should be through a bite. The more Yuan Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that the symptoms were exactly the same. That's probably it. If we meet someone with such a wound in the future, we must stay away from them. Jiang Yu continued to flip down. There are two more key points here. What is that if you are bitten by a zombie? You will die. The other is that the most effective way to deal with zombies is to attack their heads. Just now downstairs, I hit its eyes for the first time, and it was still able to move. When I hit its head, it really fell down. So what the book says should be useful. Fight zombies? Me? Yuan Yuan tilted her head uncertainly, and blinked her big eyes a few times. Jiang Yu sighed helplessly. The three words fight zombies are so simple to say. But zombies are transformed from humans after all. Some zombies are bigger than them, such as the security guard just now. She used a lot of strength to knock it down, sliding a page upwards. Jiang Yu continued to read. The way to survive does not necessarily have to be to escape. We can hold on somewhere and wait for the arrival of rescuers. However, the holding time cannot exceed 5 days, because after 5 days, the government will definitely take action. If you hold on for a certain period of time and still no rescuers appear, you must choose to escape immediately. Yuan Yuan looked up suddenly, which means that if no one comes to rescue within 5 days, they must go out. They finally got home. This place is like a safe house. Now she has to flee outside. Yuan Yuan's face turned pale. Of course, she didn't want to go out. But if Jiang Yu chose to leave, she would definitely go with him. If she stayed in this house alone, she would scare herself to death. Actually, I wouldn't stay at home for too long. I'm going to a city to find my sister. A city is not infected yet. No matter if there is anyone to rescue me, I will leave. If the worst happens, the sooner we leave, the better. Jiang Yu also wanted to hide at home, but she couldn't, because her sister was still waiting for her. Besides, according to this book, it would be best to leave as soon as possible. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yu had an idea and asked again, I plan to take a day off and leave the day after tomorrow. What do you think? If you want to stay here, it's fine. I have a lot of fast food at home. Enough for you to eat for a week. Of course I go with you, Sister Jiang. I'm alone in City C. As long as you don't mind me being a drag. The big eyes continued to blink. Jiang Yu smiled, and felt that Yuan Yuan was like his sister. He asked about her age, and found that she was indeed 2 years younger than him. Then we will take a day off tomorrow. We have exhausted too much energy today. It's a good time to contact Yukai and see if he can come tomorrow. We will set off at dawn the next day. Okay, I send a message to Yukai. Yuan Yuan agreed immediately, flipping through the phone and dialing the call button. Jiang Yu was still flipping through the manual, and suddenly stopped because he saw something, and called Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan, look at this. Yuan Yuan put down her phone, moved closer to Jiang Yu, smelling the fresh and pleasant smell of laundry on him, could not help but move closer, looking at the phone screen. Necessary items for survival, necessary items for doomsday escape. 1. Water, try to prepare water bags, water bottles, and other containers. 2. Food, you can bring compressed biscuits, chocolates and the like, don't bring meat, the smell can easily attract danger. 3. Medicine, prepare as many hemostatic patches as possible if you have the resources, alcohol and anti-inflammatory drugs, etc. 4. Weapons, make good use of all the tools around you. You said so much. But isn't it too dangerous for us to go out and buy them now? Yuan Yuan hesitated, or we can look for them on the way. Jiang Yu was somewhat relieved and said, I have most of the things listed here at home. For example, the water bag, I bought it when I went hiking with my sister last time, and the medicine at home, because she was alone at home, and her sister was worried, so she bought her a home medical kit online. The necessary survival items are all there. The next step is to plan the route to leave. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yu put down the phone and said, Go wash up first, there are disposable items in the bathroom cabinet. We will make a plan later before going to bed, and get ready early. Yuan Yuan nodded and took the things. She had no objection, turned and went into the bathroom. Luckily, the water and electricity have not been cut off yet. While the other party was washing up, Jiang Yu took advantage of the other party's time to check around the house, close the doors and windows, and lock the door. It's getting dark. She looked outside the balcony. The night tonight seemed much darker than usual, and there was not a single star in the sky, because no one was on duty. The street lights in the community were not even on. When she looked further away, it was also pitch black. If there hadn't been a faint light on the distant window, Jiang Yu would have thought that they were the only ones left on Earth. She felt creepy after looking at it for a long time. After checking that there was no problem with the window, Jiang Yu closed the curtains. Therefore, she didn't see a strange figure walk out from the faint light, and quickly pounce on her sleeping family. Chapter 5: The Man Outside the Window. 20:15 p.m. After cleaning the table, the two began to make plans. Their goal was to leave City C. The first and most important thing was the map. If the situation worsened later, the network would definitely be disconnected, and without a map, they could not go anywhere. The two found all the A4 papers at home and prepared to draw on them. Yuan Yuan volunteered. She was a designer, and this kind of map was easy for her. There were many routes on the map, and they made 3 plans to go to City S. Yuan Yuan was lying on the dining table drawing. Jiang Yu sent another text message to Yukai, but no one replied. Because the risk factor was higher at night, in order to prevent the other party from facing any dangerous situation at the moment, Jiang Yu took back the phone. After the map was solved, the next step was a car. Jiang Yu had a driver's license, but she didn't have a car, and Yukai couldn't contact her. Where could they find a car? Just walking would not work. They would be dead before they even reached the city. Discuss with Yuan Yuan, they will see if they can pick up a car on the road, and then go to the owner to discuss compensation. In addition to the map and the car, the most important thing along the way is to replenish food and water, and avoid zombies. Now they only know that zombies can find them through hearing and vision, and they know nothing else, so they plan to bring only some odorless food, and also prepare a lot of bandages and hemostatic patches, in case the bloody smell of injuries attracts zombies. The two of them drew the map and made plans until midnight, and they were so sleepy, Jiang Yu pulled Yuan Yuan back to the room. After lying on the bed, she became more awake. Everything she had experienced today began to replay in her mind. Since the accident, she had been trying hard to suppress her fear and anxiety. It was only the instinct of survival that kept Jiang Yu going until now, including the first time she killed the zombie. She said nothing after the end, but no one knew how complicated her heart was. After all, it was a person before it died. Jiang Yu sighed, and thought of the scene of facing the zombie today. She felt that relying on the stick alone was definitely not enough. The lethality was too small. She had to find a handy weapon. Yuan's breathing could be heard in the darkness. Jiangyu closed her eyes gently. No matter what, she would find a way to survive and find her sister. At midnight, a figure ran out of the community. The man had a horrified and weird expression on his face. He was afraid to look back. He looked blankly at the dark and empty street in front of him. He didn't know where to go. Only the desire to survive urged him to run forward. Soon, he was frightened by the sound behind him and stumbled to the ground. Two zombies stumbled behind him. They were familiar faces to the man. He watched them approaching with fear and pain. At this moment, the whole city seemed to be shrouded in a black fog. Looking from above the city, the streets were not empty. There were brave and curious people walking on the road. And there were also anchors who were looking for excitement and walking in the dark with their phones. They did not deliberately lower their voices. Perhaps they had not seen the so-called man-eating monster with their own eyes. So they looked at the silent and dark city with reckless and novelty, and did not notice the family of three walking in the distance. The next morning, Yuan woke up and looked at the room in front of him blankly. After a while, he remembered everything that happened yesterday and took out the phone from under the pillow. It was just past 5 o'clock. Where was Sister Jiang? She was the only one on the bed. She felt a little bit of warmth next to her. It seemed that she had just woken up. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and got up to open the door. As soon as she opened the door, she found that Jiang was facing away from her, looking straight ahead without moving. On the balcony, the light shone through the curtains, clearly reflecting a person. A man hanging outside the window. He had a rope tied around his waist, connected to the upstairs, and he came down from upstairs. Yuan covered her mouth. She didn't dare to go forward to look. She turned around and saw that Jiang had been staring at the figure, and didn't even notice that he had woken up. The scene was too weird for a moment. Yuan did not dare to speak. The man seemed to have swung down from a rope, and was lying on the glass of their balcony window, as if he was looking for something. The distance was a bit far, and Yuan vaguely heard the man talking to himself. After a while, the figure raised his head and waved upwards, and the rope was pulled up, and he was pulled up. At this time, Jiang finally found Yuan and was almost scared. Seeing the other party's fearful and nervous eyes, he knew what the other party wanted to ask. Pulling Yuan into the room, before he could speak, the other party was already anxious. What happened to that guy just now? It was so scary. I came back from the toilet this morning and found this guy lying outside the window. I guess he saw us yesterday and suspected that we lived here. He was trying to get in by trying to find the window lock. Why? We can't save them, Yuan said angrily. Why are these people so weird? Because there are more zombies outside. On the ground, someone fell from the upstairs. These people started to panic. We can't wait until tomorrow. We have to leave quickly. Jiang looked a little nervous, and was about to go back to her room. Help! Is there anyone? Open the door. Bang! 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 The door was suddenly banged. The violent banging and cries for help were enough to wake up everyone who was sleeping. But the sound did not stop. Obviously, no one dared to risk going out to save people. The two were startled by the harsh sound. Jiang stood up, took a stick and slowly approached the door. She did not intend to open the door to save people. She did not have the ability to save people from zombies. She was self-aware of this. And the sound was really strange. After a while, the cry for help stopped, and then they started knocking on the door opposite. But that family was not at home all year round, so the people outside the door waited for a long time, but no one came out. The knocking sound gradually became smaller. Jiang suspected that he would go upstairs to find other people. Sure enough, the sound did not disappear, but moved upstairs. It seems that there are no zombies outside the door. What does this person want to do? Is it the person outside the window just now? Jiang looked back and saw Yuan followed him out. The other party had a pale face and bit his lips, staring at the door motionlessly. Jiang knew that the other party was frightened, stretched out his finger and put it on his mouth, slowly approached the door, and looked at the peephole. There were 4 men standing outside the door. They began to move upstairs, and 3 of the men were walking upstairs. They were holding an axe and a kitchen knife in one hand, smoking in the other hand, and there was an unknown liquid on their bodies that came from nowhere. Because no one opened the door for a long time, someone spat on the ground impatiently. Damn it, Didn't Lao Wang say yesterday that the two women entered this building? How come we can't find them after searching for so long? Who knows him? Maybe he was drunk and saw it wrong again. Let's go to the next building and check. Keep your voice down. There may be people next door. Don't tell me. Lao Zhang. You shouted very realistically just now. After that, the group of short, dark-skinned men laughed one by one, and their yellow teeth were no less than those of the zombies on the road. It was really the group of people just now. What on earth did they want to do? Jiang Yu stared closely, unexpectedly. When one of them turned around and glanced at the people casually, their eyes met. Instantly, his hair stood up. Jiang Yu quickly squatted down slowly, pursed his lips. Yuan stood at the door, and didn't dare to ask questions. After waiting for a while, Jiang Yu poked his head to look at the peephole again. There was no one outside the door. The group of people did not choose to go upstairs again, only went to the third floor and left. Yuan patted his chest with lingering fear, soothing his little heart that almost stopped beating. She glanced at Jiang Yu. She didn't dare to look through the peephole just now, but she could vaguely hear the voices of several men talking outside. So she asked, what exactly do these people want to do? Aren't they afraid of zombies? What else can they do? The worst is only two things. Jiang Yu stood up and said anxiously, I'm afraid it will get more and more chaotic later. We can't wait that long. Call Yukai again. We pack up and leave later. Jiang Yu looked at the time. It was only 7 in the morning. Leave now? Sister Jiang. But we haven't figured out a specific plan yet. Yuan remembered that they had only drawn a map last night and determined a few routes. But she was confused about how to go. It will be too late if we don't leave now. The group just now was the first group. After discussion, they decided to set off at 12 noon. Jiang Yu asked Yuan to contact Yukai again, while she was looking for the item she needed to bring. She took out 2 backpacks from the cabinet. They belonged to her and her sister. Her sister was lively and playful. Every winter and summer vacation, the two of them would go hiking and camping. According to the zombie survival guide, essential items for escape needed to be prepared. Compressed biscuits, water bags, lighters, masks, hemostatic patches and anti-inflammatory drugs, etc. Jiang Yu's family had a full range of medicines. Take the first aid kit, which contained anti-inflammatory drugs, bandages, etc. There were no antibiotics at home, and you could buy some more at the pharmacy on the roadside later. After giving some medicine to Yuan, she took out a fruit knife and put it in her pocket. The two of them stuffed a lot of things into their bags one after another, making the bags bulge. After they were almost ready, they put on their jackets again. Jiang Yu suddenly remembered something and slapped her head. How could I forget it? Ah? Yuan looked at her sister Jiang. What did you forget? Didn't you bring everything with you? Jiang Yu turned around and rummaged through the cabinet in the entrance hall, and took out an axe after searching for a long time. Axe? Yuan's eyes widened. She was so scared that she stuttered a little, pointed at the axe and asked in disbelief. Jiang Jia, how come there is an axe in your house? And such a long axe. My sister bought it. She was afraid that I would not be safe living alone. I don't know where she saw that I could buy an axe for self-defense. She was originally planning to buy an electric saw. Jiang Yu held the long-handled axe tightly, and liked it more and more. This is a shock-proof demolition long-handled axe. The whole body is dark green. The total length is 82 cm. The head is 22 centimeters long. The weight is just right when held in a hand. It is tailor-made for killing zombies. After the axe arrived, Jiang Yu had been stuffing it in the cabinet, and had never taken it out. Unexpectedly, it was put to use now. However, it had not been sharpened yet. Jiang Yu took out the whetstone from home and prepared to sharpen it. With the axe, she felt very safe. Jiang Yu waited for Yuan to pack her backpack, and then walked into the bathroom after thinking for a while. After Yuan packed her things, she glanced at her phone again, but still hadn't received a reply. She sighed and went to find Jiang Yu, and found that her sister Jiang was cutting her hair in front of the mirror. The long hair was originally as thick as ink and looked very beautiful. But at this moment, Jiang Yu cut it off without any regrets, and it instantly became shoulder-length hair. Yuan looked at the hair on the ground with heartache. Jiang Yu cut the last bit, and combed it with his hands, and a beautiful middle-parted short hair was formed. It's better than the one cut in the barber shop, Yuan said with surprise. Although it was a pity, but the short hair also suited him. It's much more convenient this way. Do you want to cut it? Jiang Yu asked. Yuan shook her head without hesitation. This was her hair that she had kept for a long time. She couldn't bear to part with it. But Jiang Yu cut it very nicely. It was not a neat cut, but rather a casual and natural one. If she lowered her head slightly, her fair and slender neck would be exposed. Jiang Yu reached out and tucked one side of her hair behind her ear, making the facial contour clearer and more beautiful. Jiang Yu came over to ask about Yukai's news. Yuan sighed and shook her head. Yukai hadn't replied. Could it be that something really happened? Before the two of them could react, their phones suddenly vibrated. Jiang Yu remembered that her phone was clearly muted, so why was there a vibration sound? Chapter 6 Looking for Yukai. Jiang Yu turned on his phone. He actually received a police reminder. Yuan took her phone over. She also received the same message. Please note to all citizens, our city has recently been infected with an unknown virus. The transmission route is close human contact. The symptoms of infection are as follows: high fever at the moment of infection, blood turns black, weakness in the limbs, loss of consciousness and falling to the ground, transformation into an unknown creature after waking up. Mortality rate, 100%. Please note to everyone, stay away from the infected. Stay away from the infected. Stay away from the infected. Please everyone find a safe place nearby to hide. Don't go out for the time being, wait for rescue. The rescue information is as follows. If there are zombies around you, please tie a white marker in a conspicuous place outdoors. If there are no zombies, but only survivors, please tie a red or black marker. The two looked at each other after reading it. Jiang Yu looked at Yuan and said, the rescue team will be back soon. You can stay here and wait for rescue. It will be very dangerous to go out. Yuan lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. After a while, she shook her head and decided to go with Jiang Yu. The two quickly packed up their things and decided to go to Yukai community. Jiang Yu and Yuan each carried a mountaineering bag. Jiang Yu gave his stick to Yuan and brought the long-handled axe. Before leaving, Jiang Yu stood on the balcony and looked out. Some people had already started to tie colored cloth outside the window. There were many colors, but not many white ones. The family in front tied the cloth and looked down. They didn't know what they saw and quickly closed the window. Slowly moving her eyes, she saw 3 zombies wandering downstairs. After Jiang Yu sent a text message to Jiang Qi, she glanced at Yuan who was waiting in the living room and asked, "Are you ready? We will encounter zombies when we go downstairs. Remember to be careful." Yuan nodded stiffly and swallowed. Jiang Yu closed the door gently, put the key back in its place, and finally looked back at the blessing character on the door that her sister bought last year, and walked downstairs with the axe in hand. After going down from the second floor, they soon arrived at the entrance of the residential unit. This unit building was just opposite the residential unit. After going downstairs, Jiang Yu pressed her body against the wall, held the axe tightly with both hands, and carefully poked her head out. It was noon. The sun was shining brightly, and the shadows on the ground were shortened. Jiang Yu remembered that she had just seen 2 zombies on the balcony. According to the direction, they should be at the left corner of their unit door. Fortunately, the zombies were blocked by the wall, so the two of them just had to walk past quietly and quickly. Fortunately, the unit door was nearly 100 meters away from the residential gate. Jiang Yu stepped back and checked the things he was carrying with Yuan again, turned off the ringtone of his cell phone, tied his shoelaces, crouched and began to move. The two walked slowly but quickly, all the way to the door, and soon arrived safely. After leaving the community, they turned left, and prepared to walk to Yukai community according to the route. There were no zombies on this road, nor many people. Sister Jiang, why is there nothing on the road? It's too quiet. Yuan followed Jiang Yu closely. It was too quiet. 2 zombies had already appeared in their neighborhood. How could there be nothing on the road? If it was safe, there should be at least 1 or 2 people. I'm afraid there are more terrifying things waiting for them ahead. The two walked straight north. Yukai's neighborhood was at the turn of the intersection. Unexpectedly, just as they approached the intersection, they heard a familiar and terrifying cry for help. Jiang Yu and Yuan looked at each other, having an ominous premonition in their hearts, turned sideways to look at the neighborhood, as expected. What caught my eye was a group of zombies lying on the ground gnawing at something. A car was stuck at the gate of the community behind. The man in the car was half hanging outside. A zombie was buried on his neck. Unknown liquid was lying on the ground. The passenger door was damaged. Another zombie had squeezed in. Nothing could be seen further into the community. I was afraid that it was more dangerous than good. Now I could only hope that Yukai was hiding safely at home. Seeing such a scene, it was impossible to go in and find someone. Both of them felt a little heavy. Jiang Yu retracted her body and walked in the opposite direction at a faster speed. Now they had to leave this place quickly. The zombies were at the left turn of the intersection, not far from the intersection. As long as they left the intersection, they would be discovered. So they could only go back the same way and walk from the south of the community. Going back the same way meant passing by Jiang Yu's community again. There were also zombies in the community, and the risk factor was slightly lower. It was the best choice now. I didn't expect such a bad start. Both of them were a little uneasy and walked south in silence. They quickly passed the gate of the community along the south. They had not been away for long. There were no other people or zombies at the gate. They were relieved and walked forward quickly. The two of them crouched behind the car and searched along the way. But they could not find a usable car. Jiang Yu did not have the ability to drive away without the key. Suddenly, "What's that sound?" Yuan grabbed Jiang Yu in front of her and said vigilantly. She seemed to hear a car coming in front. "Is there someone?" Hearing this, Jiang Yu stopped. There was a car coming this way. Could it be Yukai? Or the rescue team? Yuan was a little excited, but did not dare to go out rashly. She asked, "Could it be the rescue team?" "Not sure. Let's hide behind the car and wait and see." The two squatted down and looked at the road through the car window. The car passed by quickly from a distance. There was more than one car, but 4 cars chasing each other, running away as if they were running for their lives. Jiang Yu's heart sank. "I'm afraid something is wrong." Jiang Yu pulled Yuan to hide behind the car, and looked behind from the front mirror. It turned out to be a group of zombies coming this way. No wonder the group drove so fast. What should they do? They didn't have a car, and no matter how fast the zombies were, they couldn't catch up with the people in front. If they were discovered, they would definitely die. "What should I do, Sister Jiang? There are so many zombies." Yuan's voice was trembling. More and more zombies appeared in the mirror, attracted by the sound of the car, and were moving quickly towards this side. What to do? It's too late to go back to the community now. We might be surrounded. Cold sweat soaked her back. Yuan almost cried. This group of zombies was fast. Unexpectedly, there was a bang at the intersection ahead. Attracted by the sound, this group of zombies seemed to smell a delicious meal ahead and quickly disappeared at the intersection. A familiar cry for help was heard not far away. The two were hiding under the car, covering their mouths and noses, not daring to make any sound or breathe. Their faces were flushed. Only their ears were forced to accept the cruel screams. "We can't wait much longer. If we wait any longer, the sound will surely attract other zombies." Jiang Yu pointed outside, indicating that we should hurry out now. Climbing out from under the car, no one dared to look back at this moment, running forward desperately. Bang! A car explosion sounded at the intersection in the north. I don't know if the accident was caused by the 4 cars just now. The car exploded, and the fire and the smell of oil smoke began to attract the surrounding zombies to gather here. What to do? Where to run? Jiang Yu quickly glanced around, his eyes locked on the front, turned his head and shouted to Yuan, "Let's go! Go to the store in front." The snack bar at the intersection in front was diagonally opposite to the two of them. There were too many zombies around, so the two of them crossed the road and ran into the snack bar. Jiang Yu was in front, and was about to breathe a sigh of relief after entering the store, but she turned around and found that Yuan did not close the door after entering. What was even more terrifying was that the zombies in the distance had discovered them, and followed them here. "Zombies are coming in." Yuan's voice was filled with fear, and she stared blankly outside the door. Jiang Yu quickly closed the glass door, and found a U-shaped lock at the door to lock it, but the glass door looked very fragile. "Quick! Push all the tables over here." Jiang Yu turned around and pushed the tables in the store toward the door. The zombies had already squeezed to the door. The two desperately pushed the tables behind the door, and moved another table on top of it, and continued to pile chairs on it. Caught off guard, Yuan raised her eyes, and looked at the zombies outside the glass door. There was death in the turbid eyes. The clothes of these zombies were tattered, covered in blood, and their eyes were fixed on Yuan. Jiang Yu pulled Yuan, who was frozen in place, and hid behind the bar, whispering, "We can't stay here for long. If the people in the car are bitten, then these zombies will lose their target, and we won't be able to get out. What should we do? There is no other way here. Yuan looked around in despair, wishing he could dig a hole in the ground. There is a second floor above. Let's go up first. These zombies will be quiet for a while when they can't see us. Jiang Yu looked at the increasing number of zombies outside the door, and her heart became more and more panicked. The two of them quickly went upstairs and closed the door upstairs. Jiang Yu looked at Yuan, who was sitting on a chair. Yuan. I know you are very scared. I am also scared. But we must stay calm. Like the situation just now. If I didn't close the door in time, we would all die in the zombies' mouths. She knew that facing this doomsday scene, no one would not be afraid. But they had no time to adapt. I understand. Sister Jiang. I'm really sorry. I haven't adapted yet. Don't worry. I won't hold you back. Yuan was a little apologetic. There were too many zombies today. Don't say anything about holding you back. I'm just reminding you that there will be many more such situations later. You must be careful. Otherwise, a mistake will cost you your life. Jiang Yu smiled and said worriedly, we have to think of a way to leave quickly. Then what should we do next? We definitely can't get out of the main door. Yuan looked around the second floor, trying to find a door to get out. Jiang Yu walked to the balcony and looked down. The smoke from the car accident in the north of the community had not yet dissipated. The zombies downstairs might have continued to go there if they didn't see them. She thought of a way. Call Yuan and have him take down all the curtains. She took her weapon and walked to the stairs. She wanted to go to the first floor to see if the zombies were still at the door. Unexpectedly, even though they disappeared from the zombies' sight, they did not go to the vehicle, but lingered at the door. Were they guarding us? Jiang Yu's hair stood up instantly, and he did not dare to think about it. He went back to the house and tied the curtains with Yuan. We can only climb down from the window. Fortunately, it is on the second floor, so it should be fine. Jiang Yu pulled the knot hard, and it looked quite firm. The two girls were not fat, so it would not be a problem if they went down. I go down first. Sister Jiang. I pick you up after I go down? Yuan volunteered. She had calmed down and could do it. Okay. Jiang Yu tied the curtains tightly to the window railings, looked downstairs, and saw that there were no zombies. He lowered the curtains and signaled Yuan that they could set off. Yuan swallowed her saliva, held the curtains tightly with her hands, and slid down slowly. Jiang Yu looked around her from above. Just in case. Yuan landed safely, because this window was on the right side of the store at the intersection, which was a blind spot at the intersection. It could not be seen from the place where the vehicles had the accident. Jiang Yu grabbed his body and slid down slowly. Yuan below was very nervous. He turned his head and looked around. The stick in his hand was raised, ready to kill the enemy at any time. After the two of them landed safely on the ground, they hurriedly walked along this road. Those cars should have been usable. But what a pity. Chapter 7 Night Attack. The white car was speeding on the road. This was what Jiang Yu had just picked up on the road. The key was hanging on the car, and the owner of the car was nowhere to be found. With a car, speed is fast. Jiang Yu drove the car, and the two of them got a moment of peace. Yuan took out sandwich biscuits and water from her bag and ate some, preparing to let Sister Jiang take a rest later. Their plan A was to go to the nearest highway nearby, which could not directly lead to a city. Just get out first. And there are not many residents near this road. The journey is not long. It can be reached in half an hour by car. It is the best choice. The car drove a long distance. Perhaps there were fewer and fewer houses here. The zombies began to disappear along the way. Other vehicles began to appear on the road. They all drove forward at a very fast speed. Jiang Yu sped up and followed closely behind the group of cars. Squeak! The car braked suddenly. Yuan was almost choked to death. Looking up, there were densely packed vehicles in front of him, all blocked on the road. It's all blocked. Jiang Yu leaned out of the window. The car in front kept honking its horn. It didn't move forward for a long time. Jiang Yu and Yuan got out of the car with their belongings and prepared to go to the front to see what was going on. Ahead was the highway toll station. Now it was all closed. A row of traffic police were directing people not to crowd. Many people were getting impatient and ran up to argue. Jiang Yu grabbed a man next to him to ask about the situation. Ouch. They said it was a special situation, and they wouldn't let people leave. Yes. Little girl, I heard there are armed police ahead, I'm afraid we can't get out today. Jiang Yu thanked several uncles and aunts, turned around and pulled Yuan Yuan to a place with fewer people. The police are now under control. We may not be able to get out this way. What should we do? Change the route? Let's wait and see. Jiang Yu was just about to squeeze through the crowd to see the situation ahead, but who knew that several people in front started to make a fuss, and she glanced at the person in the crowd who was craning his neck to output. What did she see? That man. There were brown and purple veins protruding from his neck, and a purple-red wound faintly visible on the back of his neck. The wound was dark black, and as thin and long as if it had been scratched by a fingernail, extending to below the collar. Jiang Yu felt something was wrong. She looked up at the people around her. No one noticed the strangeness of the wound. The wound was exactly as described in the manual. They couldn't stay here any longer. Jiang Yu used her eyes to signal Yuan Yuan to follow, and the two returned to the car, turned around and left, and returned to the city. What's wrong? Should we change the route? Yuan Yuan looked back. The people behind him were arguing louder and louder, and there were vague signs of a fight. It seems that someone in front was bitten. I saw a strange wound on his neck. It seems, but the symptoms of the wound were too strange, and it was probably infected. What? Those people. Yuan Yuan opened his eyes wide, and couldn't help looking behind him. The crowd behind him was getting smaller and smaller. We can't care about other people. No one will believe us. It will only cause panic. And we will be closest to danger. What is our B route? Jiang Yu asked. Let me see. Route B is to take a detour from the west, and take the G00 highway. Yuan Yuan opened the map and took a look, and then took out her phone to navigate directly. Jiang Jia, the network is down. What? What does the network down mean? Didn't you just send a text message to let everyone wait for rescue? Jiang Yu didn't react. Is the network down? I don't know. The signal bars are all gray. Never mind. It's getting dark. We have to find a place to settle down. Jiang Yu hadn't been here much before. She encountered a few zombies on the road, and was left far behind by the vehicle. The sky was getting dark. Time waits for no one. They had to find a safe place before dark. The roar of an airplane suddenly came from a distance. Jiang Yu stopped the car on the side of the road and motioned Yuan Yuan to lie down quickly. Dozens of helicopters flew in from a distance, not flying fast, circling in the air, and soon flew back to the city. Instantly, the zombies around were attracted by the sound, following the planes and gathering in the city. After a while, a car passed by several people, followed by nearly a dozen buses. Jiang Yu and the other person were hiding under the car. What happened? Yuan Yuan didn't dare to stand up, and asked in a low voice, but when she saw Jiang Yu raise his index finger to her, she fell silent instantly. Outside the car window, buses were driving forward one after another. Each bus was full of people, the roofs were full of luggage, and there were people talking in the cars. Luckily the zombies around were led away by the plane. After waiting for a while, all the cars drove away, and there was no sound around. Jiang Yu slowly stuck his head out, put his forehead against the window, and looked out. There were not many zombies around. These people should be the survivors rescued by the rescue team, but I don't know where they will go. Jiang Yu said, just now those buses were full of people, following the plane to the front. Could there be a safe base ahead? Just like in the movies. Really? That's a good thing. It will definitely be safe with troops. Maybe, but Jiang Yu inexplicably felt that crowded places were the most dangerous. Even if there were people with guns protecting them in the base, with so many people, as long as there was one infected person, they would be finished. And now she just wanted to leave C City, and go to S City to find her sister. Jiang Yu restarted the car. The most important thing for them now was to find a place to rest before it got dark. The final target was a coffee shop. There were not many shops nearby, most of which were closed. This shop had a rolling door, 2 floors, and a very safe feeling. Jiang Yu parked the car next to it, smashed the door lock with an axe, and the two of them immediately pulled down the door curtain after entering. Still following the old method, Jiang Yu and Yuan Yuan worked together to move all the tables to block the door. I'm sorry. I was just browsing. There's no internet right now. I'd pay you back next time I come back alive. Jiang Yu said to the air while flipping through the books. Inexplicably, Yuan Yuan also followed behind and said sorry. I didn't expect that this store not only sells coffee, but also has small desserts in the freezer at the back. Although the inventory is not large, the two of them don't need to consume their own inventory and eat contentedly. After eating, they walked to the second floor. The second floor is a dining area. The most important thing is that there is a door leading to the mall. Jiang Yu suddenly realized that there was a department store behind them. The two quickly locked the glass door on the second floor. They didn't know if there were any zombies or other people in the mall. As night fell, Jiang Yu felt a little uneasy. He didn't expect that there was a glass door open to the public above this coffee shop. It was scary. It was getting darker and darker. Looking into the mall from the glass door, it was dark and gloomy inside. There were posters of stars on the walls of the mall. The handsome and sweet faces of the people usually appeared and disappeared in the darkness, which made people feel scared. Sister Jiang, this mall looks too scary. Why don't we go to the first floor? Yuan shrank her neck, a little afraid to look at the glass door. The second floor is a small dining area, with only 4 tables and a bar counter next to the glass door. No matter how they hide, they can see the door here. This glass door is not safe. There is no other door between the first and second floors. Why don't I stay here, and you go to sleep on the first floor? Jiang Yu said, although this glass door is scary, she would be more worried if she didn't watch it with her own eyes. Then I'd better stay on the second floor with you. I don't dare to do it alone. Let's take turns sleeping. I always feel that this mall is not safe. In fact, Jiang Yu is also very timid, but she is just more afraid of things that cannot be explained by science, such as ghosts. Although they said they would take turns sleeping, but neither of them dared to close their eyes, because this wall was made of glass doors, the darkness was magnified in front of them, and the door lock of the rolling door downstairs was broken, and absolute safety could not be guaranteed. On the first day of the internet outage, they had no mobile phones to entertain themselves. Fearing that zombies would be attracted, they did not even speak, and just leaned back and closed their eyes to rest. Time passed by minute by minute. It was unknown how long it had been, but the two of them could not resist the sleepiness and leaned against the corner with their eyes closed. Jiang Yu did not sleep well. She had a nightmare. In the dream, it was the highway toll station they had just left. At this time, the man had been completely infected, began to lose his mind, and suddenly pounced on the crowd in front of him. The scene instantly became chaotic. Screams filled the entire highway. People looked ahead in horror and fled to their cars to leave, but were trapped by the traffic jam and had to abandon their cars. The scene was completely out of control. The armed police had been dispatched, but the infection rate was too fast. The people who were bitten soon became the same kind. More and more people fell down. The crowd rushed to the end like a tide. It was too late. Knock knock. In the quiet night, there was a sudden knock on the door. Jiang Yu opened his eyes suddenly, and met the eyes of the man outside the glass door. The man pointed inside, and smiled flatteringly. Seeing that Jiang Yu was unmoved and kept staring at him, the man's mouth stiffened, and waved to Jiang Yu again. Jiang Yu looked at the man outside the glass door vigilantly. He was about 30 years old, but his clothes were very clean. He carried a bulging bag on his back. He seemed to be afraid of something, and looked around. She pushed Yuan beside her to wake up, and she gestured to him. The two of them picked up sticks and walked over. The man smiled strangely when he saw the two people stand up, and then saw Jiang Yu pick up the axe. His mouth froze instantly, and he took a few steps back. Jiang Yu leaned in and looked at the man without saying anything. It was only 3 o'clock in the morning. She didn't know when this man appeared, how long he had been staring at them, what his purpose was, and whether he had any companions. Little girl, can you let me in? I escaped from the nearby highway. There was an outbreak of zombies over there. I can't find the exit in the dark. The man looked back and forth between Jiang Yu and Yuan, and glanced at the bags behind them. Seeing that Jiang Yu still didn't speak, he became impatient. Don't disbelieve me. I really just want to go in and take a rest. This mall is dark, and I don't know if there are zombies. We can take care of each other with more people. Right? Sorry. It's not that I don't want you to come in. We locked the glass door when we came in, and we couldn't find the key. I'm not lying to you. If we had the key, we would have entered the mall a long time ago. We didn't know there were zombies in the mall. You guys look in the cabinet on the first floor. If that doesn't work, try to cut the lock with your knife. I'm really just going in to take a break. He didn't dare to knock on the door directly. In this quiet mall, making a little noise would attract zombies, and he would definitely be the one to die. Yuan clenched the stick. They absolutely couldn't open the door for this man. She turned her head and glanced at Jiang Yu, who still looked apologetic. She explained softly, asking the man to look somewhere else. The atmosphere around them became tense. Jiang Yu was sure that the other party would not dare to force their way in. If the noise was too loud, they would all be finished. He could only suppress his anger and patiently persuade the other party to leave. The man looked at the axe in Jiang Yu's hand for a few times, his eyes turned around, glancing to the right and back, and said, "You are so cruel." Then he left in a hurry. The figure disappeared in the darkness, but Jiang Yu still stood in the glass door and watched. What's wrong? Yuan also looked at the place where the figure disappeared, and was glad that the other party did not force his way in. He has companions. About 3 people. Jiang Yu had just been watching the man leave. She noticed that he looked to the right when he left. She vaguely saw 2 figures leaving with him. Their steps were slow. They didn't look like zombies. They could only be companions. What was their purpose? Jiang Yu was a little confused. Why didn't these 3 people leave the mall? And it seemed that there were definitely zombies in the mall. The man kept looking around while talking to her, alert to his surroundings. He definitely didn't really want to find a safe place to hide. He probably saw the 2 of them enter the store in the mall and waited until late at night before appearing. Then, there was only one reason. Chapter 8: Robbing a Car. Jiang Yu thought of something, walked to the stairs, and stopped after 2 steps. What's wrong? Yuan looked at the other party. I guess their purpose is to rob our car and supplies. What? There are so many cars on the street. Can't they find them by themselves? Yuan was a little speechless. Robbing the 2 little girls was nothing. It was just dark now, and there was no way to drive the car away, so they could only wait until tomorrow. As the night fell, the distant sky was a faint fish belly white. Jiang Yu and his partner woke up early in the morning. Usually at this time, there would be the sound of sanitation workers' vehicles carrying away garbage cans, and the rough conversations of uncles who set up breakfast stalls. Although it was a bit noisy, it was very reassuring. It was a pity that there were only birds singing now, and perhaps there would not be even birds singing later. After eating some bread, Jiang Yu stood at the 2nd floor window and looked down. There were several zombies wandering around in the distance. After going downstairs, the 2 gently pushed the rolling door open 1 meter high. There were not many zombies nearby at this time, all lingering a little further away, but the sound of the rolling door itself was still particularly obvious in the quiet street, attracting those zombies. I didn't see them. Get in the car quickly. Jiang Yu turned around and shouted to Yuan. The car was parked not far away. Jiang Yu rushed into the car first. Just as he was about to throw his backpack to the back, before he could turn his head, the door of the back seat was opened forcefully, 3 people squeezed in, and a fruit knife was placed on Jiang Yu's neck. Shit! Jiang Yu wanted to curse, the blade was against his throat, and it was bleeding slightly. Drive. Hurry up. The zombies are coming. The man shouted from behind when he saw that the other party did not react. The axe was at hand. Jiang Yu quietly held it with his left hand, and looked back through the rearview mirror. You just want the car, right? We give the car to you, and let us get out. The 3 thought that this woman must be crazy. She would rather face the zombies than stay in the car. Seeing that Jiang Yu was reluctant to step on the accelerator, the man behind the driver's seat looked at the approaching zombies, and became a little anxious. The number of zombies began to increase gradually, and some of them suddenly appeared from nowhere, and walked towards this side. The man from last night reached forward, pulled out the key, and patiently urged, "Leave the bag behind, get out." Yuan looked at Jiang Yu. There was blood on her neck, and she looked at her anxiously, waiting for her decision. Jiang Yu looked back at her, nodded. Yuan quickly took off her backpack. The man behind her rubbed his hands excitedly, took the bags from the 2, and urged, "Get out. Get out." A man next to him was unhappy, loudly, "How can you drive them away? You just promised me last night. What the hell time is it? Go to the front and drive." Jiang Yu and the other man had already pressed the switch. The moment the other man released the knife, he suddenly pushed the door open and ran out. It was too difficult for the 2 girls to survive in this doomsday. They were lucky to be able to leave their bags behind. If the things were gone, they could go find them again. It would be difficult to get off this pirate ship. After getting out of the car, the 2 did not look back. Jiang Yu kept observing the surrounding buildings while talking. Unfortunately, they still found nothing like yesterday. They could only hide in the coffee shop again. The shutter door was still open. The 2 men bent down to go in. A smelly zombie had already walked to the door. "You go in first. When I go in, you close the door immediately." Yuan hadn't reacted yet. She quickly went in reflexively. When she heard this and looked back, she saw that the fastest zombie was about to pounce on Jiangyu. Yuan half crouched. Her heart was about to jump out. She shouted hoarsely, "Be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, Jiangyu pulled out the axe that was stuck in the zombie's brain, and the zombie fell backwards. A strange stench emanated, filling her mouth and nose. Her shaking hands clenched the axe. Seeing the zombies getting closer and closer, Jiangyu quickly got in. With a bang, Yuan pulled the door curtain shut with all her might, and continued to move the table over without stopping. Damn it! The three people in the car looked at this scene in amazement. They had been hiding from the zombies for a day, and didn't dare to confront them head-on. They didn't expect this little girl to be so cruel. Fortunately, they didn't provoke her. The three of them quickly started the car and left. The car hummed and pressed on the road, attracting the zombies around to follow the car tacitly. More and more zombies appeared at the intersection and gathered here. Jiangyu was still sitting on the ground. Her heart was beating like a drum. Her lips were trembling slightly. Her throat was hurting badly, and she looked like she had just crawled out of the water. "Are you okay, Sister Jiang?" Yuan poured some drinking water from the store for Jiangyu. She was stunned just now, and couldn't help but admire her. She could adapt so quickly, and dare to face such a disgusting monster. Sister Jiang was too amazing. When she looked up and saw the blood on her neck, she quickly ran back to the counter, and got a piece of paper, and handed it to the other party. She was furious and said, "It's all these people's fault." "It's okay." Jiangyu wiped the blood off her neck, and took a gulp of water. "The biggest problem now is that they have lost their car. The G62 highway should have fallen yesterday. There will be more and more zombies. They can't wait that long. We have to leave after a rest. We must get on the highway today." Jiangyu walked to the pool and washed his face with the bottled water left in the store. "Okay. Shall we go through the mall?" Outside the door curtain were zombies. The three men drove the car, and soon left the zombies behind. Seeing that they could not keep up with the car, the zombies lost their target, and wandered around in circles. "Let's go! Let's go upstairs. It's a good time to search for supplies. However, the mall upstairs is quite large, so be careful." Going upstairs again, Jiangyu found the key and opened the glass door. It was almost 6 o'clock. The mornings in summer are bright early. The mall has returned to its daytime appearance now, and the weirdness and horror of the night are gone. The two of them held their sticks tightly, and walked forward on tiptoe. Jiangyu remembered that all kinds of food were sold on the underground first floor of the mall. They had nothing on them now, and they happened to be in the mall, so they could find some food. Jiangyu led Yuan to the elevator entrance. There were no zombies around, and there were not many people in this mall. It should have been closed after receiving the notice. No wonder those people could stay here all night. After relaxing a bit, Jiangyu planned to go to the sports brand store on the second floor to get 2 backpacks. The mall was quiet. Even though there were no zombies, their steps were very light. Walking along the exquisite clothing store on the second floor, they finally found a sports brand store. There were 2 black sports backpacks under the feet of the models. Jiangyu skillfully smashed the door lock of the clothing store with an axe, took the bag, and stuffed 2 sports short-sleeved shirts in. Seeing Yuan stuffing a white shirt next to him, he was a little speechless. After a while of hesitation, he persuaded, "Wear white in the doomsday." "Are you sure?" Yuan's brain short-circuited for a moment, scratched his head, changed into a black dress, and followed Jiangyu. With the bag, the two of them no longer lingered on the second floor, and went straight to the basement. When they got downstairs, Jiangyu thought for a while, and said, "Let's divide the work. You go get the food, biscuits, chocolates, candied fruits, etc. The supermarket in front should have them. Get these, and don't run around. Wait for me in the store." Yuan nodded, listened for a long time, and asked, "Sister Jiang, where are you going?" "I go to the Watsons and pharmacy in front, and Decathlon. There should be things we need," Jiangyu replied. She suddenly felt that there were many benefits to coming to this mall. Just in time to replenish some items, the two agreed that Yuan's task was simple. Jiangyu worriedly told her to be careful with it. The sound of the plastic bag was too harsh. And before Yuan excitedly rushed over, Jiangyu added, "Don't get too excited. After all, it was a $0 purchase. No one could resist the temptation." So Jiangyu added the sentence to remind the other party not to forget to take what they should take. After the agreement, Jiang Yu first walked to the nearest Watson's and quickly searched the shelves for the items he needed. He began to throw things into his bag: portable toothbrush and toothpaste, 2 packs of women's underwear, vitamin C, etc. After taking them, he ran to the decathlon in front, found a portable flashlight, an outdoor water bag, a headlamp. He even changed a pair of sports shoes and got another pair for Yuan. The bag was stuffed with all sorts of things. And finally, he took the most important medicine and put a band-aid on his neck. Jiang Yu walked towards the supermarket and saw Yuan squatting and chewing chocolate. When Yuan saw Jiang Yu coming back, her eyes lit up. She really liked the mall. Could she stay here all the time? It would be great to have food and drinks. Jiang Yu seemed to know what she was thinking. She took a bite of the chocolate and said casually, "Why don't you stay? There are beds for sale over there. If you feel sleepy, take a nap." Yuan shook her head like a rattle when she saw Jiang Yu handing her a pair of shoes. She laughed happily. She didn't expect Jiang Yu to know what size she was wearing. After getting the things, the two did not plan to delay. They went up to the first floor and planned to leave. Because the mall was closed early, Jiang Yu did not hold out hope to find the car in the garage. He could only think of a way on the way. After going up to the second floor and walking towards the sign, he came across another chocolate shop on the way. Usually, expensive and beautiful chocolates were placed in the window. Who could resist not to replenish some food? Jiang Yu and Yuan looked at each other and tacitly stuffed chocolates into their bags. After walking a few steps, they saw another shop selling candied fruits. They looked at each other tacitly and continued to stuff their bags. The exit is 300 meters ahead. The two quickened their pace, preparing to leave the mall. No one noticed that in the milk tea shop next door, a female zombie in work clothes walked out of the door, following Jiang Yu. "Be careful." Jiang Yu looked back. A zombie full of rotten meat slid down, revealing a familiar figure, holding a baseball bat and staring at her worriedly. "Are you okay?" The man in front of him was very tall, about 28-9 years old, slightly dark skin, short hair, high nose bridge, a very aggressive face, but because of his eyes, he looked gentle and harmless. The other person was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt. The loose clothes were stretched tight against his skin by his muscles, perfectly outlining his muscle lines. He was wearing the same color sweatpants on his lower body, and a military green sports bag on his back. Cheng Zheng saw Jiang Yu staring at the zombie on the ground, and then looked at him without answering. He possessed and hit the zombie's head again, and an unknown liquid splashed out. He retracted the baseball bat only after confirming that the zombie was dead. Jiang Yu calmed down and looked at the man in front of him. "Why are you here?" "Just passing by." The man turned around and kicked the zombie aside, and added, "I came to the mall to find some supplies." Yuan looked at the tall and handsome man in front of her, walked up to Jiang Yu and said, "Jiang Jie, do you know each other? It can't be an ex-boyfriend or something like that." Yuan was a little gossipy in her heart. "He is a security guard who just came to my community some time ago. He helped me once before, so I am familiar with him," Jiang Yu replied, not caring whether others believe it or not, because the other party is indeed a security guard in her community, who just took office 2 months ago, and because of his extraordinary temperament and appearance, he was discussed by the Andes in the community. Jiang Yu was not familiar with the man at first. One night, she was working overtime and had severe menstrual cramps on the way home. She took a taxi home with a pale face. The man saw her and helped her back to the security room and poured her a cup of hot water. Since then, she has paid a little attention to this man, and found that he would be there whenever she was on duty. "Let's not talk for now. We have to get out quickly." Jiang Yu walked to the door, thought about it, and turned around. Unexpectedly, the man followed her. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. "We are leaving City C. What about you?" "I go with you." Cheng Zheng, a tall and strong man, stood behind Jiang Yu, lowered his head, and checked the other person from head to toe, finally stopped at his neck, and said calmly, "I have a car." "Okay, whoever has a car is the boss." Jiang Yu called Yuan to follow Cheng Zheng. The three of them walked out of the mall, watching Cheng Zheng quickly get rid of 2 zombies. His hands raised and his stick fell. So cool. After getting in the car, Cheng Zheng said, "My name is Cheng Zheng. Hello, I'm Yuan, a colleague of Sister Jiang." Realizing that the other party was introducing him, Yuan responded, "When did you leave the community?" They had left early. They had not seen each other in the community before. Logically, the other party should have left long ago. Why did she come here just now? I left the day before yesterday and went back after walking around. I came out again yesterday. The man glanced at the girl in the back seat through the rearview mirror. She had short hair, neat and tidy, and wore a black jacket. The sweat on her head soaked her hair, and the hair stuck to her skin. What's wrong with your neck? Jiang Yu touched it, and it was still a little itchy. It's better not to let her meet those people. Otherwise, it's just a little injured. Nothing serious. Cheng Zheng looked away and looked ahead. It's good that you're safe. Short hair looks good. As soon as the voice fell, Yuan glanced at her sister Jiang, and the atmosphere in the car suddenly became strange. Jiang Yu looked up, looked at the other person through the rearview mirror, and then turned to look at the side, and curled the corners of her mouth, of course. Chapter 9 arrived in S City. Day 3. C City was blocked. Internet connection was disconnected. A black car rolled over the ground, and the sound of the wheels attracted the zombies on the road to follow closely. Inside the car, Jiang Yu opened the hand-drawn map, and according to the time stated in the zombie survival manual, today was the last day they left. After a while, his eyes moved up to the rearview mirror inside the car, and Jiang Yu asked the person in front, who had been driving silently, "What are your plans after leaving the city?" "We should go to the neighboring city S." Of course, she didn't suddenly have nothing to do and care about the other person. But this car was more useful. After leaving C City, she didn't know what the situation outside was like. It was safer to have a car. "Well, I go with you." The vehicle accelerated and drove towards the highway. As soon as it got on the highway bridge, it was found that it was the same as before. There were vehicles everywhere. But the strange thing was that there were empty cars on this elevated road. These cars were probably not parked here because of the traffic jam. The surroundings were terribly quiet. Cheng Zheng took out the binoculars and got out of the car to look around. There were no people or zombies in front. "Get out of the car and walk over. The car stays here." Cheng Zheng got out of the car and said to Jiang Yu. Alas! Jiang Yu sighed in his heart. Plans cannot keep up with changes. I didn't expect to abandon the car so soon. But we have reached the highway. There is no reason to go back. The three of them put on their bags and picked up their weapons. They walked forward along the left lane. They didn't see any people or zombies along the way. But soon, they knew the reason. They walked to the toll gate in front of them. It was full of zombies. The kind that would not move anymore. Flies and insects were flying, and a foul smell was floating in the air, stimulating Jiang Yu and the other two. What was even more terrifying was that there were several crashed helicopters and several buses that they had seen that day. Jiang Yu covered her mouth and nose tightly, staring at the overturned buses in the distance. There were 7 buses in total, and all the luggage on the buses fell to the ground, but there was no one on the buses. Yuan sighed behind him, not wanting to think about what had happened here. The three of them searched the car as they walked, taking whatever food they could find from the car. Cheng Zheng found a bucket somewhere and collected gasoline. At the end, everyone had a full bucket of oil in their hands. This was a life-saving straw, more expensive than gold nowadays. After passing the toll station, they continued to move forward under the sun. Finally, they saw a few abandoned vehicles in front of them. The owners were nowhere to be seen. Cheng Zheng smashed the car window with an axe, climbed in, and found the spare key. Jiang Yu and Yuan got on the back seat, and they lay on the car. Finally, they could drive. The car is the greatest invention of mankind. They left C City very quickly. Jiang Yu felt uneasy. C City, which should have been blocked, was empty. This only showed that the situation was getting worse. There were no obstacles along the way. The further they drove towards S City, the less people there were on the road. When they were about to reach S City, Cheng Zheng got off the car to refuel. Jiang Yu followed him and kept watch for him. "What are you doing in S City?" Cheng Zheng unscrewed the bottle cap, and the smell of gasoline was carried into the air by the wind. "My sister is in S City University. I'm going to go find her. What about you?" Jiang Yu squatted on the side. June summer was not too hot. A breeze blew by. With a faint smell of gasoline, Jiang Yu squinted her eyes, and even forgot that this was the end of the world. "Maybe it won't be the same if I go to S City," she hoped in her heart. "I haven't thought about it yet. Actually, a few days ago a friend asked me to leave C City." "What do you mean? A few days ago? Leaving C City?" Jiang Yu suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring at Cheng Zheng closely. "Does he know?" "I don't know either. I couldn't contact him afterwards. Chung Jung filled up the gas, rubbed his hands on his clothes, looked at Jiang Yu who couldn't calm down, and was about to say something else. But he saw 2 cars approaching from behind. Chung Jing took a half step forward, and motioned Jiang Yu to get in first. Jiang Yu looked back at the car getting closer and closer, stepped back a few steps, moved closer to the car door, and took the axe. The car approached. And Yuan, who had heard the sound, also got out of the car. The 2 cars stopped in front of him. A man wearing sunglasses got out first. He was about 30 years old. Not tall, but had a fierce look on his face. And his muscles were swollen as if they were inflated. Jiang Yu glanced at Chung Jing's arm beside him, and nodded in approval. The man walked forward a few steps, with a bold step, and said in a friendly accent, "Hey, brother and sister. What's going on? Are you going to the front?" Jiang Yu inexplicably relaxed his vigilance, walked forward a few steps, and replied, "Brother, are you from C-City? Not bad. Sister, there is a mess behind." The big man scratched his head, and looked back and said, "My wife and her family are behind, preparing to go to S-City in front." As soon as the voice fell, a thin boy got out of the 2 cars. He was polite, and wore golden square glasses. However, I couldn't see the other person's eyes through the lenses. I just felt that the way he looked at me back and forth made me feel uncomfortable. It didn't look like the 2 of them were a group of people. A woman got out of the car. She was about 30 years old. She wore tight pants and long sleeves. Her brown curly hair was tied into a ponytail. She looked heroic and handsome. The woman stepped forward and slapped the big man on the head. She said dissatisfiedly, "I asked you to ask a question for a long time. What can you do all day long?" After saying that, she didn't wait for an answer. She changed her expression and looked at Jiang Yu gently. "Little sister, don't mind. We want to ask if you are from S-City? Is it safe ahead?" Jiang Yu shook her head. She had a good impression of this sister, but she didn't tell the whole truth. "We are from P-City. We were originally planning to go to C-City, but who knows? But I heard that S-City should be safe at present." Chung Jung looked at the car behind. There were a few old people in the car, leaning on the car window to look here. "Then, sister, come with us," the big man said. "No need, we are going to S-City. We are taking a different route." Chung Jung replied, "Okay. See you again if we're lucky." "Sister." The woman waved her hand, and asked the 2 to get in the car and leave. The 2 cars passed by Jiang Yu and the others. "Who are these people? They look fierce." Yuan didn't dare to speak from the beginning. Her accent sounded familiar, but the other party's momentum was too intimidating. "I'm not sure. They should also be going to S-City. Let's go." Jiang Yu was misled. After she finished speaking, Chung Jung and the others laughed. In the car, Jiang Yu turned on his phone and looked again. There was still no network. His phone was almost out of power. In the apocalypse, his phone was not as useful as a brick. "I don't know what's going on in S-City now. My sister should be safe now, after all." S-City is a military stronghold. The road ahead is blocked again. Chung Jung stopped the car, took out a telescope and looked around. There was a wall ahead, with patrolling people standing on it, with weapons in their hands. Jiang Yu also got out of the car. The road ahead was indeed blocked, and they were all humans, not even a single zombie. Some of these people had impatiently sat on the ground to rest, and some were still yelling at the police officers in the distance. "You're not allowed in." Yuan also got out of the car. The scene in front of him overlapped with the situation at that time. Jiang Yu was worried that this group of people would attract zombies, and was even more afraid that there would be infected people in the crowd. Perhaps this was why S-City strictly controlled and did not allow people to enter. Chung Jung turned around and waved to Jiang Yu and the others, signaling them to follow him, and led the 2 through the crowded and noisy crowd. Although Jiang Yu was dirty, she had fair skin and was tall. Behind her was Chung Jung, who looked like a tall bodyguard, and Yuan, who was nervous and holding his weapon tightly. This combination was undoubtedly conspicuous in the crowd. "So many people are looking at us," Yuan said. "I am so embarrassed to be with 2 handsome men and beautiful women. I look like a secretary to a president and his wife." Jiang Yu was amused by this. The other party really looked like her sister. The 3 of them walked to the front. A man in uniform came over and said, "Stop. You are not allowed to enter S-City now. Please retreat behind the yellow line." As soon as this sentence came out, the people who were stopped around started to yell again. and kept shouting why. However, they did not dare to act rashly because of the row of police cars and weapons behind them. Chung Jung rummaged through his clothes, took out his discharge certificate, and handed it to the other party, saying softly, "We are from P City. We originally planned to go to C City, but we didn't expect that we couldn't enter C City, so we had to come here." The other party took the certificate and looked at it for a long time, asked the two to wait outside, and came out after a while. He looked at the man and said, "Come here for inspection. You can enter only if there is no problem. They are my wife and sister, and they want to come with us," Chung Jung said, and a line of sight shot over from behind. And Chung Jung knew who it was without turning around. Looking at the three people in front of him, the man silently waved his hand inside, and did not embarrass them. From 3 days ago to now, even if he did not want to stop these people outside, there was no way. Now he was exhausted. "Captain, these two people should not. Take them in for inspection. Let Xiaosu check the two ladies." The man interrupted him, and said to the team member standing guard next to him, "Yes. Please follow me." Jiang Yu and Yuan followed in to check, and Chung Jung went in from the inside. Someone outside shouted that it was unfair, and the patience of the people in the crowd was almost exhausted. "Sister Jiang, is this really a security guard?" Yuan asked curiously, looking at the posture of Brother Chung just now. He didn't look like an ordinary person at all. He is a security guard, but he was a soldier for a few years before he retired and came out to find a job. Jiang Yu didn't say much, and walked into the room quickly. After the inspection, the two had no other problems, and they were released. A city has not been infected yet. Everything here seems to be the same as before the apocalypse. Jiang Yu checked his phone. There is still no network. It seems that this is a restriction only for users in C City. S City is relatively safe now. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to S University to find my sister," Jiang Yu asked. "After all, it is safe here. The three of them don't need to get together." Yuan didn't know where to go either. When she heard Sister Zhang's question, she was a little confused for a moment. Maybe it's because it's too normal here. It makes people relax all of a sudden. It seems that the apocalypse and the world of zombies are things of the last century. Yuan thought about it. She still had money on her. She wanted to find a hotel to stay, order a cup of milk tea and pizza, and some barbecue. No, another bowl of snail noodles, and then take a bath. I want to get a room to rest for a night, and then get a phone card. How about I come to S University to find you then? She hadn't thought about the rest yet. If nothing happened, she had to find a job and settle down at S University. "Sure, but how will you find me if you get a new phone card? I give you my sister's phone number. You can contact her then." Jiang Yu entered the number and looked at Chung Jung. "What about you?" "I take you to S University first." "Take me?" Jiang Yu looked puzzled. What's there to take? But why should she refuse someone who wants to go with her? The other person looked like he didn't want to be approached by strangers, and it made her feel safe on the road. So the three of them rented a car first, and sent Yuan to a chain hotel. The other person had already made plans in the car. The other person kept muttering about what to buy on the way. Jiang Yu was drooling as she listened to him. When she found her sister, she would also have a big meal. Chapter 10 My sister is missing. Jiang Yu sat in the passenger seat and looked out the window. Passers-by hurried by. Most of the shops were closed. There were people in uniform patrolling the streets, and there were people standing guard with weapons on every stretch of road. S University is located in a university town in a certain district of S City, which is quite remote, and there are 4 universities nearby. Every time we passed a section of the road, someone would ask us to get off the car for inspection. No wonder there were so few pedestrians and vehicles on the road. Jiang Yu took out her ID. She was not originally from C City, so she did not arouse suspicion. Chung Jung still gave the discharge certificate. The other party took a quick look at their IDs and let them go. The inspection is so strict. Jiang Yu took back the ID and said. Chung Jung turned to look at the other party and nodded. This is safe. She was a little curious about the other party's discharge certificate. So she asked, Are you from C City? And have you ever been a soldier? No. I'm from N City. And I went to a military school in college. Then we are from the same hometown. I am also from N City. Jiang Yu was surprised. He was also from N City. I know. Ah? Jiang Yu opened her mouth to ask. Chung Jung interrupted him. What's going on over there? When she was interrupted, Jiang Yu looked forward. It was an infected person. The reason why he was called an infected person was because of the familiar wound on his arm. The whole arm was purple-red, his face was dark, and his eyes were bloodshot. The patrolman obviously noticed something was wrong, and stopped him, and took him away for inspection. There are also infected people in S City. Will it be safe? The two did not stop the car, for fear of causing unnecessary suspicion. The car passed by the infected person. Jiang Yu glanced at the man, who had been handcuffed and taken away because he refused to cooperate. She found that this man was actually one of the 3 people who robbed their car at that time. Jiang Yu turned her head, and didn't look again. It seems that S City is not completely safe. As long as zombies exist, the transmission chain will not be broken, and the danger will not disappear. But then again, she glanced at the man in the black short-sleeved shirt beside her. Was she distracted just now? The car was driving on the road. When passing by a supermarket, Jiang Yu asked Cheng Zheng to stop the car. It was necessary to eat and buy some things. The two parked the car and walked into the department store. They found a new restaurant to quickly solve lunch. Then they walked into the purchasing area to buy some compressed biscuits and canned food. This bag was not big enough. Jiang Yu wanted to change it and buy another one for her sister. She bought 2 waterproof backpacks, 5 boxes of biscuits, 2 boxes of instant noodles, 2 boxes of canned food, 5 bags of sausages, 2 boxes of milk, 4 boxes of sanitary napkins, 2 boxes of dry batteries, a box of lighters, and a box of candles. She stuffed the trunk full with all the supplies, and some that couldn't fit were placed on the seat and covered with black cloth. The zombie survival manual was still in front of her. She remembered the requirements in it and replenished her own supplies and bought climbing ropes, gloves, flashlights. When Jiang Yu had bought almost everything, she went back to find Cheng Zheng and saw that he also had a lot of things. The two put the supplies in the car and bought 3 barrels of water and a box of crushed biscuits. In the trunk were 2 barrels of oil that they had just refilled at the gas station. After packing up, they continued to set off for S University. Jiang Yu applied for a mobile phone card while eating at the mall. After installing it, he immediately called his sister, but unfortunately no one answered. Sitting in the car now, Jiang Yu called again. After a few beeps, a clear female voice came from the other side. Who is this? It's me. My old card is no longer usable. I applied for a new one. I have. Sister. Woo. Jiang Qi rolled up from the bed and burst into tears instantly. Jiang Yu panicked and anxiously grabbed the phone and asked, What's wrong? Chi-Chi? Did something happen at school? Jiang Qi kept crying. Seeing her sister anxiously asking again, she said aggrievedly, You still say? I heard that City C was blocked. I couldn't contact you. Do you know how scared I was? Do you know how anxious I was? I couldn't even eat. After hearing that C City was blocked and that she couldn't contact Jiang Yu, Jiang Qi was in a state of anxiety. However, her sister told her that she would come to S University to find her, so she didn't dare to go out rashly, fearing that they would miss each other. This is how movies are played, and she is not stupid. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly explained to her sister what had happened in the past few days, patiently coaxing her, and telling Jiang Qi that she was on the way. Cheng Zheng watched from the side. Jiang Yu had a gentle smile on her face. Her short hair was pushed behind her ears with her fingers. Her fair face had a slightly upturned mouth corner, and her shallow dimples appeared and disappeared in the golden sunlight. She was not much different from the girl in his memory. Jiang Yu coaxed her sister, hung up the phone, and saw Cheng Zheng staring at her. She looked at him with a puzzled look. What's wrong? Thinking that he was startled by her sister's crying, she blushed slightly and explained, My sister was raised by me, so her reaction was a little exaggerated. Cheng Zheng nodded. I know. Know what? How do you know everything? Jiang Yu pouted secretly. Her sister just called her and told her that the university has been closed for the holiday. Because of the special situation, students from this city must leave, and students from other places are not required. Those who are willing to stay in school can stay in school after reporting, and are not allowed to leave the school at will. The school is now in a state of blockade. Luckily, my sister came. Jiang Qi asked her sister to wait for her at the school gate. After packing up, she went to the counselor to report and then went to find them. The car drove for a while and arrived at the university town. The snack street that was once bustling is now empty, but the shops on the roadside are still open, doing takeaway business. There are only guys in yellow and blue takeaway clothes in front of the shops. It seems that the 4 universities here have blocked their campuses. The car drove to the west gate of S University's South Campus, which was close to Jiang Qi's dormitory. The electric retractable door at the school gate had been closed. Jiang Yu got out of the car and walked to the security room. The door of the security room was closed, and only the air conditioner was buzzing. Jiang Yu leaned on the window and looked inside. He saw a man in security uniform lying on a chair in the room, his feet on the table, a flyer covering his face, and he was sleeping soundly. Knock knock. Jiang Yu knocked on the glass window, but did not wake up the sleeping person. She began to worry about the security work of this school. How could he still sleep at this time? Before she could knock again, Cheng Feng, who was waiting behind her, tried to open the door of the security room. The door was not locked. Hey! 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 Who are you? Who asked you to come out? Don't you know that you are not allowed to go out at school now? The security uncle was awakened, looking at the man and woman in front of him. He wiped his saliva in panic and scolded them first. Jiang Yu looked around the security room. The 2 computers in the security room had black screens, and the surveillance cameras were not turned on. It seems that the school has been busy recently, resulting in lax management and the security guards neglecting their duties. Hello. I am Jiang Qi's sister from the freshman sports department. I am here to pick her up. Is it convenient for us to go in now? Jiang Yu smiled politely at the other party and said, My sister has a lot of luggage. We will drive in to pick her up. The security guard waved his hand and said arrogantly, No. The school has regulations. No one can enter the school at will. You just wait outside. Cheng Zheng glared at the security guard after hearing this, and looked at Jiang Yu with a questioning look. Jiang Yu sighed, turned around and left the security room. Forget it. Let's wait outside for a while. My sister's dormitory is close to here, and it will take about 10 minutes. Okay. Cheng Zheng opened the passenger door and motioned the other party to go in and wait. Although it was only June, the temperature outside was more than 30 degrees. Jiang Yu stared at the other party's hand that opened the car door for a while, and still got in. The other party also got in after a while. Is your sister a student of the Department of Physical Education? Cheng Zheng asked. Yes. She has been a fast runner and strong since she was young. She is a student of the Department of Physical Education. Jiang Yu looked proud. Her sister was pretty, could fight and run, and the key was that she was good at studying. She had worried her since she was young. What about you? Me. I majored in accounting. Jiang Yu answered in silence for 2 seconds. She had worked so hard for so many years and majored in accounting. Before the end of the world, she had worked overtime for several days in the company. She couldn't stand their accounting supervisor, so she hid in the toilet. If I had known that the end of the world would come, why would I study accounting? I thought of what was said on the internet before. What can your major do for you after the end of the world? Jiang Yu thought. I can help count the number of zombies. Jiang Yu almost laughed out loud, and his eyes drifted to the man next to him. The other party changed into a short-sleeved black shirt in the mall. His strong muscles were beautifully shaped by the shirt, because his arm was on the steering wheel. Veins protruded on the back of his bony hand. His eyes climbed to the bony hand, and then slowly climbed up, looking at the man's lips. His mouth was slightly thick, and the dark eyes on his high nose bridge were looking at him. Jiang Yu's eyes dodged, and he quickly retracted his gaze, accidentally retracting to his lower body. He was wearing military green pants, and his long legs were curled up underneath, and the whole person looked. Jiang Yu coughed to cover up his guilt, and thought of the dirty jokes he saw on the internet. Well, hormones were overflowing. What's wrong? Cheng Zheng felt a little unconfident when he was looked at, and lowered his head to check his clothes. Nothing. Nothing. Why hasn't Jiang Qi come yet? Jiang Yu turned his head away at first to wait and see, and then pretended to be serious and opened his phone to check the time. The phone is out of battery. It's so embarrassing. She reluctantly asked Cheng Zheng what time it was. As if he had been prepared, he took out a lady's watch from his pocket and placed it in front of Jiang Yu. Watches are more durable than phones. I just saw it and bought it at the mall. Oh thank you. Jiang Yu took the watch a little late. She didn't dare to look up at him. She looked down at her watch. 10 minutes had passed. Why hasn't he come yet? The phone was charged in the car. Jiang Yu called Jiang Qi again, who knew that no one answered the phone after 3 calls. What's going on? No one answered the phone. Jiang Yu panicked instantly. He got his phone and got out of the car and walked towards the school. Unfortunately, the west gate was close to the dormitory area. There was a row of lush trees outside the dormitory, so he couldn't see anything from the door. Chang Zheng also got out of the car and gestured to Jiang Yu towards the school. Let's go in and look for it. The security door was pushed open again. What's wrong? You too? Didn't I tell you to wait outside? The security guard was a little impatient. My sister hasn't come out yet, Jiang Yu continued, looking at the black screen of the computer in the other party's office. You have surveillance here, right? Since you won't let us in, turn on the surveillance so that I can see it. You didn't even check the surveillance during your working hours. And you're still sleeping there. We've taken photos. The security guard sat up immediately after hearing this. Oh no! He forgot to turn on the surveillance. Just now the computer crashed. I turn it on now. You can watch it if you want. But you must not go in. If someone finds out, I be finished. The other party turned on the computer. Generally, the security room only has surveillance cameras near the entrance and the school gate. The surveillance cameras of the entire school are in the surveillance room. No one usually checks them all the time. However, because things have been unsettled recently, the surveillance room has opened the right to view the surveillance cameras of the entire school. Jiang Yu asked the security guard to switch the surveillance cameras to the downstairs of his sister's dormitory. He called his sister at 12:30 and switched the surveillance cameras to that time period. Sure enough, he saw his sister running out of the dormitory building in a hurry. It seemed that everything was normal. After waiting for a while, Jiang Qi still did not return in the surveillance cameras. Jiang Yu and Cheng Zheng looked at each other. Both of them had the same words in their eyes. Something happened in the school. Chapter 11. Trapped in the teaching building. Most of the students in the school have left now, and the remaining students have also suspended their classes. They are all very happy in their dormitories. There are not many people on the road to the school district. 1434 Jiang Qi left the dormitory and went to the teaching building to find the counselor. Her dormitory building is on the west side, and the teaching building number 3 is on the north side, just across the playground, so it is not very far away. Jiang Yu signaled the security guard to turn the surveillance to the bottom of the number 3 teaching building. Sure enough, a few minutes later, his sister rode the battery car downstairs, parked the car and hurriedly climbed the stairs, and disappeared in the gate of the teaching building. Jiang Yu kept waiting. She didn't know which floor the counselor's office was on, but this teaching building had an elevator, so it was impossible for the other party to delay for so long. But as the time on the surveillance kept increasing, she still didn't see her sister coming out. A few minutes later, several students and teachers suddenly rushed out of the teaching building. They ran out in panic, as if there was a ferocious tiger chasing them. Aren't classes suspended? Why are there still so many people in the teaching building? Jiang Yu was still watching the surveillance. Something might have happened in this teaching building. I wonder how Jiang Qi is doing. From the surveillance? She hasn't come out. Oh, although classes are suspended, some junior students are preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination. The school library is closed, so they can only study in the classroom. The security guard was also watching the surveillance, somewhat confused. What happened? Why did they all run out? No one was in the mood to answer his question. The surveillance was on all the time. Time was gradually approaching reality. My sister didn't show up. Jiang Yu couldn't wait any longer. She wanted to go in now. Let us in. Something may have happened in the school, please. Jiang Yu looked at the security guard anxiously. Cheng Zheng retracted his gaze, turned back to the car. That won't do, the school won't let you in. The security guard saw the man leave, and his tone became fierce. Jiang Yu laughed angrily, pulled a fruit knife from his pocket, and threatened, Now, immediately, open the door and let us in. Seeing the other party take out the knife, the security guard panicked, hesitating. What are you going to do? As soon as he finished speaking, a man appeared at the door. He was carrying a bag, holding Jiang Yu's bag in his left hand, and Jiang Yu's axe in his right hand. Staring at the security guard, the security guard looked at Jiang Yu and the axe, and then glanced at the figure at the door. He swiped the card helplessly, and opened the door. He watched the two people quickly enter the door and run inside. He shouted helplessly, Remember to come out quickly. You run so fast. In the classroom on the second floor of the number 3 teaching building, Jiang Qi was hiding inside with other students. There were 3 or 4 zombies wandering in the corridor outside, and Jiang Qi felt anxious and worried. after receiving a call from her sister at noon. She immediately sent a WeChat message to the counselor, telling him that her sister was coming and she was leaving. The counselor was on duty today, so she asked Jiangqi to come to Building 3 to find her. After Jiangqi received the message, she began to pack her luggage excitedly. There were 4 people in their dormitory, 2 of whom were locals and had gone home early, and 1 went to the city with her boyfriend, saying that she finally had a long vacation and it was time to go to the city to have fun. So I was the only one left in the dormitory. Jiangqi hummed a song while quickly packing up her things. Then she hurried downstairs to find the counselor to get her school certificate. The counselor's office was at the back of the entrance on the 1st floor. Jiangqi knocked on the door from the outside. After entering, she found that there was a teacher and 2 students in the office besides the counselor. The 2 students were sitting in front of their teacher, saying something anxiously, and one of them was supporting the other. Remember to ask your parents to send a message after you leave. Lock the dormitory door. Be careful. When the counselor saw Jiangqi coming in, he handed Jiangqi the form that had been opened long ago. Jiangqi came to his senses, thanked him quickly, put away the form, and signed in the notebook. Ah! Zhao Qin, what are you doing? Let go! The scream scared Jiangqi so much that he stopped writing and looked up. He saw the girl with long hair lying on the counselor, with an ambiguous posture, and the other girl was at a loss and stood there. Is this something she can see? Jiangqi looked at the 3 people quietly, and the counselor next to him stood up and walked over, asking, teacherly, what's going on? It hurts. Help. Pull her away. Teacherly frowned in pain. The student had a fever in the dormitory and came to ask for leave, without a text message from her parents. Students were not allowed to go out in theory, so he advised her to go to the school clinic first. The student didn't say anything and leaned on her roommate in pain. The roommate was explaining to the teacher that she had been having a fever for several days, and it was better to go to the hospital. It was a school rule not to allow students to leave the school, so teacherly refused directly. Who knew that the girl who had been closing her eyes suddenly raised her head, staring at her with a pair of bloodshot eyes, and suddenly pounced on her and bit her face. The roommate next to her was so frightened by the scene that she stood there. She only reacted when she heard Teacher Lee's cry for help. But at this moment, her roommate was like a starving wolf, opening her white eyes and biting the teacher's face. How could she dare to go forward to pull her? She backed away again and bumped into the counselor behind her. The counselor stepped over her and grabbed the long-haired girl and was about to scold her. Who knew that when she turned around, she saw a pale face with bright red liquid on it, with an open mouth and human tissue still hanging on the teeth. Teacher Lee also stopped shouting at this moment and lay on the chair with her eyes closed. The counselor was so frightened that he let go of his hand. The scene he had never seen before made him lose his mind instantly, and he began to retreat. Unfortunately, the girl had already changed her target and rushed towards the counselor. When the counselor pulled the girl away, Jiangqi also saw the bloody scene in front of her. What her sister said instantly came to her mind. It was a zombie. But it was the first time she saw such a scene with her own eyes, and her feet were stuck to the ground uncontrollably. Run! The counselor looked back at the 2 students behind him. Hurry! The counselor stopped the long-haired girl, who opened her mouth and bit her arm. She hugged the girl tightly, enduring the severe pain, but a devilish creaking sound came from the front. Teacher Lee stood up with blood on his face and walked towards Jiangqi. Hurry up! Jiangqi pulled the stupidly standing girl over, wanted to run to the door, but the girl was closer to the door, and the counselor had been thrown to the ground by Zhao Qin, muttering, Hurry up! Although Jiangqi didn't have much contact with the counselor, she felt very sad when she saw him fall in front of her. His eyes gradually became empty, and his hands drooped weakly. Jiangqi looked at Teacher Lee, who was coming over, and picked up the chair next to him and threw it at him. He was knocked to the ground in an instant. She turned around and wanted to call the girl just now, but she ran out faster. Damn! Jiangqi looked at Teacher Lee, who was about to get up, and the long-haired girl Zhao Qin also slowly got up from the ground. Jiangqi hurried out the door, and Teacher Lee behind her had already run out. Jiangqi didn't dare to look back. Looking at the girl running in front of her, she followed her and ran to the door. A zombie suddenly appeared next to her and threw the girl to the ground. Damn! Jiangqi cursed again, looked back, this is good, attacked from both sides, turned around and ran up the stairs, and quickly went to the second floor. The second floor was full of classrooms, because it was a special period and only some students were reviewing in the classroom. Jiangqi ran into the classroom and closed the door. The students in the classroom turned around and looked at her. Jiangqi shouted to the boy in front of her, "Close the front door quickly." "Ah?" The boy looked at the curly-haired girl in front of him in confusion. "Wow! What a cute girl. She's a loli. Damn it, close the door. There are zombies." Loli Jiangqi almost rolled her eyes. Ignoring her, she ran forward. If she didn't close the door, it would be too late. Fortunately, the boy reacted. Although he didn't know what the other party meant, he still closed the door obediently. So fierce. There were 7 or 8 students in the classroom. At this time, they looked at each other in surprise. The girl standing in the front looked at Jiangqi, rolling her eyes. "What are you doing? Can't you see we are studying? If you want to play, go somewhere else." "That's right. What are you doing?" "Classmate. A freshman. Right? Shut up." Jiangqi was lying on the door. It seemed that he heard the sound of zombies going upstairs. Looking at the students standing in front of him, he hurriedly said, "Hurry up and squat." Seeing that the other party did not answer him, but ordered them instead, the students just now were a little angry. Just as they were about to speak, the boy who had closed the door and stood at the front door shouted, "Fuck! What the hell is that?" The rest of the people were attracted by the boy's voice and looked outside through the glass window. They saw several zombies walking in the corridor. Their faces were covered with blood, and their postures were strange. They turned their heads and looked over here because of the boy's roar. "Close the window." Jiangqi walked to the window and closed the nearby window. Some people had already realized that something was wrong and jumped over the table to close the window. The zombies were blocked outside the window and could not enter. Everyone was hiding under the desks at this time, quietly looking up at the window. "What is this? Isn't that Teacher Lee? Damn it! What are you doing? Are you filming a movie? Oh my god! This is so exciting!" The chirping sound came. Jiangqi also hid at the door. The zombies had already walked to the classroom in front. "I hope there is no one in other classrooms," Jiangqi thought. Unfortunately, the idea failed. Screams came from the next classroom. Students escaped from the corridor. Such painful screams scared everyone in the classroom. Everyone curled up and dared not get up. Someone knocked on the door for help. Everyone looked up. There was only the boy squatting behind the front door. He was a little panicked when he heard the knocking and asking for help. He didn't know what to do. "Don't open the door. Don't open the door." The two voices overlapped. It was Jiangqi and the girl who spoke at the beginning. The two looked at each other. The boy nodded slowly, lowered his head, and didn't dare to look up at the window. The knocking sound was replaced by a roar. Everyone was frightened by the sound and didn't even have the courage to open their eyes. Someone in the classroom was quietly calling for help. Jiangqi took out his mobile phone anxiously. Oh no! The mobile phone just fell in the office. No. Jiangqi thought of the agreement with her sister. If her sister couldn't wait for her, she would definitely come to find her. It was so dangerous here. She had to go out. Chapter 12 Rescue Team. Everyone was still hiding in the classroom. Most of the zombies outside had already chased the fleeing people away. Only a few who were a little slow were still outside the door. These students slumped on the floor, buried their heads in their knees, and planned to stay in the classroom and wait for rescue. Jiangqi was a little anxious and didn't want to wait any longer. Her sister told her that if she was bitten by a zombie, the infection rate would be extremely fast, and the number of zombies would increase. Because the school was closed, there were not many security guards, and waiting would only be more dangerous. What's more, the zombies were outside, and she was inside. Her sister would definitely run into zombies when she came to find her. Jiangqi became more anxious when she thought of this. Jiangqi decided to leave. She glanced at the classroom. There were not many tools in the university classroom. There was only a simple broom at the door. She picked up the broom and looked at the round clock hanging above the classroom. It had been more than an hour since she made the call. Her sister must have come in. Jiangqi looked out the window. There were only 3 or 4 zombies left. Most of them followed the fleeing students to other places. But she didn't know what was going on downstairs. What are you going to do? The boy who had been staring at Jiangqi asked. Go out. Jiangqi lowered his head to tie his shoelaces and muted his phone. What? Other people in the classroom were squatting on the ground, but they were shocked to sit up when they heard the other person's words and they couldn't believe their ears. There are zombies outside. Why go out? Do you think you are filming a movie? You can't go out. What if you open the door and attract zombies? The boy in the corner stood up and walked towards Jiangqi. That's right. You can't open the door. The rescuers will be here soon. Everyone whispered. Jiangqi looked at them with a headache and said helplessly, It's my business if I want to go out. Looking at the boys coming over here, Jiangqi picked up the broomstick and held it in front of him. What are you doing? Want to fight? Stop arguing. Don't attract zombies. A student stood up to remind them. Anyway, you can't go out. The two boys didn't want to do anything, but just stood by the door to prevent Jiangqi from opening the door. Jiangqi was anxious, but she couldn't beat two boys alone, and making noise would attract zombies. Just as she was considering whether to jump out of the window, she heard a familiar voice. Jiangyu and Chengzheng ran straight to the number 3 teaching building. When they approached the teaching building, they met students and teachers running out of the teaching building on the road. People on the road were stunned when they saw the two of them. They were obviously not students of the school, but they didn't look like the rescue team. Seeing that they seemed to want to go to building number 3, several enthusiastic students ran to Jiangyu and quickly advised, There is an accident in the teaching building in front. You'd better not go there. Jiangyu stopped and asked, Can you ask what happened? There are zombies. We escaped? Yes. Yes. It's very dangerous. Don't disbelieve it. I saw them with my own eyes. Just like on TV. Excuse me. Is there anyone else in there? Do you know Jiangqi? Did you see her? Jiangyu was a little anxious. It was almost as she guessed. Zombies really appeared. Jiangqi? We don't know him. We didn't see anyone else. He ran out from the back door. Jiangyu thanked them, asked them to leave quickly, and call the police as soon as possible. Then he followed Chengzheng to the teaching building. Wow! That sister is so beautiful. Is she a star? She looks like the heroine in an anime. That boy is so handsome too. He looks like a big boss. The students ran and gossiped. Approaching the teaching building, you can see people running and asking for help upstairs. Only a few figures can be seen in the corridors of the first and second floors, or perhaps they are not people. The two moved toward the door from the side path. Chengzheng quickly walked in front of Jiangyu, stopped him, and leaned over to look inside. On the corridor of the first floor, there were 3 zombies squeezing the door of an office. No zombies were seen anywhere else. Chengzheng turned around and told Jiangyu the specific situation inside. Is there someone in that office? Then I have to go over there. Maybe Chi-Chi is waiting for me inside. Jiangyu clenched the stick tightly and looked at Chengzheng. The other party nodded, without saying anything, and rushed into the teaching building first. Jiangyu followed closely behind. She was a little nervous. She thought she would not come into contact with zombies again. She was afraid that she would be scared when facing zombies. But she also knew that she had to rush out. She had to save her sister herself. The 3 zombies had their backs to the 2 of them. Chengzheng walked over quickly. The zombies had sharp hearing and found each other in an instant. But their speed was not as fast as that of humans. As soon as they turned around, they were hit in the head. Chengzheng retracted the stick. The other 2 also rushed over. Behind her, Jiangyu stabbed the axe into the eye of the zombie on the right. Holding the handle tightly with both hands, she stabbed the zombie hard against the door. She was shaking and gritting her teeth. Chengzheng next to her killed another zombie, and came over to stab her again. She pulled out the axe, and an unknown liquid splashed out. Jiangyu kicked the zombie away and opened the office door. There were several teachers hiding behind the desk. There was no sign of Jiangqi. Jiangyu rushed over and stared into their eyes and asked, Excuse me, have you seen this student? Jiangyu took out the photo of his sister that he had prepared in advance. Several people shook their heads and asked, Are you from the rescue team? His sister was not here. Jiangyu left without staying. Chengzheng was guarding the door. When he reached the door, Jiangyu paused for a while, turned around and said, There are no zombies outside. If you want to leave, leave quickly. After that, he hurried to other offices. There were 4 offices on each side of the first floor, and only a few offices were open for special reasons. The 2 checked and found that there was no one on the first floor. So they went up the stairs to the second floor. Chengzheng looked down at Jiangyu downstairs, who didn't know what was going on upstairs, and said, Be careful. Jiangyu nodded, holding the axe tightly, and his expression became nervous. The entire teaching building is L-shaped, rotated 90 degrees clockwise. There are 2 staircases and 1 elevator in the teaching building. The stairs are on the left and right sides of the entrance of the teaching building, and the elevator is at the vertical connection point next to it. There are about 6 classrooms on each floor. At this moment, the 2 were going up the stairs on the left. After going upstairs, there were 4 classrooms on the left. There were 6 zombies on the second floor, most of them gathered on the right side. Chung Jung suggested to go to the left first. Jiang Yu shook her head and whispered, "Let's split up. You go to the right, I go to the left, there's no time." The whole teaching building has 5 floors, if her sister is waiting on the 5th floor. Chung Jung frowned, for the first time disagreed. "I don't know what's going on over there on the left turn, I have to go with you." "Okay," Jiang Yu nodded, gesturing to go to the right first. "There are fewer classrooms here." The 2 of them walked quietly along the wall, and walked to the back door of the first classroom on the right. Chung Jung was staring at the 2 zombies in the distance. Jiang Yu quickly pushed the door hard. No response, took a few quick steps to the window, looked inside. There was no one inside. It seemed that no one was in this classroom. The door was always locked. There were 2 more classrooms on the right. Jiang Yu shook his head at Chung Jung in front of him, and the 2 walked to the middle classroom again. Approaching this side has attracted the attention of 2 zombies in the corner. Like hungry beasts, they rushed over with greedy desires. They ran and walked. They felt excited in their eyes. Chung Jung stood in front of Jiang Yu and went to meet the 2 zombies. He kicked down a short zombie, and then raised his stick to hit the other one on the head. Jiang Yu was stunned and admired him. Then he turned around and looked inside through the window. After seeing several students hiding behind the desks, Jiang Yu wanted to push open the window in surprise. But unfortunately the window was locked. The students stood up excitedly when they saw Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu couldn't wait any longer. Her sister might be inside. She called her sister's name softly, "Chi Chi. Are you in there?" Jiang Chi sat behind the door and saw several people suddenly stand up. Then she heard a familiar voice. She jumped up and ran to the window. Her eyes met with the anxious Jiang Yu outside the window. "Sister." Jiang Chi didn't care too much. She went back to open the back door. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly held her sister's arm and walked out. Chung Jung killed 2 zombies and retreated to the stairs. "Go first. There are zombies nearby." Jiang Yu pushed Jiang Chi forward and walked behind. The students in the classroom were shocked by the 2 of them. But someone had solved the zombies and eliminated the danger. So they had to escape together. They swarmed to the door. The 3 of them walked downstairs quickly. The people behind them pushed and shouted in the stairwell. There were about a dozen people in the group. The loud noise attracted the attention of the remaining zombies on the second floor. The student walking at the back saw a zombie running towards this side from the corner of his eye, and he squeezed forward desperately. "Hurry up! Zombies are coming! Don't push! Help, wait for me!" Jiang Yu led her sister in front, never looking back, but suddenly someone pushed Jiang Yu away. Chung Jung quickly stretched out his arm, but he didn't expect that person to grab him. This sudden situation made Chung Jung look at the other person. Jiang Yu and her sister also turned their heads to look at the woman next to them. "A beautiful, poor girl, senior. Can you wait for me? Let's leave the school together?" As soon as she finished speaking, she saw that the 3 of them were looking at her. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. She didn't look at Jiang Yu and the others, but only at Chung Jung. Jiang Yu didn't react much. She pulled her sister sideways and hurried forward. Wait for her. Wait for her to die together. Jiang Yu couldn't understand the other person's train of thought. Chung Jung ignored him. Seeing that the 2 of them were moving forward, he hurriedly followed them. The girl behind him saw that no one was paying attention to her, so she walked past Chung Jung, squeezed Jiang Yu and the others away, and ran downstairs. "Damn! Are you sick?" Jiang Chi shouted angrily. The zombies behind them seemed to have followed them. Jiang Yu and her sister ran out desperately. Chung Jung was always one step behind them. Everyone ran out of the teaching building, bringing a few zombies with them. The zombies on the teaching building saw the movement from the upper floors, and actually jumped down directly from the upper floors. Bang! There was a sound, followed by the painful sound of students being hit, and then the sound of jumping off the building one after another. All the students ran forward desperately, and there were cries for help behind them. Jiang Yu did not look back. She was not a savior. She came here just to save her sister. Originally, they could have closed the door and hidden. She just wanted to protect her sister. But the cries for help and crying continued behind her. Jiang Yu slowed down. Jiang Chi looked at her in confusion. "Sister?" Jiangyu came back to her senses, gritted her teeth, pulled her sister's hand closer, and quickened her pace. According to the plan, after finding her sister, she would go to the west gate and get in the car and leave. Who knew that a group of people in uniforms suddenly rushed over at the intersection ahead? This group of people wore black uniforms, held weapons, and wore masks. They were the rescue team. Rescue team. It's the rescue team. It's safe. Great. The students behind him slowed down. It's safe. Jiangyu pulled his sister behind him and stepped aside. One of the rescue team members ran into the teaching building, and the rest waved to everyone. Everyone get in the car and go to the quarantine area. There were several vans parked on the left side of the road, and there were already students in the vans, and they looked at everyone excitedly and nervously. When everyone saw their companions in the car, they all got on the car excitedly to grab a good seat. Jiangyu and the other two stood on the ground without moving. The rescue team beside them urged, "What are you looking at? Get in the car quickly." Cheng Zheng held Jiangyu's arm and said in a deep voice, "Get in first." Jiangyu nodded, turned around and pulled his sister into the last empty car. Chapter 13's University Isolation Area. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the car drove through the empty campus. In addition to Jiangyu and the other two, several students and teachers got on the car. "Sister." Now that they were safe, Jiangqi hugged her sister tightly, wrapped her arms around her waist, buried her face in her sister's shoulder, and said coquettishly, "I miss you so much. I thought I was scared to death." Jiangqi originally just wanted to act coquettishly and let her sister coax her. Her eyes moistened as she spoke, and she became sad. She has been holding on these days. The disconnection of her sister, the departure of her roommate, and the blockade of the school have all made her panic. Her sister said she would come to see her, but she has been holding on. When she was 8 years old, her parents died in a car accident. The relatives were not indifferent, but they were under great financial pressure, so they had no choice but to send the two to an orphanage. From that day on, Jiangqi's sister was the only one left in his world. The two had never been separated before going to college. So she ignored her anxiety, waited in the dormitory, and finally waited for her sister's call, and witnessed zombies biting people with her own eyes. Those scenes that should have only appeared in movies were magnified in front of her eyes, allowing her to instantly see the horror of the end of the world. Zombies really exist. People will be bitten in an instant and turn into terrible monsters. These are not movies. She was too scared, but she held on. She had to protect herself so that she could see her sister. Fortunately, Jiangqi's heart was at peace. "Don't cry. Sister said she would come to see you, and she will definitely come." Jiangyu wiped away her sister's tears and hugged her sister with her other arm. She smelled the shampoo on her sister's head, which made her feel at ease. Jiangqi sniffed and raised his head. Suddenly he thought of something. He got up and looked at Cheng Zheng next door. He asked curiously, "By the way, I haven't asked you yet. Who are you? Handsome guy?" "I'm Cheng Zheng. I used to work as a security guard in the community where your sister lives. I met her in City C and came here together." Cheng Zheng turned sideways, nodded slightly to Jiangqi, and introduced himself. Jiangqi retracted his gaze, rolling his eyes around, but didn't say much. Cheng Zheng turned his gaze to Jiangyu and asked softly, "What are your plans?" He paused and said, "With so many people guarding us, we can't escape. We can only go to the quarantine area first. But I don't know if it's safe." Jiangyu hadn't made up her mind. From leaving home a few days ago to now, she had never relaxed for a moment. She was not a Superman, nor a female knight. She had already used up all her strength today when she rushed into the teaching building to rescue her sister. She had never experienced this before when she went to school or work. The 800-meter long-distance run was the most tiring time for her in recent years. Now that she was in the car, she felt much more relaxed. This feeling of relying on the protection of the country and the organization was really reassuring. Although she also knew that the quarantine would be more dangerous if it was not well controlled, but now there was no other choice. Jiangyu sighed, "Let's wait and see, and then see the situation when we get to the quarantine." Jiangyu lowered her head and asked her sister, "Have you heard of this quarantine in your school?" "No." Jiangqi shook her head. She looked at the scenery on the roadside outside the window. She had never even been to this road, although Jiangqi was already in the second semester of her sophomore year this year, but she was usually lazy and stayed at home, rushed to class when she had classes, and lay in the dormitory when she didn't have classes. She hadn't even visited the whole school. The car suddenly stopped, and Jiang Yu leaned forward to look. Several students followed one of the rescue team members into their car. It was unknown what these people had experienced. They were covered in dirt and blood. Their clothes were messy, and they were in a trance. The car started again, and Jiang Yu looked at the students in the front seat. There were 5 people in total. Their clothes and trouser legs were soaked with blood, and their arms were also covered with black and red unknown objects. They were rubbing the blood on their arms and clothes desperately. Their faces were pale. Their expressions were nervous, and their emotions were close to collapse. Jiang Yu looked at it for a while, feeling a little uneasy, but unfortunately, she had no thoughts for a long time. She turned her head to look at the scenery flashing outside the window, feeling a little uncertain. She didn't know where they would be taken to for quarantine, whether they could get out after they got there, and she didn't know what was going on outside. The school was blocked, so the zombies shouldn't be able to get out. So how did the zombies get in? Yuan was still outside. She didn't know if anything happened, and she hadn't called her since she got out. Jiang Yu's mind was in a mess. A head fell on her shoulder. She looked down at her sister, who had already fallen asleep. She curled her lips and chuckled. No matter where she went, as long as she was with her sister, it would be fine. Cheng Zheng beside her also kept looking out the window, but he was looking out the window on Jiang Yu's side. He looked for a while, and then turned back. He didn't notice that Jiang Yu glanced at him when he turned back. The car stopped, and everyone got out of the car and lined up. Jiang Yu and the others also got out of the car. Looking around, it seemed that they were still in the school. In addition to the car they drove over, there were other cars parked around, all of which were students and teachers who came to pick them up. A rescue team stood outside the crowd. Everyone was surrounded inside. Then, they started to line up inexplicably. Because the 3 of them came out of the last car, they were at the back of the line, and they couldn't see what was going on in front of them. A police officer suddenly ran over, and stood in front of Jiang Yu's car, looking at the group of people, asked, "Which one is Jiang Yu and Jiang Qi?" Jiang Yu raised his head when he heard this, looked at the other party warily, and stood in front of his sister. "I am Jiang Yu. What can I do for you?" The other party looked at the 3 people, looking at the backpack and weapons behind him, said, "You follow me." Jiang Yu was a little confused, and looked at Cheng Zheng, followed the police officer, who led them away from the crowd, and walked to the other side. Jiang Qi stepped forward and asked, "Brother, where are you taking us?" The person in front did not look back, but only replied, "Don't ask so many questions, you will know when you get there." After a while, he softened his tone. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." How can one sentence make people feel at ease? Jiang Yu held his sister back and stopped her from talking. He followed the person to an office in front. The person stopped and knocked on the door, motioning the 3 to come in. The person who opened the door was dressed the same as outside, except that he was taller, with a darker complexion, and at first glance, he looked a bit like Cheng Zheng. The person's eyes were sharp and fierce. When he saw the 3 people coming in, he asked them to sit down. "I am Li Zheng, the person in charge of the rescue team this time. You can just call me Lao Li." Jiang Yu pursed his lips and said nothing, staring at the other party. Seeing that the 3 of them were silent and looking at him, Li Zheng added, "You came from C City, right?" This was an affirmative sentence. Jiang Yu was startled and sweating. He did not dare to look Cheng Zheng in the eye. He looked up and asked, "What do you want to say?" "S City is out of control." "What? How could it be so fast?" They were obviously normal when they walked during the day. How could it happen in such a short time? As if guessing the doubts of the 3 people, Li Zheng sighed. "You may not know that before the news broke in C City, zombies had already appeared in S City. It's just that S City controlled it in time, and was not discovered. Now it's out of control anyway. There's nothing to hide." Jiang Yu and Cheng Zheng looked at each other, their uneasiness growing. They didn't quite understand what the other person meant, and asked hesitantly, "What do you mean zombies have appeared?" When the news came out in C City, S City had already found several people with the same symptoms. The number was small, and the government controlled them in advance. Li Zheng took a sip of water, and seeing the 3 people staring at him, he said, "Not only C City and S City, but probably other cities as well. So? Do you have an antidote? Or do you know the reason? Why tell them this?" Jiang Yu was a little confused. "There is no antidote yet, and the reason is still unknown. I asked you to come here because you escaped from City C. I want to know everything that happened to you in City C. No one else escaped from City C." Jiang Yu was a little unconvinced. She had clearly met several groups of people on the road. How could she only find them? Yes, but the outside world is in complete chaos. Most people have turned into zombies, and some people have lost their traces. It was these students who said that they would meet you in school today. They know your sister, and they also told you about your rescue. So that's how it is. But why does the other party want to know what happened in C-City? Jiangyu told him everything that happened in C-City. After listening, the other party nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He said to the three people, "Thank you. It's chaotic outside now. You are safer in the isolation area. Someone will come to pick you up later. To express my gratitude, I will arrange a separate room for you three." The three people were brought back to the team. The police officer stood aside. Jiangyu couldn't help asking, "Are these people the survivors of the entire S University?" The other party nodded and said nothing else. There are about 50 or 60 people, mostly men. Chung Jung was tall, and he glanced around a few times, looking at the orderly queue in front. And the men and women were standing in two separate teams for inspection. Chung Jung frowned and looked at Jiangyu beside him. Men and women are isolated separately, and you will be in a separate room after you go in, which will easily attract attention. So be careful. Okay. You too. Jiangyu looked at the man in front of him and asked again, "Can we bring our backpacks in?" The police officer next to her seemed to have heard what she said, and politely turned around and said, "Yes. No weapons are allowed. But food can be brought in. We will distribute food and water regularly every day after entering." Jiangyu nodded, looked at the rescue team around him, and asked, "Can you tell me how many people are there outside the quarantine area?" The other party was a little embarrassed when he heard this question, scratched his head, and observed that no one noticed it. He replied, "In theory, I can't tell you about this." After a pause, he lowered his voice and said, "All universities nearby have arranged quarantine areas. There are 20 of us here in total. 20 people." Jiangyu didn't know if this number could guarantee their safety. After all, they were ordinary people before the end of the world and had never considered these issues. However, Jiangyu looked at the so-called quarantine area in front of him and could only hope that everything would be safe. Chapter 14: The night in the quarantine area. The sky gradually darkened. 6 cars were parked in the quarantine area at the southernmost end of the S University campus. People in black uniforms stood guard on both sides. The crowd was divided into 2 teams, male and female. Jiangyu and her sister lined up on the right. There were more than a dozen people here besides them. There were more students. 3 of them seemed to be teachers. There were more than 30 people on Chungjing's side. Half of them were students and half were teachers. After queuing for half a day, some people began to get impatient. They seemed to have temporarily forgotten the danger they had just faced. The murmurs became louder and louder, and they kept urging the people in front. When Jiangyu came back, he looked ahead and found that they checked very carefully. They checked people and bags separately. Everyone needed to strip and search, check wounds, and open bags. These rescue teams seemed to have come in a hurry. They didn't have enough manpower and professional equipment. They could only check and instruct each person one by one, and the speed was very slow. Jiangyu found that this so-called isolation area was actually an old dormitory building. The outer wall was yellow and peeling, and the creepers on the wall were growing wildly. The ground was covered with weeds. It looked abandoned for a long time. However, it was close to the south gate, so it seemed to be a temporary place. Jiangqi was standing in front of her sister, staring at the house not far away, wondering, "There is a dormitory building here. I have never seen it before." Because the main gate of S University is in the east. The teaching buildings are concentrated in the northeast area, and the dormitory buildings are concentrated in the west area. The entire center is biased to the north, and there are some old playgrounds and laboratory buildings in the south. As a sports major, Jiangqi has never been here. The girl with a ponytail in front looked back at the 2 of them and said, "Junior sister, you just came here last year, right?" This building was the former female dormitory. It has been abandoned for a long time. "I heard that." She suddenly lowered her voice and said something that made people shudder. This dormitory building was haunted before, and strange things often happened. Students didn't want to live there. The school considered that this building was indeed old, so it was abandoned and rebuilt. Ah! As soon as the voice fell, Jiangyu and her sister stared at the building in front of them with wide eyes. Suddenly, they felt that the building became gloomy. Jiangqi looked up at her sister. Her sister was most afraid of ghosts. She leaned on her sister and comforted her. Sister, it's okay. I will protect you. Jiangqi patted his chest confidently. Okay. Jiangyu smiled and asked the girl in front of him, have you lived here before? The girl shook her head and replied, no, I'm a junior. I saw it on the school forum before. Don't be afraid. What is scarier than zombies now? This is true. Jiangqi nodded in agreement and chatted with the girl in front of him. Senior, do you know the situation of this dormitory building? Just call me EZ. This building has 5 floors. I remember there were 12 dormitories on each floor. Look at the front. This building is in the shape of a door. There are 4 dormitories on each side. But because it is an old dormitory, there is an independent bathroom in the dormitory. But I don't know if it can be used now. And there are public toilets and water rooms on both sides of each floor. Yeezy was talking dryly, while rummaging in her bag. She continued, well, I remember there were 2 staircases in total. At the 2 connecting points, the dormitory was a 4-person room, with upper and lower bunks. RS University is basically like this. After searching for a long time, she finally found the 2 bottles of mineral water she had put there, and was about to take them out. Don't take out the water yet. Jiangyu lowered her voice. Yeezy was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously listened to her, looking at the beautiful sister in front of her. She asked in confusion, what's wrong? Jiangyu didn't know what to say. She always felt that there would be problems in this isolation area. In a doomsday situation, food and water are the most precious, and it is best to keep them first. Yeezy waited for a long time, but didn't see the sister speak, and turned her questioning eyes to Jiangqi again. Well, it's right to listen to my sister. Jiangqi laughed and said, Yeezy, you know so much. Hee hee hee, the school club played name tag tearing here once, and we came here to explore again. So when Yeezy came here, she found that it was the legendary female dormitory. When Jiangyu heard this, she looked at the other party. If there are 4 people in a dormitory, are you willing to live with us? Of course I would. Yeezy nodded quickly. When she came here, she heard from her classmates that this sister rushed into the teaching building to save her sister. It was amazing. The line was almost theirs. Jiangyu thought of someone and looked at the line next to her, because there were too many people next to her. Cheng Zheng was in the back, and his eyes were always looking at her. Jiangyu turned around and met Cheng Zheng's line of sight. The other person was carrying a backpack, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding a baseball bat. Because it was dark, he squinted slightly when he noticed Jiangyu looking at him. His eyes flashed, and he made a questioning expression, probably asking her what was wrong. Jiangyu shook her head. She saw everyone was heading to the teaching building. It seemed that both men and women were isolated in this building. This was fine. After checking the leaves in front of her, Jiangyu put her arm around her sister's shoulders and said to the rescue team distributing room keys, hello. Li Zheng has arranged a separate room for us. The 3 of us can just register in one room. She saw the other party nod, took the room key from the basket, and asked, how are the men and women in the dormitory arranged? The other party looked back and said, the first floor is for men, and the second floor is for women. Is there any vacant dormitory on the right side of the second floor? Let's stay there. Thank you. Jiangyu pointed to the stairs on the right side of the second floor. Sure. There are some. There are plenty of rooms. And he doesn't care how these people live. Jiangyu took the key and went indoors with her sister for a checkup. In fact, she didn't quite understand why she had to do the checkup. She had been waiting in line for so long. If someone was infected, shouldn't it have been discovered long ago? It's impossible that the other party didn't know about this. Why did she have to do the checkup? Did they find anything else? Jiangyu looked at the female police officer who was checking him, and asked tentatively, what are you checking? The other party stood up, and signaled Jiangyu that he could put on his clothes, and replied, why do you ask so many questions? Jiangyu walked out and saw his sister and Yeezy waiting at the door, and walked towards them, looking forward. Teachers and students on the first floor had already entered the room, and there were several rescue team members in uniform standing on each floor. Cheng Zheng was standing next to one of them, and talking about something. Jiangyu was a little curious, and walked over there with the 2 of them. Cheng Zheng stopped talking when he saw Jiangyu coming over. When Jiangyu approached, he stepped forward to help them carry their luggage. This was the simple toiletries distributed uniformly, as well as food and bottled water for tonight and tomorrow. As for her own bag, except for the food, everything was searched away. Which floor are you on? Jiangyu didn't give her own bag to the other person, and carried it alone in her hand. Sister and Yeezy walked ahead, and were a distance away from the two of them. The second floor is near the staircase. It's downstairs next to them. So it's quite close. After going up to the second floor, their dormitory is the first one on the right, after going up the stairs on the right. Changzheng put his things down, and seemed to have something to say. Jiangyu led him inside. Their dormitory is the first one on the right in the door shape. There is a staircase on the left. People are passing by outside. Jiangqi saw his sister leading Changzheng to the innermost part, and hurried to the door of the dormitory. He stood there pretending to pack up. Yeezy also ran over to join in the fun. Here. Changzheng stuffed something into Jiangyu's pocket, and then said, I just asked. It is said that all the schools in the university town have built quarantine areas. Each school has arranged more than 20 people. And I heard that S City has built a base a long time ago. Jiangyu reached into his pocket. It was a fruit knife and a chocolate? Changzheng stopped. Jiangyu shifted his gaze awkwardly, and asked, Then what? The other party said that we have to be quarantined here for a few days. Wait for the notification from S base. And then move there. Jiangyu said. So many supplies? Not sure. Changzheng saw the other party lowering his head and groping for something in his pocket, looking outside a little embarrassedly. I go down first, be careful. Okay, you too. After seeing him off, Jiangqi locked the door. It was late, there were people patrolling outside for protection, so they were very safe at the moment. Jiangyu hadn't had time to look around just now. This dormitory building was indeed very shabby. Fortunately, there was a small balcony inside. On the right side of the balcony was an open wash basin, and on the left was a squat toilet without a door. Because the dormitory building had been abandoned for too long, this pit had long been covered with soil and could not be used. Inside was a standard 4-person room with a bed above and a desk below. The bed was covered with a worn-out quilt that I didn't know where I got it from. Luckily, it was summer, so there was no need to worry about the temperature dropping at night. The desk below was covered with dust. The three of them felt a little depressed standing in the dormitory. They didn't want to climb onto the creaking bed and lie on it, but no matter how serious their mysophobia was, they had to adapt to the apocalypse. Jiangyu patted his sister's head and sighed. We can only rest here. This is only the first day, and I don't know how long we will stay here. Jiangqi sighed heavily, washed up and climbed onto the bed. The musty smell on the bed drifted into his nose. However, Jiangqi, who was tired all day, didn't care too much. He fell on the bed and stretched comfortably. Jiangyu finished the bread he brought with a few bites, rinsed his mouth, and climbed onto the bed opposite his sister. He saw Yeezy get on the bed and turn off the light. The darkness made the dormitory even quieter. The moonlight also came in from the window outside. The shadows on the branches followed the moonlight and climbed onto the balcony wall. There was a chattering sound from next door. After a day of panic and anxiety, everyone was now safely hiding in the 4-person dormitory, and they all chatted excitedly and nervously. They talked about the disgusting zombies, the handsome guy who appeared today, the rescue team that suddenly stationed there, and the unknown future. Jiangyu opened her eyes and looked at the worn and peeling ceiling, thinking about everything that happened today. It was only one day. They first rushed from C City to S City, then from S City to the school, then rushed into the teaching building to save people, and finally they were lucky enough to meet the rescue team. Too much happened that day. My head was dizzy. I didn't stop to think. Jiangyu suddenly thought of what Li Zheng said during the day. It turned out that zombies had appeared in S City a long time ago. Not only S City and C City, maybe many places are facing doomsday now. Jiangyu was a little confused. They were staying in the quarantine area now. They would be taken to the base later. But would it really be so smooth? Just like the various movies she had seen, things were never that simple. And Jiangyu had bad luck. Every time she had a premonition, it was accurate. She remembered what a netizen had said before: if zombies come, just cut a wound on your body, drop a few drops of zombie blood on the wound, you can safely and painlessly become a zombie and join them. She always agrees with this suggestion. Ordinary people like them don't have the superpowers in the movies, don't have the space rings in novels, and don't have the courage and vision that are different from ordinary people. But when the doomsday really comes, she is worried about her sister, and she is even more unwilling to lose her consciousness and become such a disgusting and ugly monster. After all, she is still unwilling to become a zombie. The sound of her sister and Yi Zi's sleeping in her ears came, Jiang Yu's thoughts drifted away, and thought of the quarantine life that was about to begin, and gradually closed her eyes. Chapter 15 The First Day of Quarantine. 5:50 a.m. It was so quiet that there was no sound of birds. Jiang Yu opened her eyes, and after a while, she sat up and leaned against the wall. She didn't sleep well in the unfamiliar environment. Her sister and Yi Zi were still asleep. She got out of bed carefully, took the fruit knife Cheng Zheng had given her yesterday, and walked out of the door. It was dawn now, and most people hadn't gotten up yet. Jiang Yu didn't dare to go too far away. Her sister was still in the room. She looked around. On the left side of their dormitory were 3 other dormitories. On the far left were the public toilet and water room. On the right were the stairs and 8 other dormitories. No one lived in the upper floors. There were not many survivors in this school. Both floors were not full. Looking up at the first floor, several rescue team members were walking around, carrying boxes. Jiang Yu thought it should be today's meals. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of footsteps behind him. Jiang Yu turned around abruptly. There was a figure at the stairs. The figure was getting shorter and shorter. The other party was approaching. Jiang Yu's mind suddenly rang with the horror legend that Yi Zi told him yesterday. My heart was thumping. I held the knife in my pocket tightly. I didn't dare to move forward. A figure appeared at the corner. A familiar face appeared in front of Jiang Yu. It was Cheng Zheng. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking about it, it was broad daylight. I was also confused. Jiang Yu stepped forward and asked the other party, "Why did you come to see me at this time?" Cheng Zheng looked at the other party, took out a tissue from his pocket. You have a lot of sweat on your head. What's wrong? Ah? It's okay. Jiang Yu reached out and took the tissue and wiped it a few times casually, waiting for the other party to answer. I come up and take a look. It's so early. What if I'm not awake? Go down. Jiang Yu. She admired him a little. Anyone could see Cheng Bing's feelings. She didn't reject him. But she didn't say anything either. First, the situation was not appropriate. Second, she had never been in love and didn't know how to react. Jiang Yu laughed. Yesterday, she didn't have time to ask him, "Do you live alone?" Yes, there are a lot of rooms in the dormitory, enough for us to live in. Cheng Zheng walked to the balcony, pointed to a house near the gate of the dormitory building, and said, "Our bags are in that room." Jiang Yu looked over. It was the room she checked yesterday. It was also the room of the dorm keeper in the female dormitory. Most of the people here were students and teachers of the school. They only ran away when the zombies appeared. They didn't bring anything with them. So among the survivors, it was estimated that only her and Cheng Zheng's things were in there. There were all the supplies and equipment they bought in the supermarket in S City. The things were quite important. They must be brought here when they have the chance. Jiang Yu thought of something inside. I don't know what happened to our car. The car doesn't have the key, so it probably can't be driven away. Cheng Zheng said. That's right. The two chatted casually for a few words. And someone downstairs shouted towards them. Probably because they found them standing in the corridor. Jiang Yu turned around and looked at the rescue team member downstairs. The man waved at them, as if he had something to ask them. Jiang Yu said to Cheng Zheng, "Go ahead. I wait for you here." Cheng Zheng nodded, stretched out his hand, and flicked her head. Turned around and went downstairs. A small leaf floated down. Jiang Yu stared at it for a while, and then turned to look at the person who had reached the first floor. The other party saw that only Cheng Zheng came downstairs, and glanced at Jiang Yu again. Jiang Yu nodded at him, and the two walked to the room on the first floor. After waiting for a while, Cheng Zheng appeared inside again, holding their bags in his hand. Jiang Yu opened his eyes wide and watched him coming, and turned to the stairs. Cheng Zheng went upstairs, and Jiang Yu stood at the stairs waiting for him with a look of surprise, with golden sunlight on her face, looking very gentle. Jiang Yu usually has a blank expression when he is not smiling, and he is tall, and he usually doesn't talk much with other people, which makes people feel difficult to get along with him. But when facing his sister and friends, he loves to smile, and his smile is bright and moving. Cheng Zheng raised his eyebrows and walked forward quickly. What's going on? Jiang Yu took her bag and weighed it. It was still about the same weight. The thing should not have been taken away. It was Li Zheng from yesterday. He said that the large crowd yesterday was a problem for us. Today, the bag was returned, but the weapons were not given. Cheng Zheng said. So kind? But Jiang Yu didn't think much about it. These things were more expensive than gold in the doomsday. When she was told that she could bring food, in order to be too conspicuous, she left many things in her bag. Changzheng added, "You can go downstairs to get today's food and water at 8 o'clock. Each person is limited to one portion." "Okay. I wake them up later." The two parted ways. Changzheng went downstairs. Jiang Yu also returned to the dormitory and hid her bag in the toilet on the balcony. She looked down at her watch. It was almost 8 o'clock. Before Jiang Yu walked over, Yizi got up from the bed, rubbed her eyes, and asked, "Good morning." "Good morning. Let's go downstairs to get the supplies later." After saying that, she gently pushed her sister. The other party opened her eyes in confusion, calmed down for a while, and said sweetly to her sister, "Good morning, sister." Then she hugged Jiang Yu and nudged her. Jiang Yu smiled and patted her sister's back, got out of bed, and waited for her to wash up. And then the three of them went out to the first floor to collect supplies. At this time, some people had already woken up and started queuing on the first floor. They stood at the back of the line. A few teachers in front complained, "We didn't feel full at all with that little bread last night." That's right. There are so many foods in our school cafeteria and supermarket, but they only give us this little. They must have hidden it away. Who says it's not true? I couldn't sleep last night because I was hungry. What these people said was true. Last night, each person was only given a piece of bread and a drink or mineral water. Most people didn't eat enough. Now all the survivors put their hopes on this rescue team, and naturally think they should be protected and cared for. There are several boxes and boxes of water in front. Today, each person received a bottle of water and 4 bags of bread and a bag of biscuits. It's a little better than yesterday, but this is also today's 3 meals. Naturally, some people were dissatisfied. They complained to the administrator in front of them in a low voice. "Why is there so little? How can we be full? There is so much food in our school." "That's right. Did you get greedy? Shut up. If you keep arguing, you won't get it tomorrow." The teachers who were usually elegant and arrogant shut up with dark faces. More people began to come. After they got the food, they were about to go back to the dormitory. They turned around and found Changzheng queuing up next to them. Jiang Yu did not go to find him. She was going to send her sister back to the dormitory first. As she turned around and walked back, she found that there were several people arguing in front of her. They were 2 of the students who got on their bus yesterday. They pushed in front of the girl in front. The girl was stunned. Before she could say anything, the boy behind her started to yell, dissatisfied with the 2 people cutting in line. The 3 of them started to quarrel, and the people around them tried to persuade them. I thought it was just a small matter, but the quarrel became more and more intense. One of them ran behind the boy and held his arm, and the other student raised his fist and hit the other person. The 2 were arrogant, looking at the people around them with disdain, as if anyone dared to mess with them. Jiang Yu saw Changzheng coming forward, and reached out to hold the student who was hitting him. The other party raised his eyebrows and uttered a sound, as if he couldn't believe that someone dared to stop him. He turned around and was about to mock him. But when he saw Changzheng's height of nearly 190 centimeters and the muscles on his arms, he instantly stopped talking. "What? You want to fight?" Although the other party's momentum weakened, he was not afraid. He struggled to free his arm. Seeing that Changzheng didn't say anything, he was about to curse. But the rescue team in front came and shouted at them, "What are you doing? Don't you want to eat? Wait for me." The 2 elementary school students said, walked to the end of the line, and lined up again. People around laughed, and glanced at the 2 people from time to time. Jiang Yu didn't stay any longer, and went upstairs. These students are really strange. They are supposed to be college students, but they talk like gangsters. In addition, they looked panicked yesterday, but now they are not as embarrassed as they were yesterday. Not counting yesterday, this is only the first day of quarantine, and conflicts have already begun. There are troublemakers everywhere. The supplies in the quarantine area were not sufficient. But these rescue teams and the survivors were nearly 80 people, and it was unknown how long they could last. Moreover, in a harsh environment, when people could not even fill their stomachs, all rules and order would become cannon fodder. Hunger would make humans return to the origin of desire, and human nature could not stand the test. They probably could not stay for too long. The 3 of them went upstairs. Because of the noise on the first floor, everyone had already gone downstairs and began to line up excitedly. Jiang Yu led the 2 into the dormitory, locked the door, and did not notice the students on the first floor looking into the dormitory. The rescue team did not restrict the movement of people. As long as they received the food, they could stay in the quarantine area. However, there were no mobile phones or other electronic products at this time, and everyone was not familiar with each other. Most people took the food and returned to the dormitory. The three of them ate some cookies sparingly. The younger sister chatted with Yi about gossip. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Jiang guessed who it was, comforted the two, and got up to open the door. It was Chengsheng outside the door. The other party came in and closed the door. Realizing that the two had something to say, Jiang said to Yi, can you accompany me to the toilet at the end? Okay. Jiang looked at her sister's back and didn't stop her. I found that the supplies here don't seem to be sufficient. Jiang sat on the chair and asked the other party to sit down. Chengsheng sat down and replied, well, I took a special look when I received the supplies today. The supplies are not much. How could this happen? I heard from Chi that during the closure of S University, the largest cafeteria and supermarket were open. We were not many survivors, so how could there not be enough supplies? Jiang was also confused. In fact, she was not full either, but she never ate the chocolate Chengsheng gave her. Well, I guessed that maybe there were more than these people who entered S University that day, and some of them took the supplies away. Chengsheng was not guessing. If the outside of S City had already fallen, the supplies of S University would undoubtedly be a huge sum of money. That makes sense. But there's not enough food, and they haven't moved on. If this goes on, Jiang doesn't want to think about it anymore. So he changes the subject. Are you not full either? Yeah. Why is it a bit embarrassing? Chengsheng coughed and turned his head. Jiang stretched out his hand and returned the chocolate to him. Eat it. I'm not that hungry. Jiang originally wanted to give it to his sister, but this chocolate was originally given by Chengsheng. If the other party is not full, he must give it back first. No, I don't like sweets, and I'm not very hungry. I took it for you. Chengsheng's tone was a little fast and anxious. Blinking, Jiang took back his hand, didn't force it, and put the melted chocolate back into his pocket. Chapter 16 Searching for Supplies, Countdown to Leaving. After Chengsheng left, Jiang waited in the dormitory for a while, and found that her sister and the others had not returned yet. Why did they take so long? The toilet was at the end of the corridor on the left side of the door, not far away. Jiang was ready to go out and take a look. As soon as she opened the door, Yi at the door hurriedly stopped. Jiang was startled. Looking behind her, Yi was the only one there. Jiang was a little panicked. Before she could speak, Yi said anxiously, "There's a fight in the toilet." What? Jiang hurried to the toilet, and near the end, he found several girls standing outside the corridor. What should I do? Should I go up and get some help? Don't mind my business. I don't know her anyway. Besides, what she said is true. Her sister has affairs with men every day. Are you talking about me? Jiang walked up to look at these people. These girls who were talking bad about others behind their backs blushed instantly and hesitated. Jiang ignored them and walked into the shabby public toilet in front of him. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Jiang's clothes were in disarray. His ponytails were pulled all over the place, and he sat astride a girl, waving his fists and hitting the person on the ground, saying, "I told you to spread rumors. I told you to spread rumors." The girl under him refused to admit defeat, and she was still cursing, and she pulled Jiang's hair, causing Jiang to stagger backwards in pain. Jiang quickly stepped forward and picked up his sister, and when he looked down, he found that this person was the one who had approached Chengsheng at the stairs of the teaching building that day. Pulling her sister up, Jiang nervously checked if she was injured. After confirming that there was no skin injury, she asked helplessly, "What happened? Are you hurt anywhere?" Jiang's eyes suddenly turned red, but she was not beaten. She has always been strong, and she has never lost in a fight with women of the same age. She is not afraid of boys, but she still shook her head a little aggrieved in front of her sister. "She can't beat me." But she didn't explain the reason for the fight. Jiang saw that there were indeed no bruises or wounds on her sister's body, and heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at the girl standing up beside her, her eyes were cold, and she stared at her and asked, "If you have any dissatisfaction with me, you can come to me directly." The girl stood up in embarrassment. Her arm was pinched by the other party, and her face was a little red and swollen. She stared at the two sisters fiercely. How could she dare to say that she had any dissatisfaction? A ruthless sister. A sister as strong as an ox. How could she beat two people? She shouldn't have provoked them. She was asking for trouble. Besides, she was the one who was heard saying bad things behind their backs. She could only grit her teeth silently and ignored them and left. Jiang Yu didn't stop them. She pulled her sister out of the bathroom. Yeezy was waiting for them outside. When she saw them coming out, she asked, "What's going on? Are you okay?" Jiang Qi smiled and said that she was fine. Jiang Yu followed them back to the dormitory, closed the door and asked, "What's going on? Why did you fight?" Jiang Qi didn't know what he thought of when he heard this. He suddenly got angry again and snorted hard. Yeezy added, "We just went to the women's restroom and heard that girl gossiping with that group of people. We overheard it." Jiang Qi was so angry that she rushed up to fight with him. "I was afraid that she would get hurt, so I hurried back to call you." Fortunately, nothing happened. Looking back at Jiang Qi, she admired, "You are so strong. She can't beat you at all." Jiang Yu was speechless when she heard it. She probably guessed what these people would say. Cheng Zheng came to see her every day. Among this group of survivors, no one knew each other. Only them and Cheng Zheng. But it's the end of the world. How come there are gossipers everywhere? But she didn't get angry because of this. She didn't bother to care about these people. But it's not okay to hit her sister. Luckily Jiang Qi was not injured. Gently let her sister's ponytail down. Jiang Qi is not too short. Had long curly hair tied in two ponytails all year round. She looks like a playful and cute loli. At this time, Jiang Yu helped her tie the ponytail again and said softly, "Don't waste words with the other party when you encounter such things in the future. Now it's the end of the world. I'm afraid these people will play tricks on you. But if the other party hits you, you must remember to fight back. I will help you with anything." "Okay. I know." Jiang Qi was not surprised at what her sister said. Although Jiang Yu looked easygoing and gentle, she was actually colder in her heart. It was because she didn't care that she seemed easygoing to others. Except her sister. Just like that, 2 more days passed without incident. On the 4th day, Jiang Yu and the other two went downstairs on time to collect supplies and followed the crowd. There were more and more dissatisfaction around them. After being locked up for 3 days with nothing to do, many people couldn't stand it. It takes time for strangers to live together. And in this environment without the internet, small space, and food shortage, conflicts accumulate little by little. Everyone is holding back, waiting for the fuse to appear. Soon the fuse appears. Today, everyone's food has been reduced. Originally, each person should have at least 3 loaves of bread plus 2 bags of biscuits and ham. Today, there are only 2 bags of bread and 1 bag of biscuits. Even Jiang Yu can't eat enough. Jiang Yu understood that the quarantine area would not be peaceful for much longer, unless he could immediately move the survivors. After receiving the supplies and returning to the dormitory, Cheng Zheng came over, as if there was something urgent. "What's wrong?" Cheng Zheng thought for a while, and said to Jiang Yu, "Li Zheng sent someone to find me just now." Li Zheng told him the situation. The supplies in the quarantine area were getting less and less, and he was afraid that he could not hide this matter. The person who was originally scheduled to meet him within 3 days had not shown up yet, and now he could only find a way to go out and collect supplies. "He wants you to come with him." Jiang Yu instantly guessed the other party's purpose and became a little worried. The situation outside is still unclear. Since the contact person has not come, it can only prove that the situation is worse than expected. "Well, I agree. It's a good opportunity to understand the situation outside and prepare for leaving." Jiang Yu pursed his lips and said nothing. This is indeed an opportunity that can be used, but there are too many unknown dangers. Jiang Yu doesn't like to meddle in other people's affairs, but he still hesitated and said, "Are you leaving tomorrow? How many people are there?" "Yes, we set off early in the morning. There will be 6 of us this time, including me. There are not many rescue workers in the quarantine area, so he was called." "Be careful." Jiang Yu looked at him, and Cheng Zheng nodded seriously. The next morning, Jiang Yu woke up at around 5 o'clock and stood in the corridor, watching Cheng Zheng carrying his bag, waving at her, and then going out and getting in the car. The car gradually disappeared from sight. Jiang Yu was no longer sleepy and felt a little worried, and stood in the corridor to enjoy the breeze, and her sight drifted to who knows where. Jiang Yu was restless all day and couldn't even read. These books were requested by some college students who went to the rescue team. Otherwise they would have nothing to do. They were just books. Which was nothing to the rescue team. Besides, the zombies in this university had been killed. So the university was relatively safe. However, the rescue team would not let the survivors go out. Changzheng didn't come back until dark. And around 9 o'clock, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Yu had something in mind. So he got up and opened the door. It was indeed the other party. Changzheng changed into a dark green round-neck short-sleeved shirt. His face was obviously tired. His hair was messy. But he seemed much fresher than before. He looked at Jiang Yu, and his eyes lit up for a moment. And raised his hand to hand her a bag. Jiang Yu hesitated for a while. But still took the bag and handed it to her sister. And took Changzheng to the balcony, where Jiang Qi was curiously opening the bag, which contained canned snacks, chocolates, and other snacks. The two of them excitedly and quietly flipped through the bag. Jiang Yu retracted his gaze and looked at Changzheng. There were too many questions to ask. Are you okay? Nothing happened? What's going on outside? It's a mess. Changzheng's voice was a little low and tired. Looking at Jiang Yu and then at the leaves outside the balcony, the leaves rustled in the wind. Cheng Yu told Jiang Yu about what happened outside today. The six of them drove away in a car. Because S University is not in the city, there were zombies along the way. But not many. As the car drove forward, it became more and more difficult to move. The streets were full of zombies. No other survivors were seen. When the zombies saw them, they were like hungry wolves seeing meat. They chased their car madly. Their original plan was to hide in a large supermarket near S University. So they drove directly to the supermarket. After finally entering the supermarket, it was in a mess. The supermarket was indoors, and there was no electricity. They brought flashlights, but saw empty shelves. Nothing on the shelves had arrived. And biscuits and bread were all gone. The whole supermarket looked like it had been looted. Someone had gotten there before them. But they didn't know if it was the S city base. There was no other way. They put away the little food they had left and headed back to the city. Changzheng paused for a moment. Jiang Yu looked at him, waiting for him to continue. As they approached the city, they realized what hell on earth was. There were many zombies in the city, many of whom had no idea what they had experienced before they died. And their faces had changed beyond recognition. There were many people lying on the ground, including children and the elderly. And some of them had man-made wounds. There were too many burning vehicles on the road. An office building not far away was hit by a helicopter. The originally clean and tidy road was stained red by liquid. Flying insects were gnawing on the corpses. Everyone present was silent for a long time. Their car was blocked halfway. And everyone got out of the car with weapons. And soon met a group of people. They didn't know how long these people had been watching them in secret. And they surrounded them almost as soon as they got out of the car. They seemed to just want to rob supplies. But their eyes lit up when they saw the weapons they were carrying. At first, they couldn't bear to attack their own kind. But one of the rescuers was injured by the other party. And they had no choice but to use weapons. Fortunately, these people were just ordinary people. And they were scared to the spot. Then a group of zombies attracted by the sound came over. And they fled with this group of people. It was not easy to get rid of the zombies. And they also found some food in a nearby supermarket to bring back. Jiang Yu was shocked. Is it so chaotic outside? What about the people in the base? Changzheng shook his head slowly. He didn't meet anyone from the base along the way. He heard from the rescue team that the base was built long before the fall of S City. A group of them came to the university town to rescue in advance, and they would come to pick them up after the base was arranged. Because the base was built in the western suburbs of S City, it was far away from the city and the university town. They couldn't cross the 60 kilometers with the survivors. The supplies they found today were not much. And they would need to go out tomorrow. Jiang Yu suggested, let's wait one more day tomorrow. If there is still no one to pick us up, we should think about leaving the quarantine area. In the case of a shortage of supplies, this quarantine area can't last that long. The two agreed that Changzheng would check out the situation outside tomorrow and find out about the plans of the rescue teams. If they continued to wait, they would find a way to leave here early the next morning. After discussing almost everything, Jiang Yu looked at the other person's half-closed eyes and said, go back and rest quickly. Don't come to see me tomorrow. Be careful. She looked at the other person and nodded. After seeing him off, she returned to the room. As soon as they entered the room, they both looked at her. After looking at each other, Yuzi asked, is S City in trouble? Jiang Yu nodded. The three of them were silent for a while, and they all became dejected. Touching her sister's ponytail, Jiang Yu changed the subject. What's in the bag? Jiang Qi was happy when he talked about this. He was ready to answer excitedly. He looked around and lowered his voice deliberately. It's all food. It can last for several days. Brother Chung is really reliable. He still thinks about us when he goes out. After he finished speaking, he looked at his sister's reaction quietly. Let's go. Let's go eat. And leave half in the bag. Chapter 17 Riots in the Quarantine Area. Day 6. Jiang Yu went downstairs to collect the supplies and returned to the dormitory. Chung Zheng and his team had left early in the morning, and the number of people this time doubled. Jiang Yu guessed that there must be something wrong with the city base, so they did not arrive at the agreed time, but they could not wait any longer. The atmosphere in the quarantine area has become increasingly wrong in the past few days, snatching food, forming gangs, and constant disputes. A few days ago, the rescue team would still manage, scold a few times, but today even Li Zheng followed them out. The number of rescue team members left in the quarantine area was obviously reduced by more than half. So in the face of the increasingly violent atrocities of the survivors, these people began to turn a blind eye. Because there were more men in the quarantine area, these survivors began to form gangs. And the leader was actually a teacher in his 40s. It was said that he was a very famous professor at S University. But he had a bad reputation and had been stealing student papers for many years. Most of the small group led by him were students. And the leader was the 5 students who came in the same car that day. This group of people beat other students everywhere, and even rushed into the dormitory to snatch other people's food. Fortunately, the rescue team strictly guarded the second floor, and the girls were not in trouble. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. When Jiang Yu came out of the dormitory, he saw some students running past him in a hurry, with nervous and scared expressions, and they all hid in the dormitory. Looking at the first floor, the group of people were bullying a few boys again, for no reason, just a vent. The beating became more and more fierce. Jiang Yu closed his eyes, but there was nothing he could do. In addition to the bullies, there were a few people standing in the distance, staring at the rescue team 10 meters away. The people on guard looked at each other when they saw this scene, and as the situation became serious, 2 of them walked over. Seeing the rescue team, the group of people seemed to have found new prey. They kicked away the beaten students and rushed towards the 2 people. The 2 sides started a dispute. Fortunately, the group of people were afraid of the weapons in their hands and restrained themselves. They only restrained their behavior, but not their expressions. They laughed arrogantly and surrounded the teacher. Passing students stepped forward and kicked them. It was unreasonable and disgusting. Jiang Yu watched the sky begin to darken. Chung Zheng and the others had not returned yet. She had a hunch that the entire quarantine area would not wait for them to return. Jiang Yu stared downstairs, and suddenly squatted down. The boy just now seemed to look at them. He was the one who cut in line at that time. Her heart was beating like a drum. She was terrified for a moment, and the ominous premonition became more obvious. After entering the dormitory, Jiang Qi saw her sister's hurried steps, and her expression was a little strange. She hurriedly asked what was going on. Jiang Yu looked at the 2 of them and said, "Pack up your things. We're leaving tonight." Jiang Qi and Yizi looked at each other, and their hearts were a little tense. Jiang Qi walked up to her sister and asked nervously, "Sister, how do we get out?" She had noticed something was wrong in the past few days, but she was anxious and didn't know what to do. When it gets dark, if there's chaos, we find a chance to leave. You guys follow me closely. Jiang Yu took out the backpack hidden in the toilet. Her weapons were still in the dormitory at the door, so she could only wait until dark to find a way to take them away. At 7 in the evening, it was getting darker and darker, and Chung Zheng and his friends still hadn't returned. No one comes back, which means no new food and water, and also means being abandoned. Everyone is not stupid, especially those professors, who are all smart. They claim to be smart, and they are professors of S University. The country should send people to rescue them. But they didn't expect that they have not come until now. And they can't even eat enough every day. Dissatisfaction accumulates like this. And after discovering that the person in charge of the quarantine area has disappeared today, this emotion reaches the breaking point. Night is coming. Jiang Yu approached the dormitory door. There was a lot of noise outside. It seemed that they couldn't hold it in any longer. Jiang Yu was a little anxious. There was no chance to leave during the day. Once they appeared in the playground, They would attract a lot of attention, which would be more dangerous. Now they just had to wait until dark. If there was no riot, they would sneak out. If there was a riot, they would have to take advantage of the chaos to get out. Since entering the quarantine area, she and Changzheng began to observe the building separately. This female dormitory building was not big, so only one door was built at the beginning, which was where the rescue team was guarding. If they wanted to leave here, they could only go through the main gate. And after leaving the dormitory building, they were still in the school, and it was in the most remote part of the school. Their car was parked at the west gate of the school. This was at the southernmost part of the school, and it was a distance away from the west gate. Fortunately, there were no zombies in the school. As long as they could find a way to leave here, then go around to the west gate and find the car. Jiang Yu waited patiently. When everyone outside fell asleep, she quietly left. She asked Yi Zi what she thought. Yi Zi was willing to go with them. After the three of them agreed, they were all waiting for an opportunity. Bang! It was a sound. Jiang Yu stood up quickly and walked to the door. Jiang Qi and Yi Zi also stood up nervously and looked at the door. There were sounds of Q and cries for help from outside the door. The rescue team couldn't open Q, so it could only mean that the weapons were stolen, which was a big problem. Jiang Yu looked at the two of them and said word by word, "You must follow me closely from now on." Jiang Yu put on her bag and slowly opened the door a crack and asked her two sisters to stay in the dormitory and not move. She looked out through the crack in the door and actually saw a fire. The originally dark first floor was now ablaze with fire. The fire started on the first floor where the rescue team was located, very close to the gate, and the view down was blocked by the railing outside. The view was blocked, but not only were there cries and cries for help from downstairs, but also the crazy laughter of a group of people. These people had been locked up for too long, and their rationality gradually dissipated with the end of the world, and now they were no longer human. The corridor on the second floor was not peaceful either. Everyone opened the dormitory door and looked downstairs. Some people covered their eyes with screams when they saw something, and some people ran to the first floor. Jiang Yu walked to the corridor, closed the door, and looked downstairs. From the firelight on the first floor, he could see several members of the rescue team lying on the lawn. Several people stepped on them fiercely. Several male students took the weapons and studied them curiously. The leader seemed to know how to use them. He swore at the people in the distance, and then laughed proudly and wildly. They were all crazy. Someone looked up and found some female students standing on the second floor, whistling casually. Several people started walking towards the stairs with weapons. Jiang Yu shouted at the girls, "Go back and take down the curtains and tie a knot. Then jump out of the window." Jiang Yu ignored them after that, and quickly went into the dormitory and locked the door, and asked Jiang Qi and the other man to move a chair over to hold the door. She couldn't get out of the door, so she opened her backpack. She had bought a special fire escape rope at the supermarket before coming to S University. Jiang Yu found the rope, tied a knot on the pillar beside the bed, and turned around to see her sister and Yi Zi looking at her nervously. There were already some strange laughters coming from the men outside the door. They caught the girls in the corridor and dragged them to the ground. Cries for help and screams, "These beasts!" Jiang Yu didn't dare to listen anymore. After testing the rope to make it stable, he was ready to call his sister. At this time, there was a kick at the door. The young student said flatteringly, "The sisters I mentioned are in this room. We saw them in the car. They are so beautiful. Damn it, the door is locked from the inside. Get out of here. Bitch. What are you afraid of? Come out quickly. Your brothers will protect you." Jiang Yu seemed not to hear the banging of the door outside. She pulled her sister over and said, "You go down first. Hurry up." "Sister. I don't want it." "Shut up. Go." Jiang Yu pushed Jiang Qi anxiously. Yi Zi was very scared, seeing the two sisters arguing. She hesitated for a moment and immediately climbed up the window. Jiang Yu saw it but didn't say anything. She held her sister's face and said word by word, "You go down. Sister is behind you. Don't be afraid." Jiang Qi's eyes were red. She didn't dare to delay any longer. Yi Zi had already disappeared from the window. Jiang Qi climbed up and looked down. Fortunately, it was only the second floor, not very high. Yi Zi was anxiously looking at her from below. Jiang Qi gritted her teeth and slid down. The weightlessness didn't make her close her eyes. She stared at the window above, waiting for the figure. The people outside the door became angry, but they didn't want to waste any more money. They kicked the door hard and rushed to other rooms. However, there were still a few people who wanted to break the door open. They had long been eyeing the sisters. They were in the same group as the man who stopped them. They were all very pretty. If it was before the end of the world, they would never have had such good luck. Besides, they couldn't get the supplies from those gunmen. They might as well enjoy themselves first. The dormitory was old. The wooden door was about to collapse after being hit several times. Jiangyu climbed onto the windowsill, sat on it, and looked at the door. She had a small bottle of gasoline in her bag. She wanted to burn these people to death, but she also knew how precious gasoline was. The moment Jiangyu slid down the first floor, the dormitory on the second floor suddenly caught fire. She was indeed not a hero. But she thought she could find gasoline after going out. But she didn't want to see those scumbags alive again. Finally, she walked to the door, spread the curtains on the ground, and poured gasoline into the crack of the door. She climbed up to the window again, sat by the window and waited. The door was finally knocked open. Jiangyu threw down the lighter without hesitation and jumped off the windowsill. This time, the cry for help became theirs. After successfully reaching the second floor, Jiangqi's eyes became wet with anxiety. She was relieved to see her sister fall safely. The back of the dormitory building was surrounded by a fence more than 2 meters high, made of iron, with a sharp triangular arrow on the front. They were now at the upper right corner of the building with the word door. They only needed to walk half a circle to the right along the back of the dormitory building to reach the gate. Because of Jiangyu's previous reminder, she found that there were also several girls hiding here after she jumped down. When they saw Jiangyu, they looked like they saw a savior and looked at her. At this time, a group of people were squatting on the ground. Because there were weeds behind this dormitory building, several girls could hide well inside, but the men lived behind the dormitory building on the first floor, and they could see here through their windows. Fortunately, there was chaos in front, and no one could think of this place. Jiangyu didn't want to wait here all the time. At this time, the fire on the second floor was getting bigger and bigger, and the fire at the door was also spreading. Even if the zombies inside S University were eliminated, such a big fire and thick smoke would definitely attract zombies from other places, not to mention that if the fire spread, they couldn't leave. Jiangyu bent over and led the two people to move towards the gate along the wall. The mosquitoes in the bushes bit them crazily, but no one cared. They hid in the darkness at ease, listening to the cries for help and scolding from the dormitory building, looking at the bright red light in front of the building. At this moment everyone just wanted to escape quickly. Jiangyu was in the front, Jiangqi and Yizi were behind her, and the girls who were hiding in the bushes were following them. They had reached the end, only more than 50 meters away from the gate. The dormitory of the dormitory manager at the gate was on fire. They had to bypass the fire to find the exit. Jiangyu leaned out and saw the rescue team members lying on the ground not far away. There were not many people on the first floor. The people on the second floor seemed to be trapped. Now was a good time to leave. Jiangyu hid behind the wall again and told her sister, "Follow me later. When we get out, try to hide in a hidden place. Don't look to the side. Just follow me. Okay?" She looked at her sister and nodded seriously. She looked at the girls who followed behind her. She didn't say much. She hoped that these people would not follow them after they got out. Jiangyu turned her head and looked at the door again. She rushed out with the fruit knife in her hand tightly. As soon as she came out, there was a trail of people following behind her like a tail. At this moment, people on the second floor were running to the first floor because of the fire. Some people also jumped down with the help of the curtains on the first floor. Soon they were found in the firelight. Fuck. It's those women. Damn it. Don't let them run away. The fire is so big. Find a way to leave quickly. Why bother with them? Jiangyu and her friends didn't have time to look at the men hanging outside. She and her sister ran frantically to the right side of the door. The main door here is usually closed, and only the small doors on both sides are open. The door on the left has been completely engulfed by flames. Fortunately, the door on the right can be used to go out, and maybe because someone has already run out. The small door is open at this moment. Jiangyu approached the door, looked at the dormitory, and suddenly thought of something. She turned around and said to her sister, "Wait for me at the door." After saying that, she ran into the house. Her axe should be here. Axe, where is it? Jiangyu looked around the room anxiously. The room was not big, but there were a lot of things piled up in a mess. Finally, she found it under the table. She took her weapon and hurried out of the door. She saw from the corner of her eye that the villains not far away had jumped down from the first floor and were running towards this side, cursing as they ran. Jiangyu snorted coldly and turned back to continue walking towards the door. She soon arrived at the door, looking at the villains in the distance, and then looked into the dormitory building. At this time, the whole dormitory building was engulfed in flames. Except for the few people who ran over here and glared at her fiercely, there was no one else. Jiangyu smiled slightly, looked down at the lock hanging on the door, and locked it very naturally. Then she turned back to her sister and said, "Let's go." He led the two of them into the dark and silent campus. This was the first time that Jiangyu indirectly killed someone, but she did not regret it. Chapter 18: Escape from the Quarantine Area. Late at night, in the quiet campus. After Jiangyu and the other two came out of the quarantine area, they ran forward non-stop. Only the three of them were there. The girls who followed them, after escaping, found that Jiangyu had not come out, and left without patience. It was fine this way. Jiangyu didn't care about those strangers. She just wanted to find the west gate of the school and leave this place of trouble. But now it was already dark. The quarantine area was located at the southernmost part of S University. It was remote, with few teaching buildings around. There was a small playground nearby. Fortunately, there were no people or zombies on the road. Jiangyu felt much more at ease than in the quarantine area. Chi-Chi, do you know which direction the west gate is? Jiangyu asked. Jiangchi shook her head in shame. She had never been here. She turned around and looked around. In addition to the abandoned dormitory building, there was only a school laboratory building. Because it was late at night, the trees on both sides of the road were rustling in the wind. The surrounding teaching buildings and classrooms were empty, which looked particularly scary. I know the route. It's a little far from the west gate. It takes 20 minutes to walk there, Yeezy said. It would be great if she knew the route. Jiangyu didn't want to wait any longer. They had to leave here at dawn. Jiangyu took out the small flashlight from her backpack. Fortunately, Changzheng brought it back for her. Thinking of Changzheng, Jiangyu was silent. She didn't know what happened to them. They hadn't come back yet. Now the whole quarantine area was probably engulfed in flames. What should she do when they come back? They left too suddenly this time. And they couldn't leave any clues for each other. So they missed Changzheng. They walked and stopped, and didn't meet any other escapees along the way. Fortunately, there were no zombies. However, they encountered a zombie cat on the way. Jiangyu didn't have the heart to kill it, so she just kicked the zombie cat away. There was no straight line from the south to the west gate. The original road had been blocked, so they could only go north first and then west. So they had to go to the center of the campus now. The central area is a crossroad. In the middle is a huge statue of a celebrity and a flower bed, and to the east is a library. Who? A familiar voice came. Jiangyu quickly turned off the flashlight, and the three of them stopped, not daring to move forward. No one, you must have seen it wrong. Damn, do you remember the route? Where is the gate? I remember it's here. It's too dark and I can't see clearly. It should be in front, right in front of the library. It turned out to be the leader of that group of troublemakers. The male teacher, who was still alive. Jiangyu and the other two were hiding in the flower bed nearby, waiting for the footsteps to fade away. They did not come out immediately. After waiting for a while to make sure that the men had not returned, the three of them continued on their way. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the west gate. Because there was no lighting on the road, the route was a little difficult to identify, so it took a little longer than expected. But fortunately they arrived safely. Approaching the west gate, Jiangyu observed the surroundings and did not see any suspicious phenomena. The west gate seemed to be closed at this time. The security guard in the security booth should have left. But this gate was more than 1 meter high. They had to find a way to climb out. Entering the west gate, Jiangyu went to the school gate. Their car was still there. How can we climb out? Jiangchi looked at the door inside, turning around, trying to find out if there was anything that could help. Jiangyu asked the two to wait here. She remembered that there was a stool in the security room. Walked to the door of the security room, pushed the door. Fortunately, the door was not locked. Sure enough, there was no one inside. The room was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Jiangyu used a flashlight to call her sister, and the two to move out the chairs. She did not go out immediately. She was looking for something inside. There were only 2 large tables, a recliner, and a water dispenser in the dark room. There was half a bucket of water in the dispenser. Jiangyu filled the water bag with water. He opened a drawer and found 2 batteries, 2 lighters and a whistle. The rest were some miscellaneous draft papers and ballpoint pens. Jiang Yu searched again and finally found a mace at the door. He picked up the mace. Jiang Yu paused before closing the door. He went back and wrote a sentence on the paper before leaving. Yizi had already climbed out of the door. Jiang Qi was still waiting inside, and waved when he saw his sister coming out. Jiang Qi stood on the chair and turned out. Jiang Yu was watching vigilantly below, and when his sister climbed out and was about to stand on the chair, Jiang Qi suddenly exclaimed, "Sister!" "Behind? Behind? Behind?" Jiang Yu turned around, and it was the security guard who had turned into a zombie, who was limping towards this side, originally attracted by the fire, but unexpectedly heard the sound here. Jiang Yu ignored it, and climbed up quickly, leaving the zombies behind. Jiang Yu led the 2 people to the car. Maybe because the west gate was remote, no one would find the car. Otherwise, even if there was no key, someone would break into the car and search. Jiang Yu asked the 2 people to get in the car, and she went to the trunk to check. When she and Cheng Zheng came to S University, they made some purchases at the mall. Jiang Yu took a quick look and found that the local supplies were full and made people feel at ease. Jiang Yu and Cheng Zheng even bought a piece of black cloth to cover it, which was safer. She took some food from the trunk for Jiang Qi and the others, and also the waterproof backpack she had prepared for her sister in S City. You should always carry this backpack with you. It contains the necessary items for escape, and some food. Jiang Qi took the bag and nodded seriously. Yizi took a look and said, "I go to the mall to find one when I have a chance." The 3 of them replenished some food and water in the car, and Jiang Yu drove to leave. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening, and the car was driving on an empty road. Because there are 3 other universities near S University, the car drove for a distance and passed the gate of Normal University, and everyone looked inside. The campus of Normal University was also pitch black, and no one was seen. Jiang Qi sighed beside him. "I don't know what happened to the people in other schools. I guess the people who were supposed to pick us up didn't go to other schools either." "Jiang Jia, where are we going next?" Yizi asked. "I haven't decided yet. I think about it while we walk. Where are you from?" Jiang Yu asked. "Do you want to follow us? Or do you have your own plans?" Yizi lowered her head and was silent for a moment, and said awkwardly, "My home is in City A. I thought City S would be fine, so I didn't plan to go home. Now I don't know what to do. City A is more than 1,000 kilometers away from here. It is usually faster to take a plane. It is impossible to return to City A in the doomsday. Then you come with us. Let's go to the city to find a safe place to rest for a few days." "Okay," the 2 answered in unison. The car drove through the university town, and there were all kinds of restaurants along the way. Zombies began to appear on the road. They all had dull eyes, and there was an unknown liquid on their faces and mouths. Their clothes were tattered and hung on their bodies. Their skin was blue. They were aimlessly looking for targets on the street. The roar of the car attracted these monsters. The zombies, who were originally walking dead, ran towards them like crazy as if they were suddenly controlled. Jiang Yu stepped on the accelerator, and Jiang Qi and Yizi turned their heads and stared at the back nervously. The car was still driving fast, and soon left the zombies far behind. After the car drove a distance, Jiang Yu decided to find a place to rest for a while. They hadn't slept all night, and they didn't know what was going on in the city. Besides, the headlights would attract more zombies at night. After discussing, the 3 of them chose a Japanese convenience store on the roadside. The door of this convenience store was made of all glass. The door was not locked, but the shelves inside were empty. There was actually a McDonald's next to the convenience store, but it was a pity that the door was locked in advance. The glass was too thick for them to open. Jiang Yu parked the car. There were 2 zombies running towards her. She asked her 2 sisters to wait for her in the car. She got out of the car with an axe. Now the 2 zombies were no longer scary to her. She remembered the method Cheng Zheng taught her. She rushed to the zombie on the far left and hit it hard on the head. While the zombie was knocked to the ground, she stabbed it hard in the head. Then she kicked the zombie away. She repeated the same method to deal with the second zombie. This was the first time that a person had dealt with 2 zombies so easily. Jiang Yu panted and held her knees, looking at the monsters twitching on the ground, and then stepped forward to hit them a few more times. After making sure that the 2 zombies were no longer moving, Jiang Yu returned to the car and asked the 2 to get out of the car quickly. Jiang Qi looked at her sister with shining eyes. "So amazing. After getting out of the car, she took a look at the two zombies. She had to learn how to face these monsters quickly, including how to deal with them. She couldn't always rely on her sister for protection. Jiang Yu let his two sisters enter the convenience store first, then drove the car to the door of the convenience store and parked it directly in front of the store. The driver's seat was facing the door, which blocked the view and allowed them to enter the car immediately when there was danger. The three of them entered the store. The power outage in S City had already begun, and the water supply would be cut off soon. Jiang Yu only took a small candle, lit it and placed it on the cash register, and took out 3 portable sleeping bags. Fortunately, it was summer and the climate was hot. This sleeping bag was only a thin piece and could only keep out dust. It was already 1 in the morning. The three of them checked the store and laid their sleeping bags in the innermost part to sleep. Jiang Yu was sore all over. Before the apocalypse, she was just a worker with 3 years of work experience. She had no healthy and self-disciplined exercise habits, nor a healthy work and rest schedule. She usually stayed up late to work overtime until dark, or stayed up late to play with her phone until the early morning. She would feel black in front of her eyes when she stood up after squatting for a while. Tonight, she had set fires, jumped off buildings, drove cars, and killed zombies. Jiang Yu felt like she was falling apart. Even though she was tired and sleepy, she kept tossing and turning and couldn't fall asleep. She was still worried about Chung Chung. She didn't know what happened to him. Would he panic when he found that the quarantine area was burned after he returned? Now it was like returning to the primitive age. There was no mobile network. Maybe they would never meet again if they were separated like this. Jiang Yu blinked in the dark and comforted herself. If we can't meet, then we can't meet. Let's survive first. Chapter 19 Zombie Group. 5 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Yu opened his eyes. It was already light outside. The two people next to him were still sleeping. He got up and rinsed his mouth. He took out his phone and checked. The internet was disconnected. After going through so much yesterday, he must be exhausted. Jiang Yu did not wake up his sister. It was the end of the world. He could not get enough sleep. He walked to the door and looked outside. This store was near the university town. He had been here with his sister before. Although there were many stores nearby, they were all closed down. There was no one else on the street at the moment. But there were several zombies wandering around at the other end of the street. This was clearly a suburb. But zombies were everywhere. It seemed that the situation in S City was almost the same as that in C City. Jiang Yu pinched the bridge of her nose. She felt a little dizzy today, which was not good. Fortunately, she had a lot of medicine, so it shouldn't be a big problem. There was nothing left on the 2 rows of shelves in the store, and there was nothing in the freezer. She wanted to look through the drawers and cabinets to see if there was anything useful. But after searching for a long time, she only found some notes and the like. Everything that could be taken away was taken away. The whole store looked like it had been robbed. It must have been robbed. But she remembered that convenience stores like this had warehouses, similar to milk tea shops. There would be a storage room in the store, where some food with a short shelf life would be placed. Jiang Yu searched the store several times, but couldn't find anything, so she gave up. But she found 2 mop sticks at the door, expertly removed the mop cloth, and used a knife to sharpen the stick head, preparing to make a weapon for her sister. This time, she didn't tie a knife on it. She found that no matter how she tied it, the knife on the top would loosen or even fall off when there was a struggle later. It was not as good as sharpening it directly. If the tip was poked into the zombie's head, the zombie would definitely die. Jiang Yu was still sharpening it hard. But Jiang Qi and the other person behind the cashier had woken up. Jiang Qi's eyes were not fully open yet, but she had already reached out to the side. She was about to call her sister, but she found that there was no one next to her. She opened her eyes instantly and sat up suddenly when she saw the person opposite her looking at her gently. She felt relieved. Yeezy woke up on the other side, rubbed her eyes, stood up and walked over here. Everyone is awake. Let's eat something and then continue our journey, Jiang Yu said. Jiang Qi ate bread while approaching his sister, watching her movements thoughtfully, looking to the side and asked, "Sister, do you still have this stick? I want one too. This way I can fight side by side with you next time." Jiang Yu smiled. "This one is made for you. That baseball bat is too heavy and not suitable for you." She knew very well that if she only blindly protected her sister in the doomsday, it would harm her. So she found this weapon for her sister from the beginning. She said to Yi beside her, "Take the other one." It can protect yourself at the critical moment. You can sharpen it like me. It will have great lethality. Yeezy nodded gratefully, took the fruit knife, and started to sharpen it. She was really lucky to meet the two of them. She knew very well that she could get here safely, and had food and drink all along the way, which was basically all thanks to Jiangyu. Jiangyu asked the two to sit down and told them his experience. Don't panic when you encounter zombies. Their movements will be slower than ours. The first thing to do is to run quickly. Run as fast as you can. If you really don't have time to run, don't be afraid. You must attack its head, which is a fatal blow. Jiangyu taught the two, if you can't attack their heads, you can choose to attack their eyes. Without eyes, they will lose their sight. And then you will have a second chance to attack. If you successfully attack the zombies, you must make sure they are really dead if you have time. Otherwise these zombies will revive again like cockroaches. The two nodded solemnly. Jiangyu took out the tape and wrapped it around the stick a few times, so it was easier to hold. After the teaching was completed, the three got in the car and prepared to continue. As soon as the car started, the zombies around ran over happily. Jiangyu was already proficient in dealing with this group of zombies. She listened to the co-pilot's sister discussing the route while looking at the map. The map was bought in the store before. They decided to go to the S-City base first to see if there was any light there. She remembered Chengzheng said that the S-City base would probably be there. They came from the university town in the southeast, about 60 kilometers away. They used to drive very fast. But now it was the end of the world. But she still underestimated the severity of the situation in S-City. After the car drove out of the university town, they originally planned to get on the highway. Who knew that there were cars parked crookedly on the highway? And there were twice as many vehicles as in C-City. No matter how serious the traffic jam was, it would not be so exaggerated. There seemed to be someone standing in the distance. Yeezy beside her also saw it, just as she was about to pull Jiangqi and excitedly wanted to call those people. Jiangyu said, "Wait. Let me use the telescope to see." Jiangyu climbed onto the roof and looked forward. The entire highway was densely packed with parked vehicles. Some cars were knocked down on the road. The bodies were seriously damaged, but there was no smoke. It seemed that this car accident had happened several days ago. Then why didn't the group of people leave? Jiangyu looked at the crowd with some confusion. The pores of his hair stood up instantly at this sight. They were all zombies. There were countless zombies with the naked eye, and they were walking in this direction. Fortunately, they were not walking fast. It was probably not because they had discovered them. Jiangyu looked behind him. It was in the direction of the university town. They were probably attracted by the fire last night. Jiangyu jumped out of the car and said in a somewhat urgent tone, "Get in the car quickly. There are zombies all over the front. Let's go." This sentence scared the two of them to climb into the car quickly. Jiangyu turned the car around and changed the direction, asking his sister to see if there were other routes to take. Jiangqi was also very nervous. This highway was the closest to them. Other routes would have to take a detour or drive through the city. After listening to this, Jiangyu immediately decided to go directly from the city. Since the highway here is so congested, it is estimated that other highways are similar. She didn't expect there would be so many zombies. She had not encountered such a large group of zombies in C-City for so many days. Is it because S-City blocked the news at the beginning? So the higher-ups didn't receive the notice and didn't have time to retreat. Jiangyu felt a little heavy in her heart. The zombies on the highway may come from those who were stuck on the road and didn't have time to leave. Then, there will be no fewer zombies in the city than here. Thinking of this, Jiangyu's heart sank. But there was no way. They had no other way to choose. The car was running wildly on the road, for fear of being discovered by the zombies, or they would be torn to pieces. They were about to enter the city, and there were not so many cars on the road that would hinder their journey, but the three of them looked at the bodies on the road, and just as Chengzheng said, most of them were women and children, with wounds all over their bodies, as if they had been hit by sharp weapons, and even one child's head was brutally flattened. The street that should have been bustling and lively was now in a mess, and the shops on both sides of the street were not closed, perhaps because the shop owners left in a hurry, or perhaps they had been forced open. Looking from the car, these shops were in a mess, and all kinds of garbage and crushed food were scattered on the ground. All this told them that the people in S-City encountered zombies without any preparation, and were bitten to death and infected one after another, but C-City had already received the news, and S-City also knew about the zombies. It would have been better if they had been notified in advance. Jiangqi looked at what was in front of him, Was this the end of the world? Maybe they were still discussing what to eat for dinner the day before, still preparing for summer vacation plans, still imagining their future life, but one day's time was gone. Either they turned into zombies, or they were brutally hurt by their own kind. So this is the end of the world. But they are just ordinary people. How can they escape from these man-eating monsters? No! There are also zombies ahead. Jiangqi was awakened by her sister's voice. She took the telescope and looked forward. It was indeed a group of zombies. There were too many. What should she do? She looked at her sister and quickly picked up the weapon beside her. Even if she died, she didn't want to be bitten to death by these monsters. Jiangyu stopped the car and looked at the zombies in the distance. There were so many zombies. She wondered if she would be discovered if she continued driving. Suddenly, Jiangqi beside her explained, "Sister, there are people in front of the zombies. They are running this way." There were other survivors. Jiangyu did not think about it anymore. She quickly stepped back and turned right, staring at the front, trying to find a place to hide. Jiangqi looked behind her. The group of people found them and followed them here. She looked at her sister anxiously. "Sister, they found us and followed us." Jiangyu guessed that she would be discovered, but there was nothing she could do. If it was just a few zombies, it would be fine. She could get out of the car to deal with them, but with so many zombies, if they left, they might not be able to get the car back. And what if the group of people found the supplies in their car? The car is always faster than people. Jiangyu had to find a place to hide quickly. The group of people behind them actually shouted for help after they found them, and instantly attracted the zombies around them to gather around them. Jiangyu was so angry that she looked around. Oh no! There are a lot of zombies ahead. What should I do? There are even more zombies behind me. What should I do? Jiangyu listened to what the two said and looked through the rearview mirror. The group of people behind them had gotten a car from nowhere to follow them. Some people without cars had been knocked down by zombies. There was no time to find a better hiding place. Jiangyu aimed at a hotel at the intersection ahead. There was also a chain supermarket next to the hotel. There was a parking lot entrance next to the hotel. Jiangyu rushed to the hotel and said to the two people beside him, "Do you see the hotel in front? Get ready and get off as soon as the car stops. Chi-Chi, go to the front desk to find the room card." After that, he looked up at the hotel not far away and added, "Take the room card as soon as you see it." Jiangqi quickly put on his bag and held the stick in his hand. Yi Zi behind him was also very nervous. Jiangqi saw her panic and said, "Don't be afraid. Yi Zi, find the room card after getting off the car. I will kill the zombies." Yi Zi was stunned for a moment, nodded a little touched. But the fear in her heart did not decrease at all. Chapter 20 Relentless Pursuit. A huge group of zombies followed Jiangyu a few hundred meters behind, and 4 cars followed closely. After a while, one of the cars fell behind a little, and was dragged by the zombies, but one of them dragged the tire, and the zombies behind it rushed one after another, and finally the car was dragged by the zombies and stalled. The people in the car screamed wildly, and soon the car window was smashed by the zombies' heads, but no one stopped. The 2 cars in front were driving faster. Wang Ming, who was in the driver's seat, looked at the car in front and cursed, "Damn, the car in front is driving so damn fast. Hurry! Let's follow them, and see where they go." Jiangyu looked at the rearview mirror. The car and the zombies were some distance away. The dark clouds behind him were slowly drifting towards this side. Jiangyu sped up. The hotel was getting closer and closer. "Hurry in!" Jiangyu just stopped the car, hurriedly shouted to the 2 people, pulled out the key and got out of the car himself, and rushed to the door with the 2 people. "I can't get into the revolving door. I don't know what went wrong, causing the 2 sides with doors to get stuck in the middle." Jiangqi leaned against the 2 of them, and looked at the zombies approaching from a distance. Hands kept shaking. "What should I do?" "Here." Jiangyu pushed open the door on the side, let the 2 of them come in quickly, holding the axe in his hand tightly. He walked in front. Fortunately, there were no zombies in the hotel lobby. Jiangyu confirmed that there was no danger in the lobby, and shouted to Yi Zi, "Yi Zi, go find the room card." Yi Zi nodded vigorously, ran to the front desk, opened the drawer, and rummaged through it frantically. "No! No! Still no!" At this moment, Jiangyu went into the hall, and the elevator was still working normally. "Yes, the hotel has a generator." Jiangyu pressed the elevator button and hid sideways. Ding! The 3 were startled by the sound and stared at the elevator. The elevator opened, and there was no one inside. Jiang Qi, who had been guarding the door, shouted, "They are coming this way. Damn it. All the zombies are following us." Right away, Yizi's hands were shaking with nervousness. She forced herself to calm down. Generally, hotels would put the room card directly on the front desk. But there was nothing on the desk to put the room card. Yizi flipped through them one by one, and finally found a locked drawer in the cabinet below. Just when she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she found that the drawer was locked. Yizi thought of the bunch of keys she had just seen on the desk, and hurriedly took them down. There were too many keys. Why was it locked so tightly? Yizi's back was soaked with sweat, and she tried for a long time before opening it. Yizi looked at the dozens of cards in the drawer. These were too many. Should she take them all? She saw that each box had a number written on it. It was probably divided by floor. She took the card and ran to Jiang Qi, shouting, "I got it!" The 3 cars had already arrived. Jiang Qi turned around and heard the people behind him shouting, "Wait for us." The one in front. The 3 of them entered the elevator. Jiang Yu pressed the button for the 5th floor. Yizi took out a dozen cards for the 5th floor and gave them to the 2 of them, saying, "This hotel has 12 floors. There are too many room cards. I took the cards for floors below the 6th floor. I took a few cards for the upper floors." Jiang Yu nodded. "Any floor is fine. Downstairs is better than upstairs." The elevator reached the 5th floor. Jiang Yu clenched his axe and lowered his voice to tell the 2, "When you go out later, you 2 will find the room closest to the safe passage." The 2 nodded, looking at the elevator door nervously. Ding. The elevator door opened. Jiang Yu raised his axe. Jiang Qi beside him also picked up his weapon and followed his sister. The door opened. There was nothing outside the elevator. The 3 breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly heard footsteps coming from the corner, more than one. The 3 of them walked forward with light steps. Yizi saw a sign indicating an emergency exit at the corner of the wall and whispered, "Right." Jiang Yu took the lead and walked to the right along the wall. The footsteps were on the left and were getting closer and closer. The sound was strange. I'm afraid it wasn't a person. Sure enough, when they reached the fork in front, 3 zombies came from the left. Jiang Yu immediately raised his axe, turned his back to Jiang Qi and Yizi, and said anxiously, "Hurry up and find the door card." Jiang Qi gave all the cards in his hand to Yizi and hurried to his sister's side. His sister definitely couldn't deal with 3 zombies alone. Moreover, she just found that the other party seemed a little uncomfortable. There was no time to ask now. Jiang Qi rushed over with a stick in hand. At this moment, Jiang Yu had kicked down a zombie, and then hit the second one on the head. The previous zombie quickly climbed up from the ground. Jiang Yu saw his sister coming over, and his heart tightened. He turned to his sister and said, "Chi-Chi," quickly stabbed the stick into the zombie's head. "I know, sister." Jiang Qi endured the fear and watched the zombie staggering up from the ground. He was ruthless, closed his eyes, and stabbed the other party hard. He opened his eyes and found that he did not stab the head. But Jiang Qi was very strong, and the zombie was pressed to the ground by the stick. Jiang Qi remembered what his sister said, and pulled out his axe and continued to stab it into the head. He looked up and saw that his sister had chopped off another one. So he hurried over to help finish the job. Yizi finally found the room card, and swiped the door open, saying to the 2 people in front, "Come here. The door is open." Jiang Yu and his partner had already killed 2 zombies, and another one fell to the ground. At the end of the corridor, 2 more zombies came around the corner, and the 2 retreated to the door of the room. Jiang Yu pushed his sister into the room, raised his axe again, took a few steps forward and slashed the zombie that had just been knocked to the ground a few more times, and then quickly retreated and closed the door. Huh? Jiang Qi lost his strength, slid down the wall, and fell to the ground, pushing the backpack behind him against the wall. Looking up at his sister lying behind the door, he held his breath unconsciously. The room was very quiet for a while. After a while, Jiang Yu stood up straight and gently locked the anti-theft lock. Jiang Yu pulled up her sister, walked to the chair in the entrance to change shoes, and sat down. Although there were only 3 zombies outside the door just now, these 3 were all men in life, and they were also relatively tall. She definitely couldn't deal with them alone. Luckily her sister helped her. Jiang Yu turned to look at Jiang Qi beside her. The little girl, who used to love cleanliness and wearing skirts, now had a dirty face. Her eyes had not yet relaxed from the tension just now. Her hands were red because she had been holding the knife and stick. Jiangyu felt very distressed and asked, "Were you scared just now?" Jiangqi was stunned for a moment, raised her head, blinked her big eyes and smiled at her sister, saying, "I was a little scared, but I'm not afraid when I'm with you." Jiangyu smiled softly. Yizi came over and looked at the two sisters. She was a little embarrassed. She had been protected since she came out, and she didn't do anything. She said apologetically, "Sorry, I couldn't help. How could it be? Without you, the two of us would have no way of finding the rune card." Yes, Yizi, don't say that. I think the three of us work well together." Yizi looked at the two of them and smiled. She was really lucky to meet them. She walked to the bed and lay down, sighed comfortably, reminding the two of them, "Come and lie down for a while, this room is quite big." After Jiangqi recovered, he ran in and lay on another bed and summoned his sister to come over. Jiangyu followed him in, looking around the room. This hotel looked ordinary from the outside, but the interior decoration was quite luxurious. The room they were in was 507 on the 5th floor. The second room on the right after the elevator. The whole room was about 30 square meters, and it was equipped with standard room facilities. The window was quite large, but it was locked and could only be half opened. In addition to 2 beds, there was also a long sofa in the room. There was no place more suitable for resting and recuperating than here. Jiangyu rubbed his head and walked to the entrance table. There were 4 bottles of mineral water, tea bags, coffee bags, etc. on it, and there was a small cabinet below. When he opened it, there were actually 2 bottles of carbonated drinks and juice. This hotel is well equipped. Ah, there's water. I'm so thirsty, I finished all the water in my water bag. Jiangqi yelled and got up, took a bottle of water, and threw another bottle to Yizi. The 3 of them drank some water, and sat on the bed to rest for a while. Suddenly, a white light lit up outside the window. A crisp thunderclap sounded, and it started to rain heavily outside instantly. Jiangyu and the other 2 looked out the window, and were glad that they had hidden in the hotel in time. This was the first rain of the doomsday, and it fell so suddenly and violently. Jiangyu looked at the raindrops on the window, thinking of Chengzheng, wondering if the other party had a place to take shelter from the rain, and thinking of the other survivors, and felt heavy in his heart. His dizzy head felt even more uncomfortable, and he felt very uncomfortable. Yizi turned around and took the room card and spread it on the bed. There were no rooms on the 1st floor. She took almost all the room cards from the 2nd to 5th floors, about 30 or 40, and did not take any cards from the 6th floor and above. With so many room cards, I don't know if there are any people in these rooms. If there is no one, we can take away the water in the room. Jiangqi said excitedly, "Suddenly I want to stay here forever, it's safe and comfortable." Jiangyu came over, let Yizi keep the room card, it might be useful later, raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. He took out 2 boxes of self-heating rice from his bag like a magic weapon. The eyes of the 2 people next to him lit up. Jiangqi was almost drooling, looking at his sister in surprise. "Sister, you actually packed self-heating rice." "I put it under my bag before. I couldn't find a suitable opportunity to eat it, but there are only 2 boxes. Let's share it." Jiangyu looked at the 2 people in front of him and nodded repeatedly with approval. Let them open the rice. 1 box of kung pao chicken and 1 box of boiled beef. Yizi took 2 bottles of mineral water and poured them in. The heat rose, and the fragrance floated out. Jiangqi and Yizi looked at each other, wiped the non-existent saliva, feeling even hungrier. "It smells so good. So good. So good. I didn't expect to be able to eat self-heating rice, kung pao chicken and boiled beef. Oh my god, we are really the happiest survivors." Jiangqi was intoxicated, and her eyes could not leave the rice in front of her. Yizi nodded repeatedly, wishing she could swallow it all in one gulp. Jiangyu was amused by the 2 and walked into the bathroom. She put the sink plug flat and drained the water from the pipe. There was about half a sink full of water, which was enough for them to wash up. "Sister, the meal is ready. Come quickly," Jiangqi urged, leaning against the door, opening the lunchbox. The tempting smell of rice wafted into her nose, and the 3 people swallowed in unison in the room. Now it was their turn to become hungry wolves. After eating and drinking, the rain was still falling outside. Jiangyu poured the hot water in the self-heating lunchbox into the pool. The 3 of them took a shower while the water was hot. Then, they lay comfortably on the bed, and almost forgot about the doomsday outside. I don't know if those people outside have come in. Jiangqi sighed. She hoped that those people would not follow them, but she was also worried that those people would not survive. For a moment, her heart was very complicated. They should have come in, but I don't know if the zombies have come in. Yeezy said. Yes, but we haven't heard any sound. Zombies shouldn't use the elevator. That makes sense. Yeezy agreed. After chatting for a while, her sister didn't speak. Jiangqi turned his head to look, and found Jiang Yu leaning against the head of the bed, with her eyes closed, her face flushed, and her whole body began to fall down along the head of the bed. Sister? Chapter 21 Fever. Jiang Yu didn't know how long she had slept, and she heard her sister's anxious voice in a daze. Sister, wake up, and take the medicine. Jiang Yu opened her eyes with all her strength, and in front of her was a warm yellow light, and Jiangqi was looking at her with a worried expression. What time is it? Jiang Yu asked, but found that her throat was sore, that she couldn't speak, and her headache was severe. Jiangqi quickly handed her a glass of water. It's already 10 o'clock in the evening, you have a fever, and I can't wake you up no matter what. Jiangqi's voice was filled with tears, and she was obviously frightened. Her eyes were red, and she kept staring at her sister. After Jiang Yu fell asleep, Jiangqi and Yizi were bored and drew gobang on the hotel paper. Later, they were so sleepy that Yizi also went to sleep. Jiangqi was thinking about what happened during the day, and she didn't dare to fall asleep. During the day, she found that her sister inadvertently held her forehead several times, as if she was feeling uncomfortable. She knew Jiang Yu's body. She was usually fine. But once she got sick, she would not get better for several days. While daydreaming, a groan came from the bedside. Jiang Yu hummed uncomfortably. Jiangqi quickly put down the book in her hand, and asked softly, What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? After waiting for a long time without a reply, Jiangqi found that the other party's face was not right, and quickly put the back of her hand against it. It was so hot. Jiangqi became anxious instantly. It must be a fever. She guessed it. Quickly ran to the sofa to find her bag. Searching for the thermometer, she remembered that her sister said she put some necessary medicines in it. Yizi on the other side was woken up. Seeing Jiangqi frantically rummaging through her bag, she asked, What's wrong? Jiangqi turned around when he heard the voice, and found that she was awake. She said in a panic, My sister has a fever. I'm looking for the thermometer. I remember it was in the bag. Jiang Yu's voice became more and more impatient, and she started crying at the end. I found it. Yizi woke up instantly when she heard that Jiang Yu had a fever, and hurriedly followed Jiangqi. Jiang Yu's face was obviously flushed at this time. Jiangqi put the thermometer under his sister's arm, asked Yizi to help hold it, ran into the bathroom, poured mineral water into the sink, soaked it with a towel, and quickly put it on Jiang Yu's head. The two of them waited anxiously beside them. Jiangqi rummaged through his bag again, found the antipyretic medicine and gonmaoling granules, waited for Yizi to pull out the thermometer, and looked at it under the light. 38.6 degrees Celsius. Jiangqi panicked even more, quickly took out a pill of antipyretic medicine, and called Jiang Yu softly. Yizi, who was standing beside him, was also very anxious, and later took the towel down and changed the water in the sink. Jiangqi called for a long time, but didn't see his sister open her eyes, and his heart relaxed a little, quickly took out the prepared antipyretic medicine. Jiang Yu reached out to take the antipyretic medicine, sipped some water, and swallowed it. Jiangqi put the pillow behind her for her to lean on, poured the water under him into the hotel ceramic cup, took out a candle from his bag and lit it, and put the cup on top. Jiang Yu was amused by this action, but then felt sad, looking at her sister quietly, did not persuade her. She knew her sister must be scared. It would be better to let her find something to do. Jiang Yu still had a severe headache. She was so hot, sweaty, eyes half closed, somewhat unable to hold on. Yizi next to her changed the soaked towel and came over. Jiang Yu half closed her eyes and smiled at the other party, expressing her gratitude. She hadn't been sick for a long time. Although her physique was not as good as her sister's, because she lived alone, her sister was very worried and always kept an eye on her, worried that she would eat takeout, worried that she would stay up late, so she took good care of herself. Because she worked overtime too late once, she didn't reply to her sister's text message for a long time, and finally found that she had fallen asleep with a fever alone. That was Chengsheng she met that time. At that time, my period came again. I went home, took a quick shower and went to bed. I didn't expect to have a fever in the middle of the night. Fortunately, my sister found it. Since then, she has been monitoring me all the time. Jiangyu couldn't hold on any longer, and her eyelids drooped. Sister, drink this cup of water before going to bed. Jiangqi brought the cup over. Jiangyu forced her eyes open, and she couldn't believe that the water was really heated up by the other party. Jiangyu reached out to take the cup, but Jiangqi dodged and directly brought the cup to her mouth. Jiangyu lowered her head and took a sip. She found that the water temperature was not high, but the cup was very hot. She quickly touched behind her. The cup was extremely hot. Jiangqi's hand was already red from the heat. Jiangyu felt distressed. She took the cup and drank it in one gulp. She pulled Jiangqi's hand. I'm fine. It won't be red in a while. Sister, go to sleep. I'll be here to watch over you. Jiangqi pulled his hand back, pulled the pillow behind him, signaled his sister to lie down, and turned the light to the minimum. Jiangyu didn't say anything else, and lay down. She felt sleepy and fell asleep soon. After seeing her sister fall asleep, Jiangqi blinked slowly, looked at Yizi beside her and said, Yizi, you should go to sleep too. I stay here. Yizi shook her head, a little worried. She should be fine after taking the antipyretic. You go to sleep for a while, and I stay here. You can take over my job later. Jiangqi was silent, shook her head. She couldn't sleep. Yizi had no choice. She was so sleepy that she decided to sleep for a while and changed Jiangqi during the day. Jiangqi went to the sink and changed the towel, and put it on Jiangyu's head again. Seeing her sister's relaxed eyebrows, she felt relieved. But the rain outside was getting heavier. June was the rainy season. They didn't know when they could leave here. Moreover, she just found that she had used up half a bottle of mineral water in the room. If her sister's fever didn't go away tomorrow, they had to find a way to find some water in other rooms. Jiangqi dragged the chair to the bedside and looked at her sister despite her sleepiness. Her thoughts drifted away, and she thought of the past. After her parents' car accident, relatives were no longer able to take care of the two girls, and Jiangyu, who was only 14 years old, moved to an orphanage with her 8-year-old sister. Life in the orphanage was not as terrible as imagined. The director and the nurses took good care of them, perhaps out of sympathy, or perhaps because they were more well-behaved and obedient. Home is where her sister is, so even in the orphanage, she was spoiled by her family. But there were too many children in the orphanage, and resources were unevenly distributed. Boys were more likely to be adopted, while girls were always hungry. Every time, her sister would secretly give her the leftovers. Later, her sister was sponsored to go to school. She worked while studying, and she bought her food and drinks with the money she earned. When Jiangqi became an adult, Jiangyu finally took her away from the orphanage and rented a big house in City C. From then on, the two of them had their own home. Jiangqi. Jiangqi. Wake up. Jiangqi was awakened by a familiar voice. He looked up and saw Yizi looking at him worriedly. He realized that he should have fallen asleep. He looked and saw that it was only 3 o'clock in the morning. You scared me to death. I thought you were not feeling well. Yizi patted her chest and said, I just took the temperature. It was 37.6 degrees Celsius. The fever has subsided. Jiangqi nodded and walked to the bed. His sister's complexion returned to normal, and her head was not so hot anymore. But he was still worried. He didn't know if she would have a fever again. Yizi handed over a bag of bread and said, Eat something first. Jiangqi took the bread and ate it, and took the backpack and rummaged through it, and found a can of 8 treasure porridge. This is good, Yizi said beside him. It's even better if the key is warm. I checked before, and there is still half a bottle of mineral water and 2 bottles of carbonated drinks in the room, and the water in my sister's water bag. It should be enough to hold on today, but there will be no enough to drink tomorrow. Yizi thought about it, and remembered what Jiangyu said before, and suggested, Isn't there water in every room? We can go to the 2 rooms next door and get some first. It should be okay since we are close. Jiangqi had this idea for a long time, but hesitated for a while and said, I will go get it in the afternoon, and you just stay here to watch over my sister. How can that be? Yizi refused without thinking. How could she trust the other person to go alone? And disagreed, Wait until dawn, and I will accompany you then. Jiangqi didn't say anything else. Yizi asked her to sleep a little longer, and she would watch over him. This time, she didn't argue and fell asleep on the bed. Jiangqi woke up at dawn and saw that her sister was still sleeping. She discussed with Yi Zi, and they decided to go now. Jiang Yu emptied the things in the bag, took the empty bag, picked up her sister's axe, and Yi Zi found the room cards of the 4 rooms around and followed Jiangqi. The two planned to go to the opposite room 521 first, which was the shortest distance and safest. Jiangqi was in front to provide cover. Yi Zi went to open the door, rushed into the room as quickly as possible, filled all the water and left, and then went to 523 next door, did the same thing, then went to 505 opposite, and finally returned to 507, a total of 3 rooms. Before leaving, Jiangqi left a message for his sister on the hotel paper, and then gently opened the door. Their room was in 507. On the left was the elevator they had taken yesterday, and it was also a T-shaped entrance, and the zombies on the left came from there, and there were many rooms on the right, and then there was the safety passage and the end of the corridor. Jiangqi opened the door and looked outside. The surroundings were very quiet. Yesterday's zombies were still lying on the ground. There were no zombies at the right end. It was very lucky. Jiangqi turned around and made an okay gesture to Yi Zi. He walked out of the room first. Yi Zi followed closely and closed the door carefully. The two of them were nervous and excited at the moment. Jiangqi quickly walked to the opposite side, covered the door lock with a towel brought from the hotel, quietly swiped the card. The sound of the door opening was covered by the towel. She looked inside, probably confirmed that there was no danger, and let Yi Zi come in quickly. The two of them worked together. Jiangqi was guarding the door. Yi Zi put the water and drinks in the refrigerator into her bag. She also put the empty bottle of mineral water under the tap to collect 2 bottles of water. Let's go to 523. Yi Zi filled the water and followed Jiangqi to the front. They opened the room smoothly. It was the same method. Neither of them expected it to be so smooth. They went to 2 rooms this time. They didn't expect to collect so much water. If they went to 505 again, the water would be enough for the 3 of them to drink for a long time. Jiangqi and Yi Zi exchanged a glance, and then looked towards the other end of the corridor. Since they were not making much noise, there were no zombies coming over. Expertly, Jiangqi opened the door first, and Yi Zi followed closely behind. Because it was dark, and it was early morning, the light in the room was not very good. Jiangqi put the card on and prepared to turn on the light. After Yi Zi came in and closed the door, suddenly, a figure rushed over here. Be careful. Be careful. Chapter 22 Room 505. Jiangqi put down the stick in her hand, and her heart was beating hard. She looked at the man in front of her, who was holding a chair, and was staring at her viciously, and there was a woman standing by the window behind her, staring at the two of them motionlessly. The entire room layout was the same as theirs. There were only these 2 people in the room, the lights were dim, and there was a faint fishy smell, which was so disgusting that it made people want to vomit. These 2 people stayed in the room without even inserting the room card, and the lights were not turned on, otherwise she would not have thought that no one lived here. Yi Zi pulled Jiangqi behind the door. They didn't expect that there was someone in this room. The man in front of them was about 175 centimeters tall, about 30 years old, much bigger than them. Yi Zi held the stick tightly and pressed her back against the door. The man's eyes moved to the sticks and backpacks of the 2 people, and then to Jiangqi's face. His eyes were cold and disgusting, like mice in the dark and damp. Who are you? And what are you doing here? Jiangqi and Yi Zi looked at each other. There was something wrong with this room. They couldn't tell what was wrong, but the man in front of them made them want to escape inexplicably. They had to find a reason to leave. We came here to avoid zombies. We thought no one lived here. Sorry to bother you, Jiangqi explained while pulling Yi Zi, preparing to open the door and leave. The girl who had been standing by the window stepped forward and suddenly smiled at the 2 of them. Sorry, we were also startled by someone coming in suddenly. It's nothing special. My name is Songyu, and this is my boyfriend Gaowen. The 2 explained that they came to a city for a trip and booked this hotel. Everything was fine when they first arrived, but they didn't expect zombies to appear a few days ago, and they were trapped in the hotel. When saying this, Songyu's eyes were fixed on the 2 people's bags. Jiangqi nodded and said sorry for bothering them. He switched the stick to his left hand. Yi Zi behind him had his hand on the door, ready to leave at any time. The woman smiled and was about to ask what was in the other person's bag when there was a light knock on the door behind her. Jiangyu opened her eyes and found that she was the only one left in the room. Her sister and Yeezy were gone. There were some messy things on the bed on the other side. And a bag was missing. Jiangyu felt much better now. She stood up anxiously, and saw a note on the table next to her. Let's go to the nearby room to find water, and come back soon. She didn't know how long the two had been gone. But it was not her style to wait in the room all the time. What if something happened to the two? She quickly stood up, put on her clothes, and picked up the axe. Jiangyu thought for a moment. Nearby rooms? Based on her understanding of her sister, it could only be the rooms next door and across the street. The two would not run too far. Jiangyu opened the door and walked to 521 opposite. Since the room cards were in Yeezy's hands, she could only knock on the door gently from outside. After waiting for a while, there was no sound. Jiangyu turned to 523 next door. Still no one responded. What happened? Did they go to a farther room? Or did they encounter something? She became anxious instantly, and decided to go to 505 and 509 next door. If there was still no response, she could only speak. Luckily, this time, there was a knock on the door of 505 as well. At this moment, Jiangqi smiled and looked at the two people opposite him, and explained, "My friend should come to see us. We will leave first." He quickly opened the door while speaking. After the door opened, Jiangqi and Yeezy stepped back to the outside, and slowly closed the door. At the moment of closing the door, the wind mixed with the fishy smell came to his nose. Jiangyu smelled the smell and shifted his sight to look inside the door, and exchanged a glance with the woman inside the door. After the door was closed, Jiangyu and the other two hurried back to their room, which was 507 next door. After returning to the room, Jiangqi was about to say something, but Jiangyu walked straight to the bed, started to put things into the bag, and whispered to the two of them, "Pack your things quickly. Let's change rooms." Jiangqi and Yeezy were stunned, and then quickly followed Jiangyu to pack their things. "Sister, where are we going?" After packing, Jiangqi asked, and Yeezy took out the room card and handed it to Jiangyu. Jiangyu thought about the location of the safety passage, which was on the far right. They were now in room 507, and she had an idea in her mind, and found the room card for room 519 from Yeezy's pair of room cards. "Let's go!" Jiangyu was in front, and the two followed closely behind. They went to the right after they went out of the door. Room 519 was not far away, just above, and to the right opposite to room 507. Jiangyu swiped his card to open the door, and let the two in after confirming that no one was inside. Jiangqi finally had a chance to speak, and quickly asked, "Sister, how are you? Are you still having a fever?" Yeezy was sitting on the sofa with her head down, not knowing what she was thinking. Jiangyu nodded, indicating that she was much better now, but thinking of the two's bold actions, she couldn't help but say, "You two scared me to death. Don't go out alone later. There should be other people in the room on this floor." Yeezy raised her head, looking at Jiangyu, seemingly wanting to say something. Noticing her gaze, Jiangyu asked, "What's wrong? Are you going to ask me why I suddenly changed rooms?" Seeing that both of them were looking at her, Yeezy shook her head. In fact, she probably guessed why, but this matter was so disgusting and horrible, she didn't know what to say. "What's wrong?" "Yeezy, you've been feeling weird since you came back from that room just now, by the way." "Sister," Jiangqi said quickly, "room 505 just now, someone actually lives there. It's so dark, and they didn't turn on the light, and the smell in the room is terrible. Those two people don't look like good people." Jiangqi suddenly reacted, looked at Jiangyu and Yeezy, and said after realizing, "Is there something wrong with those two people, so they changed rooms? But moving here, it's still very close to them." Jiangyu nodded, but didn't reply. She realized that Yeezy must have seen something, and at this moment, the other party's face looked a little strange. "You saw something, didn't you?" Jiangyu asked. Yeezy's face turned even paler. I seem to see." Yeezy hesitated, which made Jiangqi very anxious. He stared at Yeezy and urged her to continue. "I saw a pair of legs on the bathroom floor." A white light flashed outside, followed by a thunderclap. Although the lights were on in the room, the three of them were terrified, except for a cold sweat. No one spoke for a while. Jiangyu didn't know what to say. She thought to herself that it was true. Jiangqi suspected that the thunder was too loud, and he had heard it wrong. As soon as Yeezy finished speaking, she was frightened by the thunder, and dared not open her mouth. After a long silence, Jiangqi couldn't help but ask. What did you mean by what you just said? Why didn't I see it? She recalled the scene in the room at that time. No. It's not that she didn't see it. But she didn't look down. She didn't expect there would be two people when she entered the room. She was too nervous and kept staring at the man, fearing that he would harm them. She didn't pay attention to the situation in the room at all. Yeezy sat on the bed, hugging her knees, and recalling the scene at that time. After they went in and found someone, Jiangqi had been dealing with the other party. She first looked at the woman, and then looked around the room. The room was dim, and the two double beds were very messy. One of the beds was piled with things. It was hard to see what it was. It seemed to be a backpack and clothes. There were also things on the table. It was dark and hard to see. The trash can under the table seemed to be full of trash. It was already full. The woman leaning against the window stared at her. Yeezy was startled and quickly retracted her sight. She took the corner of her eye and saw the crack in the door of the toilet on the right. There seemed to be a person lying in the bathtub. Because there was no light in the bathroom and the door was half closed, Yeezy was not sure. She moved her eyes outside and found a pool of blood on the floor near the door. After all, she was still a student. Yeezy's pupils shrank instantly, and her eyes stared at the bathroom door in a daze. This action attracted the attention of the woman by the window. She smiled at the two of them and walked over, and then blocked Yeezy's sight. Yeezy did not dare to look up again. She vaguely felt that the woman was looking at her. Luckily, Jiangyu found the two of them later, otherwise. Jiangqi covered his mouth after hearing this. No wonder there was a foul smell in the room. Did they kill zombies, or? Probably guessing Jiangqi's thoughts, Jiangyu's tone was a little heavy. These two people behaved too strangely. I smelled a fishy smell as soon as I entered the door. I'm afraid someone is dead inside. You two just broke in, and you were carrying bags, and you have attracted their attention. Sighing, Jiangyu felt that these two people might have discovered that they were staying next door yesterday, and they couldn't stay on this floor for too long. I just don't know if this couple just killed someone, or... Jiangyu felt that his head was aching again. The three of them had been discovered, and they were all women. In this doomsday where all social rules have turned into bubbles, no one can protect them. Jiangyu could take an axe and chop the zombies without hesitation, but what about the people? Why is this world so scary? When will it be restored to its original state? Sister, what should we do? Jiangqi looked at Yizi, who kept looking down. He knew that she was scared. And so was he. Is there anything scarier than zombies? They can only be beasts without humanity. What should we do? Jiangyu walked to the window and looked downstairs. It was past 9 o'clock now. It was still raining outside. I'm afraid the rain won't stop for a while. I don't know if the zombies downstairs are still there. It's too dangerous to leave now. Yeezy also stood up and looked outside. She didn't want to stay in the hotel anymore. Compared to the two people just now, the zombies outside seemed much cuter. Why don't we go? Yeezy suggested. From the beginning, she had been thinking back to the scene in that room. She felt more and more that everything was wrong. The people in the room were wrong. The trash can was wrong. The items on the bed were wrong. It was too dangerous here. Jiangqi looked at Yeezy, and then looked out the window. It was raining heavily. If she went out now, she would have to find a shelter again. She would definitely die. She looked at her sister, wanting to know what the other party was planning. Jiangyu shook her head at the two of them. At least they couldn't go out today. Not only was the weather outside terrible, but the zombies would also be trapped in the rain. The zombies outside probably hadn't left yet. It was too dangerous for them to drive in this weather. But they could think of other ways. Jiangyu said to the two of them, Yeezy, don't be afraid. Even if they have a man, I still have an axe. Let's go to another floor. They can't knock on the doors of the rooms one by one. Yeezy looked at the window silently, nodded, and there was no other way. The three of them agreed to take a short break and go downstairs. After quickly finishing the bread, Jiangqi gave the water he had just collected to the two people, and then zipped up the bag again and prepared to leave. Jiangyu put on the bag, followed by the two people, and slowly opened the door. He met the man outside the door. Chapter 23 Injured. The man from room 505 was standing outside the door. Seeing the three people staring at Jiangyu up and down, that look was as if the man from room 505 was standing outside the door. That look was as disgusting as the skin of a toad. Jiangyu took a step back, shielding Jiangqi, and Yeezy behind him, raised the axe in his hand, and looked at the other party with cold eyes. The other party was only one person, holding a stick in his hand, and just stood outside their door so arrogantly. Little girls, I came here to ask you if you want to go to our room. There is strength in numbers. How can you 3 girls protect yourselves? Come with me. I can protect you. The man had a pale face and a beard, and a lewd smile on his face. He walked into the room while speaking. Jiangyu sneered, raised the axe directly, pointed it at the man's neck, and asked sarcastically, I advise you to stay away from this door. You don't think this axe has not been sharpened yet, do you? The smile on the man's face froze. He stared at the axe in front of him for a few seconds, then moved his eyes to Jiangyu's face, then slowly crawled to Jiang Qi and Yi Zixing behind him, looking back and forth. It seemed that he was unwilling to leave like this, or he might not believe that Jiangyu really dared to do it. Instead of stopping, the man took a few more steps forward. Jiang Qi was shaking with anger behind him, staring at the man fiercely. Yi Zi beside him held her arm tightly. Jiang Qi patted her soothingly, thinking, at worst, it would attract zombies, and both sides would be broken. The axe moved down, moved to the man's triangle area. Jiangyu rotated the direction. The axe blade was ready somewhere, raised his eyebrows, quickly exerted force upwards. The man was frightened and dodged backwards, falling to the ground. Obviously, he did not expect the other party to do this, almost, if he had not dodged in time. A voice came from the end of the corridor. It was 4 zombies, who had been attracted here by the sound. The man glanced at Jiangyu and the other 2, and said viciously, Just wait, I will make you suffer when you are in my hands. After saying that, he hurried to room 505 while the zombies were approaching. It was a pity. He almost cut them. Jiangyu closed the door, and turned around to see that the vigilance in his sister and Yi Zi's eyes had not yet dissipated. He looked at the door in a daze. What do this couple want? Jiang Qi was furious. She was so scared when she opened the door just now. The man's cold eyes made her want to tremble. Yi Zi didn't say anything beside him. After a while, she looked up at Jiangyu and asked, Sister Jiang, what should we do? Let's go now, to the 4th floor. Jiangyu put his hand on the door handle, reminding the 2. Let's go through the safe passage. The safe passage is on the left side of the door. There may be zombies after we go out. We will deal with it as we please. The 2 nodded. In fact, they could also hide in the room, after all. The other party couldn't get in without a room card, but Jiangyu recalled what Yi Zi said, and the room she saw at that time. Dark, smelly, horrible. These 2 people are definitely not simply killing their own kind. It has been a week since the fall of S City, and these 2 people don't seem to have gone out, and they can still live safely until now. Definitely not good people. What was even more terrifying was that they had just changed rooms, and the other party actually came directly to them, so they had no choice but to leave. Pushing the door open, the zombies at the door of 505 outside the door were walking towards this side. Jiangyu was not panicked at all when he saw the zombies now, and he walked quickly to the left with 2 people. There was a turn at the end of the left side, and the safety passage was at the turn, facing this corridor. Jiangyu looked at the passage, and the door was closed. Could it be locked? Oops. There are 2 zombies behind me, and there is a turn ahead. I don't know if there will be other zombies. He walked to the end with the 2 of them quickly. Jiangyu looked to the left. Luckily there was nothing. It seems that there are only 4 zombies left on the 5th floor. If they are solved, wouldn't it be a blessing for this perverted couple? Jiang Qi and Yi Zi opened the door, waiting for Jiangyu to come in. Jiangyu looked at the 4 zombies in front of him. 2 of them were probably about the same age as Jiang Qi. Even if they turned into zombies, you can tell that they were beautiful girls in front of him, with delicate makeup and beautiful clothes. She was a little dazed, listening to the zombies in front of her making sounds. She came back to her senses, did not take action, turned around and entered the safety passage, leaving these zombies to the 2 people. At least, they were still afraid of zombies. The 3 of them walked into the safety passage. This place was not like a company. There were no windows inside, and the voice-controlled lights were not turned on. It was pitch black. Jiang Qi stared at the safety passage and swallowed silently, took out a flashlight from his bag, carefully stretched out his feet, and walked in front. The safety passage was too dark. Only the green safety exit could be seen. The place where the flashlight could not find was even darker and more dangerous. Jiangyu was worried about Jiang Qi being alone in front, so she took the flashlight and changed positions. Fortunately, although the safety passage was dark, there were no zombies. When they reached the 4th floor, Jiangyu changed her mind and whispered to the two of them, "Let's go to the 2nd floor." At first, they chose the 5th floor because they were worried that the previous group of zombies would rush into the hotel. The 2nd and 3rd floors were too close. Whether it was zombies or the previous group of people, they might come up through the stairs. The 4th and 5th floors were the safest. But there was nothing she could do now. She just wanted to stay away from the two perverts. When they reached the 2nd floor, because the door was made of solid wood, they could not see the outside at all. The three of them paused for a while behind the door and discussed the room they would go into. The layout of the 2nd and 5th floors should not be different. This means that there is a corridor directly opposite them after they go out. And there is also a corridor on the right. It is just unknown whether there are many zombies. Jiangyu folded the flashlight and asked Yi Zi to prepare the room card first. After they go out, they will go directly to the nearest room in front. Jiangyu opened the door a crack, and looking out from the crack, she could only see the corridor opposite. There were 7 or 8 zombies wandering in the corridor. There were quite a lot of zombies, and she and Jiangqi alone might not be able to deal with them all. In addition to the wandering zombies, there were also a lot of bloodstains on the ground. The trash can in the corridor was overturned. It seemed that someone was in danger here. I just don't know if it was the previous group of people, or the people in the original hotel. There are a lot of zombies outside. We will open the door and go directly to the room in front. The room number is 415. Jiangyu lowered her voice and said, "Let Yi Zi prepare the room card. She and Jiangqi will be in front to cover. Yi Zi will open the door from behind." After discussing, the three of them opened the door immediately, and the zombies in the corridor were attracted and walked over here. Jiangyu went out first with an axe, Jiangqi followed closely behind, and Yi Zi was the last. "Ah!" Yi Zi suddenly screamed. Jiangyu and Jiangqi were so scared that they turned around quickly, only to see Yi Zi had fallen to the ground, covering her calf in pain. "Chi-Chi, help her into the room." After Jiangyu finished shouting, he turned around. The zombies were already here. Jiangqi didn't know what happened to the other party yet. He quickly helped Yi Zi up. The other party couldn't stand steadily due to the pain. A smell of blood floated in the air. "Are you injured? Quick! Give me the room card. Let's go in first." Fortunately, Jiangqi was strong and didn't feel tired. He helped Yi Zi to room 415 and looked at his sister anxiously. All the zombies came over. Sister couldn't do it alone. Jiangqi was so anxious that he quickly swiped his card and pushed the door. After confirming that there was no one inside, he put Yi Zi down and said, "Yi Zi, wait for us here. I go help my sister." Yi Zi nodded with pale lips and leaned against the wall to hold the door. Jiangyu had already killed 3 zombies, but there were too many of them. She didn't care whether to hit the head or the eyes. She raised the axe and chopped it frantically. She was sweating in her hands. Maybe it was because of the fever. She soon became weaker and weaker. The hand holding the axe began to tremble slightly. "Be careful." Jiangyu turned around, and the zombie behind her was stabbed by Jiangqi with a stick. Jiangqi dragged the stick backwards and slammed it against the wall and hit it twice fiercely. He ran back to Jiangyu and stabbed the remaining 3 zombies again and then pulled Jiangyu to the room. Fortunately, they were not far away, and Yi Zi was still waiting for them at the door. As soon as they entered the room, Yi Zi endured the pain and closed the door. The 3 of them instantly collapsed on the ground and gasped without any image. Fortunately, there was no danger. I didn't expect there were so many zombies on the 2nd floor. Just after entering, Jiangyu also saw a few more zombies coming from the end. It seems that they will be busy. However, there are many zombies on the 2nd floor, and the perverted couple should not dare to come over. Hiss. Yi Zi covered her right leg and couldn't help but hum. Jiangyu thought of what happened just now, and hurried over to pull up the other's trouser legs. There was already a wound about 7 or 8 centimeters long on the snow-white calf, as if it was cut by a sharp weapon. "Is this the cut on the door just now?" Jiangqi frowned, looking at the wound that was bleeding all the time. How could there be such a long cut? Yi Zi was in so much pain, nodded gently, and guessed, "It's the nail on the door. I don't know how it got lifted up. I walked close to the door and didn't notice it. It hurt so much." Jiangyu had already found alcohol, band-aids and gauze from her bag, and took out a bottle of mineral water from Jiangqi's bag. "There is no saline solution. I will squeeze out the blood and rinse it with alcohol. It will be very painful. You must bear it." Jiang took a towel and spread it on the ground, and gently wiped the blood with paper. Yizi bit her arm, and it was so painful that she cried. Jiang helped her lean against him. Yizi closed her eyes tightly. Her eyebrows wrinkled together, and buried her face pale in Jiang's arms. She was shaking in pain, and her calf could not help but shrink back, and was held firmly by Jiang. Jiang pressed Yizi's foot with his knee. Alcohol was almost poured, and the blood on the surface had been washed away. Jiang squeezed the snow water out of the wound with his hands, rinsed it with the last bit of alcohol, and finally put on a dressing. Okay, strictly speaking, this kind of injury must be treated with a tetanus shot at the hospital, but now, take this anti-inflammatory pill first. I rinse it again and change the dressing later. Jiang handed the medicine and water to Yizi. Luckily, she had put some medicine in her bag before, which came in handy now, but the quantity was not much. Yizi took the water and took the medicine. She was helped to the bed by Jiang. She lay on the bed in pain and cursed unwillingly. This damn doomsday. Damn zombies. Damn bitches. I want to go home so much. I want to go home. My mother must be waiting for me at home. She must be worried about me. She spoke with a lower and lower voice. Jiang and her sister sat on the sofa, looking at the person on the bed, did not disturb her. Hearing the sobbing sound from behind, she knew she was homesick. She looked at Jiang and found that Jiang was looking at Yizi worriedly. His eyes were red. This damn apocalypse, damn zombies. Are you hungry? Jiang asked. She took their bags and took out 2 bags of instant noodles, cold biscuits, and a can of food. There was not much food left. It was almost noon now. They hadn't eaten since morning. These foods wouldn't last until tomorrow. Jiang stared at the instant noodles and biscuits on the table and shook his head. Halfway through shaking his head, his stomach growled. Jiang chuckled and took some instant noodles and handed them to the other person. Eat it, leave the bag under you for Yizi. Jiang took it, gently tore open the mouth, and gave half to his sister. The instant noodles without seasoning were also very fragrant. Sister, we don't have much to eat. It really was not much. They got off the car in a hurry, and the zombies and others were following them, so they didn't have time to get more food from the car. Jiang took a bite of noodles, nodded, and looked at Yizi who was sleeping soundly on the bed. They had to go out for a while. Chapter 24 Sneak into the zombie group. It is past 11 o'clock now, and the rain outside has stopped. Their car is parked at the door, and there are a lot of supplies in the car. In addition to the car, there is a chain supermarket next to the hotel, and there must be a lot of food in it. The key is how to get through the zombie group downstairs, and bring the food up safely. Jiang looked at Yizi, who was curled up on the bed and sleeping, and thought to himself, Yizi is injured now, and she must not go out. There are only her and her sister, and the number of zombies downstairs is still unknown, and the risk factor is too high. After pondering for a while, Jiang had an idea in mind. She looked at her sister in disgust. We don't know what's going on downstairs yet. I go downstairs from the safety passage later. If there are not many zombies, I come back and tell you. We go together. If there are too many zombies, we think of a way. I want to go together. Jiang shook his head and stared at Jiang without saying a word, as if he meant that no one else would go unless he took her with him. Seeing that his sister didn't say anything, Jiang became a little anxious, thinking that she would not agree. He stood up excitedly and said, If you don't take me with you, what if you can't beat the zombies? What to do if you encounter danger? You know, I will still go out to find you even if I don't see you come back. Yizi was awakened by Jiang's voice, and looked at the two of them in confusion. The stinging pain in her leg instantly awakened her memory, and she groaned in pain. Jiang did not respond to her sister's words. Seeing that Yizi was awake, she went over to help her change the dressing. Tear off the dressing, and a bright red wound was revealed. Fortunately, it was treated in time, and it did not get worse. But I don't know if it will fester when the weather gets hotter later. Seeing that his sister ignored him, Jiang snorted and sat on the sofa without saying anything. Yizi, we don't have much food left. Chi and I will go downstairs later, and we'll be back soon. You wait for us at the hotel. Jiang said. Jiang behind him turned around, and nodded when he heard his name. Yizi hummed and took the instant noodles handed over by Jiang. After treating the wound, Jiang turned to look at Jiang, and the worry in his eyes was about to overflow. We will go down through the safety passage later. Don't be willful after you go out. You must listen to me. Understand? Yes. 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 I know. Jiangqi nodded and took out a fruit knife from his bag and started to sharpen the stick. This mop stick is quite sturdy and easy to use, but the front is worn out a lot. There are some cracks. I'm afraid it won't last long. After Jiangqi finished sharpening, Jiangyu handed the vacated bag to him and changed her mind temporarily. If there are not many zombies downstairs, they will immediately find a chance to walk into the supermarket. If there are many, they will return to the room and think of another way. Pushing open the door, the zombies outside are still nearby. Luckily, the two of them had already dealt with half of them before. Jiangyu tied his shoelaces tightly, exchanged a glance with Jiangqi, and then quickly opened the door a crack, and threw the ball made of the mineral water bottle into the distance through the crack. Because the mineral water bottle contained some alcohol, it had its own weight, and it hit the trash can not far away with a light throw, with a clang. The zombies wandering around were immediately attracted by the sound and approached the trash can. Let's go! Seeing that all the zombies were surrounding the trash can, Jiangyu pulled his sister and quickly ran to the safe passage, opened the door, and hid inside, and the zombies behind him were attracted by the sound of the door closing, and began to change direction again. I didn't expect to be able to hide in so smoothly. I thought I would have to spend some energy to deal with the zombies outside the door. My sister is really smart. Jiangqi thought they were very lucky. She even started to mock the zombies. These monsters are so stupid. They only know how to listen to the voice, and can't even recognize whether they are human or not. Jiangyu was choked by her sister's words. Isn't it good that zombies are stupid? If they were all long-distance running champions, like in Korean movies, they would have died in a teaching building long ago. When they reached the door of the first floor safety passage, the two of them slowed down their steps. Jiangyu pulled her sister behind her and used the same trick again, quietly opening a crack. Jiangyu remembered that the front desk was on the left side of the first floor lobby. The sofa area was on the right side, and there was a screen in front of her. Behind the screen was the elevator. According to the location of the elevator upstairs, the door of the first floor safety passage was probably a little far from the lobby. What's wrong? Jiangqi saw his sister open a crack and then close it again, and he felt uneasy. Could it be that there were too many zombies outside? Jiangyu was still thinking about the route to the lobby on the first floor. After exiting the safety passage, they had to walk a passage to reach the front hall. If the zombies had already broken in, then after they exited, there was no place to hide on the road ahead. They could only fight. There were only two of them. It was impossible to fight on this road. This was a dead end. What to do? Jiangyu squatted in the corridor. Jiangqi beside her did not dare to speak either. He squatted down with his sister. Half a minute later, Jiangyu looked up at Jiangqi. There was only this disgusting way. Jiangyu waved to her sister, then walked to the second floor. Jiangqi behind her was a little puzzled. Going back now? This is not like her character. We will kill two zombies upstairs later, after killing them. Take off their clothes and put them on, then smear the blood on the face and skin. Jiangyu couldn't stand it anymore. It was disgusting just thinking about it. Ah? Jiangqi widened his eyes. What kind of game is this? It sounds so disgusting. We look similar to zombies, so vision should not be their way to identify us. Only hearing and smell. Jiangyu wiped his face, full of hatred for this doomsday. Seeing his sister frowning and grinning, looking unacceptable, Jiangyu thought of persuading her to go back and wait, perhaps guessing what his sister would say. Jiangqi shook his head directly. I won't go back. It's disgusting. I find a room to wash up later. Jiangyu said no more. After discussing, he pushed open the wooden door of the second floor safety passage. The three zombies at the door seemed to be waiting for them, and they kept surrounding them. Three zombies were no longer a problem for Jiangyu and his partner. They were easily killed. Jiangyu used a card to open the next room and dragged two zombies in. Jiangqi pinched his nose and looked at the two male zombies. He dragged them in directly and came out to help his sister drag another one. After Jiangyu went in, he glanced at the corridors on both sides. He seemed to see a figure at the end of the corridor. He thought it was a zombie. Jiangyu didn't think much and closed the door. The two changed the clothes of the zombies and smeared some blood on the clothes. To be on the safe side, they did not smear it on their faces, but chose to wrap a towel around their mouths and noses to prevent the zombies from detecting their breath. Because Jiangyu and the other person were originally wearing long clothes and long pants, and wearing gloves, they didn't apply much on their skin, and only painted a red patch on the clothes of the zombies outside. They were finally glad that they didn't have to apply these disgusting things on their skin. But they didn't expect that the fishy smell emitted from the clothes was even more unbearable. Jiangqi almost vomited on the spot. This damn doomsday. The two of them cursed fiercely in their hearts at the same time. With this set of equipment, the two of them felt a sense of security for some reason, and pushed open the door to continue to prepare to go to the first floor. After closing the door, Jiang Yu looked at the end of the corridor. There was no sign of zombies. Could she have seen it wrong? Because she couldn't stand the disgusting smell. She went downstairs much faster this time. When she reached the door, Jiang Yu stopped her sister. Her mouth and nose were covered by a towel, so her expression could not be seen. However, her eyes revealed seriousness and nervousness. "I go out first." Without waiting for her sister to refute, Jiang Yu said firmly this time, "Listen, I go out first. After confirming that there is no problem, I will knock on the door gently outside. You can come out later. When you go out, be quiet, move slowly, and don't talk at all." Jiangqi knew that her sister would not be soft-hearted this time, and nodded obediently. "Now that the rain has stopped, we will go directly to the supermarket next door after we go out. There may be zombies inside. I will attract their attention, and you go to get food. The more the better." After saying that, Jiang Yu looked at her sister. Are there any other questions? What questions could Jiangqi have? She couldn't dissuade her sister from going out to take risks first, nor could she ask her to attract zombies. She knew she wouldn't agree. All she could do was to follow her closely, and pack the food as quickly as possible after arriving at the supermarket. Seeing her sister nod, Jiang Yu felt relieved. She had thought she would have to talk more. She gently pushed the door open, and walked out slowly with the axe in her hand. The front desk was about 50 meters away. From here, she could only see the side of the desk. The hall was blocked by a wall. Fortunately, there were no zombies at the entrance of the safety passage. Unfortunately, there were indeed many zombies, all wandering at the end of the corridor. Close to the front desk, Jiang Yu walked slowly, imitating the zombies' posture, and walked towards the zombies in front step by step. At this moment, the first floor was silent, but she could hear her own violent heartbeat in her cochlea. Plop, plop, plop. One after another, Jiang Yu felt her palms sweating. She stared at the zombies getting closer and closer, watching their reactions closely, ready to run away at any time. Fortunately, this group of zombies had no reaction. Did they not hear her coming, or did they think she was one of their own? Jiang Yu glanced at the safety passage behind her, and then walked boldly to the hotel receptionist on the left, slowly passing in front of her. At this moment, she was no more than an arm's length away from the zombies, and in front of her was the zombie's face that was missing 1/3, and his empty eyes passed over her, and he didn't know what he was looking at, and he exuded the same smell as her. Jiang Yu was relieved. After confirming that there was no problem, she struggled in her heart. How about going secretly? Just when she had the idea, Jiang Yu looked behind her. The door of the safety passage was half open. Jiangqi looked at her anxiously inside. Forget it. Jiang Yu slowly backed away, and waved to Jiangqi with her hand behind her back. Seeing this, Jiangqi hurried out, and walked with a limp on purpose. The two of them passed through the zombies like penguins, approaching the front desk, and finally saw the entire hotel lobby. Just as they guessed, the whole hall was full of zombies. At least dozens of them. If these zombies found them, they would eat them alive. Jiangqi swallowed his saliva, and looked at the open door. These people didn't close the door after entering. No wonder there were so many zombies. But even if the door was closed, the zombies would break through the glass door and rush in. Jiang Yu turned around and found that his sister was winking at a male zombie, doing all kinds of weird things. He quickly patted the other person, and pointed outside the door. As long as you go out of the door, walk to the right for less than 20 meters. There is a department store, and victory is just around the corner. It stopped raining outside, but the sky was not clear yet. It seemed that this was just a halftime break, and there would be heavy rain later. This might be their last chance. Walking towards the door with Jiangqi, she suddenly felt someone gently pulling her clothes behind her. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat, and she slowly turned around. She saw that the towel on Jiangqi's face had fallen to the ground. She was so scared that she covered her mouth and nose tightly with her hands, and her face turned red. The zombies around her seemed to smell something, and they raised their heads slightly to sniff the air around them. In room 217, after Jiang Yu and her sister left, Yeezy sat on the bed, eating instant noodles, watching the rain dripping on the windowsill, thinking about her past life. Those ordinary and boring lives, but she missed them so much that she cried. Dong! Dong! Suddenly there was a knock at the door. You're back so soon? Didn't you bring the room card? Yi was a little surprised, but she didn't think much about it, and got up to open the door. There was a ding sound at the door, and the door was pushed open. Chapter 25. Let's go! Jiangyu reached out and grabbed her sister, and walked quickly to the door, and successfully went out and arrived at the supermarket. The good news was that the door of the supermarket was not locked, and had been smashed by someone, and the bad news was that there were many zombies in the supermarket. Could it be that the group of people hid in the supermarket at that time? This guess is not impossible. Jiangyu was in front, turned around and looked at her sister, and needless to say, Jiangqi understood what her sister meant. Act according to the original plan. After Jiangyu entered the supermarket, he went straight to the department store on the left side. Jiangqi hid under the cashier in front and waited. At this moment, the whole supermarket was in a mess. Like an indoor vegetable market, the items on the shelves were turned upside down, most of the food had been taken away, and there were all kinds of packaging bags on the ground. It seemed that many people had visited this supermarket. Fortunately, the supermarket was big enough, and there were enough stocks, and the remaining food was enough for Jiangyu and the others to eat. As long as they could survive these few days, they could find a chance to leave. Jiangyu walked to the last row, where there were pots, pans, and bowls. He took down a beautiful milk pan, and threw the alarm clock he had set in advance. Jiangyu calculated the time, returned to the cashier counter, and squatted with Jiangqi. He looked at his watch. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling, the alarm on the cell phone rang. And the zombies in the supermarket were attracted by the sound, and swarmed to the leftmost row of shelves. Hurry! Jiangyu and the other man quickly got up, rushed to the food area, and put the food on the shelves into their bags. Boom! Thunder began to sound outside again, and a heavy rain was brewing in the air. The two immediately turned around and ran to the door. Thunderstorms come and go, and we have to go back quickly. When we ran to the door, the alarm not only attracted the interest of the zombies in the supermarket, but also attracted the zombies not far away outside the supermarket. Although there were not many zombies, they blocked the door tightly. After the thunder sounded, the sky darkened instantly. The rain had gathered on the dark clouds at this moment, and would fall in the next second. Jiangyu was also extremely anxious at the moment. She didn't know why she had felt uneasy since just now. This premonition urged her to go back to the hotel. She could only force her way in. Jiangyu lifted her backpack up and said in a desperate tone, "I deal with the two on the left and just step over them." After that, Jiangyu took advantage of the ringing and swung the axe at the zombie near the door. The zombie had not fallen down yet, and the surrounding zombies were attracted by the chaos, and began to walk towards Jiangyu. Jiangqi followed closely behind, stabbed the zombie next to him into the stick, then held the stick like this, used all his strength, pushed the zombie out of the door, and pushed a path open. Quick! Not daring to make a sound, Jiangqi waved to his sister. The two of them left smoothly, and returned to the hotel. After returning to the hotel, I felt much more at ease. Just follow the previous method to slowly return to the safe passage. The two of them carried bulging bags. This time, they chose to walk along the edge of the hall, trying not to run into zombies. After a safe journey, they reached the second floor safely. They pushed open the security door. There was no zombie in the corridor on the second floor. Without thinking much, they walked to the door of room 217. Jiangyu waited for his sister to open the door. He looked down and saw a bright red mark on the ground. You know, the blood of zombies is not bright red, but dark red, and it smells bad. Whose is this? The uneasy premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. Jiangyu couldn't wait for his sister to open the door. He directly took the card in her hand and swiped it to enter the room. The room was empty. Yi was gone. Yi? Where is she? Jiangqi thought the other party was resting on the bed, turned on the light, and was about to go in, when he saw the blood on the ground. Yi? Jiangqi looked at the empty room, and panically looked at Jiangyu, who opened the bathroom door, who shook his head. From the blood on the floor, it can be seen that Yi was dragged away by someone, but it is not known whether the blood is Yi's or the other party's. Jiangqi was terrified. In this doomsday, in this hidden hotel room, Yi disappeared. Her first reaction was zombies. Could it be that Yi wanted to go out and met zombies and was caught by zombies when she ran to the room? Jiangqi looked at her sister and murmured, "What should I do?" Was Yi bitten to death by zombies? No, it was man-made, most likely the two people in room 505. Jiangyu said this, but in fact, she was sure that it was these two perverts. She thought of the figure she saw at the end of the corridor. It turned out that the perverted couple had been following them. After they found out that she and Jiangqi had left, they somehow opened the door of the hotel. Yes, it was the hotel's universal room card. The cleaning lady in the hotel usually has such a card, which can open any room. No wonder the room card of room 505 was in front of them. But the other party checked in. These two people used this universal room card to enter countless rooms. From the end of the world to now. They may not have left the hotel, but they are still alive. Jiangyu looked at her sister, who was already anxiously circling the room, trying to find some useful clues. Chi-Chi, look here. Jiangyu pointed at the bloodstains. In addition to the obvious marks left by the dragging, there were a few small and inconspicuous drops of blood next to it. What is this? Is this the blood on Yi's leg? Jiangqi hurriedly looked for the inconspicuous droplets of blood on the ground. Thinking of something, he turned around and said to Jiangyu, "Sister, let's go directly to 505 to find them. There are two of us. We also have axes. Are we still afraid of them?" Jiangyu put down her bag, took out an empty mineral water bottle from the table, and prepared to give the perverted couple a big gift. Time waits for no one, and the perverted couple still doesn't know what their purpose is. They have to find Yi quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late. Jiangyu and the other person didn't change their clothes at this moment. This outfit made it easier to move. They originally planned to search along the bloodstains on the floor, but the hotel was covered with thick carpets. The carpets were dark red, and the color of the blood could not be seen at all. Having lost the clue, the two decided to go to room 505 first. This time Jiangyu chose to take the elevator. When he reached the 5th floor, he ran to room 505 with an axe in his hand. When he approached the door, Jiangyu looked back at Jiangqi and said, "Be careful later." Jiangqi nodded. His eyes were slightly red, and he was at the peak of anger. He opened the door quickly. The room was as dark as ever. The window on the wall was opened, and the wind mixed with the rain outside drifted into the room. A disgusting stench rushed out. Jiangyu stared at the dim room in front of him, and raised his hand to turn on the light. There was no one in the room. There were a lot of clothes and mineral water bottles piled on the bed. The white sheets were stained with various colors. The trash can was full of things. Jiangyu's scalp was numbed by the scene. He checked the bed and behind the curtains and found no one. Jiangqi had checked the bathroom behind him. There was no one in the entire room 505. But Jiangqi was a little flustered. He looked up at Jiangyu with panic in his eyes. He was obviously scared. He said with trembling lips, "Bathroom? There are so many bathrooms." Jiangyu pulled her sister into her arms, held her face up and said, "Chi-Chi, calm down. Yi is still alive. We have to find her quickly." After leaving room 505, the two lost their target. The entire hotel has 12 floors, and there are more than 20 rooms on the first floor alone. What should they do? It would be a waste of time to search one by one. Yi can't wait that long. Jiangyu stood outside the door, staring at the zombies wandering in the distance. She didn't take these monsters seriously at all. She thought to herself, where would these two people choose? Let's go! Go to the 2nd floor. We got the wrong direction. The other party kidnapped Yi from the 2nd floor. They must be worried that Yi's voice would attract zombies. It's impossible to take Yi from the 2nd floor to the 5th floor. They can only book a room on the 2nd floor. Returning to the 2nd floor, Jiangyu glanced at the rooms on both sides. With so many rooms, where would they choose to go? Jiangqi beside him had already run back to the room and got all the room cards on the 2nd floor. "Sister, let's try one by one. Yi can't wait that long." Jiangyu nodded, and decided to start checking the two rooms around 2171 one by one. After opening 2 empty rooms, Jiangyu became more and more anxious. When he walked to the door of room 213 and was about to swipe his card, he suddenly saw a bloodstain on the door handle. Jiangyu pulled Jiangqi back to the other side and pointed to this room. Jiangqi nodded. He didn't expect to find it so quickly. "What should we do? Should we just rush in?" Jiangqi asked, and found that his sister took out a kitchen knife from her bag. Jiang Yu stuffed it into her sister's hand. I took this from the supermarket shelf. Take it. Protect yourself later. Jiang Qi held the cabbage tightly, nodded, and followed her sister to the door of 213. With a swish, the door of the room was opened. For a moment, Jiang Yu thought she was watching a horror movie. The room was brightly lit, but the floor was covered with blood. Yizi was lying on the ground. Her outer clothes were taken off, leaving only her underwear, her face facing the door, with a slap mark on her face. The man was sitting on Yizi, like a devil. Damn it. You dared to stab my leg. I will send you to hell after I enjoy it. The woman next to him stood beside Yizi, holding Yizi's hand, and licking it with an intoxicated look on her face. The two were startled by the sound of the door opening. Seeing Jiang Yu and Jiang Qi standing at the door, the man actually laughed out loud. I didn't expect you to come here. It's really a piece of fat meat that has been delivered to my hand. Yizi, who was originally staring at the door, saw the two people and suddenly opened his mouth and screamed, bleeding from his mouth and his voice hoarse. Jiang Yu stared at the man intently, standing in front of Jiang Qi, with his right hand hanging by his waist tightly gripping the axe, his eyes full of murderous intent, watching the man approaching step by step, without moving. Seeing the man approaching Jiang Yu and the others, Yizi opened her mouth in a hurry, not caring about the pain on her tongue, and shouted, "Run! Run!" The woman stared at Yizi and laughed. Her lips were as bright as if she had applied lipstick, and she pressed Yizi with her legs to prevent her from moving, waiting for her boyfriend to solve the two troubles at the door, so that they could have a good meal again. The woman who was immersed in fantasy just stared at her boyfriend, who suddenly fell down. In a moment, just when the man was about to approach Jiang Yu suddenly raised his hand, raised the axe with all his strength, and chopped it on the man's head. The axe brought with it the gust of wind, and Jiang Yu's killing intent, and it chopped off the man's head so easily. The man fell down, and the ball rolled in front of the woman. The woman was shocked by the sudden scene in front of her and screamed, "What? Are you still scared?" Jiang Yu sneered, walked to the woman, knelt down and looked at her, took out a mineral water bottle from her backpack, and shouted to Jiang Qi behind her, "Qi, come and hold her down." She decided not to let these two monsters go. Jiang Qi had already helped Yizi up, and hurried over after hearing this. She used all her strength, and immediately held down the other's hands, watching her sister pour the unknown liquid in the mineral water bottle into the woman's mouth. A fishy smell floated out. Jiang Qi looked at the mineral water bottle, and had some guesses in his mind. The woman was choked by the disgusting liquid. She glared at Jiang Yu and asked, "What did you give me to drink?" Jiang Yu ignored her, and watched Yizi put on her clothes. He reached out, and brushed back her hair in front of her eyes, and handed the axe to her. "I fed her zombie blood. She turned into a zombie in a short while. Before she turns into a zombie, you can do whatever you want." Chapter 26. Yizi didn't reach out to take the axe in the end, but just gathered her clothes, and shook her head. Jiang Qi helped Yizi walk out the door. Jiang Yu followed behind, looking back at the woman who was holding her head, and starting to go crazy. Back in room 217, Jiang Qi quickly helped Yizi to the bedside, ran to her bag to find mineral water, and brought a trash can. She just found that the other party had vomited blood from his mouth, and didn't know if he had internal injuries. Jiang Yu looked at the dried blood on the other party's trouser legs, took out the alcohol, and looked at Yizi, who kept her head down, with obvious slap marks on her face, and for a moment she felt that she had just killed that man, and it was easy for him. "What's wrong?" "Your tongue." Jiang Qi watched Yizi spitting blood, and had a guess in his mind. "You are?" Yizi said in a trance. "I wanted to bite my tongue to commit suicide." He opened his mouth, and covered it again in pain. Jiang Yu came over with alcohol, lifted up the other's trouser leg, and the wound on his leg that had been cleaned was now covered with blood scabs. The whole wound was very red and swollen, in addition to the wound caused by the nail. His leg was bruised. "I fell when I was resisting." Yizi was afraid that the two would worry, so she explained vaguely. Jiang Qi looked at her with some fear, listening to Yizi recalling the situation at that time. Not long after Jiang Yu and the other person left, the door of the room was suddenly opened by a card. She didn't think much about it, thinking that it was Jiang Yu and the other person, but it was the man in room 505 who came in. Yizi was so scared that she quickly climbed up from the bed, and quickly took the stick beside the bed. However, there was not only the man, but also the woman behind him. The two devils stared at her with a weird smile. They held Yizi down, tied her up with a rope, and dragged her out of the door. During the struggle, Yizi stabbed the man's leg with a stick, leaving blood on the ground. The two men took Yizi directly to a room not far from the second floor. After entering, the woman actually took out 2 kitchen knives and approached Yizi excitedly. At that moment, Yizi's mind went blank. She recalled the bathroom in room 505 that she had a quick glance at, and the disgusting stench. She began to tremble, praying in her heart that someone would come to save her, even if it was a zombie. Just as the woman was about to make a move, the man got lustful and walked over with lustful eyes. At that moment, Yizi decided to bite her tongue to commit suicide, but she didn't expect Jiangyu and the other man to rush in the next second. Fortunately, Jiangyu didn't say anything after hearing that. He treated Yizi's wound again, considering the wound on the other party's tongue. He took out the last bottle of 8 treasure porridge from his bag and handed it to Yizi. Jiangyu originally wanted to find a secluded place in S City to settle down first, and then find a chance to leave S City. He didn't expect to encounter so many emergencies later. Yizi's injury can't be cured by rubbing with alcohol. It seems that they can only find a way to find the S City base. The medical team in the base will definitely be able to help Yizi. Jiangyu looked up at the rain outside. The rain was endless, stopping for a while, and then starting again. It was annoying. This kind of weather is really not suitable for going out. Rest early today. When the rain is lighter tomorrow, we will leave and find the S City base. How about it? Jiangyu told the 2 people what he was thinking. The main reason was because of Yizi's injury. The wound on the other party caused by the nail began to become inflamed, and there was a risk of worsening. Jiangqi naturally had no objection. She always went wherever her sister went. She looked at Yizi, who seemed to still be in shock. After a while, she nodded. After discussing, Jiangyu and her sister took off their zombie clothes and washed themselves with water from the bathroom heater pipe. After dealing with the pervert, getting food and water, and thinking of a way to blend into the zombie group, the 3 of them felt more confident than before. Jiangyu lay on the bed and told Yizi about his experience in the supermarket today. Bang! 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 A harsh sound rang out. Jiangyu suddenly opened his eyes. Jiangqi and Yizi beside him were also awakened by the sudden sound. He looked at his watch. It was not even 5 in the morning. The 3 of them were exhausted after experiencing a series of events yesterday, and they ate something and went to bed early to rest, just to leave today. The harsh sound downstairs continued. Jiangqi opened his eyes and was a little confused, watching his sister walk to the window, and asked uncertainly, "What's that sound? So familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before." Yizi also nodded, and suddenly an idea came to her. She sat up suddenly, looked at Jiangqi and the others and shouted, "This is the sound of Q. It's the rescue team. Someone is coming to save us." After saying that, without waiting for Jiangqi and the others to react, she hurriedly climbed down from the bed and was about to open the door despite her injured leg. "Wait!" Jiangqi grabbed Yizi and was shocked by the other party's speed. "Yizi, don't be anxious. Those with guns are not necessarily troops. Have you forgotten what happened in the S quarantine area? Wait a minute." Jiangyu glanced out the window a few more times, retracted her gaze, and looked at the 2 people. It looks like a rescue team. Their window is on the 2nd floor, close to the south, facing the hotel gate, and they can see their car parked not far away, and they can also see 5 cars parked downstairs. There are people in the car wearing familiar black uniforms, with guns on their backs, walking towards the hotel. The moment she heard that it was a rescue team, Yizi excitedly ran to Jiangyu, looked out the window, and after seeing the group of people in uniforms, she immediately said to the 2 people, "Then what are we waiting for? They must be here to save us." Jiangqi didn't say anything. She looked at her sister with an inquiring look. Jiangyu helped Yizi sit on the bed. She noticed that she seemed a little agitated. It seemed that yesterday's experience still left a shadow on her, but it made sense. Yizi was just a college student before the end of the world. None of them had ever experienced such a thing. "Yizi, don't worry, you 2 wait for me in the room. I go out and see what's going on." Jiangyu comforted her. It was not that she did not believe in the rescue team, but the experience at S University had taught her a lesson, and she had to see with her own eyes whether it was a human or a ghost. Jiangqi looked at her sister after hearing this, and did not speak again. After seeing her sister gently shook her head. She knew what her sister meant. leaving Yi Zi in the room yesterday. And as a result, the other party was almost killed. It was impossible to leave her alone in the room now. Jiang Yu took some biscuits from her bag and ate them. And after packing up, she picked up the axe and walked out of the room. The zombies in the corridor on the second floor had been cleared out. Most of them were killed by Jiang Yu and his companions. A small number seemed to have been killed by the perverted couple. Jiang Yu took a set of clothes from the zombies on the ground and put them on. He followed the original route and went down from the safety passage. The elevator could not be used at this time. Not only was the elevator noisy, but the hotel lobby was right outside the elevator. The safety passage was at the end of the corridor, to the right of the front desk. Jiang Yu went downstairs, squatted inside the safety passage door on the first floor, and leaned on the door to listen to the noise from the lobby outside. Unfortunately, the door was too far inside, and he could not hear anything. The door of the safety passage was quietly opened a crack. She crouched down and looked out. There were zombie bodies all over the ground. Did this group of people deal with all the zombies in the lobby on the first floor? At the end of the corridor, near the front desk, there were 3 people in uniforms, rummaging through the cabinets at the front desk, throwing away the things they found in the drawers without interest. Several people outside the front desk were dragging zombies on the ground and throwing them out. There were also several people with guns standing guard outside the glass on the far right. One of them was actually smoking. Jiang Yu immediately made a judgment. This group of people is definitely not a rescue team. Although they are wearing uniforms and carrying guns, they are casual and lazy and arrogant, seemingly disdainful of zombies and the apocalypse. Such a group of people, I'm afraid they are not ordinary people. But where did their uniforms come from? They are exactly the same as the uniforms of the S rescue team. And where did the weapons behind them come from? Jiang Yu felt unlucky. Why hadn't she had a smooth journey? She had just decided to leave today. But she was blocked by this group of people in the hotel. Suddenly, the person standing at the front desk shouted in the direction of the lobby. The voice attracted Jiang Yu. But she was far away and couldn't hear what was said. But after a while, one of the people at the front desk raised something in his hand to his partner. It was a room card. The card painted all black was exactly the same as the card she took from the perverts. This hotel actually had more than one universal room card. No wonder they were looking for something. It turned out they were looking for a room card to take the elevator upstairs. Jiang Yu thought it was not good, staring at the person holding the room card in the distance. Yi Zi had taken away all the room cards below the 5th floor, so the other party must have found it when he was looking for the room card. After taking the room card, the man did not immediately walk towards the elevator, but sat down leisurely, seemingly waiting for something. After a while, Jiang Yu knew what this group of people were waiting for. After the people in the hall cleaned up the zombies, someone came in from outside the door carrying 2 cardboard boxes, which were the supplies looted from the supermarket next door. Jiang Yu watched the man with the room card walk to the hall and disappear from her sight. She quickly closed the door of the emergency passage and went to the 2nd floor. This group of people looked like bad people, but they were wearing rescue team uniforms. She didn't know what they did to the rescue team members. Moreover, they were able to clean up all the zombies in the hall. It seemed that they had enough ammunition and were not something the 3 of them could afford to offend. Jiang Yu returned to the room and closed the door. The 2 people who were lying on the windowsill were startled by the sound of the door closing. They turned around and saw that it was Jiang Yu, and then they felt relieved. What's going on? Sister? Is it the rescue team? Jiang Qi asked. She had just stood by the window and watched for a long time. She always felt that there was something wrong with this group of people. Yi Zi beside her looked at Jiang Yu expectantly, waiting for her to announce the good news. Jiang Yu stood in the distance, shaking her head. Not only is it not a rescue team, but it is probably a group of criminals. This group of people is not simple. I don't know where they got the uniforms on them. They have plenty of weapons and a large number of people. We can't handle them. And Jiang Yu thought for a while and said what he thought in his heart. I always feel that this group of people is not simple. If we are discovered. Jiang Yu did not say this sentence. After saying this, Yi Zi and Jiang Qi froze in place. But Jiang Yu did not have time to wait for them to digest this sentence. He shouted to the 2 of them, pack your things. They have a universal card. We must be ready to leave at any time. Jiang Yu said without waiting for the 2 to respond, and walked to the window with an axe. Looking at the few people standing guard downstairs. Wait a little longer. And after the 2 people left, she immediately smashed the window, and then lay down from the 2nd floor. Thinking of this, she turned around and prepared to let her sisters take down the sheets and tie them. Unexpectedly, there was a conversation outside the door, followed by a beep sound, and the familiar sound of the room card opening the door. Chapter 27. The moment the door was opened, the conversation outside the door was amplified. This familiar scene made Yeezy open her eyes in horror, and her whole body trembled unconsciously. Jiangyu reacted immediately after the door card rang, and quickly pulled Jiangqi and hid behind the bathroom wall. The door was completely opened, the lights in the hotel corridor lengthened the figures at the door, and as one of them floated into the room, there was also the voice of one of them talking. "I go over there to check first, and meet downstairs after everything is okay." Jiangyu's heart trembled. It stands to reason that this group of people shouldn't have come up so quickly, and found their room so accurately. Were they just unlucky, or were they discovered downstairs at the beginning? The shadow was getting closer and closer, and was about to reach the corner where the three people were. Jiangyu raised his axe, and was ready to attack at any time. Who knew that the other party suddenly stopped, as if waiting for something. Jiangyu stared at the shadow on the ground, and saw the backpacks on their bed that had not been hidden yet. She shouted in her heart, knowing that the other party must have discovered them. In this case, it is better to take the initiative. Jiangyu heard the footsteps of others outside the door, and immediately raised the axe, walked out from behind the wall, and chopped down hard at the person who came. The axe was blocked by the stick in time. The other party seemed to have guessed that there was someone hiding here. Jiangyu looked at the familiar face in front of her, and was a little bit unbelievable. Her shrunken pupils slowly recovered, and she retracted the raised axe. She didn't expect that it was Cheng Zheng who came in. What? Jiangyu just made a sound, and saw Cheng Zheng raised his finger, looked back at the door, and whispered, "You hide well. I will come later." After saying that, he turned around, opened the door and left. The three of them were stunned in place. They were somewhat unexpected about the turn of events, especially Jiangyu. She clearly remembered the expressions of that group of people. They were definitely not the rescue team, but Cheng Zheng clearly left with the rescue team. How could he be with this group of people? Did they really see it wrong? After the danger was lifted, Jiangqi and Yizi instantly relaxed their vigilance. When the shadow approached just now, Jiangqi's mind went blank. She thought they were discovered. She wanted to dig a hole in the ground to escape from here. She didn't expect that such a desperate situation could actually turn around. Sometimes, I really don't know whether their luck is good or bad. What is going on? Isn't Brother Cheng with the rescue team? How come he is here? Jiangqi was full of questions, and felt a little sad. Luckily it was Brother Cheng, otherwise they would be doomed this time. Jiangyu was also confused, recalling everything that happened downstairs just now, making sure that she didn't see him. Yizi beside her thought this was a good thing. She heard from Jiangyu that he went with the rescue team. Since he was here, then it must be the rescue team downstairs. She thought Jiangyu was overthinking. Since leaving the quarantine area, she realized that Jiangyu did not believe in the rescue team, and did not want to go to the S-City base. Originally, she did not care, but after escaping death yesterday, she thought only going to the base would be the safest. Glancing at Jiangyu, Yizi hesitated and said, "Could it be that the rescue team is downstairs? They are wearing uniforms, and holding guns, and they came with Brother Cheng." "Sister Jiangyu, did you see it wrong?" Hearing this, Jiangqi looked at the other party in surprise. Brother Cheng's obvious pause just now, and his temporary departure now, all explained the problem. Why did Yizi still think that the other party was a rescue team? Jiangqi looked at his sister. Jiangyu did not explain anything else, but just comforted Yizi. "Let's wait for him to come back and ask, don't worry." From the time Yizi got into trouble until now, the other party began to show an extreme lack of security, and began to distrust Jiangyu and the other party. Jiangyu could understand that. All she could do was to find the S-City base as soon as possible and send the other party there. Hearing this, Yizi bit her lower lip, sat on the bed and looked at the floor, and heard Jiangyu add, "Don't worry. If it is really a rescue team, we will go to the base." Yizi nodded slightly, and didn't say anything. Jiangqi didn't say anything beside her. She noticed that Yizi began to become a little strange, and her words made people feel uncomfortable. However, they had been together for so long, and she didn't say anything. After a while, the sound of swiping a card was heard again outside the door, and the sound scared the three people again. After the door was swiped open, the person outside paused for a while before pushing the door open. Jiangyu had a clue in his mind. knowing that the person coming should be Chung Jung. After a while, he heard Chung Jung seem to respond to the door, and then entered the room. Jiang Yu looked at the man who came in. He seemed to be the same as when he left, except that he was wearing a black uniform. But he had no weapons behind him, only a long knife on his back, and a familiar baseball bat in his hand. When his eyes met Chung Jing's, Jiang Yu did not dodge this time. Chung Jing looked at the girl in front of him. There were red bloodstains on her clothes. Her hair was tucked behind her ears. She seemed to have just sweated. Her bangs were wet and stuck to her skin. She looked a little tired. Her eyes were full of questions. Finally found it, Chung Jung thought, when he saw the familiar car outside the hotel. He was still unsure. He thought maybe the car was robbed by someone else. When he arrived at the hotel and found that all the room cards below the 5th floor had been taken away, he had some guesses. When he accidentally saw the familiar back behind the door at the end of the front desk corridor, he was completely sure that the other party was really in this hotel. Chung Jung had been searching for a long time. Starting from the day they returned to the quarantine area, he felt a little uneasy the day they set out. But he thought, it was only one day. They would be back soon. And the two had agreed to leave the next day. So he had to go out to explore the road and see what was going on. Unexpectedly, he ran into big trouble when he went out. When Chung Jung led the group back to the quarantine area, there was a group of zombies outside the quarantine area. The entire quarantine area was reduced to ruins. The entire building was burned down to only half. And the few rescue team members who stayed behind were lying on the ground. There was no living person in the quarantine area. Where did Jiang Yu go? Chung Jung was panicking. He found an excuse to go to the west gate for inspection. He secretly looked outside the door. The car that was parked outside the door was gone. He had a glimmer of hope. After coming out of the quarantine area, he followed the group of people and secretly searched for the whereabouts of Jiang Yu and others. This was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. If it hadn't been for the heavy rain, they would not have chosen to rest here. They wouldn't have met so luckily. What's wrong with you? Jiang Yu looked at the other party for a long time without saying anything, and was already very anxious. Chung Jung knew what the other party was asking, and he quickly explained what had happened in the past few days. After Li Zheng led them out, they went to several other universities next door, preparing to join them to find the people who would pick them up at the base. But they found that the university was already empty, with no zombies or living people. They felt something was wrong. But the most important thing at the time was to collect supplies. So they immediately decided to go to the city to find supplies. Unexpectedly, they encountered a familiar vehicle just after leaving the university town. It was the car of another rescue team. From a distance, the people in the car were also wearing black uniforms. At first, they thought they were the rescue teams from the universities. So they got off the car to ask about the situation. When they got closer, Li Zheng immediately noticed something was wrong. Before the apocalypse, he was the director of a police station in S City. His years of criminal investigation experience allowed him to notice the weirdness of this group of people at a glance. He immediately concluded that this group of people might not be simple, and they were probably a group of criminals. As expected, the zombies swept in, and the prison could not escape. This group of people escaped from a prison in S City during the chaos. They did not expect that the world would be in chaos after they came out, and no one could punish them anymore. A group of criminals quickly adapted to the life in the apocalypse, and they spontaneously formed a team. When they accidentally ran into a rescue team set by the base, they followed them. The people in the base were caught off guard, and some of them escaped back to the base, while the rest were detained by this group of people. They learned that there was a rescue team and weapons in the nearby university town. So they changed into the clothes of the rescue team, pretended to be them, sneaked into the university town, and wiped out the quarantine area in the university town. So they are? Yeezy couldn't help interrupting and asked. She couldn't believe it. They attacked the rescue team. Not many people survived. Some students and members of the rescue team were detained in their lair. Chung Jung said. Jiang Yu heard almost everything. It was the same as she guessed. But she still had a question. Looking at Chung Jung and said, "Then what are you doing?" She didn't doubt the other party. These people have always been on guard against Chung Jung. It can be seen from his weapons. Chung Jung, I told them I escaped from City C. And I have experience with the apocalypse. Now that this group of people know the existence of the base, they may take some action. This trip was only because they did not have enough supplies. So the group went out in the rain. They had been staying in their old nest before. Chung Jung thought of something and said to Jiangyu, "Wait until it gets dark and find an opportunity. I will cover you to leave." "What about you? You are not leaving?" Before Jiangyu could say anything, Jiangqi asked quickly. They finally met at the apocalypse, but it sounded like the other party was not going to be with them. Chung Jung remained silent. Li Zhang and his group were still being held captive. He couldn't just leave like that. The reason why he stood up to lead the way for this group of people was, on the one hand, he wanted to find Jiangyu and make sure she was safe, and on the other hand, he wanted to take the opportunity to contact the people at the base. He guessed that the reason why this group of people didn't get rid of Li Zhang and his group immediately was that they were going to exchange conditions with the people at the base when they met them later. "I can't leave now. These people have already discovered that the room cards below the 5th floor have been taken away by you. If I don't leave tonight, I won't be able to leave." "Discovered?" Yi Zi and Jiangqi looked at each other, and their palms were slightly sweaty. "You want to stay and save people?" Jiangyu guessed what the other party meant at once. Do these people want to go to the base now? Or are they waiting for the people from the base to pick them up? It's possible. This group of people now has sufficient weapons and prisoners. It's possible to take the initiative or wait and see. Chung Jung explained. Jiangyu was silent for a moment, finally. He looked at Chung Jung and said, "What are you going to do?" Chapter 28. Chung Jung didn't reply for a while. He knew the danger of this group of people very well, and he must not let Jiangyu fall into it. But Chung Jung would not lie. At least he would not say no to Jiangyu, not to mention that when the base's support team was attacked, it was not completely wiped out. Some people escaped back to the base. The people in the base should have received the news, and would not leave it alone. After thinking about it, Chung Jung still said truthfully, "The base will send people. They have detained nearly 200 people. Their nest is in a nearby kindergarten, and according to the time, they will be here soon." Hearing this, Yi Zi, who had been sitting on the bed, suddenly raised her head and said excitedly, "Brother Chung? You just said that the people from the base will be here soon, right?" Chung Jung nodded, looked at Jiangyu and said, "After dark, I will cover your departure. You go west. You may meet people from the base on the way. No matter what, you can't stay here any longer." Jiangyu didn't refute after hearing this. After confirming the origin of this group of people, she didn't plan to get involved. Besides, the base would send people to rescue them. When the two sides went to war, the prisoners were the most dangerous. She couldn't bring her sister into this crisis. What's more, to be honest, Jiangyu didn't think she could be of any help to this group of people. "How do we leave? The car is still downstairs." After asking, Jiangyu looked out the window and found that the people standing guard on the first floor were gone. It was only 11 o'clock in the morning. Today was a rare sunny day. The rain on the ground was quickly dried up. Jiangyu looked at the cars parked downstairs and fell into deep thought. According to Chung Jung, the purpose of this group of people coming out was to collect supplies and rest in the hotel for the time being. But it was only noon now, and the rain had stopped. A group of criminals with weapons and clear goals just lay down like that with nothing to do. No. What's wrong? Jiangyu recalled Chung Jung and the others' experiences over and over again in her mind. Suddenly, she remembered what they said, that these people had already discovered the problem with the room card downstairs, and the traces of the front desk being searched should also be obvious. These people knew that they were on the second floor. Perhaps they knew that Jiangyu and the other two were in this room. "We may not be able to leave," Jiangyu said without looking back to see the reactions of the other three. Hearing this, Chung Jung was rarely stunned, as if he was thinking about the meaning of Jiangyu's words. He looked at Jiangyu, and the other's eyes were filled with helplessness and comfort. "Sister, what do you mean by that?" Jiangqi was confused. Were they discovered? No way. She looked at Brother Chung, whose expression suddenly became serious, walked to the windowsill, and hurriedly followed behind him. Standing on the second floor and looking down, Chung Jung instantly understood what Jiangyu meant. Yi Zi was confused. Seeing that Jiangyu and Chung Jung were playing dumb, she felt anxious and quickly asked Jiangqi, "What happened downstairs?" Jiangqi shook her head and did not choose to answer Yi Zi's question because she did not see anything wrong. She looked at her sister and asked, "Is there anything wrong?" "Their car surrounded the hotel gate and our car," Jiangyu said. She didn't notice this detail at first, but now she found that whether they were leaving the hotel or driving away, They were blocked by these cars. This group of people had planned it long ago. But why? Why did they guess that the car was theirs from the beginning? What went wrong? It doesn't make sense if they found something wrong at the front desk after entering the hotel. Now it's the end of the world. And this situation is not surprising. This group of people obviously found them when they entered the hotel. Chung Jung looked up at Jiang Yu from silence. He didn't know how this group of people found them. But it must have something to do with him. With self-blame in his eyes, he said in a deep voice, "I will go out to lead them away and give you a chance to leave." Jiang Yu shook his head and repeated what he just said, "We can't leave." She is right. You really can't leave. The door suddenly opened, and 3 men in black uniforms walked in casually. The man in the front was very tall and strong, with an old scar on his head and tattoos all over his neck. After looking at the 3 people in the room, who were obviously frightened, the man exclaimed, "They are actually 3 beauties." It seems that Lao Dao guessed wrong. A thin man came out from behind, hunched over and staring at the 3 people with a lecherous look, and responded, "It's not a bad thing. Hee." The moment the door was opened, Chung Jing pulled Jiang Yu and the other person back. Yi Zi was sitting on the edge of the bed, some distance away from the 3 people, so she had to hide in the innermost part, keeping her head down and not daring to speak. Chung Jing looked at the 3 people in front of him. His eyes were cold, and he clenched his baseball bat. He knew that these 3 people were not good people. After spending the past few days together, he learned that the 2 people behind him were imprisoned this year for fraud and indecency. And the man in front was the most terrifying. He should be a serious criminal. He had never heard of what he had done. He only knew that the others were very afraid of him. "Why are you all silent?" The man in front looked at the axe behind Jiang Yu with interest in his eyes. The next second, his sight was blocked by Chung Jung. He laughed sarcastically, and then took out a note from his pocket. "This is what you wrote." Jiang Qi looked at the paper in astonishment. She knew that it was written by her sister when she left S University. She suddenly knew how the other party found them. Jiang Yu looked at the familiar note. This was the note she left for Chung Jung in the security room at the west gate of S University. It turned out that this group of people saw it. Jiang Yu still didn't say anything. She didn't know what these people meant. The man laughed. Originally, he was a little curious about who did it when he saw the body parts and zombies in the next room. But he didn't expect it to be a little girl. It was really hard to imagine that such a brutal method came from this thin girl. "There is a riot in the quarantine area. We are going to the base first and waiting for you." The man read the words on the note, looked at Jiang Yu, stopped laughing, and said with a vigilant tone, "Are you not from the rescue team?" The moment the man read the words on the note, Chung Jung realized that he was followed when he went to the west gate. And they found this note first. They suspected that the person who left the note was another rescue team, who had been paying attention to Chung Jing's behavior, just to lure Jiang Yu and the others out. Chung Jung clenched his fists, blaming himself for his carelessness. These were criminals who had escaped from prison, and he underestimated them. "I thought they were from the rescue team. I was so happy for nothing." But the man looked at the 3 people, then smiled in an ambiguous way. "It's not bad news. Six, brother. You watch them here. Don't mess around, or I won't let you go." The man patted the hunchback thin man on the left, then pointed the gun at Chung Jung and said, "Come with us." Chung Jung stared at the other party motionlessly, calculating in his mind how likely he would be to win if he suddenly attacked. If he was unarmed, the 3 men combined might not be his opponent. But now all 3 of them had guns. He suddenly felt a warm sensation behind his waist, and Jiang Yu poked the other party. Now was not the time for a head-on confrontation. Chung Jung knew who it was without looking back. He glanced at Jiang Yu, then looked at the man in front of him, who was beginning to get impatient, and walked over. "Let's go find the boss. You be careful. Don't leave all 3 women alone. How about you stay with us? Skinny?" The man looked at Lao Lu's frivolous look and felt uneasy. Although these 3 people were not a rescue team, they looked pretty good. It would be a pity if they got lost. He was going to ask the boss for credit. Lao Lu waved his hands when he heard this and said with some disdain, "What are you talking about? How can I leave all 3 girls alone?" Then he walked into the room. When passing Chung Jung, his shoulder was suddenly held by the other party, and then he felt a sharp pain. Lao Lu looked up at the man who was a head taller than him, raised the gun at hand, and threatened stutteringly, "What are you doing? Do you want to die?" Chung Jung did not speak or let go, and glanced at Jiang Yu. The other party's face was normal, and he was not panicked. Finally, he left the room at the urging of the two. Only Jiang Yu and the other two and the man named Lao Lu were left in the room. The man had a slightly hunched back, was bareheaded and wore a uniform that didn't fit him well, and held the gun at his side with his dark hands. He looked back and forth at the three people, and smiled smugly when he saw Yizi curled up and trembling slightly. Finally, his eyes stopped firmly on Jiang Qi. Yizi had already squatted on the bed and was stepping back, wanting to get closer to Jiang Qi and the other person. After noticing that the man's eyes seemed to stay on Jiang Qi, he exhaled lightly and slowly moved away. Jiang Yu stepped forward to block her sister, with the axe on her back. But she knew that no matter how fast she was, she couldn't be faster than the weapon beside the man. She watched the man put the gun on his belt, rubbed her hands and approached the two. Lao Lu didn't care about Jiang Yu's murderous eyes at all. It was a joke. He had a gun. Although he knew that these three people had to be taken back to the boss first, it didn't mean that he couldn't have a try. Anyway, no one would find out. The more Lao Lu looked at Jiang Qi, the more satisfied he was. His eyes seemed to be glued to Jiang Qi, as cold and damp as a rat in a gutter. But Jiang Qi didn't show a horrified expression like the woman squatting on the bed. He looked at him expressionlessly, which made him feel a little disappointed. Don't be afraid, little sister. There are man-eating monsters outside. Follow me. I will protect you. Old Six showed his yellow teeth and reached out to Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi was so disgusted that she wanted to vomit. She was stopped by her sister. She kept staring at the weapon on her waist. She noticed that Jiang Yu's hand seemed to want to take the axe, and quickly pulled the corner of her sister's clothes. No, they couldn't take the risk. The speed of the axe was not as fast as the gun. When Old Six saw Jiang Yu's hand moving back, his face suddenly froze. He quickly moved his hand to his waist. Just when he was about to touch her, he was suddenly attracted by Jiang Qi's voice. Jiang Qi pulled his sister back, walked towards the man with a smile. Looking at the man's surprised expression, he wanted to bite him to death. Damn it, if I don't go to hell, who will? You old thing. Just wait for me. Oh brother, that uncle was so fierce just now. You are still the best. You are more handsome and gentler than the uncle. Jiang Qi pinched her throat and acted coquettishly, holding the man's arm. Jiang Yu was furious, and was mad at Jiang Qi. Qi. Jiang Qi pretended not to hear, looking at the man's stinky mouth like he had eaten shit again, resisting the nausea and holding the other party coquettishly. Brother. Look at her, she is jealous, brother. You are so powerful. Can you protect me? There are so many zombies outside. Lao Lu was so happy that he almost fainted. How could such a good thing happen after going out for such a trip? He seemed to smell the body fragrance of the girl next to him. Looking at the cute face of the girl next to him, he reached out and held her hand, and his mouth smelled like shit. Ha ha ha, little sister, don't worry. I have a gun, you follow me, I will protect you. Jiang Qi resisted the urge to slap someone, looked at Jiang Yu sideways, and started again. See, I have someone to protect me, I won't hide from you guys anymore. After saying that, she winked at her sister. Her sister should understand what she meant, don't make any mistakes. Jiang Yu certainly knew what the other party wanted to do. She knew what the other party wanted to do from the moment Jiang Qi spoke. She must chop this man off. Lao Lu was immersed in the soft and fragrant touch of the jade beside him. Hearing the other party's coquetry, he was a little too proud for a moment. He tilted his head and pouted his lips to kiss Jiang Qi on the face. He didn't realize that the other party had already put his hand on his waist. Jiang Qi was almost unable to bear it. She absolutely couldn't be kissed by a man. Chapter 29. Sister! Jiang Qi shouted the moment he pulled out his gun. As soon as the gun on his waist was pulled out, Lao Lu reacted. Before he could reach out, there was an axe on his neck. Don't move. Lao Lu froze. How could he dare to move? Watching Jiang Qi rub his arms after pulling out the gun, without even looking at him, he was pulled behind by the woman holding the axe. Damn it, there is really a knife above the head of lust. How could he forget that? The man whose body was torn apart in the next room was the one in front of him. Although Lao Lu regretted his carelessness, he did not take it seriously. After all, the other party could not use a gun. They were all their people outside. The woman would not dare to make a move. He was thinking about how to fool her. The man raised his wrinkled, smiling face and looked at Jiang Yu. Ouch! What are you doing? It's not good for a little girl to use a knife or a gun. Put it down quickly. If you have anything to say, we can talk it out. How do you use this gun? Jiang ignored the other party's words and exerted a little force with his hand, leaving a blood mark on the other party's neck. Hearing this, Lao Lu dared not answer. If he taught her how to use it, he would be dead. He was not stupid enough to do that. Forget it. Jiang Yu stood in front of his sister. The axe moved down. Liquid spurted out in an instant. The man in front of him opened his eyes wide, covered his neck with blood, looked at Jiang Yu in disbelief, and fell down slowly. Yizi huddled on the bed and watched this scene in horror. She covered her mouth with her hands and stared at the man lying on the floor in a daze. To her, the man in room 505 deserved to die because they killed their own kind and ate their own kind. But the man in front of her hadn't done anything yet, and Jiang Yu killed him without blinking an eye. She was actually a little afraid of him. Jiang Qi didn't react much, but fiddled with the gun in her hand. Although she had never eaten pork, she had seen pigs run. She fiddled with it and took out the magazine. She counted the things inside with surprise, and looked at Jiang Yu and said, "Sister, there are 12 more in here. Put them away carefully, we have to go." Jiang Yu took off his backpack, took out the rope from it, and tied up the bed sheet from the right bed. Looking at Yizi, who had been squatting on the bed, Jiang Yu paused and said in a gentler tone, "Yizi, we have to leave quickly." Hearing this, Yizi did not say anything, but nodded quickly, following Jiang Qi to look downstairs. Luckily, this is the second floor, not too high from the ground. After the three of them tied the rope, Jiang Yu climbed down first, Jiang Qi followed closely behind, Yizi was at the top. Jiang Yu measured the location where they fell, which was exactly between the hotel gate and the supermarket. As long as no one in the hotel revolving door was staring at this side, they would not be discovered. Jiang Yu jumped to the ground first, and kept looking at the location of the hotel gate. The glass of the gate was somewhat reflective in the sun, and nothing could be seen clearly inside. Jiang Yu squinted his eyes, decided to take a gamble, and looked at the car not far away. Their car was parked in front of the right side of the hotel, which was close to the supermarket, and Jiang Yu and the other two were already very close. The 3 cars that followed them into the hotel were parked on the far left, and the 5 cars of these desperate criminals surrounded all the cars, and 3 of the white cars blocked Jiang Yu and the other two's black car. She didn't want to abandon the car and run away, of course not because she couldn't bear to leave the car, but because of the supplies they had collected with great difficulty in the car. "Let's go quickly. Sister." Jiang Qi had already jumped down, and found that her sister was playing with the axe and looking at the black car. Knowing that she couldn't bear to leave, she persuaded her, "Forget about the car, and leave quickly before we are discovered." Hearing this, Jiang Yu turned around. Sister and Yizi were already safe. Jiang Yu turned her head, and looked not far away. The zombies in this area seemed to have been dealt with by this group of people. There were only 1 or 2 zombies walking slowly. So after thinking for a while, she told the 2 of them, "Run out of the supermarket. Do you see the fast food restaurant in front? Wait for me there. I will find a way to get the car out." "What?" Jiang Qi was scared to death by her sister. Why did she care about these things? Now is a good time to escape. But she looked at her sister's completely unshakable eyes, defeated, and ran out with Yizi. Jiang Yu really couldn't bear to part with this truckload of supplies, as city had been completely occupied. Who knew what was happening outside? After they came out of S University, the supplies in several stores and supermarkets were all sold out. It was obvious how scarce the supplies were. As long as she thought that this truckload of supplies would be taken by this group of people, she was unwilling to accept it. Although their car was surrounded by 3 cars, but as long as they moved the car on the far right outward, this car could get out through the gap. There was still a chance. Jiang Yu saw that her sister and her brother were a little far away, so she hurriedly got into the car, fastened her seat belt, and stared at the white car on the right, estimating in her mind how likely it was to be knocked over. The car quickly backed up, and then she turned the steering wheel sharply, accelerating towards the car on the right. With a bang, the white car in front of her was knocked out and slid a large circle. It seemed that the weight of this car was not as heavy as theirs. Jiang Yu quickly turned the steering wheel back and rushed out from the road that was knocked out. The sound of the car being hit was quite loud. Someone ran out of the hotel lobby with a gun. Jiang Yu stared at the rearview mirror. The other person slowly raised the gun towards her. Jiang Yu was so scared that she turned the steering wheel violently. The rearview mirror was instantly knocked off. The glass exploded into pieces and hit the car window. The violent impact made the car body a little unstable. She held the steering wheel tightly, lying on it, accelerating forward. Forget it. Forget it. It's just 3 women. Don't waste bullets. The man pulled his partner, looked at the car leaving in the distance, and then looked at the rope hanging outside the hotel gate. Where's Lao Lu? The two looked at each other and hurried to the hotel. The car knocked over a zombie on the roadside. Jiang Yu looked for her sister and her brother at the intersection. She found that Jiang Yu was using a stick to stop the zombies from approaching, and Yi Zi was hiding behind her. Chi. When Jiang Qi heard the sound of Q in the distance, her heart suddenly stopped. She just stood on the road, not daring to look behind her, until Yi Zi pointed at the zombie in front of her in horror. She came to her senses, and soon there was the sound of tires running over the ground behind her. The two got in the car. Jiang Qi looked at the zombies that were knocked away outside, turned his head to look at his sister, and said angrily, "Sister, don't do this again. I know. I will definitely listen to you next time." Hearing this, Jiang Qi curled his lips, and didn't believe it in his heart. Suddenly he thought of something and looked at Jiang Yu and asked, "If we leave, what will happen to Brother Cheng?" Jiang Yu was silent for a moment and said, "Don't worry. He will be fine." Maybe this is an inexplicable trust. Jiang Yu felt that their departure would make Cheng Zheng less constrained. Moreover, she couldn't risk staying for Cheng Zheng in that situation. Jiang Qi was not worried about Cheng Zheng, but he was obviously interested in her sister. And seeing that her sister didn't seem to be very averse, she said a few words of concern. In fact, Jiang Qi felt that Cheng looked very capable, but it was just that this group of people were carrying weapons. However, since they could rob them, Cheng could definitely do it. The 3 of them had decided to drive to the base in the western suburbs. According to the map, it was 30 kilometers away from the base. If it was normal, it would take more than an hour to get there. However, with zombies everywhere, it might take a day or 2 to reach the destination. To get to the base, you have to go through the west district from the city. Jiang Yu and his companions have never been there. On the one hand, the attractions and recreational facilities in S City are basically built on the east side of the central area. On the other hand, it is said that this area is a famous wealthy area. Everyone is a big shot, and most of them are locals. After the car left the city, the road became much wider. No other vehicles were seen along the way. There were more scrapped cars parked on the road. The number of roadside shops also began to decrease. Even the zombies were not as many as in the city. For a while, the 3 people in the car relaxed a little. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Yu parked the car at a gas station on the roadside. Yi Zi chose to stay in the car. Jiang Qi followed her sister out of the car. There were only 2 zombies in work clothes outside the gas station. Jiang Yu quickly dealt with them and walked to the convenience store with her sister. Passing by the shelf outside, Jiang Qi looked at the words "members low price" written on it and felt a little emotional. There should have been some milk and mineral water here, but unfortunately they were all taken away. There was not even an empty mineral water bottle on the ground. "Sister, why don't I go in and take a look first? And you go and fill up the gas," Jiang Qi suggested. The water was all gone, and there probably wasn't much gas left. Any more gas would be better. Jiang Yu looked back and retracted her gaze without stopping. "Don't worry. There probably isn't much gas left. Let's go in and take a look." The two entered the convenience store. There were no zombies inside, but there was nothing on the shelves. If it weren't for the garbage bags lying all over the floor, it would have looked like a newly installed store. Jiang Qi sighed in disappointment, followed her sister out the door, and walked to the gas pump. "Get in the car and eat something first. I go see if there's any gas left," Jiang Yu said as she looked at her sister's listless appearance, and then walked to the gas pump. Jiang Qi stopped refusing and got in the car. Yi Zi, who was sitting in the back of the car, had almost finished eating. She looked up at Jiang Qi and asked, "How is it?" "Nothing," Jiang Qi replied, and then took out some bread to eat. She was about to vomit from eating dry bread and biscuits every day. After thinking for a while, she took out a can of food from her bag and prepared to eat together after her sister came back. The driver's door was opened, and Jiang Yu got into the car with a smell of gasoline. It might be because it had just rained, so the weather was not very hot. However, after the rain stopped, it would soon be hot. Jiang Yu took the canned food handed over by his sister and gave some to Yi Zi. The three of them felt a brief sense of comfort in the car. Jiangyu simply ate some, turned back to look at Yizi, and asked, "How is the injury on your leg? Have you treated it?" In order to change the medicine and clean it in time, Jiangyu had given alcohol and other medicines to Yizi, asking her to remember to change the medicine in time to avoid inflammation and infection. Yizi hummed when he heard this, looking at the two people eating canned food in front of him, lowered his head and thought for a moment, then asked, "Once we get to the base, what are you going to do?" This question stumped the two people. Jiangyu didn't know how to answer for a moment. He had heard Li Zheng talk about the base before, and heard that every city has such an emergency shelter. As soon as the zombies appeared in S City, the base in S City began to be continuously reinforced and improved, plus the rescue team is concentrated in the base. It should be relatively safe. Jiangqi suddenly thought of something when he heard this. "What do you think the base looks like?" "In the movies I've seen, such places are usually built underground. Once you go in, you never see the sun again. It's scary to think about it. I can't stand staying in there forever." After saying this, Jiangqi thought of Yizi's situation and quickly made up for it. "But movies are just movies after all. When we get to the base, we should stay in the base as long as it's safe enough." "Right, sister?" Seeing Jiangqi looking at her, Jiangyu nodded. She had no plan at the moment. She would find the base first. If it was safe, it would definitely be better to stay in the base than to be alone outside. After resting for a while, Jiangyu set off again. As long as they passed the west area, they would reach the base. Chapter 30. The car was on the road again, and it was quiet inside. The three of them were a little tired. Yizi closed her eyes, as if she was asleep. Jiangyu turned her head to look at the girl in the passenger seat, and said softly, "Close your eyes, and take a nap." The road was deserted at this time. There were not many abandoned vehicles on the road, and there was no traffic jam, so Jiangyu drove smoothly. Jiangqi leaned against the seat, and looked at the trees that flashed by on both sides of the road. Hearing his sister's words, he was about to refuse, and a yawn came out. "Go to sleep. I call you later." The sister's gentle voice was like a lullaby. Jiangqi did not refuse, and slowly closed his eyes. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The weather was getting warmer after the rain. Jiangyu calculated the time. There were still more than 3 hours before dark. If nothing happened along the way, they could enter the center of the West District before dark. It turned out that people should not set flags randomly. The car had only been driven for less than half an hour, when the shape of an oil can suddenly appeared on the dashboard. "No more gas," Jiangyu sighed. When she just left the hotel, she estimated that the gas was running out. She had collected a lot of gas on the road before, but it was almost used up on this trip. After finally encountering a gas station, she didn't expect that there was no gas left. Luckily, they were about to pass through this deserted area. There were more and more buildings ahead, and more idle cars on the road. Jiangyu stopped the car and woke up her sister. "Chi-Chi, the car is running out of gas. You stay in the car. I go down to take a look." The moment she heard the sound, Jiangqi opened her eyes abruptly. Since the end of the world, she would wake up instantly when she heard a little noise. You know, in the dormitory, she could sleep soundly even if her roommate played the TV outside. "No, I go out with you to have a look." Jiangqi said nothing, picked up the stick from the back seat, put on the backpack, and then looked at her sister, waiting for her next instruction. "Okay," Jiangyu smiled, looked at Yizi, who was still sleeping in the back seat, thought about it, and woke her up. "Yizi, our car is out of gas. Chi-Chi and I will go down to see if there are any other cars that can be used. You wait for us in the car." Yizi was so sleepy that she didn't know if she heard it clearly, and nodded repeatedly. After getting out of the car with her sister, Jiangqi looked around and found that there were few zombies around. Although there were some buildings here, they looked abandoned for a long time. Only the tall office building in the front seemed to be newly built. Jiangyu took out an empty bottle from the back of the car and looked at the zombies wandering in the distance. He was calm and called his sister. The two walked towards the office building in front. Fortunately, there were several cars parked in the office building, and there was still a lot of oil left in the cars. So he quickly filled a bucket. Jiangyu used Cheng Zhang's method to pour oil into his car, and then returned to collect more. Jiangqi stood in the outdoor parking lot at the entrance of the office building, and was stabbing the zombie that had just pounced on him with a stick. There were not many zombies here, so Jiangqi volunteered to stay here and wait for Jiangyu, and practice with these zombies. After dealing with 3 zombies in succession, Jiangqi stood in the shade of the tree and shook his hands, imitating the men in the gym, raising his arms, showing off his non-existent muscles, and suddenly posed in a bar-lifting posture for no apparent reason. When Jiangyu came back with the empty bucket, she saw her sister's greasy performance, and she was instantly embarrassed. She walked up to her sister and was about to make some jokes, but she suddenly felt the ground shaking slightly. They both noticed the abnormal vibration at the same time. Jiangyu took her sister and hid behind an abandoned white vehicle, looking into the distance. After a while, 2 military green off-road vehicles appeared in the sight of Jiangyu and the others, and soon passed by the office building and sped away. Then, a buzzing sound of rotors came from far away, and a helicopter appeared, flew over their heads, and then went away. The sound of the helicopter took away 3 or 4 zombies. The surroundings became quiet in an instant. Jiangyu and her sister looked at each other, and they were a little overwhelmed. Jiangqi leaned out half of her body from the back of the car, looking at the helicopter that had disappeared, and asked in confusion, "Sister, what was that just now? This time it's a real rescue team." Jiangyu stood up from the back of the car, looking at the end of the empty car, and suddenly her sister poked her arm. Seeing her sister pointing to the coffee shop opposite the office building, she lowered her voice and said to her, "There are people in the coffee shop. They are staring at us." Hearing this, Jiangyu looked in the direction of her sister's finger, and saw a few people hiding behind the glass door of the chain coffee shop opposite. Maybe because there was no light in the shop, those people were hiding inside, and only showed their heads to look over here. Jiangyu couldn't tell how many people were in the shop, but she didn't want to care. After taking a look at the coffee shop, Jiangyu retracted her gaze, didn't react, and called her sister to get back to the car. They had already spent some time here, and they had to hurry to the West District before dark. The few people who were hiding behind the coffee shop were overjoyed when they saw Jiangyu looking back, thinking that he would come to rescue them. They had been hiding in this coffee shop for 5 days. During these 5 days, they ate all the food in the coffee shop and drank all the water stored in the coffee shop. They had tried to rush out, but when they saw the zombies wandering in the distance, they immediately retreated to the door. The scene of zombies biting people a few days ago was still vivid in their minds. They really didn't dare to take the risk. It's not like no one passed by these days, but they were just cars that drove by in a hurry, before they could even cry for help. The car had already gone far away. The zombies that followed immediately made the cry for help that was about to come out of their mouths swallowed back into their stomachs. But this time was different. The 2 girls who appeared in front of them were not bitten as expected when the zombies pounced on them. Instead, the zombie that made them afraid to close their eyes and sleep every day was chopped to the ground by the 2 men. This might be their last chance. After the zombies were dealt with by the 2, they couldn't wait any longer, and knocked on the glass door inside, trying to attract the attention of the 2. However, they didn't expect that the other party would leave without any reaction after seeing them. "Wait! Wait!" The glass door behind them was opened, and a girl ran out quickly, calling Jiangyu and the other 2. Jiangqi looked back at the other party. The girl was dirty, and had a faint fishy smell. Her hair was sticky, and hung on her shoulders. Her face was gray, but her eyes were bright and moving, which made people feel good. Jiangyu looked at the nervous girl who ran over, and looked back past her. The glass door was closed again by the person inside, and the person behind the door was staring at this place. Raising his eyebrows, Jiangyu looked at the girl without saying anything, as if asking her something. Yu Ting looked at the girl in front of her with a long-handled axe on her back. She had short black hair, and a few strands of hair were blown by the wind to her eyebrows, making her squint unconsciously. It seemed that she was not easy to talk to, and Yu Ting came to a conclusion, turning her head to look at the cute girl with twin ponytails and blinking eyes. She asked with inexplicable shame, "Where are you going? Can you take us with you?" "Ask me?" Jiangqi tapped the stick in his hand, and then looked at Jiangyu. "Sister, do you want to take us with you?" Hearing this, Yu Ting looked at Jiangyu and pleaded anxiously, "Please, we have been trapped here for several days." "Are you alone?" Jiangyu asked knowingly, because she found that the other party was always looking back, and the reason she asked this was to find an excuse to refuse. "We have companions in the car. You have too many people. There is no room. The zombies outside have been dealt with. The implication is, find a way to leave." To be honest, Yu Ting had already guessed this answer. After all, it is the end of the world. No one would be so kind as to save a group of strangers. But she still rushed out to ask, because she knew that only this person could save the most important person to her. Please, I have a car. Can we just follow your car? She didn't want to give up this opportunity. Although she could choose to drive away directly, she felt that the short-haired girl in front of her could help them. It would definitely be better to follow them than to act alone. Hearing this, Jiang Yu looked at the other party. But she didn't refuse. As long as she went west, she would reach the base, and the other party wouldn't be able to follow for long. How many people are there in the coffee shop? Jiang Yu asked. She estimated that there were about 5 or 6 people. Yu Ting heard this, and knew that the other party agreed. She quickly replied, there are 6 of us in total. In addition to my best friend and her boyfriend. There is also a couple, and an old man. After thinking for a while, Yu Ting added, my car is in the innermost row. Can you wait a moment? We will be there soon. Jiang Yu had no objection. He nodded and walked with Jiang Qi towards the car. Behind him, he heard Yu Ting running back to the coffee shop and opening the glass door. After getting in the car, Yi Zi had been waiting in the car for a long time. He also saw the situation outside before and asked anxiously, did you see it just now? It's the rescue team. We have to hurry. Jiang Qi fastened his seatbelt and said without turning his head, see? We are not far from the base. And there will be a car following us later. Yi Zi nodded and had no objection. She was more anxious to get to the base now. Once she got to the base, everything would be safe. She would no longer have to face the bites of zombies. And she would no longer have to face the horror of human nature. Jiang Yu glanced at Yi Zi from the rearview mirror in the car, retracted his gaze without saying anything, and then started the car and looked in the direction of the office building. Yu Ting rushed back to the coffee shop. As soon as her hand touched the door handle, the glass door opened from the inside and hit Yu Ting. The man seemed not to see it, staring at her and asked anxiously, how is it? Did they agree? Yu Ting touched her nose, ignored the man's words, walked past him, and said to the people in the room, everyone get in the car. We leave immediately. After that, Yu Ting walked inside, helped the girl in the corner, walked towards the car parked outside, and the others followed closely. The man stood there with a gloomy face, looking at the woman in front of him, spitting on the ground fiercely, and cursing. Chapter 31. A black SUV was driving on the road, followed closely by a white car. Jiang Qi retracted her gaze from the rearview mirror, and couldn't help muttering, all 6 of them squeezed into that small car, which is amazing. She was impressed, but she didn't mean to offer her parking space. The supplies in their car were a very tempting treasure, and she must not let others know. Jiang Yu smiled, and then said, it's getting late, we have to find a place to stay. The car was close to the center of the West District. This place is indeed a wealthy area. The wide roads are at least twice as wide as other places. There are high-end pet shops and beauty shops on the road, or some coffee shops that have never been heard of or seen. Jiang Yu was thinking about where to stay tonight. Today is different from the past. They were followed by other survivors, all of whom were strangers. If it was in the past, the 3 of them could just find a store and find some food from the back of the car to fill their stomachs. But now they didn't know anyone in the group of people behind them. The supplies in the car must not be seen by others, otherwise it would definitely be a big trouble. It would be best to find a store, so that the food problem can be solved. The car drove towards the city center, and there were more and more zombies along the way. Jiang Yu was not panicked this time. She was almost experienced in driving to avoid zombies and knock them away. She twisted and turned all the way, and her speed did not decrease at all. But the rear of the car was hit again. Jiang Qi was so angry that his face was red, but there were zombies outside. She could not stick her head out to scold them, and could only stare at the rearview mirror and grit her teeth. The other party was obviously frightened by the zombies around them. The car couldn't hide even if it wanted to, and it didn't dare to overtake Jiang Yu and the others if it wanted to speed up, so it could only stick close to the SUV. When it was hit for the 3rd time, Jiang Yu regretted bringing these people with her, but at that time she thought that they were almost at the base, and it didn't matter if they gave a hand. The most important thing was that the person who rushed out to ask for help was a very brave girl. She couldn't just turn a blind eye. But how did they drive the car? Is this a fight in the car? If I hadn't dodged quickly, the taillights of the car would have been damaged by the other party. At this time, the situation in the white car was like a fight. When Yu Ting got in the car, she helped her best friend Zhang Lan Lan to the co-pilot seat, and then she got in the driver's seat, with the remaining 4 people squeezed in the back. From the moment she got in the car, Wang Yang had been standing there with a dark face, and didn't say a word. Yu Ting didn't want the other party to get in the car at all, but who knew that the moment the door opened, the other party pushed the others away, and got in the car. Yu Ting rolled her eyes at the other party's disgusting behavior, looked at her weak best friend beside her, and said nothing after a while. Who knew that after the car entered the city, zombies began to appear on the road. Their car had a low chassis, and although the black car in front had knocked away many zombies, there were still zombies directly stuck to the car window. Screams were heard for a while, and Yu Ting looked at the zombies so close, and her heart stopped instantly. Fortunately, she was calm enough, and followed the black car without panic, thinking that as long as she didn't get off the car, she would be fine. Who knew that Wang Yang, this idiot, was so scared by the zombies that he started to curse and complain that Yu Ting couldn't drive properly, seeing the zombies everywhere outside. The situation was critical. Yu Ting endured it and ignored him. Who knew that the other party would suddenly rush up and grab the steering wheel? Yu Ting was almost mad at this idiot. The car began to be unstable because of the other party's operation. She endured it again and again. Looked at Lan Lan, who was a little unconscious, and couldn't help it. She held the steering wheel tightly and bit the man's hand hard. Wang Yang pulled his hand back in pain and continued to insult the other party without mercy, tearing off the other party's gentle mask. Seeing the black SUV in front of her start to accelerate, Yu Ting panicked and ignored Wang Yang and hurriedly followed. Jiang Yu accelerated away from the white car behind her, looking to both sides, trying to find a supermarket to hide in. Before she could look carefully, the familiar buzzing sound came from the distance again. A helicopter flew over their heads and drove behind them. Is it because we are almost at the base? Why are there so many helicopters? What are they doing? Jiang Qi leaned on the car window and looked up at the zombies flying away. Jiang Yu was also puzzled. She guessed that these helicopters might be going to rescue people. However, before she could answer her sister, she saw a figure moving in front of her. Jiang Qi was watching the helicopters go away, and saw many zombies appear at the end of the right intersection out of the corner of his eye. Sister, there are so many zombies, Jiang Qi exclaimed. Although they have experience dealing with zombies, they still have to find a place to hide when there are too many zombies. Hearing this, Jiang Yu did not have time to turn around and look, because the black shadows in front were also a group of zombies, and they seemed to be attracted by the helicopter. There was no time to find a supermarket. Jiang Yu turned the car and parked it on the side of the road. He said to the 2 people in the car, "See that barber shop? Let's go in first." Jiang Qi put on his backpack, picked up his weapon, and followed his sister out of the car. The 3 of them ran to the barber shop. A familiar cry for help came from behind, but Jiang Yu had no time to respond. Yu Ting finally got back behind the black car. She was grateful that the couple realized that Wang Yang's behavior would cause them trouble and controlled him, so she could follow Jiang Yu and the others steadily. Unexpectedly, after a helicopter flew over, the car in front suddenly accelerated and then pulled over. Yu Ting looked at the car pulled over, still a little puzzled, and couldn't figure out what the other party meant. The next second, she saw a crowd of people running in front of her. Zombies! So many zombies! Help! What should I do? I told you to stay in the coffee shop and don't come out. Yu Ting ignored the panicked voices of the people in the car, and instantly understood what the 3 people in front of her meant. She quickly woke up Lan Lan, who had a fever. Lan Lan, wake up! We have to get off the car. Lan Lan had been having a fever for 2 days. Fortunately, it was a low-grade fever and didn't have much impact. It was just that she hadn't eaten for a long time, and she was sick, so she was very weak. After hearing Yu Ting's words, she forced herself to get out of the car. After getting off the car, several people followed Yu Ting and ran forward. When they saw the 3 people in front of them, they shouted for help. Yu Ting ignored them. After getting off the car, she helped Zhang Lanlan and walked straight to the barber shop. The roar of the zombies behind them was getting closer and closer. When they heard the sound, several people were stunned in place, looking back in horror at the approaching zombies step by step. Their legs were so weak that they couldn't even shout for help. Soon, the security guard was grabbed by the arm by the zombies and fell to the ground. The excited biting sounds and the painful cries for help mixed together, stimulating the eardrums and slowing down the pace of several people. Wang Yang slowly turned his head. The security guard, who followed them to hide in the coffee shop, had been bitten to a bloody mess. His struggling legs began to stiffen, and then began to twitch. The zombie lying on him lost interest, looked up and stared at Wang Yang and ran over. Looking at the approaching zombies, and smelling the bloody smell, Wang Yang shook his legs in fear, ignoring his soaked pants, shouting for help, and ran forward. Seeing the two people in front, who were walking slower because they were supporting Zhang Lanlan, Wang Yang's eyes flashed, and then he looked back at the zombie with its bloody mouth wide open, reached out and pulled hard, and easily pulled Zhang Lanlan behind him, and then ignored Yu Ting, who was frozen in place, and ran past her to the barber shop. After being pulled hard, Zhang Lanlan, who was already uncomfortable, fell to the ground all of a sudden, and before she could react, she felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. She looked at Yu Ting, who was standing there in front of her, and trembled as she turned back, and saw a bloodshot face with 2 eyes and a broken right eye. The next second, she was surrounded by zombies. No! 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 Yu Ting watched the girl leave her, then fell down, and watched a bloody zombie bite her shoulder. How could this happen? No way. No way. Yu Ting went crazy. She wanted to step forward and pull away the zombies surrounding Zhang Lanlan. But there were too many zombies, and they had already started to pounce on her. She couldn't feel anything around her, and just wanted to pull away the zombies that pounced on the girl and bit her. The next second, her arm was pulled by someone. Jiang Yu and the other two hid in the barber shop and closed the door, waiting for the people behind them to come in, who knew that the accident would happen so quickly. And the thin girl was used as a stepping stone by the man. Damn! Jiang Qi, who had not said a bad word for a long time, could not hold it back. What a scumbag! She looked at her sister, and wanted to go out to help. Seeing the girl ignoring everything and preparing to run to her friends, Jiang Qi could not help but shout, "Sister!" Jiang Yu knew what her sister meant. She could ignore the help of these people, and conceal the fact that she had enough food. But she could not bear to watch the two girls being devoured by zombies. Don't move here. I go over and help. After saying that, Jiang Yu pushed open the door. The couple took the opportunity to hide inside, followed closely by Wang Yang. The other party shrank his neck when he saw Jiang Yu, and then stepped forward to enter the store. After dealing with several zombies around, Jiang Yu quickly grabbed Yu Ting and turned to run into the store. The other party looked dazed and let Jiang Yu pull her. The zombies behind him chased him relentlessly, but the door of the barber shop in front of him could not be opened no matter what. Jiang Yu stared at the people in the glass door. The couple pulled Jiang Qi to stop her from going forward. Yi Zi huddled in the corner and lowered her head when she saw Jiang Yu. Let's go to the next door. Jiang Yu took Yu Ting to the next door. There was also a shop next door, but the door was very small. It was a small pet shop. Jiang Yu kicked the door open and hid inside with Yu Ting. After closing the door, Jiang Yu looked at Yu Ting, who was still in a trance. Come and help. Yu Ting looked up suddenly and saw that the other party was holding the door with a table. She hurried forward to help. There were too many zombies. The shops on this street all had glass doors, so the view was unobstructed, which made the group of zombies desperately squeeze into the door. Before Jiang Yu could find a way to deal with it, the zombies outside the door seemed to have discovered something and ran to the intersection. Soon, several military green cars appeared on the road, and a helicopter flew over not far away, and the zombies were quickly attracted away. Thanks to the rescue team. Thanks to the helicopter. Jiang Yu was a little out of breath, sat down and looked at Yu Ting, who was still in a daze. My condolences. Hearing this, Yu Ting looked up, and then smiled sarcastically. Wang Yang is a scumbag. I have reminded Lan Lan a long time ago, but she didn't want to listen, and she only knew how to be a peacemaker in the middle. As she spoke, her voice choked up a little. It's all my fault. I should have paid attention. I knew he was a scumbag. It's all my fault. Jiang Yu didn't say anything. After thinking for a while, she took out a fruit knife from her pocket and handed it to him. I don't know how to comfort you, so I give it to you. Seeing the other party took the knife, Jiang Yu walked to the glass door. There were still some zombies on the road outside the door, but there were not many. After being attracted by the rescue team, they seemed to have forgotten the people hiding here. Jiang Yu was a little worried about the people next door. She wondered what had happened to her sister. She stared at the zombies outside for a while. She found that the zombies on the roadside were excited again and ran to the right. Bang! Bang! A sharp sound rang out. Jiangyu covered her ears and watched the zombies on the road slowly fall down. A row of people in black uniforms slowly walked out of the place blocked by the door. Following closely, a green armored vehicle drove over from behind. What is this? Yu Ting was also attracted by the sound. When she saw the armored vehicle, she murmured, "It's the rescue team. It's the rescue team. We are saved. We are saved, but why can't it be earlier?" The zombies were almost dealt with, and several rescue teams came here with weapons raised. Jiang Yu looked at the other party, confirmed that it was the rescue team, pushed open the door, and looked at Yu Ting behind him. "Let's go. It's not too late now." Not only did they come out, but the door next door was also opened. Wang Yang and the couple rushed out first, thanking the rescue team repeatedly. Jiang Qi walked to his sister and didn't say anything. "Are you okay?" Hearing his sister's words, Jiang Qi shook his head. They just stopped her from opening the door. The man raised his weapon, looking them up and down, explaining that the people on the helicopter saw them, so they sent people to rescue them. After that, the man looked at them and said, "It's getting late, get in the car first." Hearing this, Jiang Yu hesitated a little. Their car couldn't be lost, so she went up to discuss with the rescue team, who didn't care, and told Jiang Yu to drive the car to the middle. Jiang Yu got in the car, looked at Yi Zi who was walking towards the rescue team's car outside the car, without saying a word, and retracted her gaze. Wang Yang was very happy. He did not expect to be saved from a desperate situation. When he was about to squeeze the couple in front of him, his arm was suddenly grabbed by someone. He almost thought it was a zombie. He shivered with fear. He turned around and saw that it was Yu Ting. Wang Yang was frightened and felt a little angry. However, looking at the rescue team not far away, he lowered his voice and said, "What are you doing?" Yu Ting held him tightly, stared at him without saying a word, and suddenly attacked him when she became impatient. There was a sharp pain in his abdomen. Wang Yang lowered his head and looked at the blood flowing out of his abdomen. After pulling out the knife, he continued to stab it in. After several cuts, the severe pain spread all over his body. His body began to tremble and weaken. Then, his eyes went black, and he heard the last words in his ears. "Go to hell." Chapter 32. The situation happened too suddenly, and everyone was stunned. Jiang Qi followed behind his sister, and wanted to applaud when he saw this scene, but when he saw the strange eyes of the people around him towards Ting, he curled his lips, and felt disdainful. Yi Zi had already got on the car, and seemed not to notice the sudden situation outside, and the couple who were about to get on the car, after seeing the bloodstains splashing on the ground, covered their mouths in horror, and looked up at the men in black in front of them. Several rescuers turned their heads slightly to look at Yu Ting, without much reaction, but just urged, "Hurry up and get in the car, it's getting late." Yu Ting woke up from the pleasure of revenge, wiped the knife, followed the two people in front, and prepared to get in the car. When the couple in front saw Yu Ting approaching from the corner of their eyes, their expressions changed slightly, and their pace suddenly quickened, trying to get away from each other. "Drive the car to the middle, and follow closely." The man approached with a mask on, wearing the same black uniform as the others, but with a brown round object on his shoulder, so his face couldn't be seen clearly. His dark brown eyes stared at Jiang Yu, and then he turned around and got on the armored vehicle in front. Jiang Yu took her sister to the black SUV, and after the armored vehicle set off, she followed it, with the bus behind her. Jiang Qi sat in the co-pilot seat, with only her and her sister in the car, looking at the handsome military green armored vehicle in front of her. She couldn't help but sigh, "Wow, this car is so cool. If we have this car, what are we afraid of zombies?" Hearing her sister laughing beside her, Jiang Qi also laughed. It was really lucky to meet the rescue team. She didn't expect that when they were surrounded by the zombies, they would have such a turn of events. "Sister, do you think they are taking us back to the base?" Jiang Qi asked curiously, then looked up at the sky. It was already past 6 in the afternoon, and it would be dark in more than an hour. If we go back to the base now, we don't know if we will make it in time. It may be too late to go to the base now. We should go to where they are stationed, Jiang Yu said. Today, she encountered rescue teams and helicopters one after another. Her intuition told her that these people might have a mission. She thought of Cheng Zheng and Li Zheng and decided to find a chance to tell them about it later. With the armored vehicles leading the way and the rescue team sweeping away the zombies, the journey was extremely smooth. The car stopped in front of them soon. After the armored vehicle stopped, several rescuers got off the car in a neat and swift manner. and then stood around the car with guns in hand, looking around vigilantly. Jiang Yu looked up at the building in front of him. It seemed to be a library. There were a few steps outside the library, and several armored vehicles were parked at the door. After getting off the car, the man wearing a black mask stood on the steps and looked here. A rescuer led the group of survivors to the steps. Jiang Yu looked around. There were about 3 armored vehicles, a bus, and their off-road vehicle at the door. The only survivors were following the rescue team. Jiang Yu and her partner were in front, followed by the couple, Yu Ting and Yi Zi, and the other rescuers at the end. She passed by the man, and when he saw Jiang Yu's gaze, he nodded slightly. The man leading the way pushed open the heavy door of the library. As the door slowly opened, a cool breeze blew out. Jiang Yu secretly tightened his axe. This library is decorated in a retro style. The space inside the library is not large. The bookshelves in the library are all embedded in the wall, making the space spacious and comfortable. The entire library is clean and tidy, as if it has been cleaned. As the door was opened, dozens of eyes looked over at once. There were so many people hiding in this small library, but most of them were survivors. They sat together at the innermost part of the library. Some rescuers sat at the door, seemingly chatting. Seeing the group of people coming in after the door was opened, the rescuers who were sitting on the ground stood up in a flash and looked at Jiang Yu and the others with a guilty look. Jiang Yu looked back, and everyone had already entered the hall. The door was closed. 2 rescuers were guarding the gate. The man with a black mask was slightly taller than the others and stood straight behind her, as if seeing the guilty expression of the team members. The man walked forward without saying a word, looked at the other survivors in the hall, turned his head to look at Jiang Yu and the others, and then said, "You stay here with them to rest." After saying that, the man led several rescuers to the right. The door suddenly opened inside, and it turned out to be a small room. After several people walked in, they closed the door. After seeing the captain leave, the remaining people breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the ground. The rescuer who led the way turned around, looked at Jiang Yu and the others who looked puzzled, scratched his head shyly, and explained, "Sorry, our captain doesn't talk much. We are the rescue team of the S-City base. These are all the survivors we rescued along the way. You can stay here and rest. We will take you back to the base in a few days." After hearing this, everyone seemed relieved. The couple beside them walked cautiously into the crowd, found a seat and sat down. Yu Ting also walked to a place with fewer people. Yi Zi stood there and looked at Jiang Yu and the other person in front of her. She bit her lip and didn't move for a long time. Jiang Yu didn't notice the other party's entanglement. He looked at the shy boy in front of him and asked, "Can you talk for a moment?" The shy boy looked up, looked at the 2 people staring at him, and blushed for no reason. He took the 2 people to the corner and stammered, Is there something wrong? I want to ask, are you here specifically to search for survivors?" Jiang Yu asked her doubts directly. She didn't have time to test the other party bit by bit. In fact, no matter what the purpose of the other party's trip was, she had to tell the other party about Chengzheng and the others. Those people were still waiting for rescue. The young man paused for a moment. His eyes were a little evasive. He had just joined the rescue team not long ago. He was inexperienced and was young, so he couldn't lie at all. "Why are you asking this? I can't tell you this." As soon as these words came out, Jiang Qi laughed beside him. Seeing the other party looking at him, he quickly shut his mouth and pretended that nothing had happened. Jiang Yu also pursed his lips, looked at the other party and said, "Your captain just went in after speaking, and I didn't have time to find him. Can you help convey something to me?" Sure. It's always right to find a captain if you have something to do." The young man nodded repeatedly. Jiang Yu told the other party about the rescue team in the isolation area of S University, and the group of criminals encountered in the hotel. Seeing the other party slowly put away his smile, his expression was a little solemn. Jiang Yu knew that they should have received this news, and the purpose of coming out this time might not be that simple. From the moment she entered the door, Jiang Yu confirmed her guess. If they were really just searching for survivors, they would not have brought only one bus, which could only have 16 seats. Secondly, the moment Jiang Yu entered the library, she saw that the survivors were very stable, not like they had just been rescued. They were expressionless when they saw them, and no one urged them to leave. It is very likely that this team had already indicated from the beginning that they could not return to the base in a short time. It turned out that Jiang Yu's guess was almost right. The young man in front of him couldn't help asking questions and gave a general description of the situation here. After the rescuers fled back to the base, they immediately reported the situation. The higher-ups urgently dispatched 2 teams, the purpose of which was to rescue the detained survivors and rescuers. The people in the museum were rescued after they saw them on the road. Jiang Yu nodded slightly after listening. And then the other party said that he would report immediately, and then walked to the small room on the right. Looking at the young man's anxious back, Jiang Qi shook his head pretending to be deep, and sighed, "You are still too young. My sister tricked you into talking so quickly." Then her head was gently tapped. Jiang Qi looked up and saw Jiang Yu looking at her helplessly. After solving the most important thing, Jiang Yu took her sister forward a few steps. Although the museum was quite large, the floor and desks were full of people. Men, women, young and old, mothers hugging their children with their heads down, little girls leaning on their elderly grandmothers, and couples leaning on each other. There was even a tour group wearing small yellow hats at the edge. Others were either slumped on the floor or lying on the table. Only on the left side near the window, there was a person leaning sideways to wipe a knife. Seeing that the other person had a short haircut, Jiang Yu guessed that he should be a man, but he felt that the side profile was familiar. "Sister, let's find a place to rest," Jiang Qi said. Suddenly, someone pulled the corner of her clothes. When she turned around, it turned out to be Yi Zi, who had been silent. Jiang Qi was embarrassed for a moment. She looked at her elder sister, and she also turned around to look at Yi Zi. Her expression was normal, but her expression was like looking at a stranger, waiting for the other person to speak. Yi Zi looked at the two of them, and said slowly, "Jiang Qi, do you have any food and alcohol?" Hearing this, Jiang Qi was speechless. He looked at the other party in silence for a while, and thought of the things that happened in the quarantine area before. He still couldn't bear it, so he whispered, "I give it to you later. There are too many people now." Yi Zi looked up in surprise, and thanked him repeatedly. Before she could say anything more, the door on the right suddenly opened. The masked man came out. His eyes swept through the crowd, and finally locked on Jiang Yu and the other's position, and walked straight over. Seeing someone coming, Yi Zi lowered her head, and walked away from Jiang Yu and the others. "Is it convenient to go in and talk?" the man said softly. His voice was a little low, but it was a little gentle. Jiang Yu nodded, and followed the man with Jiang Qi, and walked past the rescuers sitting on the ground looking at them, and walked to the room on the right. Behind him, the man who finally wiped the knife raised his head, saw the rescue team approaching from the corner of his eye, and looked back. "I didn't expect to see a familiar back, and the other party would be here." Chapter 33. Jiang Yu brought her sister into the room. This was a small lounge with only a desk. The man took off his mask. His nose was high and thin, his eyebrows were deep, his skin was surprisingly white, and he stared at Jiang Yu with a scrutinizing look. After Jiang Yu and her sister came in, the door slammed shut from behind. Jiang Qi was startled. His eyes turned from behind the door to the man at the desk, and he curled his lips. "What an attitude!" "Jiang. Miss Jiang? Right? Hello, I'm Shin Song Jun. Can you please tell me what happened from beginning to end?" The man took off the black gloves on his hands, threw them on the table, paused, and added to the two people, "Sit down." Hearing this, Jiang Yu pulled out the 2 chairs in front of him, sat down with Jiang Qi, looked at the man in front of him, recounted Cheng Jing's experience, and explained in detail what he saw and heard in the hotel. This group of people is not easy to deal with. Not only are they well armed, but they are also ruthless. "Are these the only people you have?" Jiang Yu's implication was, "Can you beat them with just these few people?" She didn't question their ability, but that group of people held too many innocent students, and Cheng Jing was among them. If they didn't have full confidence, they would just be giving away their heads and weapons. The shy boy who had been silent all this time was a little unhappy when he heard this. He patted his chest and said, "You underestimate us too much. Our captain used to win the 3rd place in shooting competitions. The 3rd place winner is still so arrogant?" Jiang Qi couldn't help but interrupt. "He looked so impressive that I thought he was the champion." The guy who said this blushed. "The 3rd place winner is also impressive." "Okay. That was a long-range shooting competition involving thousands of troops from all the troops in the entire military camp." Ahem. A captain clenched his fists and coughed lightly. Seeing that the 3 people were looking at him, he put down his hands and said, "Don't worry. We are not just this team." Hearing this, Jiang Yu knew that his question was a bit abrupt, but he still nodded. After thinking for a while, he asked again, "Then do we, the survivors, need to wait for you to return to the base together?" Shin Sung-jun nodded, looked at the two people in front of him, and then looked down at his watch. He found that the agreed time was almost up. He stood up and said in a somewhat anxious tone, "Sorry, I'm in a hurry now. If you have any questions, you can ask Xiaoyu." After saying that, without waiting for the two to respond, he nodded to them and pushed the door out. The few people who were originally standing at the door followed the other party and left. Xiaoyu, the shy boy, stretched his neck to watch the other party leave. Then he exhaled and looked back. Jiangyu and the others were staring at him. Scratching his head, Xiaoyu asked, "What did you ask just now?" "Oh, right. Back to the base." "Right." After asking, he walked to the cabinet next to the table and took out 2 bottles of water for the other party. "We have to go back to the base after we complete the mission. Otherwise we won't have enough manpower. Although the base is not far away, the road ahead is not peaceful. And you survivors who have just been rescued, it is better for us to take you and then to go into the base alone." Jiangyu nodded. What the other party said made sense. Although we are not far from the base now, the closer we are to the safe zone, the more dangers and troubles there are outside. "Hey, brother Xiaoyu, will the base provide food and water?" Jiangqi asked. This is a critical question. Xiaoyu's ears turned red after being called brother. He rubbed his ears with his hands and replied, "You asked the key question. There is free food in the base, but it is all porridge, steamed bread, and other coarse grains. If you want to eat, take a shower and stay, you need to provide contribution points." This sounded new to me. Jiangqi and his sister looked at each other. Perhaps knowing that the two of them couldn't understand, Xiaoyu looked at the closed door and came forward and whispered, "Let me tell you, if you want to have food and drink in the base, you must have contribution points. This contribution point includes many types. The simplest one is to participate in the maintenance of the base, such as cleaning the base, maintaining the base infrastructure. If you have professional knowledge, you can also apply for the job, and you can also get the corresponding contribution points." "It's actually another form of salary?" Jiangyu asked. She understood the general meaning. Now that the end of the world has come, coins are useless. Everything has to start from scratch. This so-called contribution value is just like earning coins by taking tasks in a game. Xiaoyu nodded, thought for a moment and added, "In the base, the most important thing is not to go hungry. If you can't exchange food with contribution points, you can also go out of the base to collect food yourself. However, this method is too risky. Not many people are willing to try it." Jiangyu and her sister looked at each other, and they both thought of the food in the car. But they might not be able to eat it for long. After a while, the door outside was reopened, and the captain rushed in with an angry look on his face, followed by several rescuers who lowered their heads and dared not speak. It seemed that he did not expect Jiangyu and his sister to be still there. Shin Sung-jun was stunned for a moment when he entered the door, then nodded to him, looked at Xiaoyu and said, "I have agreed with Team 3 that you will go with us to collect supplies tomorrow." Jiangyu had already stood up and was about to leave. But when he heard this, he suddenly turned around and looked at Shin Sung-jun. "You are going to collect supplies tomorrow? Can I go with you?" "No, brother." You refused too straightforwardly. Jiangyu added helplessly, "Don't worry. We will protect our safety. When we get to the base, we will need contribution points. We have to take advantage of the opportunity now to prepare more for the future." Seeing that the man still had a gloomy face and didn't speak, Jiangyu turned around and didn't look at him again. "Don't underestimate us." After saying that, she turned around and prepared to leave. "Tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock, if you can get up." Jiangyu knew that the other party had agreed, and gestured okay with her hand, and pushed the door open to go out. "Sister, are we really going tomorrow? Isn't there something in the car?" Jiangqi asked. "We will arrive at the base soon, and it is too risky to go out at this juncture." Jiangyu's eyes swept around the hall, trying to find an open space to rest, hearing her sister's words, and hummed, and replied, "We need too many things when we get to the base, and these foods are definitely not enough." That's true. Jiangqi felt that he hadn't even gone to the base yet, and the pressure was coming again. After looking around for a long time, the whole hall was packed with people. There was only an empty space next to the table. There was a small bar there, and only one man was sitting there. He was the man who was wiping the knife just now. After thinking about it, Jiang Yu took his sister over and prepared to rest here. It was close to the door, and there were few people. When he came to the front, Jiang Yu didn't say anything. Although there was only one man here, the place was big enough. There was a small coffee table in front, and some comic magazines were piled on it. Jiang Yu sat down with his sister. What a handsome girl. Jiang Qi looked at the other person, and then sighed softly. Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment. Girl? Then he turned his head to look at the other person's face, and then turned to see a face that seemed familiar. You are? Jiang Yu stuttered for the first time, looking at the familiar person in front of him, somewhat unsure. The girl smiled, her eyes slightly red, looking at the short-haired girl in front of her. Jiang Jia, I'm so glad to see you. I'm really happy. I can still see you in the doomsday. Jiang Yu was stunned. It was really Yuan Yuan. It was the Yuan Yuan with big eyes, but a little introverted. They escaped from the company together, left City C together, and separated when they arrived in City S. Before leaving, the other party said that she wanted to find a hotel to eat and drink and have a good rest, while she went to University S to find her sister. Before, the other party said that she would send her a message after applying for a new card, but she didn't expect that City S would fall in an instant, and the two lost contact. She didn't dare to think about it deeply when she thought of the other party several times, for fear that the other party would not survive this incident. In her impression, Yuan Yuan was a gentle girl like her sister, who needed her protection. This was not the girl in front of her. She had a buzz cut. Her skin was several degrees darker. She wore a black tights, brown boots, and black gloves. Her bright eyes had dimmed a lot, and there was a long scar on her neck, extending behind her ear. She was carrying a familiar backpack on her back, with a long knife and a long dagger stuck in the back. She was looking at Jiang Yu with a smile of regaining what she had lost. Jiang Yu's eyes stayed on the other person's neck. Seeing the other person touching his neck, he looked up and looked at each other, and opened his arms and hugged Yuan Yuan. I thought, it's okay. Jiang Yu reached out and touched the other person's short hair. Thinking of the other person's heartache and reluctance when he cut her hair, he knew that she must have encountered something. Yuan Yuan smiled. She kept looking at Jiang Yu. Her eyes were a little wet. She had lost her family and friends. In this doomsday, she only knew Jiang Yu. Luckily, she was still alive. Sister, who is this? Jiang Qi watched the two people hugging and embracing each other, staring at Yuan Yuan for a long time, and felt a little jealous. Jiang Yu came back to her senses, introduced the two parties, and then sat down and told each other what happened after they separated. Seeing the two people talking happily, Jiang Qi curled her lips. Her sister would only act like this when facing acquaintances. She was not as cold and quiet as usual. It seemed that this person was very important to her. Jiang Yu had almost finished what she said, and paused for a long time. She didn't know whether to ask, are you okay? The other person had really changed so much. The whole person was different from before. Knowing that Sister Jiang was concerned about her, Yuan Yuan couldn't help but reach out and touch the scar, and it still hurt a little. She shook her head, and her tone became a little lighter, without any emotion. I'm fine. I've taken revenge on everyone. Sister Jiang, I'm very strong now. I can help you in the future. Jiang Yu looked at the girl in front of him, touched her head, and changed the subject. Will you join us after we go to the base? Yuan Yuan nodded vigorously, definitely. Sister, let's eat something and rest early. We have to get up early tomorrow. Jiang Qi yawned, feeling a little hungry and a little sleepy. Jiang Yu looked outside the door. The sky was getting dark, and night was about to fall soon. Where are you going tomorrow? I go with you. Yuan Yuan asked. Chapter 34. It was late at night, and several people on duty were standing by the glass door of the library. Jiang Yu briefly told Yuan Yuan that she would go with the rescue team to collect supplies tomorrow, and also told her about what Xiao Wu had mentioned about the base. After hearing this, Yuan Yuan immediately said that she would go too, and looked at Jiang Yu with a serious expression and said, Sister Jiang, the place where the rescue team is going to collect supplies will definitely not be that simple. It is very dangerous. I will go with you tomorrow. Jiang Yu looked at the two long knives behind the other person and nodded. By the way, I actually have some food in my bag. Yuan Yuan suddenly thought of the 2 boxes of biscuits in the back of the car, and then looked at the two people and asked, Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something first? Jiang Qi was really a little hungry, but she looked up at the people crowded in the hall in front and hesitated. Jiang Yu followed her sister's line of sight. The people in this room were probably starving. If they took out some food now. Don't worry. We have our own supplies. It's not appropriate to take them out now. Yuan glanced at the hall, knowing what the other party was worried about, and nodded. They had not eaten since they were rescued. After all, the rescue team's purpose this time was not to save people, of course. It was impossible to prepare supplies for them, and it was even more impossible to contribute their own dry food to the other party. After they were rescued, each person received a bottle of water, and nothing else was provided, but this group of people brought their own supplies, but no one dared to take them out at this time. The three agreed to follow the rescue team to collect supplies at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. They planned to follow Jiangyu in her car, as she was worried about leaving the car here. There was limited space in the library, so sleeping on the floor was unrealistic. They did have sleeping bags in their bags, but there were so many people at the moment, and they didn't want to appear special. The three planned to just lie on the bed for the night. Fortunately, it was summer, so it wouldn't be cold at night. At around 4 o'clock in the morning, a rustling sound came from somewhere. Jiangyu opened his eyes suddenly. Before he sat up, his right hand had already reached for the long-handled axe behind him at the fastest speed. The moment he looked up, Yuan on the opposite side also opened his eyes and looked behind Jiangyu. The vigilance in his eyes had not yet dissipated. Jiangyu looked back and saw that it was the group of rescuers. Most of them stayed outside to rest last night, and the rest seemed to have stayed in the room. The sound came from the room. After a while, Xiao Wu hurriedly came out of the room with a few people, carrying an oversized travel bag behind him. He looked up and saw Jiangyu and Yuan staring at him, which frightened him. Looking sideways at the people sleeping in the hall, Xiao Wu stood outside the door and pointed to the room for Jiangyu and the others. Jiangyu brought his sister, who had already woken up, and Yuan packed their bags and walked to the room. Are we leaving? Jiangqi yawned. Tears of sleepiness squeezed out of the corners of his eyes, rubbed his sore neck, and looked at Xiao Wu and asked. Xiao Wu nodded and took out a map from somewhere and said to the three people in front of him, "What?" After saying half a sentence, he looked up at Jiangyu, and then slowly added, "The captain told you to think about it again. The place we are going to this time is a supermarket on the second floor of a large shopping mall 8 kilometers away. The number of zombies inside is unknown, and the degree of danger is unknown. So far?" Jiangqi opened her eyes wide. She thought it was a supermarket next to here. It was a bit dangerous. She looked at her sister. "So you were not going to take us with you just now?" Jiangyu asked coldly, watching Xiao Wu lower his head in guilt and not speaking. Seeing Xiao Wu not speaking, Jiangyu did not ask again, since they had discovered it anyway, but she still had a question. Why choose such a far place? Yuan leaned back in her chair and asked what was in Jiangyu's mind. Xiao Wu scratched his head, had a mental struggle in his mind, then looked at the two people awkwardly. The surrounding supplies had been searched out long ago. 3 people. Seeing the 3 people looking at him in disbelief, Xiao Wu quickly explained, because this area is closest to the base. The people around have already looted a lot of supplies when they fled, and the people who came out of the base to do the mission all need this wool. So, okay. No wonder. Jiangyu looked at the watch. It was already 4:50. And stood up and looked at Xiao Wu and said, "We have no problem. How many people are there? Have you done any research? Do you have a map of the supermarket?" Yes. 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 This series of questions made Xiao Wu inexplicably nervous, and he began to stutter again. Some troops have already gone to investigate. There are 6 people in our team and 2 cars, including you. A total of 9 people. After we go out, we will meet up with the 3rd team. They will have more people. Just these few people? Jiangqi frowned slightly, looking at Xiao Wu, asked with some concern. You said that the number of zombies in that mall is unknown. We only have these few people. Can it work? After hearing this, the few people who had been standing behind him, without saying anything, were a little dissatisfied. One of the burly men patted the table and said, "Don't worry, girls. Just follow behind our car. Nothing will happen." Oh, Jiangqi pouted. Is this the key? What he said is not wrong. Our armored vehicles are in front. You just need to follow behind. Although there are not enough people, it is enough. If the situation is not right, evacuate immediately. Jiangyu and Yuan looked at each other, and Xiao Wu nodded. Let's go now. It was already 5 o'clock. Hearing this, Xiao Wu began to scratch his head awkwardly, hesitating and not speaking, lowering his head, not knowing what he was struggling with. and turned around and said, "Captain, I have one more thing to say." "Well, this captain is really talkative." The three of them stared at him. "The captain said that you must pay 30% of the materials you collected this time to the rescue team. And confiscate it." After saying that, he secretly looked up at the three people, feeling guilty. 30%? Jiangqi imitated the northeastern brother and slapped the table. The table shook, shaking the brother's heart. He looked at Jiangqi in disbelief, then looked at the table, and finally looked at himself. "What does your captain mean? We don't even have a fart. And we have to give you 30%? Jiangqi was not convinced. Everyone looked for their own, and whoever grabbed it would get it. Besides, they were not sitting in the car waiting. Jiangyu chuckled, put his arm around his sister's shoulders, nodded to Xiao Wu. "Okay, can we go now?" "Sister?" Jiangqi looked at her sister. "Why did you agree? That's 30%. But she didn't want to, but she didn't say anything after all. Sister must have her reasons for doing so." It was really late now. Xiao Wu pushed open the door, nodded to his companions in the hall outside the door, turned his head to look at Jiangyu and the other two, pointed outside, and whispered, "Your car will be in the middle later." Then he led his men to push open the door and walked out. Jiangyu looked back at the survivors, who were still sleeping in the hall, and then looked at the rescue team watching them. No wonder there were so few people. That's right, they had to rescue Li Zheng and others, protect the survivors, and collect supplies. There were not enough people. The three of them got on the black SUV at the door. The armored vehicle in front of them started and paused for a while. After Jiangyu started it, the vehicle in front started to move. There were no zombies along the way, especially at the entrance of the library. After they came out, they hardly saw any zombies. The surroundings were terribly safe. I don't know how this rescue team did it. After passing two intersections along this road, the armored vehicle in front stopped. And Jiangyu also stopped. "You said they drove these two armored vehicles to collect supplies. Can they fit them?" Jiangqi asked curiously, leaning on the car window to look out. Soon, he saw an armored vehicle coming from the corner, and behind it was an empty bus. There were two armored vehicles behind the bus. Jiangqi swallowed her doubts, turned around and looked at their car. Now she began to worry whether they could fit more. After all, they had already loaded a lot of supplies in the back of the car, and they had to pay 30% of their supplies. After the first two cars were handed over, the armored vehicles and buses of the third team were in front. Xiao Wu's armored vehicle followed closely behind, and Jiangyu also quickly started the car and followed Xiao Wu's car. The remaining three cars were at the end. The convoy drove forward in a mighty manner, with the people in front leading the way. Jiangyu and the others felt much more relaxed. After driving for more than 10 minutes, the car in front began to slow down. Jiangyu and his companions immediately perked up and looked forward. They saw several people jumping off the armored vehicle in front, holding weapons in their hands and rushing forward. Why did they all get off? Why don't they use Q? Jiangqi was very anxious, but he couldn't see the situation in front. Yuan was sitting in the back. He immediately went into a defensive state after hearing the sound. After hearing Jiangqi's words, he replied to the other party, "The Q sound will attract more zombies. There are probably not many zombies in front. It is more appropriate to fight hand to hand." Jiangyu nodded in front, agreeing with the other party's words. She looked ahead, and the zombies had not yet reached them. After a while, the car began to speed up. Jiangyu knew that the zombies should have been dealt with, so she immediately accelerated and followed closely. There were zombies lying on the ground all along the way. Not long after, the car went up the elevated road, and soon the car in front began to slow down again, and then stopped directly. Jiangyu turned off the engine, and looked at Jiangqi sideways. "You sit in the driver's seat. I go down to help." Jiangqi nodded, watched his sister get out of the car, and heard Yuan behind him say, "I'm going too." The car door was closed. Jiangqi climbed from the passenger seat to the left. After the two got out of the car, they ran a few steps forward. Soon a few people followed behind them. They were the rescue team in the armored vehicle behind, and they were very surprised to see Jiangyu and the others, but they didn't say much. Jiangyu looked at the zombies rushing in front of him, backed a few steps, then took a running start, jumped up lightly, tilted the axe towards the neck, and something fell down with a thud, and then the axe turned around and chopped down the next one. Yuan, who was standing beside her, looked at Sister Jiang, and quickly drew out the long knife behind her, and stabbed the zombie's eyes. First stabbing the eyes and then the brain. With fast and accurate speed. Xiao Wu, who was standing in front of her, stared at the two sisters blankly, and suddenly felt that the knife in his hand was not so good, and he decided to find an axe later, which was too cool. Jiang Yu, who was standing beside her, was also impressed by Yuan Yuan's handsomeness. Is this still Yuan Yuan? She has become so powerful, and her movements are really handsome and neat. Although there are many zombies on the elevated road, they are also more in number, and they quickly solved most of the zombies. Xiao Wu waved to a few people, indicating that they should continue to set off. Not far below the elevated road, the 4 big words department store in gold told them that they had reached their destination. Chapter 35. After getting off the elevated road, Jiang Yu drove behind Xiao Wu and the others, and the 3 of them looked around. There are few residential areas here, and there are some hotels and car dealerships nearby. Yu said, there are obviously no residential buildings around here. How could someone choose to build a shopping mall here? Jiangqi took out a box of 8 treasure porridge, and asked curiously while eating, after all, this is really unconventional. When Yuan Yuan heard this, she looked around silently. This place is actually quite far from the center of the West District, and there are basically no residential buildings around, only some strange buildings, with incomprehensible English signs outside. Maybe this is how the rich area is built? Jiang Yu guessed. The lack of residential buildings around meant that the people nearby all lived in villas. In any case, this situation was good for them. Oh, no wonder. Jiangqi nodded secretly, ate the last bit of 8 treasure porridge, looked up and saw that the department store in front was already in sight. Here we are. Finally arrived. The department store in front of them was not like what they had seen before. There were no dazzling billboards and signs outside. Only these 4 large gold-plated characters were embedded at the top of the entire department store. And the floors did not look as high as imagined. It seemed that it was not a traditional shopping mall. The car in front suddenly stopped. Jiang Yu stopped the car too, and looked around. I don't know if it's because of the geographical location, but there are not many people around. And there are not even a few zombies. I don't know why the car in front suddenly stopped. But no one got out of Xiao Wu's car. So Jiang Yu didn't get out to check, and simply took this opportunity to eat something. What's going on in front? Why isn't it moving? Oh, I know. Look at that sign. Jiangqi pointed to the sign in front of the left, which had the words parking lot written on it. After Jiang Yu finished eating the 8 treasure porridge, he lowered his head to check his things again. After hearing what his sister said, he looked up and understood what Jiangqi meant. It turned out that they were going to leave from the parking lot, so they should send someone to investigate the situation. This was indeed the case, because the large supermarket in this mall was on the 1st and 2nd floors underground. So after discussing with the second team, they decided to leave directly from the underground car. Although waiting in the car, Jiang Yu was a little nervous. If the people who went to investigate found that something was wrong, they would probably return empty-handed this time. Jiang Yu held the steering wheel with both hands, and waited for a while. The car in front started to accelerate. Let's go! We're lucky this time. Jiang Yu started the car, and followed the car in front into the underground garage. Jiangqi was a little excited to hear this. He could go shopping. You know, the only happy thing about the end of the world is that you can go shopping for free. It's so cool. However, Jiangqi looked back, hissed, and looked at his sister and said, our car is so small. It can't hold much stuff. Right? That's right, this black SUV itself is a 4-seater, but the rear compartment is slightly larger. Jiang Yu looked back from the rearview mirror inside the car, and comforted, it's okay, it's better than nothing. If it doesn't work, we can pile it on the roof. We can't waste this opportunity. As soon as the voice fell, the car had entered the underground garage. This underground garage is on the 3rd floor below ground, and the route to the garage is a bit complicated. Fortunately, the rescue team had come to explore before, and got the map. If they came alone, they couldn't find the door after searching for a long time. The car stopped after driving for a few minutes. A group of people got off the car in front. Jiang Yu put on an empty bag and turned to the 2 people and said, let's go! The 3 people got off the car and looked back. There were only 2 of the 3 armored vehicles behind them. Several people got off the car, looked at them, and nodded. They followed the crowd to the front. Jiang Yu looked behind her and saw 5 armored vehicles, a bus, and their off-road vehicle. The last car was gone. It was probably left there to keep watch. She looked around. This is indeed a shopping mall in the wealthy area. Although there are not many cars parked in the garage, they are basically the luxury cars she has seen on TV. Jiangqi, who was following behind, also saw it. He looked at the car in the distance with shining eyes and praised, "Wow, that car is so beautiful. It's just too flat, it won't be used in the doomsday." This made the people around laugh. Shall we wave to them? There are quite a lot of people gathered in these cars. Except for the few people standing guard at the door, there are a total of 6 people in the second team, Jiangyu and the other 3, and 8 people in the third team. To sum up, the third team has the most people. I'm afraid collecting supplies is the main task of the third team this time. Wu Cheng, the captain of the third team, looked at Jiangyu and the other 2 who were walking over, and frowned slightly. Although Captain Shen had greeted him, he still felt helpless looking at the 3 ladies. This operation was already full of dangers. They did not have enough manpower, and 3 survivors were involved. You 3, just take some things and wait in the car. We don't know what's going on inside, so don't run around. Wu Cheng was the captain of the third team and the person who was in charge of the material collection mission. When he said this, Xiaowu did not dare to say anything more, and winked at Jiangyu and the others. Jiangyu ignored Xiaowu's eyes. This opportunity was rare. How could she give up? She took a step forward and looked at Wu Cheng. She said in a negotiating tone, "We will protect ourselves. At least we won't hold you back. By the way, do you have a supermarket map? What time do you leave? Just let us know when you leave." After saying that, she looked at Wu Cheng. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s. His face, which was already a little dark, became even darker after hearing Jiangyu's words. However, he didn't refute her in the end. He knew the difficulty of surviving in the doomsday. Who wouldn't want to find an opportunity to prepare more supplies? Xiaowu took out a piece of paper from his bag, handed it to Jiangyu, and then stared at Captain Wu and said, "Let's go in quickly." Jiangyu took the map, opened it and looked at it, and was silent. This was just a simple drawing, with only a simple route on it. Oh! 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 This is for you. Press 1 hashtag if you encounter any problems. Xiaowu took out the walkie-talkie, and Jiangqi took it from behind. This is a good thing, but I hope I won't need it. Jiangqi stuffed it into his backpack silently. Wu Cheng raised his hand to check his watch, then looked at everyone. "It's 6 o'clock now. We have to leave before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Don't separate when we go in. Follow the original 2-person team. Strictly collect supplies according to the team's mission requirements. Now start checking the equipment and weapons. Set off in half a minute." "Yes." The black uniforms around him moved in unison and began to check their shoelaces, walkie-talkies, and weapons. Jiangqi was stunned. As expected of a military unit, they were so cool. However, Jiangyu and the others didn't have guns. They probably checked their belongings and waited for action. "Should we make a plan?" Jiangqi asked. Looking at the 2 squadrons around, he began to get excited. Jiangyu and Yuan looked at each other. They hadn't thought of any plans. After all, they hadn't entered yet. They didn't know what was inside. Besides, they were few in number and weak in strength. It might be better to cooperate than to act separately. There is no plan for now. Let's act together after entering. It will be troublesome if we act separately, Jiangyu said. "Yes, sir." Jiangqi saluted his sister. Seeing that the 2 were amused, he laughed along with them. Footsteps were heard behind him. "Let's go!" I have to say that this rescue team is really heartwarming. The 3 of them were protected in the middle. Captain Wu and Xiaowu were at the front. They did not choose the elevator, but went up through the safety passage. Following the safety passage, they soon reached the 2nd floor below ground. Wu Cheng held a gun and gently pushed the door open. The lights inside were bright, clean and tidy. The goods were piled up in front of him. There was no zombie in sight, but the smell of rotting fruit floated in the air. After everyone followed in, they were a little surprised to see the scene in front of them. "Have we traveled through time?" I don't know who suddenly said this, but what he said was not wrong. This place is simply a shopping mall before the end of the world. Unlike what they encountered along the way, after being stunned for less than a moment, someone couldn't help but sigh, and everyone started to get excited. It was really lucky. Wu Cheng couldn't help but curl his lips. Their adventure was worth it. He looked at everyone, smiled and said, "Keep quiet. Start the action. The rescue team quickly dispersed and rushed into the supermarket. Jiangqi was also a little impatient, rubbing his hands, and then looked at the two people. I can't wait. Let's go too. The three followed closely, looking for the food area and looking at the supermarket. No wonder these rescue teams would collect this supermarket. It is different from other chain supermarkets with scarce goods. The whole supermarket is equipped with shelves more than 4 meters high. The shelves are full of local inventory. There is also a ladder between every 2 shelves, which is convenient for service staff to replenish the goods in time. Oh my god! There are so many foods! As Jiangqi sighed, Jiangyu and Yuan also looked at the shelves in front of them, which were full of various foods. Jiangyu looked at the boxes of food, turned to his sister and said, Chi, see if there are any carts around, find one. In the distance, a rescue team had already started climbing up the ladder to carry food down. Jiangyu also found a ladder and said to Yuan, let's move it down first. Yuan nodded and followed Jiangyu's huffing and puffing. Not far away, Jiangqi pushed a super large cart over. Seeing her sister and her 2 sisters moving things from the shelf down, she quickly took it and put it in the cart. Ramen, instant noodles, turkey noodles, mixed noodles, hot dry noodles, boiled tripe noodles, self-heating rice, self-heating hot pot, wide noodles. Jiangqi looked at the boxes of food with shining eyes, full of energy, and soon the cart was full. Looking at the 2 of them, he quickly said, I get another cart. After saying that, he ran away excitedly again. Jiangyu wiped the sweat off his head, looked down at the food in the cart, was a little silent. Why are they all junk food? Yuan, let's go to the front and get some more rice and water. Yuan gestured okay, put the cart aside, and watched Jiangqi push 2 large carts over not far away. The big brother from northeast China happened to be pushing a cart of things, and was about to walk to the elevator. When he saw Jiangqi holding a cart in each hand, his eyes widened. The little girl was not tall, but she was very skilled. Soon, the 3 of them filled 3 carts together, and then took some rice, oil, salt, and mineral water. Following the signs on the ground, they went to the elevator. Passing by a daily necessities area, they saw Xiaowu lying on the shelf. Brother Xiaowu, let's go down first. Should we go from the elevator? Jiangqi waved at him. Xiaowu looked at the 3 people's full things, gave a thumbs up, and then said, you go from the elevator. There are people standing guard downstairs. It's safe. Okay. Jiangqi happily lay on the shelf full of food, raised his feet, and pushed hard, pushing the cart forward and accelerating. Sister Jiang, we only have 1 car, and it probably can't hold much stuff. Should we wait for them in the car later? Yuan asked. Jiangyu shook his head, looked around, and said mysteriously, who said we can't hold it later? Chapter 36. This sentence rarely aroused Yuan's curiosity. Jiangyu winked at her and walked towards the elevator. Maybe because the supermarket is large, there are 4 elevators in total, and they are all in use, which shows how strong the power supply capacity of this supermarket is. There is a lot of space inside the elevator, and it can accommodate 3 large carts at the same time. After getting off the elevator, Jiangyu and the other 2 pushed the carts towards their SUV. In front of them was the bus brought by the rescue team. There were several people moving goods inside. Seeing them, they nodded as a greeting. When he got to the car, Jiangyu looked around and whispered, you 2 move here first. I go somewhere and be back soon. Without waiting for the 2 to speak, he ran to the back. There was an empty armored vehicle behind him. There was no one in the car. Everyone gathered in the front, so no one noticed Jiangyu. Jiangyu ran to the front, recalling the shadow he had seen when he came in, and walked forward according to his memory, and soon found the target. She looked at the van in front of her, climbed to the driver's seat, and took a look. The glass windows on both sides of the driver's seat were half open. There was no one inside. It was clean and tidy. It seemed that this car was used by the supermarket to stock up on goods. After getting in through the car window, Jiangyu began to rummage through the boxes and cabinets, and soon found a shiny spare key. God was helping me. After finding the key, Jiangyu climbed out of the car, and did not rush to open the trunk to check, but walked back. Seeing Jiangyu coming back, Jiangqi and the others were relieved. Except for them. Everyone else around them probably went up to move the goods. Sister, where have you been? Jiangyu spread out the keys in her hand. They looked at each other, Then Jiangqi looked at her sister in surprise, and said, "You went to steal a Ferrari? Stupid. These are the keys to the truck." Jiangyu knocked on her sister's head, who covered her head with her hands and her eyes sparkled. Truck? Jiangqi and Yuan looked at each other. Even Yuan was a little excited. With a truck, they could now carry a lot of things. The three of them pushed the empty truck to the elevator. Jiangqi was so excited that he wanted to jump up behind them. She will take a lot of snacks later. She hasn't eaten for a long time. Oh my god, she has become a rich woman. Her sister is so awesome. Upstairs, Jiangyu looked at the two and said, "You go pack the supplies first, or food and water first. Don't rush for other things. I go find Xiao Wu. I promise to complete the task." Jiangqi made an okay gesture, stepped forward and rushed to the snack area. Yuan followed behind, and continued to walk to the fast food and rice and flour area. Jiangyu looked for Xiao Wu for a long time, but didn't see him, took out the intercom given by his sister, pressed the button. Soon the other side was connected, and heard a nervous inquiry. "What's wrong? What happened?" Xiao Wu asked anxiously. The people around him stopped and looked at him. "It's okay. Don't be nervous. Where are you? I have something to ask you and Captain Wu," Jiangyu said. She had to tell the other party about the truck. On the one hand, she didn't know how to drive. And on the other hand, it was not appropriate for her to do so. According to Xiao Wu's instructions, Jiangyu walked to the end of the food area. There were too many goods here. There were nearly a dozen shelves in the food area alone. Finally, they saw each other at the end. Xiao Wu saw the other person climbing down from the freight elevator. He wiped his sweat and asked, "What's wrong?" Jiangyu looked at him, and then looked around. She didn't see the captain of Team 3. She looked at Xiao Wu and said, "Where's Captain Wu?" "Oh, he took people upstairs." "What's wrong? Just tell me directly." Xiao Wu patted his chest. Jiangyu looked at Xiao Wu and suddenly smiled wickedly. Seeing the other person's face slowly turn red, he stuttered and asked her what was wrong. He didn't keep her in suspense and said, "Didn't you say before that all goods must pay 30%? Xiao Wu nodded. "That's right. It's all the captain's rules. It's not his fault." "Did you only bring one bus?" Jiangyu continued, starting to ask questions. "Huh?" Xiao Wu didn't know why the topic jumped to this point, but he still hummed, "There are 2 buses in total, one for people, and one for things." "That's easy." Jiangyu took out the key from his pocket, showed it to the other party, looking at Xiao Wu's confused face, explained, "I found a box truck." Before she finished speaking, Xiao Wu opened his eyes wide. Just as he was about to speak, Jiangyu interrupted him, "Don't worry. This car is parked not far from us. It is 4.2 meters long, and can hold more than your bus." Her words were true. After all, their bus had seats, so there was not much space, and it was difficult to put many things. Xiao Wu was a little excited. He didn't expect there was a box truck. This was a timely help. They hadn't expected that this supermarket would have so many things, and there was no danger inside. So they only took a bus for this mission. He was still regretting this opportunity. But who knew that the other party actually got a bus? "So, what do you mean?" Xiao Wu asked. He suddenly knew why the other party asked about the 30%. But compared to such a large car, these are not a problem. Ahem. It's like this. I can give you half of the space in this truck. Forget about the 30%. And this half will be considered as my payment. How about it? Jiangyu said. This condition is not a disadvantage for the other party. Xiao Wu was stunned. He thought about it. A 4.2 meter long container, at least half of the space is enough for them to load a lot, immediately agreed, and did not plan to discuss it with the captain. Great. I have another question. Can anyone drive a truck? Xiao Wu thought the other party had another request. It's not a big deal. It turns out to be driving a truck. They can all drive armored vehicles. A small truck is nothing. Xiao Wu said proudly. Of course, we drive the car. Let's drive it to the elevator first. Jiangyu didn't expect that the terms were agreed upon so readily. Although it was painful to give up half of the space, but if they monopolized the car first, it would cause dissatisfaction among the rescue team. After all, they drove the road. How come you got more things? Second, it would be too eye-catching. Driving this truck back, whether it was the survivors in the library or the base, it would be too eye-catching. It would be better to cooperate directly with the rescue team and have the best of both worlds. Jiangyu brought Xiao Wu and 2 other people to the front of the truck. When she turned around, she saw 3 people looking at the truck with surprise. as if they had seen a truck full of gold. Let's open the car first. I wonder if there is anything inside. Jiang Yu walked to the back of the car, looking at the car, and said to the others, that's what she said, but she guessed it should be empty. Sure enough, after the two opened the car, there was nothing inside, which saved time. Jiang Yu threw the key to one of them, who climbed into the car, touched the steering wheel with excitement. Jiang Yu and Xiao Wu prepared to go back upstairs first. Then let's do it this way. We each take half of the space. We put it on the left, and you put it on the right. Is that okay? Because the compartment opens from the back, it's more convenient to allocate it this way. Of course. No problem. Now that we have a car, there's more space. We start to stock up like crazy. After Jiang Yu and Xiao Wu separated, he found his two sisters and explained the general situation. Then shall we start? Jiang Qi's tone became excited. The cart was already full, and they were just waiting to unload the goods. Okay, we have more space now. We need to take some other things besides food. No problem. Go! The three of them began to frantically carry all kinds of food and drinks on the shelves, sending them into the carriage one by one, and the young man next to them enthusiastically lent a hand. Boxes of supplies slowly filled the carriage. Jiang Yu took a piece of paper from the supermarket and wrote down 20 bags of rice, 10 boxes of noodles, 20 boxes of instant noodles, 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 2 boxes of ham sausage, 10 boxes of cereal, 5 boxes each of instant corn and soft-boiled eggs, 2 boxes each of soda crackers, sandwich biscuits, compressed biscuits, 3 boxes each of waffles, egg yolk crisps and various snacks, 1 box each of edible salt and sugar, 1 box of various sauces. Then came all kinds of mineral water and drinks, which soon filled up 2/3 of the left side. The food was almost ready, so we had to get some daily necessities and protective gear. Jiang Yu looked at his watch. It was already past 11 o'clock. And he looked up at Jiang Qi and Yuan and said, let's go to the supermarket to find something to eat, and then get some daily necessities in the afternoon. After going upstairs, the three of them gave up the fruit and cooked food areas, even if the electricity was on and the air conditioner was on. The things with a short shelf life would be completely spoiled. The three of them got some food from the fast food area. Jiang Yu chose a self-heating rice. Yuan also chose a different flavor of rice. Jiang Qi opened a box of self-heating fried noodles, and handed a few bottles of milk to the two sisters, and then found a bag of tiger skin chicken feet from somewhere. Then, they sat on the ground and waited for the self-heating rice. Yuan looked at the people who were still moving things not far away, and sighed and said, I don't know what the base will look like. Jiang Qi gnawed on the chicken feet, and heard Yuan's words, and comforted him. Oh, don't worry, we are much better than others, and we have so many supplies. That's true. Yuan relaxed a little. Jiang Yu, who was sitting next to her, said, more supplies is not necessarily a good thing. When we get to the base, we have to exchange some of the supplies for contribution points and hide the rest. Yes, we still have to keep a low profile, so as not to cause trouble. Jiang Qi nodded, and then looked at the box on the ground that was no longer smoking. Okay, let's eat first. The three of them opened the lid, and the smell of rice and fried noodles floated out. They deliberately chose a hole that was not ventilated, in case the smell drifted out. Wow! Eat it, it smells so good. Xiao Wu appeared out of nowhere, staring at the food in the hands of the three people, and began to drool unconsciously. No, I have to ask Captain Wu for food, I'm starving. Wait, don't leave yet. Jiang Yu called Xiao Wu, seeing that the other party turned back and stared at the food in her hand, felt helpless, and handed the food to the other party. Why don't you eat first, and talk while eating? No, that won't work. Xiao Wu shook his head again and again. What's wrong? You can talk. How about we divide the supplies on the truck after we enter the base? Jiang Yu covered the rice, and asked the other party. Quite smart. Xiao Wu looked at the other party, and knew what she meant. If the other party took these things back to the base directly, he would become everyone's target as soon as he entered. Okay. We cooperated quite happily. We helped with this little thing. Is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving. I'm starving. Jiang Yu shook his head, and began to eat fiercely after watching the other party leave. He began to worry about life in the base. However, this rice is too delicious. After eating almost everything, the three of them threw the garbage into the smelly trash can and prepared to continue stockpiling. Chapter 37. Jiang Yu took the prepared stocking list and walked to the daily necessities area with his sister. Toilet paper, face towel, underwear, sanitary napkins. Jiang Yu looked at the shelves in front of him, and turned around to find that Jiang Qi was gone. Before Jiang Yu could ask, Yuan pointed to the next door. While Jiang Qi was moving the rice cooker to the cart, Jiang Yu smiled helplessly, and called Yuan to get ready. Jiang Yu and his sister pushed a cart and shuttled between the shelves like they were shopping in a supermarket. Take wet wipes, take more tissues, stock up on sanitary napkins, plenty of underwear, compressed towels. Good stuff. Going back and forth like this, soon, the left side of the carriage was completely filled. The rescue team that was carrying the goods saw the sanitary products, and asked the people around them, "Should we take some too?" The two looked at each other, and agreed very much, and pushed the cart to the elevator entrance. It's over. We are rich women now. Jiang Yu patted the box of tissues, jumped down from the car, looked at her sister and asked, "What should we do now?" "Go back to the car and wait for them." Jiang Yu took out the stick map Xiao Wu had given her before, looked at the star pattern in the corner. If she guessed correctly, let's go upstairs to get some more things, and put them in our car this time. Jiang Yu pushed the car and said to the two. Although he was a little confused, Jiang Qi was very excited as long as he was stocking up, and hurried to catch up with his two sisters. According to the map, the star is at the end of the mall. Jiang Yu led the two of them inside. Seeing the pots and pans all around, Jiang Yu picked up the map and looked at it again. Why doesn't it match? Logically, it should be here. This mall is really too big. Jiang Qi lay on the cart, looking at Yuan who was silent beside him, and said curiously, "Aren't you curious about what my sister is looking for?" After that, he blinked at the other party. Yuan looked back at the other person, with a smile in her eyes. It should be something very important. It was indeed something very important. But Jiang Yu didn't find it after searching for a long time. She suddenly remembered that Xiao Wu had said before that the supermarket in this mall has 2 floors. They are now on the 2nd floor below ground. So what about the 1st floor below ground? What is sold there? But it was just a guess. Just in case. She chose to ask Xiao Wu first. Of course not. Xiao Wu answered so quickly and firmly that it was hard not to be suspicious. Moreover, they were on the 2nd floor, but they didn't hear each other's voice. And they didn't see him and Captain Wu all the way to the end. Jiang Yu had a clue in her mind, and just said, "We be there right away." When entering the elevator, Jiang Qi thought she was going back to the car, but she didn't expect her sister to press the button for the underground 1st floor. Jiang Qi and Yuan were both a little surprised. They almost forgot that there was another floor. The elevator quickly reached the underground 1st floor, and as the elevator door opened, the three of them saw a completely different scene from the underground 2nd floor. What caught their eyes were still rows of shelves, but they were only 2 meters high at most. The shelves were small, with only 1 row on the left, and on the right were single-room training rooms made of glass. A bit like the shooting club that Jiang Qi and her classmates usually went to. In fact, these rooms are indeed used for shooting and archery. There are targets hung on the walls of the rooms. Jiang Qi was screaming for a long time behind him. At a glance, he saw the things on the front shelf. It turned out to be a crossbow. No, it was mini crossbows. Jiang Qi, who was a sports player, fell in love with this crossbow instantly. Ignoring Xiao Wu who was about to say hello, he ran directly to the shelf, carefully took down the black crossbow, looked back and forth, and looked back at Jiang Yu excitedly. "Sister, this, I want to use it as a weapon." Faced with his sister's request, Jiang Yu did not speak, and looked at Xiao Wu who was scratching his head in embarrassment. Xiao Wu did not know how the other party found out that there were these things on the 1st floor. There were so many supplies on the 2nd floor, and they actually thought of these. If they had not investigated in advance, they would not have known that there were so many forbidden items on the 1st floor. But for now, these were not forbidden items, but self-defense tools. He and Captain Wu were mainly here to transport these weapons. "Can I? My sister has been begging for a long time. There are so many here. Can you give us one?" Before Jiang Yu finished asking, Yuan, who had been silent, suddenly looked up and walked forward. Jiang Yu stopped talking, and watched Xiao Wu walk to the shelf behind Jiang Qi. He carefully took down a tang sword. Where were we just talking?" Jiang Yu glanced at Xiao Wu, and said calmly, "Just 2, how about it?" Xiao Wu was somewhat helpless. Actually, if Jiang Yu and the others came across these things by accident, They could take them away at will. However, if the rescue team found them, these weapons should be confiscated. Weapons with such great lethality should not be handed over to individuals. So he was a little embarrassed. Seeing the other party's embarrassed look, Jiangqi put down the black crossbow, rubbed his eyes, and ran to Xiao Wu. Brother Xiao Wu, just give us two. The three of us girls are in the doomsday with wolves, tigers and leopards, and zombies everywhere. We can only protect ourselves. To be honest, from the first time I saw you, I felt that you were like my brother. If my brother was still alive, he would definitely give me one. Jiangqi rubbed his eyes hard to make them red, and finished speaking with a choked voice, looking at the other person pitifully. Jiangyu, where is the brother? Xiao Wu was only a little older than the other person, and he had never seen such a posture before. He felt a little sorry for the other person. It's just two weapons. What's wrong with giving them? How could such a kind and lovely girl use weapons to harm others? You can take it. You can only take two weapons. And there are some other supplies at the back. You can take some of those, but not too much. Otherwise Captain Wu will definitely tell you when he comes back. Xiao Wu pointed behind him, looking at Jiangyu, who looked embarrassed in front of him, turned his head in confusion. Captain Wu stared at the three people with a dark face, and then looked at Jiangqi, who was trying hard to hide the crossbow, and turned away when Jiangyu was about to speak. Hurry up and move it, there is still an hour to retreat. Yes. Jiangqi took an unopened crossbow directly from the shelf, put it in the car, covered it with his backpack, and then looked at Yuan, who was empty-handed, and said, Sister Yuan, why don't you take it? They all agreed. Yuan curled her lips, turned around, and showed Jiangqi the knife on her back. It was hard to tell what the two long knives were originally. Even the handles were made of wood, and the outer sheaths were made of low-quality plastic with strange patterns. Now they have been replaced with two black tang knives. The outer sheaths seemed to have been hand-polished, the surface was smooth and delicate, and the entire blade was cold. This is so cool. Jiangqi touched it, and was a little tempted again. But she couldn't use so many by herself. Besides, she didn't know how to use it. The knife was too long and not suitable for her. But it didn't stop her from being amazed. The two did not expect to find weapons that satisfied them here. They looked at each other, and were a little excited. When they turned around, they found that Jiangyu had disappeared. Jiangqi walked forward. His sister was moving things on the shelves in the back rows. He followed Yuan to help. Seeing Jiangyu's full car, they were dumbfounded. There were all kinds of strange things in the car: telescopes, drones, gas masks, stab-proof clothes, compasses, engineer shovels, walkie-talkies, telescopic electric batons, night vision goggles, folding pots, radios. Jiangqi put down the radio in his hand and murmured, There really is everything here. Yuan nodded. By the way, sister, would you like to find other weapons? Is your axe useful? Jiangqi asked. Sister's axe was bought online before. It was not of very good quality. It was originally bought for self-defense. Jiangyu shook her head, and took the long-handled axe from behind. The axe blade was much brighter than before. It became sharper with use. She used it very well, and did not plan to change weapons. This time, they only filled one car. Jiangyu threw the three people's backpacks on it, and pushed the car to the elevator entrance. When she passed Xiao Wu, she stopped him and said, We will wait for you in the car. Xiao Wu was moving weapons excitedly, as if he was going to empty the supermarket. He nodded when he heard Jiangyu's words. The three of them went downstairs. The truck compartment was already full of things. Some people were moving things onto the roof, as if they were planning to load the supplies on it. Even on the roof of the bus next to them, some people were moving things up. It made sense. It was a rare opportunity, and the supermarket had so much inventory. If they didn't take more, they would regret it. Moreover, for these rescue teams, these supplies were not only their food, but also the hope for everyone in the base to survive. Jiangyu and the other two loaded the last box of supplies into the car. The car was packed full. Even the back seat took up some space. Everything that could be put in the car was put in. After packing up, Jiangyu looked at the time. It was only 10 minutes before 3 p.m. But the people not far away showed no sign of leaving. Let's take advantage of this time to eat something. When we go back, the truck will be driven away by the rescue team. Let's not take food from the car to avoid being noticed. Jiangyu took a dry bread from the back and ate it. After all, they were in the garage now. and it was not suitable to eat because of the smell. Heat dissipation can make you full and satisfied. After a while, a familiar voice came from the pager. Sister Jiang. Get ready. We are leaving. Your car should follow behind mine. Jiang Yu responded and looked at the two cars in front. There was nothing in the truck compartment. Everything on the truck was covered with black cloth and tied with ropes. The bus next to them, because it has glass windows, has all the sunshades drawn, and the roof is also tied tightly. After a while, the car in front began to turn around, and Jiang Yu stayed where he was, waiting. The car in front was Captain Wu's car, followed by the truck and bus. After seeing Xiao Wu's car move, Jiang Yu also started the car and followed closely. Let's go back. To be honest, today is really great. It's the happiest day since the end of the world. Jiang Qi was sitting in the passenger seat, taking out her crossbow and looking at it. She just couldn't let it go. In order to fit the short arrows in her bag, she specially changed to a leather waterproof military backpack. Jiang Qi's words were true. Their trip was really worth it. They gained a lot, and the material problem was solved so quickly. I just don't know how Shen Songjun is doing, and whether Cheng Zheng and the others can be rescued. Chapter 38. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon when they arrived at the library. Jiang Yu pulled over and looked at the bus in front. According to Xiao Wu, the mission of Team 2 was to rescue the detained survivors, and Team 3 was to collect supplies, so the truck and bus would be transported back to the base by Team 3 first. But before that, the bus drove to the library and left a few boxes of food and water to provide to the survivors in the library. Jiang Yu and the other two got off the bus with their bags and weapons, and in order not to expose their supplies, the bags were not filled very full. Jiang Yu raised her head. From the outside, she couldn't see the library clearly. Instead, she squinted her eyes because of the sunlight. She didn't know if Captain Shen and the others had returned. Seeing Xiao Wu and the others behind her carrying boxes of supplies down from the bus, Jiang Qi thought for a moment. Sister, I go and help. After saying that, she rolled up her sleeves, walked to Xiao Wu, looked at the boxes of milk on the ground, and lifted them up with her hands. Shall we go too? Jiang Yu looked at Yuan and raised her eyebrows. It just explained why they were not in the library all day. Walking to Xiao Wu's side, looking at Xiao Wu's somewhat serious expression, Jiang Yu glanced at the people behind him. It was the rescue team that had stayed in the library before. What's wrong? Is Shen Songjun not back yet? Hearing this, Xiao Wu turned his head, tightened his eyebrows, and his expression was not as relaxed as before, sighed and said, It's already 4 o'clock. Because the group's nest is a bit far from here, Team Shen said he would return before dark, and would leave at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but it's already 4:30, and no car has returned, not even a helicopter. Jiang Yu's expression changed. 2. He was in a state of confusion. But he still patted Xiao Wu's shoulder, and said a few words of comfort. Don't worry too much. He might come back soon. After that, he carried 2 boxes of milk and mineral water, followed Yuan, paused, looked back at Xiao Wu, and added, At least do what you need to do before Captain Shen comes back. This sentence reminded Xiao Wu that the captain kept him here to take care of the survivors in the museum. His most important task now was to move the supplies upstairs first so that everyone could fill their stomachs. When we approached the entrance of the library, we found that the door was open. Maybe it was because there were no zombies around. Or maybe it was because of the boxes of supplies being moved in. Everyone was excited. Quiet! Quiet! The man standing guard at the front walked up to the crowd with a gun in hand, looking at everyone with a fierce expression. Please keep quiet, and line up in an orderly manner to receive food later. The man raised his weapon, and his other companion also came over after putting down the supplies. After entering the museum, Jiang Yu and the other two stopped getting in the way, and returned to the small corner they were in when no one was paying attention. Seeing the people in front of her sorting the supplies, Jiang Yu tilted her head to look inside the museum. There seemed to be fewer people in the museum, and they were all men. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't notice. Retracting her gaze, Jiang Yu found that the supplies in front had been sorted. Everyone began to line up impatiently. The people behind her poked their heads out from time to time, curiously looking at the people who had received the supplies. Each person was given 2 cartons of milk, a bottle of mineral water, 2 bags of bread, 2 bags of biscuits, and a piece of ham. To be honest, compared to the supplies we received at S University, this was already quite abundant. We could only thank our good luck today. Interestingly, although everyone was queuing up to receive the supplies, the people who got them first would still carefully wrap them up with clothes, lower their heads, and carefully curl up in a corner alone. Jiangyu and the other two sat in the corner, and did not plan to go forward to receive the supplies. Besides, they had just eaten in the car, and were not hungry. Sitting at the table and looking at everyone, Jiangqi said silently, Xiaowu and the others haven't eaten yet. This is true. From noon to now, including when they moved the supplies into the museum, Jiangyu didn't see many people eating, except for those who went out to collect supplies. The rescuers who stayed in the museum to protect the survivors did not take priority to receive their own food. Jiangyu admired these people in her heart, but she also knew that she could not do it. Maybe this is why. As soon as they appeared, everyone felt safe. The team lined up to the end one after another. Jiangyu and the other two still didn't move. Xiaowu seemed to notice that they didn't come over. He looked around in the crowd several times, and turned around to see Jiangqi waving at him from the left corner. After taking some food and water from the box, Xiaowu walked towards the three people. Yuan was sitting in the innermost part, concentrating on admiring her tang sword. The obsession in her eyes could not tolerate other people. Jiangyu sat next to her, flipping through the illustration book in front of her board. Jiangqi looked at the other party coming over, and teased with a smile, Brother Xiaowu is so nice. And he even sent it to us. Jiangyu looked up at the things in the other party's hands, and was actually a little touched. After all, Xiaowu knew how much supplies they had, and he didn't expect that they would think of him. You don't have to give us so much. We take some to show off, and you can take the rest. Xiaowu heard it. How could that be possible? He quickly put the things in the box on the table in front of him. You take what you deserve, and we give to all the survivors we rescued. This is what we should give. If you can't finish it, keep it. How can you complain about it being too little? Jiangqi looked at his sister, seeing her nod helplessly, turned his head to look at Xiaowu, blinked his big eyes, and looked at her seriously. Thank you, Brother Xiaowu. Watching Xiaowu blush and leave, Jiangyu held his head with one hand, watching his sister, who was stuffing supplies into her bag, muttered in his heart, no one can resist his sister's coquetry. We arrived at the library at around 4 o'clock, and distributed supplies to everyone at around 5 o'clock. It's now 6 o'clock, the sun is setting, and night is coming. After distributing the food, only half of the rescue team members were left outside. After a few people quickly finished their food, they continued to stand guard, while the others followed Xiaowu into the room. Jiangyu stood up from the ground, stretched her arms, and walked towards the gate. The soldiers standing guard on both sides looked at her, and turned back without saying anything. I was in a hurry before, and I didn't notice that the store opposite was actually a dental clinic. There seemed to be a clothing store next to the clinic. I couldn't understand the brand, but this store had all glass walls. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the glass, which was particularly dazzling. Jiangyu had nothing to do, and the worries in her heart could not be eliminated. She simply stared at the clinic, and she felt a desire to explore the clinic. It was really crazy. Now she wanted to go into any store she saw and search it. Jiangyu pinched her nose bridge, and when she looked up again, she seemed to see a few figures through the glass door of the clothing store. Figures? She hurriedly took a few steps forward, and looked at the reflection on the glass door vigilantly. It was a figure, but it was not a person. It was a zombie. There are several zombies coming here, but I can't tell how many there are. Hasn't this place been cleaned up? How come there are zombies? As if noticing that Jiangyu's expression is not right, the person on the left was about to speak, when he heard Jiangyu whisper, "Don't talk. There are zombies outside. I go find Xiaowu." The rescuer on the left tightened his weapon instantly, understanding the meaning of the other person's words. Indeed, he can't panic, because there are survivors behind him. And if he causes panic, he will die. Watching Jiangyu walk into the room, he stared at the opposite side, and soon saw a familiar shadow in the glass door opposite. After Jiangyu knocked on the door a few times, she couldn't wait for the other party to open the door, and was about to turn the door, but the door was open from the inside. The person who opened the door was a familiar person to Jiangyu. Seeing her, she seemed to be stunned for a moment, and then found that the other party seemed to want to come in, and hurriedly stopped him. "You can't. There are zombies." "What?" Jiangyu ignored him, squeezed the other party and walked in. The people in the room looked at her in confusion. There were maps and manuscripts piled on the table. And it seemed that they were in a meeting. Xiao Wu opened his mouth and had not yet asked a question. But he was shocked by Jiang Yu's words and stood up from his chair. There are zombies at 5 o'clock. The number is unknown. And they are less than 40 meters away. As soon as this sentence came out, Xiao Wu's expression changed immediately. Not only him, but also several people around him stood up from their chairs instantly and looked back at Xiao Wu. Captain Shen and Captain Wu were not there. Xiao Wu was the commander. If it was normal, they could rush out directly. But there were many survivors in the hall. If they went out directly, it would inevitably cause panic among the people. And then everything would be over. Everyone. Divide into 3 teams. Team 1 will move the survivors into the room. Teams 2 and 3. Follow me out to take a look. Xiao Wu made a prompt decision, and then followed Jiang Yu out of the room. The 2 people standing guard outside the door had already noticed the situation. Based on the speed at which the zombies moved, they found that there were quite a few zombies, at least 20 or 30 of them. They were getting closer and closer, and they were getting anxious. After Xiao Wu led everyone out, the rescue team automatically divided into 2 groups. Xiao Wu led everyone to push open the door and go out. Someone behind him had already raised his head and looked at them curiously. Jiang Yu returned to the corner and saw that her sister and her brother were looking at her anxiously. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Jiang Yu took the weapon from the corner and nodded. There are zombies outside. Probably quite a few. I go out to help. She didn't tell you to stay, because she knew that the 2 of them would go with her. Okay. Jiang Qi and Yuan didn't even ask why they had to go out to help. They took their weapons and followed Jiang Yu out. The people in the museum seemed to realize something and were a little panicked. But when they saw that they were being led to the room, they were a little calmer, although they were uneasy. Xiao Wu was hiding behind the pillar in front with his men, watching the clothing store. When he turned around, he saw Jiang Yu and the other 2 following him out, and he waved his hands hurriedly. But the 3 pretended not to see it, following the rescue team and hiding in the pillar waiting for Xiao Wu's order. The glass reflected the slowly moving figures of a group of zombies. Because this road was a crossroads, the zombies could only go left or right. If they went right, then they were lucky, but if they went left, they were at the turn. Unfortunately, the zombies seemed to be attracted by something, and they all came to the left in unison. Chapter 39. Almost at the moment when the zombie turned around, Xiao Wu raised one hand and rushed out with the rescue team immediately. The train team had tacit understanding, leaving only Jiang Yu and the other 2 in a mess in the wind. Let's go, remember to be careful later. Jiang Yu looked back at the hall. Except for a few black figures on sentry duty, everyone else seemed to have entered the small room. Taking the long-handled axe from his back, Jiang Yu quickly crossed the stairs, followed closely by Jiang Qi and Yuan. Although it was already dark, the zombies still found them immediately. The hungry zombies stretched out their arms impatiently, opened their cloudy eyes, and rushed forward desperately. Xiao Wu pulled out a dagger, stabbed it into the zombie's brain, twisted it hard, pulled it out, and kicked it again. The zombie was kicked down and lay on the ground twitching. After a while, there was no movement, and cloudy liquid flowed out of its head. None of the rescue team members used guns. This is the rule of all troops. In the Doomsday, it is forbidden to use weapons unless it is an emergency, to avoid unnecessary trouble caused by the sound. Xiao Wu cleverly prepared a dagger for himself, while the others almost fought alone. Jiang Yu looked at the zombies in front of her, and always felt that their movements seemed to be much slower than before. The male zombie in front of her swayed his body, making a sound of ugh, and his hollow eyeballs seemed to stare at her. Silver flashed, and white turbid liquid gushed out. Jiang Yu dodged sideways, held the axe tightly, and fiercely kicked away the zombie whose head was cut off in front of her, and saw a familiar face behind her. It turned out to be Manager Zhao. It was Manager Zhao who hid in the company toilet when the Doomsday broke out. How could she? Jiang Yu had also wondered what happened to the company in City C. Now Manager Zhao stood in front of her with a fishy face, which undoubtedly told her the answer. The people inside probably didn't escape. Jiang Yu looked around, and it was true. Although this group of zombies had been completely unrecognizable, with unkempt hair and dirty faces, and blood all over their bodies, she still found the people she had met in the toilet before. There was no time to feel sad. Manager Zhao in front of her stretched out his arm. His nails were dark and long, like a zombie. I'm sorry, Manager Zhao. Jiang Yu raised her arm and gently cut it. The blade cut across her neck, but no liquid flowed out. The zombie in front of her seemed to be unharmed. After being cut, it tilted its head, as if looking at her mockingly. Well, it still had to be beheaded. On the other side, Jiangqi was already having a great time. This zombie cleanup activity was like a weapon test for her, pulling out the arrow that had shot into the zombie's eyebrow. Jiangqi looked at the arrowhead that had been stained with an unknown liquid with disdain, and put it back on the crossbow to continue using it. It must be said that the crossbow in her hand is really easy to use. It can kill the enemy without getting close, and it does not need to stand up like a bow and arrow. Whether she is running or squatting, she can aim and shoot, but the accuracy is not very good. It takes several arrows to hit one. When it misses, it causes the zombies to move closer to Jiangqi. Seeing that the arrow missed, the zombie changed direction and walked towards him. Jiangyu slowly backed away, reaching back to grab a new one. In the blink of an eye, the zombie was split in two. The short-haired girl in front of him put down her two swords. Cool, Sister Yuan. Jiangqi laughed and quickly replaced the new arrow and prepared to shoot at the zombie in front of him. He stared at the target in front of him and was about to let go when someone suddenly hugged him from behind. A foul smell hit his nose, and Jiangqi was so scared that he shouted, "Fuck!" This sound immediately caught Jiangyu's attention. She looked up and saw a zombie hugging Jiangqi from behind. Jiangyu was still a few steps away from the zombie. Seeing the zombie hugging her and preparing to bite her sister's neck, she had no time to think about anything else. She suddenly pulled out a dagger from the rescuer, who was watching stupidly beside her, and threw it at the zombie. At the moment when the dagger flew, Jiangyu shouted hoarsely, "Lower your head." Bang! The dagger hit the zombie's forehead. At the same time Jiangqi lowered his head. He stabbed the zombie's foot with the arrow in his hand. The zombie behind him fell to the ground instantly. The people around were terrified. Fuck. If the knife had been a little off, I would have fallen to the ground instead. It's kind of cool. Jiangqi bowed to apologize to the first man who spoke. With an apologetic smile, she knew that the other party had just come over to save her. The man waved his hand indifferently, looking at the zombies that were almost all fallen to the ground around him, walked toward Xiaowu. Jiangyu ran over immediately and knocked on his sister's head, said with some fear, "I told you to be careful, you almost scared me to death." Jiangqi hugged her sister's arm and started to act like a spoiled child. She also began to show off her crossbow skills. Yuan also put away her knife and walked over. Maybe it was because they had more people this time. Even though there were more zombies, they were quickly dealt with. Xiaowu was leading people to check them one by one to prevent them from being completely dead. Jiangyu looked up at the distance. It was getting late. They had to hurry back to the library. Before she could speak, someone next to Xiaowu suddenly stood up, looked at the distance, and said, "Someone is coming." This sentence was said loudly, and everyone around heard it. Jiangyu wanted to relax, but he was immediately frightened by this and stared at the distance. For a moment, he thought it was another zombie. Xiaowu stood up, took out a small telescope from his waist bag, and looked at it with a smile. It seems that Captain Shen and his team are back, Jiangyu thought. As expected, Xiaowu turned around and looked at everyone and said, "Captain Shen and his team are back. Let's go back to the library first." Although he was happy, he still had to be prepared. The car was Captain Shen's car, but there was no guarantee that the people inside were definitely. Jiangyu and the other two followed the crowd back to the library. The survivors in the library had been placed outside the hall. Seeing them come in, these survivors were relieved. After all, these people were here to protect them. Jiangqi took a book from the bookshelf, torn off a piece of paper to wipe the unknown attachments on the arrow, looked at Yuan beside him, torn off a piece of paper and handed it to her, then gossiped, "I don't know if Brother Chung and the others came back together. Hey Sister Yuan, do you know Brother Chung?" Yuan stared at the paper in silence for a long time, then took it, and nodded when she heard Jiangqi's words. "We escaped from City C together." "Oh, right. I almost forgot," Jiangqi muttered, then looked at Jiangyu standing by the door in the distance, and whispered to Yuan, continuing to discuss her sister's gossip calmly, "I think Brother Chung must like my sister, and my sister must have some feelings for him, but she just won't admit it. However, Brother Chung is more than enough for my sister, and it's not impossible if my sister likes him." Then he smiled and induced Yuan, "Did you notice anything when you were together before?" Does my sister treat Brother Chung differently from others? When Yuan heard this, she seemed to be recalling something. She could feel what Brother Chung meant, but she felt that Sister Jiang didn't seem to have this idea. One night in City C before, Sister Jiang said that her most important thing now was to protect her sister and survive together. Looking up at Jiang Qi, Yuan smiled slightly and said, I think your sister should like you the most. Jiang Qi was happy to hear this, and instantly forgot about the gossip. He boasted proudly, of course. My sister likes me the most in the world. And I. He was halfway through his words, when he saw someone moving cautiously towards him. Jiang Qi closed his mouth and looked at Yi Zi in front of him with mixed feelings. After waiting for a long time, the other party finally spoke. Chi, when we return to the base, can you take me with you? Yi Zi said word by word, lowering his head, as if he was a little embarrassed to look at her. Jiang Qi didn't know why a person would change so much in such a short time. If she said that the other party did something wrong, that wasn't the case. It was so sudden. Yi Zi's every move made her feel unfamiliar. Maybe it started from that hotel. Or maybe it started from the dangers along the way after escaping from S University. The other party was no longer as brave and strong as when they first met in the quarantine area. Her sister told her that not everyone had to be so brave, and that they had to allow others to be afraid and retreat, because everyone would have such a side. So Jiang Qi didn't say anything. They also tried their best to help each other along the way. But when her sister was locked outside the store, and she was held down by that group of people, the other party did nothing. Jiang Qi is not a rational person. If someone treats her well, she will be twice as good to that person. If someone treats her badly, as long as they don't offend her, she will forgive them generously. So even if something like that happened, Jiang Qi still didn't say anything. But that doesn't mean they can still be the same as before. Looking at Yi Zi, who was waiting anxiously, Jiang Qi felt a little reluctant, but still refused. Sorry, Yi Zi, I'm afraid our car is not big enough. Don't worry. Xiao Wu and the others have a bus, and everyone will be taken back to the base. As if she had guessed that she would be rejected, Yi Zi nodded slightly, and was about to turn around and leave, but was stopped by Jiang Qi. Is your leg better? Yi Zi was stunned, and her eyes were a little sore. She nodded and replied, It's almost healed. Thank you. After that, she turned around and left. Jiang Qi looked at the other person's back, and pretended to sigh deeply, causing Yuan next to him to look up. However, the other person looked past Jiang Qi and looked at the glass door. Here we come. There was a familiar bus sound outside, and Jiang Yu and Xiao Wu looked in that direction at the same time. The two had been standing by the door for some time. They were all inside, and two agents were arranged outside to prevent any emergencies. In the darkness, a military green armored vehicle slowly approached. Behind it was a white bus, and behind it were two armored vehicles. The first armored vehicle had flashing red dots. When it drove over, Xiao Wu excitedly opened the glass door. I'm back safely. The cars stopped one by one, and the figure looking around in the bus could be vaguely seen. After a while, Chen Songjun got out of the car in front, followed by Li Zheng, and then, why is Cheng Jing mixed in this car? Jiang Yu didn't notice. She couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth, looking up at someone. The man was hiding in the dark. As soon as he got out of the car, he looked up at this side. Seemingly he noticed something, and soon locked his sight on Jiang Yu. In the unclear night, someone also curled the corners of his mouth. Chapter 40. Cheng Jing walked forward quickly, and his figure gradually appeared. He looked at Jiang Yu standing at the door, habitually checked him from head to toe, and then walked towards him. Shen Songjun led his men to walk in front, looked at the few people standing at the door, nodded slightly, and then walked towards Xiao Wu. This time, they successfully rescued all the survivors and rescue teams from the university town of S City who were detained. A group of people got off the bus and were following the rescuers in front to the library. Jiang Yu looked at Cheng Jing, who was walking in, and suddenly stretched out her right hand. Seeing that the familiar face in front of her seemed to be stunned by her behavior, she continued to stretch out her hand and shook hands with the other party. It's a bit like the establishment of diplomatic relations between China and a foreign country. Cheng Jing smiled, carrying a bulging bag behind him, which was almost half the height of a person. There seemed to be a knife wound on his cheek, and a familiar waist bag on his waist. Releasing his hand, Jiang Yu led Cheng Jing to the museum. Is it going well? Jiang Yu picked a topic casually. I thought that we would meet at the base at the earliest after separation. But I didn't expect the rescue speed to be so fast. It was safe. Changzheng followed the other party to the left corner, saw Jiang Qi and Yuan Yuan, and nodded slightly. The hall was already crowded with people. The people who were originally in the hall pushed back when they saw other survivors pouring in from outside, as if they didn't want to get involved with them. I didn't see it clearly from outside just now, but now the weak light in the library shone on the group of people who just came in, and I found that they were all disheveled and smelled bad, just like zombies. You can imagine what this group of people have experienced. Shin So-jun led the last rescue team into the hall. After scanning the crowd for a few times, he finally found a few people in the corner. After nodding to Changzheng, he lowered his head and whispered a few words to Xiao Wu, and then walked to the small room on the right. Several people followed him in, and soon they moved out boxes of supplies. Jiang Yu turned her head to look at Changzheng. She also noticed the look in Shin So-jun's eyes just now. After he nodded, Changzheng also slightly agreed. She was a little curious, staring at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Changzheng looked up and immediately replied, "I go in and find him later. Do you want to come with me?" Jiang Yu nodded, and then heard Xiao Wu suddenly say something in front of him. "Everyone keep quiet. We will distribute the last bit of supplies later. We will leave for the base at 5 a.m. tomorrow. Please pack your luggage tonight." After saying this, Xiao Wu directed several people to start distributing supplies. At this time, Jiang Yu and Changzheng had already walked to the door of the small room, knocked on the door, and went in. Shin So-jun was leaning on the table with both hands. Li Zheng was standing beside him, looking at the weapons collected on the table in front of him. He was thinking about how to distribute them. There was a knock on the door. Shin So-jun answered, guessing it must be Changzheng. He didn't expect that there was a familiar figure following behind him. "Why are you all here?" Shin So-jun sighed, feeling a little helpless. Li Zheng nodded when he saw Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu ignored his words, politely nodded to Li Zheng, then walked forward to the table, looked at the gun on the table, and turned to look at Changzheng, as if he had guessed Shin So-jun's purpose for looking for him. Seeing that neither of them paid any attention to him, Shin So-jun sat down, pointed at the chair opposite, and asked, "How are you thinking about it?" He looked at the man in front of him. When he fought with that group of people today, he cooperated with him very well. Not only was he fast and accurate, but he was also brave and resourceful. He was really a good player. He wanted to win him over immediately. After careful inquiry, it turned out that Changzheng was also from the army. He had signed up to be a soldier on a whim in college, but he didn't expect that he would be retained because of the request of his superiors. He stayed for 7 years. Shin So-jun looked at the man in front of him, who was taller than him. Seeing that he still didn't speak, he raised his eyebrows and was about to speak. But Li Zheng beside him got anxious. Li Zheng slammed the table fiercely and shouted in a tone of disappointment, "The country is in danger. What are you still hesitating about? Which officer brought you this indecisive character?" This slap scared Shin So-jun and Jiang Yu. Captain Shin held his forehead and muttered to himself, "Didn't we agree to persuade him with kind words? What are you doing?" Jiang Yu looked at Changzheng and saw that he didn't seem to care about his attitude at all. Feeling that the atmosphere was not good, just when he was about to take a walk, Changzheng said, "I still say the same thing, let's talk about it when we get to the base." After that, Changzheng stood up and was ready to leave. Jiang Yu pressed his shoulder, and the other party winked at him. Changzheng sat down obediently and heard the person behind him ask, "Is the base short of manpower now?" Jiang Yu's words hit the nail on the head. Shin So-jun and Li Zheng looked at each other. He turned back and sighed, and suddenly looked at the two of them with a serious expression, and spoke in a heavy voice. "To be honest, from the beginning of the zombie outbreak to now, we have sacrificed half of our rescuers." Shin So-jun only said half of his words, but everyone understood what it meant. Although zombies are everywhere, there are still survivors in many places. The base needs to be improved, and the zombies need to be eliminated. All of these require people. Now there is a serious shortage of manpower. 1 professional soldier is equivalent to 10 ordinary people. This is also the reason why Shin So-jun was excited when he first saw Changzheng's back. Li Zheng didn't care about that. Seeing that intimidation didn't work, he changed his tactics. "What? You think you can get away with it by going to the base? When we get back to the base, I want to see who your superior is." Changzheng turned his head and glanced at the other party. "I joined the army in City C." "Well, Jiang Yu secretly watched and was so angry that he was speechless and choked. He quickly tried to smooth things over. Don't worry. He didn't say he wouldn't join. He'd go back tomorrow. Right? That's true. Shin So-jun leaned back in his chair, looking at the two people in front of him. And suddenly an idea came to him. You two can join together. What? Jiang Yu was a little slow to react after hearing this, and then she found Chung Zheng holding her. She looked up at him. Chung Zheng frowned and shook his head slightly, as if he had something to say. Jiang Yu didn't quite understand what he meant, but as she said just now, she would return to the base tomorrow, and everything would be discussed after arriving at the base. Seeing that he couldn't persuade them, Shin So-jun shrugged, pulled Li Zheng, and waved to let the two of them go out. After leaving the room, the survivors in the hall had received supplies, and some had already eaten. Back in their own little corner, Jiang Qi and Yuan Yuan had already opened bread and milk and were eating. When they heard Jiang Yu say, "It's not impossible to join the rescue team," Jiang Qi was so scared by this that she choked and understood what her sister meant as quickly as possible. She said before Chung Zheng, "No. What are you talking about? Sister? You've seen these past 2 days that the rescue operation is too dangerous." Jiang Yu looked at the three people. Chung Zheng and Yuan Yuan nodded, also with disapproval on their faces. Chung Zheng paused and said, "Why do you say that suddenly?" Seeing that the three people's eyes were fixed on him, Jiang Yu looked around and whispered, "Just now Shin So-jun said that there are not many rescue personnel in the base. So there must be other forces. This is a hidden danger. Another problem is supplies. Do you remember the contribution value mentioned by Xiao Wu before? Although we have a lot of supplies, we can't just sit there and eat up all the supplies." After Jiang Yu finished speaking, he looked at everyone, and Chung Zheng nodded. "Your guess is right. Captain Li mentioned it before. But the other team is weaker. It's okay now. The biggest problem of the base is that there are more and more survivors. But there are not enough supplies. So we can only join the rescue team?" Jiang Qi asked. She thought she could rest easy after going to the base. It doesn't necessarily mean we can join the rescue team. I'm afraid we won't be able to live a peaceful life even if we go to the base. Jiang Yu sighed, and suddenly thought of something. I wonder if we have enough supplies to move to another house. This topic was much easier, and Jiang Qi immediately forgot about his worries and began to discuss the plan. At dawn, someone beside him moved, and Jiang Yu woke up instantly. He looked up and saw Chung Zheng sitting next to him, who seemed to have just returned from a trip. Awake? Chung Zheng whispered, and took out a pack of wet wipes from the backpack on the ground behind him, and handed one to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment, reached out to take the tissue, looked at the other party, and couldn't help asking, "You still carry wet tissues with you? Are you going to use them to wash your face?" Chung Zheng seemed to be a little speechless and choked by this question, looked at Jiang Yu and said in a muffled voice, "I don't need it." Then turned around. Jiang Yu wiped her face, didn't know what was wrong with her words. The other party seemed to be sitting there unhappy. She looked at the back. Such a big person sitting on the book, inexplicably funny. What's wrong? Are we leaving? Jiang Qi stretched. She had been sleeping on the floor these days. She felt as if she had been run over by a car. She missed her 1.8-meter tall bed. Seeing that everyone was awake, Jiang Yu looked at her watch. It was already 4:30. They had to leave in half an hour. She handed the wet towel to the two of them. We leave in half an hour. Eat something to wake up. She turned to look at Chung Zheng, who had his back to her. She remembered that she had something to ask. What did you do when you went out just now? They came back after 4 o'clock. What time did they wake up? Chung Zheng didn't say anything. He took out a bucket of gasoline from the things he had just put in his bag. Oh my God, he went to collect gasoline again. They were eating. In the hall, Xiao Wu had already started to wake up the sleeping people, urging them to pack up their things quickly, and there were still 10 minutes to line up for the car. Jiang Yu and the others were definitely going to drive their own cars. First, they didn't want to squeeze in with so many people, and they didn't want to give up the SUV. So when they heard the sound, they just turned their heads and looked, and continued to eat. Soon, the crowd began to line up in an orderly manner to get on the bus, and the rescue team also began to walk towards the armored vehicle. Xiao Wu ran over quickly and told the 4 people, "You will follow behind the bus later. Don't fall behind." After that, he ran away anxiously. Let's go! Jiang Yu packed his backpack, put on a long-handled axe, and led the 3 people to the off-road vehicle. As usual, He walked towards the driver's seat. Chung Jin walked behind him, opened the driver's door first, turned around and stared at the girl who was a little dazed, and moved his lips slightly. "I drive." Jiang Yu nodded blankly, and his eyes slowly moved away from Chung Jing's left hand. Chapter 41. Chung Jing was driving in front. Jiang Yu was holding her hands up and thinking about what she had just seen. It was a men's watch, because she had never seen the short-sleeved shirt he wore before, and this time he changed to long sleeves, so the watch looked very abrupt. Wearing a watch was not strange, but the strange thing was that the watch was very similar to the one he gave her, and there was a familiar rope tied next to the watch, a bit like the rope that students bought in the canteen a long time ago when they were in school. Jiang Yu was silent, and soon shifted her attention, taking out the list of supplies and reading it. She didn't notice that Chung Jing saw her from the corner of his eye and stretched out his arm without a sound. But after finding that the girl's attention had shifted, he quietly retracted it. Behind him were Yuan, who closed her eyes to rest, and Jiang Qi, who was leaning against the car window looking at the scenery. For a while, no one in the car spoke, but it seemed that everyone was not as calm as they seemed, because there were armored vehicles leading the way. The road was smooth, and soon the cars in front began to slow down one by one. "We're almost there. Look!" Jiang Qi pointed to the right side of the car window. There was a wide river, and on the other side of the river was a dark black wall. They didn't know when they had left the city. There were fewer and fewer houses around, although there were no obstructions. Jiang Yu couldn't see clearly because of the distance. She could only vaguely see the river and wall that Jiang Qi mentioned. Chung Jing took out a miniature telescope from his pocket with his right hand and handed it to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu took it and looked up again. There really is a river 300 meters away. In the distance of the river, you can see a deliberately destroyed bridge. Apart from this bridge, Jiang Yu did not see any other places. The base probably only has this bridge under his feet. The towering wall behind the river should be the base. The gray wall is not particularly high. There are people standing on the wall, probably patrols. It seems that because they are approaching the destination, the speed of the car in front began to increase. Chung Jing also hurriedly increased the speed to keep up. Soon, a very simple bridge appeared in front of everyone. After walking in, they found that the river under their feet was the shortest. It was probably chosen here to build the bridge. The bridge was not long, estimated to be less than 200 meters, but the whole bridge seemed to be made with shoddy work. The bridge body and fence of the whole bridge were cement sealed, and the fence was also simply built with a half-meter high cement wall, which looked very dangerous. The cars began to go up the bridge one by one. When they reached the middle of the bridge, everyone found that there was a layer of guardrail net on the riverside. Because of the light color, it was almost invisible from a distance. The fence extends along the river to both sides. The base is 500 meters behind the bridge. On the grass within 500 meters, there are dense crowds of people. Behind the fence are two rescue team members. They opened the fence after seeing the passing vehicles. Jiang Yu and her car followed behind and drove to the base, passing by the crowd of people within 500 meters. Most of the people living here are weak or elderly. The places where people live are not houses. The better ones are all kinds of cars, which are used as RVs. The worse ones have everything. Some are built with tents, some are built with wooden boards, and some are covered with plastic waterproofing. Some people just spread a piece of cloth on the ground and hold an umbrella. There were a group of people staring at them numbly around all kinds of houses. When the car came in, they looked up and watched, then lowered their heads and continued to cook something in front of their houses. On the grass, there were old people almost dying, or frail mothers coaxing babies to sleep, and there were children sitting on the grass blankly, seemingly knowing that something had happened in the country. Their confused and helpless faces showed heartbreaking understanding. The atmosphere in the car was a little heavy for a while. Jiang Yu looked at the scene in front of him, and for the first time felt that surviving in the doomsday was more painful than dying. Jiang Qi behind him couldn't bear to watch. How could this happen? Why don't these people let them in? Yuan looked at a family in the distance in silence. There were 4 people in the family. The young girl was helping her father carry the boiling pot. The mother was coaxing the baby in the cradle. Her face was red from the sun. Yes. Why are there so many people living outside the wall? Are they abandoned? These people can only rely on the river and the fence to resist the zombies. But once the zombies attack, the simple fence in front of them will instantly turn into foam. The car had already driven to the wall, and several people silently withdrew their gaze. According to what Li Zheng said before, This base was built a long time ago, so it looked a bit old. The wall was about 5 or 6 meters high. A row of soldiers with weapons stood on the wall to guard, and there was a lookout tower above. There was only one arched door on the outside of the wall. After entering this door, there was an open space inside. The cars in front were parked in the open space in turn as required. Everyone got off the car and lined up for inspection. Only those who were checked without any problems could continue to enter from the second door behind them. Jiang Yu and his companions got off the car. In front, they lined up in 2 rows, men and women, to enter the house for a physical examination. A row of people holding batons stood around. After all the cars entered, the arched door behind them was closed. Because there were more survivors rescued this time, the rescue teams gave up their positions and lined up at the end. Jiang Yu and his companions were not in a hurry. They waved at Xiao Wu in the distance. Xiao Wu was chatting with the guards with Captain Shen. He saw Jiang Qi waving at him in the distance. Several acquaintances around him looked at Xiao Wu teasingly. They couldn't help but laugh and said, "That's great, Xiao Wu. You've found a partner for a mission." "What are you talking about?" Xiao Wu's ears turned red. But he still ran to the front of the group, looked at the people standing in front of the car, and then looked at the people queuing behind him, and asked curiously, "Why don't you go to line up?" "No hurry, Xiao Wu. What's going on with the group of people outside the wall?" Jiang Yu asked. And the people around him were also curiously waiting for his answer. Jiang Qi was a little worried. Is the base unable to accommodate so many people? Xiao Wu heard this and quickly shook his head, explaining, "Of course. It's not that the base doesn't allow them to enter, nor is it that there is no room for them. Of course, the base is actually quite crowded. But the reason these people are outside the wall is that they asked to live outside the wall. This is strange. Why would they ask to live outside the wall? Even if there is a fence, it is very unsafe. As long as one person is infected with the virus and brings it in, wouldn't the fence trap them instead? There is no other way. Inside this wall, everyone relies on contribution points to exchange for housing and food. If you want contribution points, you either work inside the wall or go out to collect food yourself. But as you can see, those people are weak and sick. It is impossible to ask them to go out to collect supplies, and there are too many people working in the base and too little work, so they might as well live outside?" Jiang Qi continued. She still couldn't understand. Don't these people get any subsidies? Xiao Wu shook his head. It's the end of the world. Food is in short supply. Who would be willing to subsidize it? Jiang Qi curled his lips, and then listened to Xiao Wu continue. You can't blame the higher-ups for this. Think about it. If they can get free housing and food, then some people will follow suit. If this continues, there will be more and more weak and sick people. After all, it is much safer to become lame and sick than to become a zombie. This is true. They have not considered this issue. But after listening to Xiao Wu's words, Jiang Qi was a little worried about the so-called contribution value. No more talking, the captain called me. Xiao Wu looked up and saw Shen So-jun waving at him. He was about to turn around when he saw him coming over. Shen So-jun came forward, handed a card to Jiang Yu, and then looked at Cheng Zheng standing beside him and said, "When you have thought about that matter, come to Area 1 to find me. There is no phone here. Just give this to the soldier on guard when you enter Area 1. Jiang Yu held a card, which looked very ordinary, nothing special, and put it into Cheng Zheng's bag, turned back to stare at Shen So-jun and asked, "Our supplies? This is what she cares about most." Xiao Wu said that. Team 3 has returned early. I was just about to tell you about this. After the inspection, come with me to the material department to count your materials. You can keep the materials for yourself or directly exchange them for contribution points. I suggest you exchange them. Jiang Yu nodded, watching the number of people queuing in front of him decrease, and prepared to line up. They were the last batch, because there were not many people, and the rescue team also came to line up behind them. Soon Jiang Yu and the others arrived. Jiang Qi was happy that they didn't have to stand in the sun any longer. After the inspection, Shen So-jun drove the car, followed by Jiang Yu, and drove to the so-called logistics department. This time, Jiang Yu drove the car. Cheng Zheng was a little distracted along the way, which seemed to be because of what Shen So-jun said just now. After entering the base, he first saw some small bungalows. These rooms were crowded together, with clothes hanging outside, and there was a faint smoke rising inside. People on the road saw the car and stopped to watch. They were all pale and thin, and their expressions were dazed. This is District 3. The base is divided into 4 districts. The houses in District 1 are villas. They are at the innermost part of the base. The environment is better. They are usually single-family houses. People who live there are important personnel of the base and the army. District 2 is in front of District 1. The houses are no worse than those in District 1. But they are usually shared houses. However, they have a good and clean environment. District 3 is here. It is close to the entrance. Xiao Wu explained. He was arranged by Captain Shen to sit in Jiang Yu's car. He also introduced the basic situation of the base to them. Several people were a little emotional when they heard this. They didn't expect that the price of houses would also change with the location in the doomsday. Jiang Qi was a little confused when he heard the latter part. He couldn't help asking, what about the other district? The other one is the central district, which is between the second and third districts. There are mainly canteens and markets there. People in the base can apply for meal cards and eat in the canteen, which saves electricity and does not waste food. The market is where everyone exchanges things. You will know when the time comes, Xiao Wu said, and then mentioned, I live at the back of District 2, and I share a rental with my teammates. You can take a look at the house there. Jiang Yu followed the car in front. The farther they drove, the fewer people there were around. Soon, the car stopped in front of a guardrail. The person inside handed over his ID through the window, and then pointed to the car behind him. After a while, the guardrail opened and the car continued to drive in. Xiao Wu stretched and pointed to the front and said, Finally, we're here. I brought you here, and I can go back too. The car followed into the so-called material department. Shen Song-jun led everyone into the hall. Their container trucks and several buses were parked outside. It seems that their materials are here. But Jiang Yu always feels that it's not that simple. Chapter 42. The door opened, and inside stood an old acquaintance, Wu Cheng, the captain of the third team. The man opposite him also looked familiar. This is the group of people we met on the way to S City, Yuan said on the side. It turned out to be the group of people from northeast China at that time. This man was the man wearing gold-rimmed glasses at that time. Jiang Yu remembered that his eyes were very uncomfortable at that time. It seems to be the same now. The man opposite glanced at them, and then turned a blind eye, and snorted coldly at Wu Cheng. Do I have the final say, or do you have the final say? Wu Cheng was so angry that veins on his forehead were throbbing. He turned his head away, and didn't want to talk to him anymore. He nodded at Jiang Yu and the others and said, Sit down. Your supplies are still in the car. Do you want to take them away directly or exchange them for contribution points? Jiang Yu was about to speak, but the man opposite was irritated by Wu Cheng and slammed the table. Wu Cheng, what do you mean? I said. We will handle all the supplies in this car. No one can take them away. What? Jiang Qi was dumbfounded. And he was furious. He glared at the man fiercely and stood up. They risked their lives to bring back box after box of supplies. And they also gave up half of the space on the truck to the other party. Now they are saying they won't give them any space. What does that mean? Can the rescue team be shameless? Jiang Yu was about to speak, but her sister's roar came from behind. What do you mean? Those are our supplies. No one is talking to you. Go wherever it's cool. The man rolled his eyes, changed his expression, looked at Shen Song-jun, and said in a negotiating tone, Captain Shen, let's do this. You take the people back. Don't bring any cats and dogs here in the future. Don't even know where this place is. Shen Song-jun held his forehead, a little speechless, and winked at Wu Cheng. What's going on? Didn't I tell you to stay away from him? Let's talk later. Damn it! Wu Cheng's face was dark. The man ignored the people with green faces in the room, and said to the 2 guards behind him, Show him away. Who are you? Mayor? Jiang Yu stood up, walked to the table, and looked at the other party and asked. The man laughed out loud, snorted coldly, I'm not the mayor. But the mayor is my godfather, and I am the head of the logistics department. As long as something enters the logistics department, there is no way to get out. Oh! No wonder he is so powerful. He got it through the back door after all this time. Jiang Qi also snorted coldly, and was still not satisfied after saying, he can get it through the back door even if he looks like this. The mayor may have never seen a handsome one. These words really stabbed Wang Qi's heart like a knife. He was indeed the mistress of the mayor of the base. And he was not the only one, nor the most handsome one. If he hadn't helped the mayor before, he would not have been given the management rights of the logistics department. Wang Qi was furious, and was about to lose his temper when he saw the two people sitting on the chairs pulling out their weapons. "What are you doing?" Wang Qi was startled and turned to stare at the two people who were like wooden stakes behind him. He was furious and said, "Didn't I tell you two to leave? Don't you understand me?" The two looked at each other with helplessness in their eyes, and took a step forward, ready to drive them away. "Wait, I want to ask this, officer. As long as we enter the base, will all the supplies be given to you? Is that what you mean?" Jiang Yu asked. "Of course, wait. I didn't say that. I don't care what the other people in the base have. As long as they enter my supply department, I will distribute them. And, when did I say that I would give them all to me? Don't try to trick me. I will distribute them to the people." Wang Qi looked at Jiang Yu with squinted eyes, and he looked down on him. So what if he is good looking? In this doomsday, there are many people who are better looking than him, who can live as well as him. They are all stupid. Jiang Yu chuckled after hearing this. There were footsteps behind her. Jiang Yu looked back and saw Cheng Zheng, who had just disappeared. He nodded slightly at her. "Okay." Jiang Yu stood up straight, raised the corner of her mouth, and continued, "Captain Wu and Captain Chen, let's go out together." "What?" Jiang Qi was dumbfounded. She was a little angry. She called Jiang Yu anxiously. "Sister?" "It's okay. Sister, there are plenty of supplies. If we can find it once, we can find it again." Jiang Yu patted his sister's shoulder, turned his head, and looked at the two captains who were sitting in a daze, raised his eyebrows. "Not leaving?" Hearing this, the two stood up, followed Jiang Yu and the others and walked out, looking at each other. "It would be great if you knew better earlier." The man knocked his legs on the chair, picked up the mirror on the table, and looked at himself. He had lost a lot of weight from sleeping in the open every day, but now he was in charge of the logistics department, and he was finally not afraid of not having enough to eat. After a while, the door was opened again, and a soldier walked in with his head down. "Minister Wang, the eldest son wants you to come over tonight." As soon as the words fell, the man in front of him turned pale. "Damn it. After serving the old, I have to serve the young." Outside the door, Jiang Yu looked at the two people who came out from behind him and asked, "Where is the redemption contribution value?" "What?" Everyone was stunned. Didn't the supplies not come back? Wu Cheng's face was stiff, and he obviously misunderstood the other party's meaning. He explained awkwardly, "Sorry, there is a traitor here. The car keys and trunk keys are in the hands of that bastard." "So?" Jiang Yu smiled and said nothing. Looking at Cheng Zheng, the other party spread out his palm. "It was the spare car key and the trunk key. You guys." Wu Cheng widened his eyes, looking at the silver key in surprise. Looking at the other party's attitude, Jiang Yu had a guess in his mind. "Your supplies are also up there?" "No way. So many supplies? All monopolized by the man just now. Is this allowed?" Shen Songjun looked around and whispered, "This is not the place to talk. Let's talk in old Wu's office." Wu Cheng nodded, and led a few people into his office. As soon as the door was closed, he quickly asked, "Did you drive the car away?" Jiang Yu looked at Cheng Zheng, who nodded and replied, "It didn't go far. We just came to this area and are not familiar with it. We have to solve it quickly." Wu Cheng clapped his hands and couldn't help but say a few words of good and good. Jiang Yu couldn't help but ask, "What is going on?" She had to find out whether the management of this base was reliable. They couldn't let such a large truck of supplies be ruined here. Shen Songjun asked everyone to sit down and briefly explained the whole thing. Originally, after the apocalypse, the rescue team immediately moved the mayor's family, and then continued to rescue other people. It was very chaotic when they first arrived at the base. After settling down, they found that the mayor was missing. The mayor's brother, who was a twin of the mayor, asked to serve as the mayor in order to stabilize everyone. This fake mayor was extremely disgusting. He didn't care about men or women. As soon as he took office, he dismissed the minister of the materials department and replaced him with his male lover. This man didn't dare to embezzle the materials directly, but he did a lot of things such as shortchanging and filling in the numbers. Our collection mission this time was secretly ordered by our superiors. We thought we could transport it back secretly, but who knew there was a traitor around us? As soon as we entered the base, we were caught by that bastard. Wu Cheng became more and more angry. Jiang Yu had a headache. They had to find a place to stay before night. If it weren't for their lack of so-called contribution points, they wouldn't be so anxious to come to get the supplies. Let's not talk about this for now. You can exchange the supplies first. Remember to come to District 1 to find me after you settle down, Shin Song-jun said. Jiang Yu nodded quickly, took out his material list, put it in his hand and asked, how do I exchange the contribution points here? Xiao Wu has just introduced it to you. Only the second and third areas can be sold. The better houses in the second area are 1,000 contribution points for 10 square meters. So expensive. Jiang Qi was stunned, although she didn't know what the 1,000 contribution points meant, but 10 for 1,000 sounds outrageous. Yes, the base is not big, now there are more and more survivors. The price is getting more and more expensive, Shin Song-jun said helplessly. Jiang Yu was speechless. She didn't expect that it was the end of the world, and the shadow of housing prices would still remain. But fortunately, they are very rich now. Jiang Yu drew on the paper, and handed it to the two captains, and asked, how much do you think these can be exchanged for? Wu Cheng took it, and handed it to Captain Shin without even looking at it. He had seen the other party's supplies in the car before, and there were a lot of them, so he felt ashamed to explain to the girl. Shin Song-jun took the note, took a look at it, and calculated it in his mind, and then looked up at Jiang Yu. These are enough for you to stay in the base and not go out. Shin Song-jun calculated. What Jiang Yu was going to exchange was mainly rice, noodles, instant noodles, and oil. These things had the highest exchange value in the base, especially rice. The other party took out 15 bags. 350,000 contribution points. What? Wu Cheng and Jiang Qi exclaimed at the same time. So many? Are you sure? Wu Cheng's contribution points were all transferred to his card on time and every day. 3,000 contribution points a month was already a lot. Jiang Yu nodded. Okay, we exchange. Can you help us find a house with 4 bedrooms and 1 living room? We have a lot of people. To show our gratitude, the container truck will be donated to the army. Of course. No problem. Wu Chengkai was very satisfied and hurriedly said, I will take you to exchange first, and ask someone to take you to find a house later, and then I will drive the truck back to the team, and I will deliver the rest of the things to you later. Jiang Yu thought about it, and stood up with Wu Cheng and said, no hurry, we can drive to get the things in the car after we settle them. The few people reached an agreement. Shin Song-jun asked someone to take them to apply for the base user card, and then left in a hurry. Because there were 4 of them, with a total contribution value of 350,000. They discussed and decided that each person's ID card would be given 50,000 contribution points, and the remaining 150,000 would be placed in Jiang Yu's card as public property. I don't need it. And I didn't contribute this time, Cheng-jun said. And he was serious. The 3 ladies risked their lives to collect this box of goods, and there was no reason for him to get a share. Jiang Yu ignored him directly, because the car they had been riding in was still the others. Seeing that Jiang Yu disagreed, Cheng-jun did not say anything, but went to the window to handle the transfer, leaving only 5,000 contribution points, and transferring the rest to Jiang Yu's card. After getting the card, several people followed the people sent by Captain Shin to look at houses in District 2. It seemed that everything was calm. Little did they know that in a certain office, Wang Qi listened to the guard's report with a sullen face, and angrily waved his hand and threw everything on the table to the ground. His whole face flushed with anger. Wang Qi stared out the window gloomily, and then he was silent, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You wait for me. Chapter 43. The girl who showed them the house was a girl in her teens, called Celia. According to Shin Song-jun, this girl was younger but more reliable than others, and she knew the surrounding environment very well. Sister, which house do you want? Do you have any requirements? The girl was only about 16 or 17 years old. She had a pair of big eyes with distinct black and white on her thin face. Perhaps because of Shin Song-jun, her eyes were somewhat flattering. Jiang Yu opened the car door for the little girl, and after everyone got in the car, he replied, the house is located a little bit behind the second district, and it should be a complete independent house. Celia nodded repeatedly, took out a thick book from her arms, and flipped through it carefully. She frowned and flipped to the back. The houses at the back of the second district are close to the first district. Although they are expensive, they are also very popular, especially the single-family houses, which are rare. But she remembered that there are still a few. Got it. Sister, I take you to see this first. There are probably 2 sets. Several people drove to Area 2 according to the route Celia pointed out. Because the supply department is between Area 1 and Area 2, they arrived at the destination quickly. Following Celia, they looked at several rooms one after another. Although they were all 4-bedroom, the rooms were too small, with only one bed. Jiangyu and his friends were not very satisfied with them, but they were livable. Are there any others? Don't worry about the price, Jiangyu said. I finally have money, but I don't want to live in a small and crowded room anymore. Think about going out every day to kill zombies and collect supplies, and come home tired all day. The sky is falling. There are better ones, but they are further back. They are all rescue workers, and the price is relatively expensive. There is a 2-story villa with 5 bedrooms. Do you want to see it? Celia flipped to the last page and pointed at the page. When Jiangqi heard that it was a villa, she nodded repeatedly. The villa is good. Sister, shall we go and take a look? Jiangyu nodded, and the few of them drove back according to Celia's route, and soon arrived at the place the other party said. This area is further back, surrounded by villas, not many in number, and the one left now is the one on the outermost side. It is called a villa, but it is actually a small house, with 2 floors and a small yard. The house is not big, with 2 rooms on the upper floor and a bathroom, and 2 rooms on the lower floor. The bathroom on the first floor is in the yard. Although the design is a bit strange, the whole house is clean and tidy, and the location is also good. Jiangyu and a few others discussed it, and everyone agreed that this one was the most suitable. So they finally rented it for a year with 20,000 contribution points. Following Celia to pay the rent and go through the formalities, Jiangyu transferred 500 contribution points to the other party's card, and handed over a few bags of biscuits and bread to the other party to express his gratitude. The little girl was unwilling to accept it at first, saying that it was arranged by Captain Shin, and how could he charge extra? In the end, Jiangqi stepped in and stuffed it into the other party's arms, coaxing her to accept it. Celia took it with red eyes and said thank you repeatedly. After the people left, Jiangyu and the other 4 drove the car into the right side of the yard. The yard outside was full of weeds, but there was a tree on the left side near the door, which was lush and green. It looked very lovely. Several people decided to keep it and use the right side as a parking space. Wow! Is this our home from now on? Jiangqi looked up at the door, then lowered her head to look at the key in her hand, turned her head excitedly to look at the people behind her. Let's go in. After discussing, they decided that the 3 girls would live on the 2nd floor, Cheng Zheng would live on the 1st floor, and the other room on the 1st floor would be used to store supplies. It was only a little after 1 p.m. Jiangyu and the others ate something and started to clean up. Cheng Zheng moved the supplies from the trunk into the room. For a while, everyone was busy. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door outside the yard. Jiangqi and Yuan were still cleaning up on the 2nd floor. Jiangyu and Cheng Zheng looked at each other, unable to figure out who it could be. After all, they only knew those captains in the base. It couldn't be them. Right? Cheng Zheng held Jiangyu down, took the other's axe from the table, and walked to the iron door. There was a small square hole on the door, a bit like a cat's eye. Cheng Zheng turned sideways to open it, and Xiao Wu, who looked excited, stood outside. Cheng Zheng put down the axe, opened the door, and saw Xiao Wu holding something in his hand, smiling at Cheng Zheng and Jiangyu. I just saw your car. Isn't it a coincidence? I live next door. Is this true? This is too much of a coincidence. Jiangyu pointed to the villa next door and asked, Do you live here? Xiao Wu looked at the direction Jiangyu pointed, smiled awkwardly, entered the house, put the bag in his hand on the table, and said, How is it possible? I can't afford to live there. I live on your left, just across the street outside. Jiangyu nodded, stared at the bag curiously, and heard Xiao Wu add a sentence afterwards. But I know who lives next door. You guys don't know since you just arrived at the base. But he's the most popular person in the base recently. Xiao Wu opened the bag, and there were actually a few juicy peaches inside. Who is it? A star? Jiangqi was leaning on the railing on the 2nd floor with a broom. And then he saw the peaches in Xiao Wu's hand. Peaches? Where did they come from? He ran to the 1st floor excitedly, looking at the peaches in the bag. There were exactly 4 of them, pink and tender, and they were really peaches. I didn't expect that there would be such peaches in the Doomsday. Oh, it was cultivated in the base. I'd bring it to you to try after all. We'd be neighbors in the future. Xiao Wu laughed, then thought of what he had just said, and said mysteriously, You don't know, the managers in our base. Don't care about gender. There are many male and female pets. Jiangqi looked at him and nodded. She had heard this gossip before, and it was said by the captain he admired with a serious and calm face, but she still asked, what is the connection between the two? Listen to me. The guy next door to you is the mayor's new favorite. He's very popular recently. He just took office a while ago. Oh no. You should have seen him. Xiao Wu recalled. He forgot the man's name. But he should be in the material department they went to. Why does this description sound more and more familiar? No way. Jiangqi put down the peach in his hand and looked at Xiao Wu with despair. Xiao Wu was alerted by this look. He turned around and found that everyone's eyes were not right. He stuttered. What's wrong? It's the director of the logistics department. Didn't you just go to the logistics department? Really? Jiang Yu held his forehead, looked at Xiao Wu speechlessly, sighed. Xiao Wu, it would be great if you came earlier. What do you mean? Didn't he come at the wrong time? Xiao Wu was puzzled. Jiangqi, who was angry beside him, came over and told him what happened in the logistics department before. What? No way. Well, you guys. Xiao Wu looked at everyone with his mouth open. Jiang Yu walked to the door, stood outside and looked at the next door. Although each villa has a wall, the wall itself is not high. People standing on the steps can see everything in the yard. There are not many people next door at this time, and the door is closed. Although it is a bit unlucky, she might as well make the best of it. Jiang Yu retracted her sight and saw Cheng Zheng standing behind her. Cheng Zheng's sight, that was originally looking at the next door, also retracted, glanced at her, and seemed to be thinking about something. Jiang Yu looked puzzled, and saw that the other party did not speak. So she went back to the room to comfort her sister. It's okay. We just need to be more careful. Jiang Yu didn't pay much attention to this person, and he didn't know that he would regret this sentence in a short time. Oh, by the way, you don't have to worry too much. Although he lives next door to you, his enemy lives in the house opposite you. Xiao Wu saw that everyone was looking at him curiously after he finished speaking, and coughed twice, and continued. Didn't I tell you before? There are two forces in the base, one of which is the Bai Gang. Although they are not powerful, they have many capable people, and they are all ruthless. The one living opposite you is their boss. Xiao Wu took the water from Jiang Yu. Jiangqi beside him was in deep thought when he heard this, and then he suddenly realized it and looked at Xiao Wu in shock. Is it a love triangle? And this name is too. Puff. Xiao Wu was stunned by this bold statement and shook his head quickly. Don't talk nonsense. There is a woman in their gang who has very sharp ears. If she hears it, she will be finished. That man is the son of the former mayor, who is also the nephew of the current mayor. The former mayor disappeared strangely, and the mayor's brother did not show any sadness, but quickly took over the power. Who would not find this weird? Moreover, he is bad behavior, without the knowledge of most survivors in the base. He has ruined the reputation of the mayor. The mayor's son hates his uncle, and has long left District 1 to form his own gang. Xiao Wu comforted him. Don't worry too much. People here are close to us and District 1. Nothing will happen. After Xiao Wu finished speaking, he looked at the sky, and then looked at Cheng Zheng, who was hesitating, and asked what the captain had told him today. Well, have you thought about it? I take you there. As expected, the visit from the new neighbor was all a lie. Jiangqi was speechless, staring at Xiao Wu. I was wondering why you were so kind. So you're waiting for us here? Xiao Wu smiled awkwardly, looking at Jiang Yu and Cheng Zheng. Jiang Yu looked at Jiangqi and Yuan, and they nodded at her. Okay. Cheng Zheng and I will go with you. Chi, you wait for us at home. If you need anything, go to the next street and knock on the door. Is that okay? Xiao Wu. Jiang Yu looked at the other person. Of course, let's go. Xiao Wu scratched his head, walked out, looked at the two people and said, Get in my car directly. Jiang Yu shook his head, followed Cheng Zheng into the car, just in time to pick up the supplies left at Wu Cheng's place. The two drove out of the gate. The villa opposite was only a few dozen meters away from them. The house was bigger than theirs. The iron door at the door was closed, and a strange pattern was sprayed on it with white spray paint. There is a small street to the left of their house. Across the street are several flats. The black uniforms hanging outside flutter in the wind. It seems that they are all rescue workers living here. No wonder the housing prices here are high. The car left the street and drove to the front area. In the car, Jiang Yu slightly opened his lips and asked softly, Have you thought about it? After asking, he turned his head to look at the other party. Chapter 44. The car stopped. Jiang Yu and Cheng Zheng followed Xiao Wu. She recalled what Cheng Zheng had said to her in the car just now. The situation at the base is much more complicated than we thought. Joining the rescue team might be good for us. What the other party said was indeed true. No one expected the situation in the base to be so complicated, and as soon as they came in, they offended the male favorite of the head of the base. The most important thing is that this person lives next door to them. Perhaps only with the background of the rescue team can they deter the other party. In the car at that time, Jiang Yu just nodded after hearing the other party's answer. She noticed from the corner of her eye that the other party seemed to be waiting for her to say something. But she still didn't speak. She had already made up her mind before entering the base. The two followed Xiao Wu all the way into the first area. After entering the door, they found that Shin Song-jun had been waiting for a long time, and Wu Cheng was sitting next to him. Are you here? Shin Song-jun looked at the two of them, tilted his head, and raised his head slightly towards Xiao Wu, and the other party closed the door from the inside. Jiang Yu and Cheng Zheng sat down, watching Xiao Wu put a plate of grapes in the room, and without saying a word, picked up the grapes and started eating. Shin Song-jun's eyes flashed with helplessness, and he looked at Cheng Zheng and asked, How are you thinking about it? It's no wonder that he pushed too hard. There were not enough people, and the task was tight. Cheng Zheng glanced at Jiang Yu, and then nodded. Before he could speak, Wu Cheng on the opposite side clapped his hands and praised. That's right. You are a man who is almost 2 meters tall. How can you hide at home every day? After getting Cheng Zheng's affirmative answer, Shin Song-jun also smiled, and then looked at Jiang Yu. What about you? Although there are not many women in our rescue team, there are some, and they are all brave and good at fighting, and they are all elites in the army. She won't join, Cheng Zheng said, and the three of them looked at him. Jiang Yu put down the things in his hand and looked at Cheng Zheng in confusion. What's wrong with this man? Why does he make decisions for himself? Jiang Yu couldn't guess what the other party was thinking, but no one could make the decision she made. I will join. Jiang Yu stood up, ignoring Cheng Zheng's eyes beside him, and looked at Shin Song-jun and asked, But shouldn't you introduce the situation? Who knew that when the other party heard this? As if he had expected it, he took out 2 weapons from the ground and placed them on the table. We have already said the reason for inviting you to join. The base is seriously short of manpower, which leads to many tasks that cannot be assigned manpower and cannot be completed. Therefore, we need you to join and cooperate to complete them. Of course, don't worry. Not all tasks require your participation. Your safety will be prioritized during the mission. Shin Song-jun explained, joining the rescue team is bad in itself. No one wants to fight zombies and coexist with danger. Why don't you recruit people? Cheng Zheng asked, after they entered the base. They also observed that there were many young and strong people in the base. Why don't they recruit these people? Shin Song-jun sighed, and looked at Wu Cheng. Just lured the 2 people into the base. Now he didn't know whether he should tell them the following words. Because those people joined the Bai gang. Xiao Wu glanced at the 2 captains and continued. As I said before, there are 2 forces in the base. On the surface, they appear to be the rescue team and the white gang. But in fact, the rescue team serves the survivors of the entire base. There is no such thing as a force or gang. However, we still obey the mayor's orders on the surface. So conflicts and contradictions with the white gang are inevitable. Jiang Yu nodded. So these 2 so-called forces are actually the hatred between uncle and nephew? However, there were rescue teams and survivors in between. And she was speechless. She was still very interested in the 2 black iron weapons on the table. It's actually a very simple thing. Our rescue team is not popular at home or abroad. Xiao Wu looked at Wu Cheng's glare and shrugged. They are not popular at home or abroad. They are originally serving the base. But because of the mayor's disappearance, they are forced to obey the orders of the fake mayor, and are therefore embarrassed by the Bai gang. The white gang has never been a bad force. On the contrary, although the white gang is a group of untrained survivors who call themselves the white gang, they have never harmed anyone else. Instead, they often share the food they collect from outside with women and children. In the base, although the white gang is small, they are deeply loved by the people, especially compared with the fake mayor who is lazy, licentious, and abuses his power. Their rescue team works hard every day, but they are robbed. After hearing this, Jiang Yu looked at Shin Song-jun in silence, with a clear sentence in her eyes. You are cheating me. However, since she has decided to join. Jiang Yu will not regret it because of this matter. She looked at Shin Song-jun, and then glanced at the weapons on the table, and said, "So? What is this?" Shin Song-jun pushed the 2 guns on the table in front of the 2 people, and whispered, "This is my gift to you 2 for joining. Chung Jung should be able to use it, so we will train you in advance. However, guns can only be used in critical moments. Under normal circumstances, they must not be used. Moreover, during non-mission periods, the weapons will be kept by us, and will only be handed over to you before the mission. This is also for the consideration of other survivors in the base. In addition, each of you will receive 2,000 contribution points per month, which is considered a reward. If it is a collection mission, the materials you bring back after completing the mission will also belong to you. How about it? It sounds good, then let's do it this way." Jiang Yu touched the gun on the table, and found that it was exactly the same as the one she had robbed in the hotel. If she learned it. Jiang Yu looked at Wu Chung. "Since you are here, why can you take us to get some supplies?" Wu Chung nodded, and was about to get up and take the 2 of them over. Shin Song-jun beside him suddenly said, "You need to come again tomorrow. Jiang Yu needs intensive training. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. Is that okay? I introduced someone to you. By the way, this person is also from City C," Shin Song-jun added. Jiang Yu nodded, and didn't take the other party's words to heart. She followed Wu Chung out. Chung Jung was a little uneasy because of this sentence. He looked up at her, and avoided Jiang Yu's puzzled eyes. Wu Chung led them to the backyard, which was a closed garage, where the truck was parked. "I drive the car over." Chung Jung thought the car was still far away, and hurried away after saying something to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu always felt that she was acting strange recently. She retracted her gaze, looked at the supplies in the car, and decided to count the supplies first. When the 2 of them moved the supplies back to District 2, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Maybe because this street was close to District 1. There were not many people around. Most of them were rescue teams, and they didn't meet any of the so-called white gang along the way. The 2 entered the door and parked the car. Jiang Qi trotted to the door and said happily and proudly, "Just in time. I cooked for you." "Cooked?" Jiang Yu was a little surprised. Jiang Qi dragged her to the kitchen. She saw thick smoke rising from the kitchen. Because of the current power shortage, the base advocated the use of coal for cooking. Because of Jiang Qi's improper operation, the kitchen was already full of smoke. However, Jiang Yu could not see the smoke in the room. She only saw the fragrant rice in the pot, and a pot of strange meat. It still smelled very fragrant, which was incomparable to the bread and biscuits they had eaten along the way. She quickly praised her sister several times. They quickly moved the full supplies in the car to the room. And then the 4 of them sat down and looked at a pot of white and tender rice, and a pot of fragrant meat. Where did the meat come from? Jiang Yu was a little puzzled, and then saw Jiang Qi handing over a few sets of bowls and utensils, and reacted. "Did you go out just now?" "Yes. Yes. After Sister Yuan and I finished cleaning. We waited for you for a long time, but you didn't come back. So we thought about going to the market outside to have a look. And just in time to buy some daily necessities." Jiang Qi ran into the kitchen and took out a piece of bacon. "We were really amazed when we went to the market this time. There were all kinds of things for sale there. However, unlike before, you could not scan the code to pay. You had to choose the items you wanted and take the merchant to the checkout counter to pay. Some items could be exchanged. We bought some bacon, and some bowls, utensils, and bed sheets." Jiang Yu nodded repeatedly, turned around and looked around, and found that there was a water tank in the yard. No one had noticed it when they came in. "Is this fish? Wait a minute, how can there be this?" Jiang Yu underestimated the base. There really is everything in it. But this fish doesn't look like it can be eaten. It can be used for viewing. After listening to his sister talk about the market for a long time, Jiang Yu was also a little curious. He simply suggested that everyone go out for a walk after dinner to get familiar with the surrounding environment. Jiang Qi raised his arms, and was very happy. Yuan also had an unprecedented sense of ease on his face. It seems that the first day at the base was quite pleasant. After putting a mouthful of sweet and soft rice in her mouth, and a piece of bacon in her mouth, Jiang Yu and the others all felt like crying. It had been a long time since they had eaten hot meals. They had never expected that an ordinary bowl of rice before the end of the world would be so precious now. "By the way, look what I brought you." Jiangyu took out a handful of grapes from her pocket. She had just picked them up in Shin Songjuan's office. They were probably artificially cultivated grapes. They were not very sweet, but they had a strong grape flavor. Jiangqi loves to eat fruits, especially grapes. So Jiangyu grabbed a handful before leaving. As expected, hearing her sister's excited and happy voice, Jiangyu felt that it was not so embarrassing to be looked at by Shin Songjun when she grabbed grapes. After dinner, they decided to walk to the market, and told Jiangqi and Yuan about joining the rescue team on the way. When they arrived at the market, they found that it was already past 5 in the afternoon, and there were almost no people in the market. The four of them were speechless, and actually forgot the time. Forget it. Let's go back first. We come back tomorrow afternoon, Jiangyu said. Then he found that not only was there no one in the market, there were almost no people on the roadside. It was getting darker and darker, but there were no lights on the road. Several people sped up and rushed back. When they got home, they found that the door that was originally closed was open. Chapter 45. It was not dark yet. Jiangyu and his companions were all angry, and they pushed the door open. There were two skinny boys standing in the yard, their tattered clothes hanging on their bodies like rags, their sallow faces full of tension, holding bamboo sticks high in their hands, looking around. Behind them, a little girl was standing in the living room, with her back to the door, searching for something in the boxes, and a little boy was trying to pry the door open. The door was pushed against the wall with a clang. Jiangyu and the others looked at them angrily. The two of them turned pale, and broke out in cold sweat. The boy on the left ran into the living room first, leaving the boy on the right. He stepped back step by step, tilted his head, and shouted something into the room. His eyes fell on Chengzheng, the only man among the four. The people in the room turned their heads in fear at the boy's shout, and in an instant they met Jiangyu's eyes. He was so scared that he quickly moved the chair beside him. A little girl ran down from the upstairs, and was dragged behind by her companions in the room. Jiangyu and the others did not say anything. They pushed the few people into the house, looking at the 5 children in front of them. They did not know what to do. The oldest of them were the 2 boys standing at the door, who were probably only 15 or 16 years old. The youngest should have come down from upstairs, and looked only 7 or 8 years old. No one expected that on the first night they entered the base, they would be sneaked into their home by 5 children to steal. Jiangyu looked at everyone, and finally pouted at Chengzheng. You go ahead. After receiving the message, Chengzheng immediately took out his baseball bat from behind the door, pulled out a chair from the side, motioned Jiangyu to sit down, and then stood behind Jiangyu, holding the baseball bat and looking stern, staring at the few people with a bad face like a bodyguard. Jiangyu was a little dazed. The other party obviously had no intention of touching her. She sat down helplessly, looked up at the boy in the front, who was protecting everyone, and asked, "Who sent you here?" "Wang Qi." "Wang Qi? What Wang Qi?" The younger one standing behind him began to mutter, and the boy in the front clenched his fists, looked at Jiangyu and replied, "We don't know the person you are talking about. We just came in to steal things." "Why? How did you know this?" Jiangqi asked. "And you are so young, you actually stole." The boy in front blushed when asked, and shame flashed in his eyes. This was his first time stealing, and he was caught red-handed with his younger sister. The boy did not argue, and explained the reason in a low voice. "The day you entered the base, Zhao Xiaoyang saw the supplies in your car, and they followed you all the way. We came here to scout the place in advance." Jiangyu raised his eyebrows, looked at the child in front of him, and asked in confusion, "Who is Zhao Xiaoyang?" "He is our boss." Another little boy behind him answered, "He is awesome." The boy in front looked up at the expressions of Jiangyu and the others, and found that there was no anger or disgust on their faces, so he mustered up the courage to make things clear. It turned out that they were all orphans. They had no fixed accommodation, and wandered around the base during the day, sometimes running errands for others to earn some food, and often had no food to eat, and he and his sister were one of them. This time, Zhao Xiaoyang accidentally saw the off-road vehicle loaded with supplies, and immediately decided to steal with his friends. He arranged for him to come and scout the place. He had always been the one who helped scout the place, but this time he suddenly had the courage to steal something first. There were so many supplies. Zhao Xiaoyang didn't know, but he didn't expect to be caught as soon as he came in. "Oh, why did you come in suddenly? Since Zhao Xiaoyang is your boss, wouldn't it be safer to follow him? And it's not easy to be discovered at night," Jiangqi said. His tone gradually softened. He won't give us food. And he always takes our food away. He's not good. He's very bad. And he hits me. We're hungry. My brother is hungry too. The youngest girl was originally pulling her brother's clothes. And she said angrily when she heard Jiang Qi's words. Jiang Yu and the others were stunned. If you don't look carefully, you won't notice that the people in front of them all have bruises on their bodies. And they are not wearing anything on their feet. Only this little girl, who is about 6 or 7 years old, has a layer of cloth wrapped around her feet. Sister, what should we do? Should we send them to the rescue team? Jiang Qi whispered in her sister's ear. Except for the oldest boy, the other 4 children looked at Jiang Qi nervously, as if they knew they were discussing countermeasures. The boy in front stepped forward and suddenly threw the bamboo stick on the ground, then looked at Jiang Yu. He knew that the other party was in charge of this room. I proposed this matter. They were just pulled here by me to help. Can you let them go? Just hand me over. Generally speaking, the rescue team would throw the captured ones directly out of the base. What's more, they ventured into the house at the back of District 2 this time. Thinking of the rescue team across the street, the child immediately regretted that he shouldn't have taken his young sister to risk his life because of greed. Jiang Yu looked at them back and forth and came up with an idea. Nodded to the boy. You and your sister stay, and the others go. Wait, my sister. The boy's voice was a little anxious. Seeing the other children running away, he looked at the people in front of him and wanted to beg for mercy again, but then he heard Jiang Yu say, Please do me a favor. You and your sister can leave after this. The boy looked up blankly, watching Jiang Yu waving at him. It was late at night, and everything was silent. It was pitch black. Except for the patrolling people. There was no one around. Outside the villa in Area 2, 4 boys were crouching against the wall. One of them asked anxiously, Brother Zhao, you said that Xiaoyu hasn't come back for a long time. Was he arrested? Will we get into trouble if we go in? The taller shadow snorted disdainfully, and was also a little angry about this matter. But they couldn't wait any longer. He doesn't dare to betray us. If he is discovered, he and his sister will be dead. We can't wait any longer. I have seen the supplies of this group of people. They are enough for us to eat for a while. Several people nodded, thinking about the truck of supplies in the house. And they became bolder. As long as they can steal these supplies this time, even if they don't eat them themselves, they can sell them for a good price. 4 people climbed over the wall and walked forward along the wall. The person in front skillfully took out the lock-picking needle, and the people behind waited patiently. It seemed to be particularly quiet tonight. They usually came earlier, but they waited too long this time, which delayed the time. A gust of wind blew, and the leaves in the yard were blown up. The leaves rubbed against each other, making a rustling sound, and the fish in the water tank also jumped. This series of movements scared the few people, and they couldn't help but urge the person who was picking the lock in front. Soon the door lock was pried open. The person in front took back the pick pin, waved their hands to let them go in quickly, and then waited at the door. Zhao Xiaoyang took out the flashlight, which he had processed, which reduced the distance of the light, which was very practical. Because Xiaoyu didn't check the location this time, they were a little confused as soon as they entered the door, not knowing which way to go, but the huge amount of supplies tempted them to move forward. When a few people were ready to continue walking, they suddenly found that a cold iron block was placed on their necks. Zhao Xiaoyang was terrified, and then furious. It must be that Xiaoyu who betrayed them, causing them to be discovered. Jiang Yu turned on the flashlight, and a white light shone. She looked at the 3 people in front of her. Cheng Zheng and Yuan Yuan put their weapons on each other's necks. And outside the door, Jiang Qi walked in with another person. Misunderstanding? It's all misunderstanding. Sister, we just took the wrong way. Zhao Xiaoyang watched several people take out ropes and walk towards them. He began to struggle and quibble with a playful smile. But when he saw that the people in front of him were not moved at all, he cursed. Xiaoyu, is it you? Get out of here. Jiang Yu ignored the 4 people. She watched Cheng Zheng tie the people into the car. Jiang Yu originally just wanted to scare the group away by seeing a ghost, so she wanted Xiaoyu to stay. On the one hand, it was also to prevent the other party from going back to report the news. However, after learning some things, she changed her mind. This Xiaoyu has always been a scout for the theft of the villain gang. Every time he participated in the operation, he didn't get a share of the pie. The reason why he agreed was because Zhao Xiaoyang would bring people to bully his sister. He had no choice but to agree to this matter. and he took his sister with him every time he took action. So he wished Zhao Xiaoyang would be caught. We will hand these people over to the rescue team. They should be banned from entering the base forever. What about you? Are you going to continue wandering with your sister? Jiang Yu asked, looking up and gesturing to Yuan Yuan, who walked into the kitchen. Xiao Yu held his sister's hand tightly. Thank you for not pursuing the matter. Without Zhao Xiaoyang and his group, we will be much better off. I have a business here. Do you want to do it? Jiang Yu asked, looking at the other party's puzzled face, and continued. I want to hire you. Help with cleaning, lock the door, and take care of the house. You can live here with your sister, and you can also eat here. How about I give you 500 contribution points every month? Jiang Yu looked at the little girl behind Xiao Yu. She had pigtails, and was staring at her with big eyes. After noticing Jiang Yu was looking at her, she quickly hid behind her brother. After a while, she curiously poked her head out again. She was small, wearing overalls, and very cute. This reminded her of Jiang Qi when she was a child. She was small, followed behind her, had pigtails, was very timid, and always followed her, calling her sister. Xiao Yu looked at his sister. He understood that Jiang Yu and the others didn't need people to clean the house. Nor did they need him to guard the house. They just found a reason for him to take him and his sister in. He didn't understand why, in this doomsday, someone would actually give them a portion of their own supplies. Did they really just like his sister? But he inexplicably believed in Jiang Yu and the others, and felt that these 4 people were not simple. Staying might change them. Xiao Yu nodded seriously. Thank you for taking me in. I don't need the contribution points. It's enough to give me and my sister some food. As soon as the words fell, Yuan Yuan brought out the leftovers from the kitchen. It's getting late. There are only some meals left from the day. If you are hungry, eat first. Xiao Yu took the steaming hot rice and soaked his sister's bowl with water. His eyes were slightly red, and he kept saying thank you. The little girl took the bowl with her small hand, glanced at her brother, and timidly looked at Yuan Yuan. Thank you, sister. There were no other rooms in their villa. Jiang Yu simply tidied up the sofa in the living room, let the 2 sleep there for one night, and planned to buy 2 small beds tomorrow. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. After Cheng Zheng sent Xiao Wu to his place, he ignored his resentful look and left. When he crossed the street, he remembered what Shen Songjun said during the day, and the person he passed by at the base that day. He subconsciously pursed his lips. The next morning, Jiang Yu and Cheng Zheng quickly packed up and rushed to District 1. Before leaving, he said hello to Jiang Qi and asked her to take the 2 children to buy some clothes in the morning. The base in the morning was completely different from the late night. Almost all the stalls along the way were set up by people. There was a piece of cloth or paper casually spread on the ground, and there were all kinds of things on it. Common daily necessities, baby products, kitchen supplies, even electronic products are sold, but those mobile phones and computers are just a pile of scrap metal nowadays, and are useless. The sun in mid-June is very strong, and the hot sun shines on everyone. Cheng Zheng drove the car, and seemed to have something on his mind along the way, looking at Jiang Yu frequently, and hesitant to speak. When they arrived at the place, Jiang Yu knocked on the door, and Shen Songjun asked them to come in and wait for a while, saying that they would go to the training camp together after everyone gathered. You said you'd arrive at 8 o'clock? Why haven't you come yet? Shen Songjun was looking at his watch and muttering, when there was a knock on the door. Someone's coming. Jiang Yu leaned out, watching Shen Songjun open the door, and the person outside walked in. This is Jiang Qian, who was in the X unit in C City before, so he should be considered your fellow villager. He is the training officer in the base, and he will take Jiang Yu to practice this time. Jiang Yu looked up at the man, who looked familiar, but was not sure. He looked again, and he really looked familiar. Chapter 46. The man stepped into the room, wearing a spotless white shirt, which was a rare outfit in the apocalypse, especially in the rescue team of the apocalypse. The bright clothes set off his fair skin, and he didn't look like he had ever been in the army. As soon as Jiang Qian came in, he saw Jiang Yu sitting in the middle of the room. A smile slowly rose on the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to take a step forward, a dry and slender hand with clear bones suddenly stretched out in front of him. It was clearly the man's hand. His sight slowly moved upwards. A black-haired man in a military green short-sleeved shirt looked at him expressionlessly. Jiang Qian was slightly stunned, his eyes flickering. Just as he was about to reach out his hand, He saw the man in front of him naturally lower his arm. Jiang Qian sighed at his bad luck, quickly adjusted his expression, and greeted Cheng Zheng. Captain Cheng, I didn't expect to meet you here. This man, since the first day he entered the military camp, has been making things difficult for him. But it's always his own problem. However, he turns a blind eye to others, except for himself. Cheng Zheng had a cold expression. He didn't even look at him. He just wanted to distract the other party's attention from Jiang Yu. But Shen Songjun, who closed the door behind him, was a little surprised. His eyes wandered around Cheng Zheng and Jiang Qian, and suddenly realized. So you were also from the XDH unit of City C. I thought so, but I couldn't find your file. So you are teammates. Then why do you need Captain Jiang to teach you, Cheng Zheng? You can just teach him directly. Cheng Zheng's eyes lit up. Just about to nod in response, he heard Jiang Qian beside him laugh and say, No need, I know Jiang Yu, right? Junior sister? Jiang Yu thought that these three people had forgotten about her. She had been observing Shen Songjun's expression. She found that it was not her illusion. He would be serious and cold when he was outside. Once he returned to the room, and there was no one around, he would become a different person. At first, she didn't know what the three people were talking about, so she didn't say anything. She wanted to wait for them to finish talking and leave quickly. But suddenly, she heard the man in front of her asking questions with a familiar tone, and she felt a little puzzled. Ignoring Shen Songjun's gossipy expression, she tilted her head and looked at Jiang Qian from head to toe again, but still couldn't remember. Who are you? After saying this, Shen Songjun almost laughed out loud, and Cheng Zheng couldn't help but move his mouth. His tense mood finally eased a lot. And Jiang Qian, he didn't seem to hear the other party's strange words, and his face was inexplicably doting. Schoolmate, have you forgotten me so quickly? Back then, before Jiang Qian finished speaking, Jiang Yu was already impatient. He looked over at Shen Songjun and said, When does it start? It's already 8:30. Oh, right. Let's do this. Captain Jiang, you take Jiang Yu to the training camp for concentrated training today. Cheng Zheng, you come with me to the army. Shen Songjun made a decision immediately. He raised his hand to check the time. It was already 8:30. He quickly took the backpack on the chair and walked out. Shen Songjun took a few steps before he realized that Cheng Zheng hadn't caught up. He looked back at the other person, who was still standing there looking at Jiang Yu without moving. He shouted speechlessly, Let's go quickly. Captain Wu is still waiting for us. Jiang Yu heard this, and nodded slightly to Cheng Zheng. I wait for you here tonight. Hearing this, Cheng Zheng's brows relaxed, and he hummed softly, and followed Shen Songjun to leave. Jiang Qian watched the man leave, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. And then he restored his expression, took the bag on Jiang Yu's desk, and said in a friendly tone, Let's go to Junior sister. The training camp was not far away, and it was just around the street from Shen Songjun's house in District 1. In order to save gasoline, the two decided to walk there. Since District 1 is located in the inner part, there are many people living here. Only a few rare vehicles can be seen along the way. The sunlight is completely blocked by the villas on both sides. The two people walked in the shade for a long time without feeling hot. It's just, Jiang Yu carried the bag he had snatched back and walked quickly, really wanted to shoot the person next to him. Since he came out, he has been talking non-stop, chatting, from college to now. I don't know what he wants to say, and please, they were not professionals at all at that time. How could they have any common topics? It's time for Junior Schoolmate. Follow me closely when we go in later. I'm telling you, although there are many sharpshooters in the rescue team, my Q method is first class. The survivors who joined in the last few batches are all me. Jiang Yu wanted to run away, to get away from the man who kept chattering around her. He talked so much, she remembered who he was instantly. In her sophomore year, she didn't have enough credits, so she had no choice but to join the tennis club. She usually kept to herself, didn't talk much, and played hard. Soon no one wanted to team up with her, but it was Jiang Qian who volunteered. The two played for a semester, but there was no tacit understanding at all. After the semester ended, she immediately quit the club. After she quit the club, Jiang Qian still contacted her, asked her to have dinner and watch movies, and sent her text messages every day, which made her very troubled for a while. At that time, after finishing her classes every day, she had 2 tutoring jobs waiting for her. She would go home to see her sister on weekends. She had no interest in eating and watching movies. Fortunately, this person gradually disappeared from her sight. "We're here." Jiang Qian stepped forward, took out his card and swiped it. The elevator door opened. After the two walked in, Jiang Qian pressed the first floor below ground. Jiang Yu followed silently. The elevator arrived quickly. After coming out, there was another electronic iron door. After the other party pressed the password, he took Jiang Yu in. She thought it would be an outdoor training room. But it was true. Making noise outdoors would attract zombies. The training room was empty and closed. But fortunately the lights were bright. After entering, there was a long passage. There were cabinets on both sides. And in the front, there was a whole row of targets. There were people training in the glass door. On the left and right were closed rooms. Standing in Jiang Yu's position, she could not hear any sound in the room. Jiang Yu glanced at the people in the glass room. There were men and women, and even a few young children. They all joined voluntarily. "They are just orphans," Jiang Qian said beside him, his tone calm, not noticing the displeasure in Jiang Yu's eyes. The two quickly changed their clothes, and Jiang Qian took Jiang Yu into the training room. This was a separate glass training room. There were all kinds of guns locked in the cabinet behind the door. He took out two and handed them to Jiang Yu. "Let's get started. The first step is the movements and postures of holding the weapon, where the hands should be placed, where the eyes should be placed, where the feet should be placed." Although Jiang Qian usually talks a lot, his expression becomes serious instantly when he officially starts. He explains every movement in detail, and the postures he demonstrates are standard and easy to understand. With every correction he makes, Jiang Yu's movements become more and more standard. The sun gradually sinks. In the closed training room on the first floor underground, the woman's short hair is soaked, sticking to her skin. She seems to be unable to hear the sounds around her, and is concentrating on the front at this moment. The target hanging on the wall in the distance was covered with bullet holes she had left today. Yu took a deep breath, adjusted her breathing rhythm, raised the weapon in her hand, quietly felt the sound of her heartbeat, aimed at the center of the target, and pulled the trigger with her fingers skillfully and accurately. Bang! With a sound, the bullet flew through the air and quickly landed on the left and right side of the center of the target. Jiang Yu put down the gun in her hand, exhaled slowly, and whispered her score, 9 rings. "Pa! Pa! Pa!" Jiang Qian applauded, with admiration in his eyes, looking at Jiang Yu in front of him. The other party's unwillingness to admit defeat was very similar to that of the time in the tennis club. Even if it was just for credits, he still took every training seriously, and finally became the most promising freshman in the tennis club. But it was a pity that he left the club in the second year. "You practice well, but this is just a static target. We will start practicing with a moving target tomorrow. It's already 5 o'clock. Let's go back." Jiang Qian handed over the towel, and watched the woman in front of him wipe her sweat without saying anything after taking the towel. "What's wrong?" Jiang Qian raised his eyebrows, and stretched out his hand to put his arm around the woman's shoulders, but was dodged. He was not embarrassed, but smiled and invited her. "Let's go. Do you want to come to my house tonight? I have fresh vegetables at home." Jiang Yu put on his bag, rolled his eyes at her, and only replied with one sentence. The other party froze in place, and there seemed to be a sound of petrification and shattering. The sun was setting in the black SUV. Cheng Zheng turned his head and glanced at Jiang Yu. The other person had a little tiredness on his face, his eyelids were half drooped, and he didn't know what he was thinking. "How was your day?" Qin Songjun said there was a mission that required us to go out the day after tomorrow. Hearing this, Jiang Yu had no expression, and asked in a calm tone, "So soon?" "Well, he said he would wait until you finished training, and there happened to be a mission for us to go out together to practice tacit understanding." Cheng Zheng turned his head, looking at the sunset in the distance. He tried to hold back, but still couldn't help it, and coughed lightly, and brewing what he wanted to say in his heart. Jiang Yu saw that the other party was hesitant to speak, and she was a little confused. But she also found the other party's expression funny. So she took the initiative to ask, "What's wrong?" The setting sun shone from the front of the car, and the afterglow sprinkled on Cheng Zheng's face. The shadow of his eyelashes trembled slightly on his skin. "Will you get back together?" Cheng Zheng's question was extremely ridiculous. Just like asking you if you want to heat up this baked sweet potato in the hot summer. It was so nonsensical that Jiang Yu thought she had heard it wrong. She was a little puzzled. "What suture? Are you hurt?" "Get back together." Cheng Zheng said it again, in a somewhat nervous tone. "Aren't you a couple?" Jiang Yu didn't say anything, and directly reached out to touch the other's forehead, and asked with some concern, "Did you get heat stroke?" Chung Jung was first burned by the touch of the other's palm, and then he understood what the other meant, and began to feel a little uncertain, and turned to look at Jiang Yu. "Are you not a couple?" "No." Chung Jung turned his head, and stopped asking, with a raised corner of his mouth, and a smile in his eyes, and he didn't want to delve into this matter anymore, but Jiang Yu looked at the other's sudden improvement in mood, and felt a little puzzled. "Why do you say that?" She remembered that the other party knew Jiang Qian, but she had never known Chung Jung before, so how could there be such a strange rumor? Chung Jung shook his head. "It's okay, I misunderstood. I thought you liked this type." Well, Jiang Yu didn't pay attention to it, but after hearing what the other party said, she thought about it carefully. It seems that she has never thought about what type she likes. But if she has to choose one from this group of people, Chung Jung is more suitable. "That's impossible, you are more handsome than him, and—" Jiang Yu remembered that it was her own words, turned to look at Chung Jung, with cunning in her eyes. "He has body odor." Chapter 47. When Jiang Yu and the others arrived at the door, they saw the car parked in the yard next door, and immediately realized that Wang Qi had returned. The two looked at each other, thinking that it was not good. They almost forgot about this bastard. After getting off the car, Jiang Yu rushed into the yard first, and as soon as he entered the door, he saw Jiang Qi digging the ground with Xiao Yu and his sister Xiao Ye. After seeing his sister return, Jiang Qi patted the two children beside him. "Sister and the others are back. Let's go eat." Jiang Yu's originally anxious step slowed down, and then became lighter. He walked to the wall of the courtyard and poked his head inside. The courtyard next door was quiet. There were only two men standing guard outside the door, yawning boredly. The door behind them was closed, and he could not see anything clearly. Chung Jung parked the car behind him. Seeing that Jiang Yu had turned around and walked into the house, he turned his head and glanced across. Years of auditory training allowed him to hear the painful curses of someone in the next house. "Sister, you are finally back. We went to the street to buy a lot of things today. We bought a bed for them and some seeds. However, I don't know how to plant, and I dare not buy too much." Jiang Qi came close to her sister, chatting. Beside Yuan Yuan, who was sitting opposite, there was a little girl who was staring at her with wide eyes. Chung Jung and Xiao Yu served dinner, thick porridge with roasted corn tonight, made by Xiao Yu and Yuan Yuan. He looked at the people at the table nervously, worried that he didn't cook well enough. "Didn't Wang Qi from next door come back today? I saw a car parked at the door," Jiang Yu asked. Speaking of this, Jiang Qi slapped his head. "How could I forget this?" She had a strange expression, her eyes darting around. And then she said with a smile, "Today when we were coming back from the street, we ran into the guy from the opposite side just as we got home. Sister, you don't know? He was carried back. I don't know what happened." He screamed miserably. Jiang Qi gloated over the misfortune. She was also shocked when she ran into the other car in the afternoon. After all, she was the only one at home with Yuan Yuan and two children today. If she ran into this guy, she would definitely not be able to escape. She was terrified for a long time. But she heard the other person's screams and curses, which made her laugh so much that the two children next to her didn't know what she was laughing about. And they also laughed along. "I guess he must have been beaten. People like him must have a lot of enemies," Jiang Qi said. And the two little guys beside him nodded. Jiang Yu looked at her sister helplessly, and no longer cared about the people next door, as long as they didn't come over to provoke them. The sky was getting darker and darker, and the shadows of the trees were swaying in the yard. The evening breeze was a little cool. When they entered the yard, they looked at ease, as if they had returned to the peaceful and ordinary life before the end of the world. The next day was also training as usual. After the evening, Shin So Jun stopped the two. "We have a small mission tomorrow. Shall we go together?" Jiang Yu turned around, looking at him in confusion, waiting for him to finish. "This time we are still collecting supplies, in a manor in the West District, the private assets of a wealthy man. He will take us there, and give us 2/3 of the supplies as a reward." Jiang Yu and Chung Jung looked at each other. They were not short of supplies, but after staying in the base for a long time, Jiang Yu almost forgot how to use an axe, so she agreed. When they returned to the villa, Jiang Qi was the first to disagree when he heard about this. He ignored the mature image he had put up in front of the two children these days, and followed his sister by pulling her clothes. Why? Sister, why do you have to go out and suffer for no reason? Even if there is a rescue team, it doesn't mean it's foolproof. Why do we have to take this risk? This time, Yuan also stood on Jiang Qi's side. She was also a little puzzled. Yes. Sister Jiang, why do you have to go out and look for zombies? Alas, Jiang Yu sighed, patted his sister's head, looked at the two and explained, we have been in the base for almost a week, but this does not mean that we can hide here safely forever. I have to go out and see what is going on outside, and see if the zombies have changed. This mission is a good opportunity, because it is not far away and we can get supplies. She persuaded Yuan, but not Jiang Qi. She didn't care about that. She pulled Jiang Yu's arm and kept calling her sister, and finally she stayed on Jiang Yu's bed. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Yu looked at his sister's sleeping face, carefully pulled out his arm, took his weapons and backpack, and got into the car with Cheng Zheng. Wu Cheng led the operation again. 3 teams sent a total of 10 people, plus the owner of the manor and Jiang Yu. A total of 13 people, divided into 2 armored vehicles and a van. Yes, it was the one provided by Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu silently retracted his gaze. He didn't expect that this rich man would have so many supplies at home that he actually needed a van. This time Jiang Yu and Cheng Zheng did not drive their own car, but followed the rescue team's armored vehicle. Jiang Yu, Cheng Zheng, Wu Cheng and others were in the first armored vehicle. Inside the car, Wu Cheng took out a weapon from his bag and threw it to the 2 of them. His expression was a little serious. This time you are my soldiers to carry out the mission together. You must strictly follow my orders during the collection process. Do you hear me? He was so energetic early in the morning. Jiang Yu nodded helplessly, and was sitting in the car to replenish his breakfast. It was just past 4 o'clock, and the sky was still light. There were only some patrolling people on the road. The car left the base, but the people in the base fence had woken up early. Some people had already started washing worn-out clothes, and some people were staring at the smoking pot, wondering what they were thinking. But their eyes were vigilant, staring at Jiang Yu and the others. The eyes of these people seemed a little strange. It was obviously a car that came out of the base. So why did they cast such vigilant and hateful eyes? While thinking about something, Jiang Yu seemed to see a woman in the distance desperately raising her hands towards her. She sat up straight instantly, moved closer to the car window, and kept looking back. It disappeared. There was no one around. As if it was just an illusion, Jiang Yu opened his eyes wide and nudged Cheng Zheng beside him. Just now there was a woman waving at this place. Did you see it? Jiang Yu pointed to a direction not far away where there was no one. Hearing this, Cheng Zheng almost nodded out of habit, but he thought about it and shook his head truthfully. Looking at the other person's face suddenly turned pale. He stopped and said, I seem to have seen it, but it suddenly disappeared. Jiang Yu was relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. She thought she had seen a ghost in broad daylight, but she didn't take it seriously. There were patrols and guards at the base, including the fences. If there was any situation, they would definitely find it at the first time. It was almost 6 o'clock. The sun shone through the broken windows, bringing a glimmer of life to this dead world. The car drove towards the villa area in the West District. Along the way, the desolate and deserted houses gradually appeared in front of everyone. The originally beautiful white fountain statue was broken into pieces. The red brick wall was densely covered with creepers, and the fence in the yard was knocked over. Such a desolate and dilapidated scene was incompatible with the beautifully decorated houses along the way. Jiang Yu retracted his gaze. In the face of natural disasters, everything was gone. No, not really. At least the efforts of this rich man were valuable. Soon they passed by this villa area and accelerated to a location less than 4 kilometers ahead. A manor finally appeared in front of everyone. According to the rich man, this manor alone covers an area of nearly 50 acres. It not only has a main building area, but also a garden, a small auditorium, a swimming pool, and a variety of entertainment facilities. It has everything. The car entered the entrance road. Because the main building of the manor is close to the inside, Wu Cheng decided to drive in directly. The car drove past the well-preserved and exquisite musical fountain. Even in the doomsday, the fountain was still flowing slowly. No zombies were seen in this manor since entering. There is a wall outside the manor. Although it is not very high, the main building is far from the door. If you hide here, it is very safe, especially since the other party has stockpiled a lot of supplies. Wait! Supplies? Manor? A person owns a hidden manor full of supplies. Did he really just come in to get some supplies and leave? Jiang Yu felt like she knew what this rich man wanted to do. Jiang Yu glanced at Cheng Zheng, who turned his head and raised his eyebrows, looking at her without saying anything, as if asking what was wrong. I have a hunch. It's not easy for us to take these supplies away later. This person might be using us. Jiang Yu guessed. As they were talking, the car had arrived at the main building. This building was all white, more than 20 meters high. There were 4 Roman columns outside the front gate, and 3 dazzling chandeliers were hung in the corridor. Everyone got out of the car, and the 4 rescuers immediately stood in a square, alertly watching the surroundings. Wu Cheng looked at the rich man behind him. The man was called Jia Xingqiang, with a typical rich man's figure. He trotted forward and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Wu Cheng looked at him and asked, "How do I get in?" Jia Xingqiang looked around with his green bean-sized eyes. He didn't lie to these people. He did have supplies, and a lot of them. People who have been afraid of hunger since childhood are like this. No matter how much money they make, they don't feel safe. In front of others, he ate steaks in a very polite manner. Behind others, he stored rice, flour, biscuits, and instant noodles at home. It didn't matter if they were expired. He would just buy another house and store more. He happened to be out on business before the doomsday. Unfortunately, he was too far away from home to go back. Luckily, he waited for the rescue team. Originally, he felt safe and secure after entering the base. But as time went on, his old illness came back. He only knew how to do business, not how to fight or work. However, he could never get enough to eat. That terrifying feeling of hunger swept over him. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore. He came up with a plan and found Wang Qi from the material department. But the man looked down on him. On the contrary, Wu Cheng believed him. In addition, he was well known in S City. He could quickly verify his identity and successfully reached an agreement with the rescue team. However, he regretted more and more along the way. Even if he had more supplies, he didn't know when the doomsday would end. If he gave them, what would he do if he didn't have enough? He never wanted to experience that feeling of hunger again. Seeing Wu Cheng frowning more and more, Jia Xingqiang lowered his head and walked slowly to the door under the other party's oppressive eyes. Chapter 48. Jia Xingqiang's hand fumbled in his pocket. He knew without turning back that everyone behind him was looking at him, and he felt like a thorn in his back for a moment. There was no other way. He only had a small fruit knife on him, and these people all had weapons on their waists. Just think of it as a charity donation. Jia Xingqiang comforted himself, and his hand just happened to touch the key, and he stepped forward and inserted it into the keyhole. Seeing the other party take out the key so calmly to open the door, Wu Cheng's tense expression relaxed. He knew that even if he was deceived by this person, they could not use force against him. At most, they would take him back angrily and punish him for a few days. The key turned in the hole, making a crisp sound. Several people, including Jiang Yu, were just alert around them, and did not pay attention to the situation inside the door. After all, this manor was so big, and Jia Xingqiang looked like no one was home. So no one expected the next scene. The lock moved slightly. Jia Xingqiang put his right hand on the door handle, pulled it out and turned back, and was about to speak, when he saw a dark shadow rushing towards him from the corner of his eye, and at the same time heard Wu Cheng's voice behind him. "Be careful." The crowd had never expected that there were zombies inside. No, there were more than one. The one who rushed out and pounced on Jia Xingqiang was a servant. The moment the door opened, the servant quickly rushed out and pounced on Jia Xingqiang. The sharp teeth were nailed to the man's neck. The stinging made his hair all over his body. The man screamed and tried desperately to pull the servant away with his hands. Behind the servant, there was also an old butler. The zombie transformation made him regain the speed of his youth, and he rushed out right after. Bang! 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 When the rescue team pulled the servants away, Wu Cheng immediately opened fire, and the zombie fell to the ground. Jiang Yu followed Wu Cheng to Jia Xingqiang. A huge bloody hole was bitten on Jia Xingqiang's neck by the zombie, and blood kept oozing out. The man was pale and dazed, and seemed to be unable to react to all this. Soon, the edge of the wound on Jia Xingqiang's neck began to turn black, and the blood vessels hidden in the skin became thick and black, and quickly spread to the surrounding area. Before Jia Xingqiang could even think of what to say, there was a buzzing sound in his ears, as if someone was talking to him, and his vision was blurry. The pain in his body gradually eased, but he felt very sad. He was only one step away. Just one step away. He is dying. He can't hear any sound anymore. Wu Cheng lowered his head and looked at the rich man in front of him. His eyes were already covered with black bloodshot, and his slightly open lips began to turn black. Before he turns into a zombie, give him a quick death. The door was open, but the owner was dead. Everyone was silent for a while. Wu Cheng looked at the depressed crowd and coughed lightly. Don't blame yourself here. Leave 2 people outside to keep watch. We will go in to find supplies. Don't go back if we don't find supplies today. It's impossible to come here and get nothing and lose a person. Jiang Yu and Cheng Zhen followed the others into the building. This main building is 5 stories high. There is an elevator in the living room on the first floor, and the power supply system of the entire floor is still in operation. Wu Cheng looked around. The decoration here was magnificent. There were countless rooms, but things like supplies should be placed in the basement or storage room. Wu Cheng looked back at everyone. Except for the 2 people standing guard outside the door and the deceased rich man, there were still 10 people left in the house. Half of you stay, and the rest follow me to the basement. After Wu Cheng finished speaking, he glanced at Jiang Yu and motioned for the 2 to follow. In addition to the 5th floor on the ground, there were actually 3 floors underground in the elevator. After discussing, several people decided to start from the 1st floor underground and search floor by floor. Several people stepped out of the elevator, and their footsteps were heard on the empty ground. Although the lights were a little dim, they were still able to see the surrounding environment clearly. As soon as they came in, they smelled a strong aroma of wine. In front of them was a whole wall of wine cabinets. Each bottle of wine was placed in a transparent cabinet like a collection in a museum. In the center, there was a huge fan-shaped sofa. Red wine goes with the sofa. Rich people really know how to enjoy it. I don't know which rescuer side. Several people dispersed and began to look around. However, the decoration of the underground first floor was very simple. In addition to the wine cabinet at the entrance, there were also several separate rooms. But they were all study rooms and bedrooms. And there was nothing special. Wu Cheng immediately led everyone down to the 2nd and 3rd floors underground. And after a careful search, he found that in addition to the wine cellar, the 2nd floor underground was an indoor swimming pool, and the 3rd floor was a luxury car collection warehouse. These facilities took up a lot of space, and there was basically no other space to store supplies. Jiang Yu followed everyone back to the 1st floor. The 5 people on the 1st floor of the living room reported the results after seeing Wu Cheng. There was no such thing as the pile of supplies described by the other party. Captain, have we been deceived? We felt that this man looked strange when we got off the car. Maybe he just wanted us to send him home. Wu Cheng shook his head when he heard his subordinate say this. He said with certainty, this is impossible. If he used us to come back, how could he survive alone in this manner without supplies? There must be a leak somewhere. Everyone should search again. Jiang Yu sighed. This time, the 2 sides changed places. They were responsible for the ground. She raised her hand to check the time. It was already 11 o'clock. We had to hurry. If we couldn't find it, we could still go back in time. But if we found it, there would not be much time to move it. In more than an hour, several people searched the entire building from top to bottom. Still nothing. What should we do? Oh, by the way, in addition to the main building, I see there are several other small buildings around. Where should we go? Maybe the things are hidden in other buildings, someone suggested. Several people around him also thought it made sense. They nodded repeatedly, and then looked at Wu Cheng, waiting for his decision. Wu Cheng pinched his nose, and had a headache. How could he be so unlucky that the owner was gone just after entering the door? Wu Cheng was unwilling to accept the fact that there were mountains of supplies not far from them, and they had to return empty-handed. Moreover, the number of survivors brought back by the rescue team was increasing, and their supplies were decreasing. Okay, let's go to other buildings around first. Wu Cheng frowned, looking worried, and took his weapons and led a few people to other buildings. Captain Wu, you guys go to the surrounding area. Cheng Zheng and I will stay here to search again. Jiang Yu called the other party and suggested that she still thought the supplies were in this building. Wu Cheng nodded, took out a walkie-talkie from his arms, and threw it to Jiang Yu, then walked out with his men, and told the guards outside the door to stay where they were. Cheng Zheng put down the backpack behind him, called Jiang Yu, who was in deep thought, and said, eat something first. Rest for a while, and then continue. That's fine. Jiang Yu agreed, sat on the rich man's leather sofa, took out food from his bag, and looked at the wall in front of him while eating. According to Wu Chung, the reason why this rich man hoarded so many supplies was because his family was poor when he was a child. And he was not full since he was a child. He had a psychological trauma from hunger. So even after he became a nouveau riche, he could not help but hoard a large amount of supplies at home. Such a person. He even made the hoarding thing very paranoid, and would not throw it away even if it was expired. Would he put the supplies in other buildings that were some distance away from him? Jiang Yu thought it was impossible. Just like if he won a prize, he would definitely keep the redemption ticket by his side, and even take it out every night to take a look at it to feel at ease. Take a look every day? Yes. He would definitely take a look every day. If he didn't, how would he know that he had to change a batch of supplies to continue to stockpile when they expired? That was his spiritual sustenance. Jiang Yu finished the last bite, looked up at the whole building. There was an elevator and a staircase in the main building, so he could see the top directly. Jiang Yu remembered that when he was looking just now, the other party's bedroom was on the second floor. Cheng Zheng watched Jiang Yu hurried up to the second floor, entered the bedroom on the far left, and followed him up. Following Jiang Yu and looking at the bedroom in front of him, there was no difference, but he looked at it several times more than other rooms. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Jiang Yu shook her head. She didn't find it. She judged that this was the other person's bedroom, because there was a men's cloakroom at the back of the bedroom. The clothes inside were about the same size as the other person's body. The two even touched the entire wall of the bedroom, but found nothing. Jiang Yu was a little puzzled. She walked to the window and looked into the distance. She saw the wall behind the window with her peripheral vision. She suddenly saw something. Jiang Yu walked out of the main building and walked clockwise to the back of the main building. This building was almost symmetrical, but there was obviously an extra piece on the left, which was about the same height as the main building and was located right next to the bedroom. This place? Cheng Zheng looked around. It seemed that they had not been here before, because there were windows on every floor of the other walls of the main building, and only this extra piece, all the way to the top of the fifth floor, was completely closed. It should be here. It's so mysterious. Jiang Yu was speechless. If the other party had not had a childhood trauma, she would have thought that this person knew the news of the doomsday in advance and deliberately hid it. Jiang Yu took out the intercom and told Wu Chung about the situation here. The other party quickly returned to the main building with his men. Wu Chung and his men knocked on the wall and looked at Jiang Yu uncertainly. Are you sure it's this? Although they had just looked at the extra building on the left, they had almost knocked the wall apart, and there was nothing there. Jiang Yu was speechless. She was wearing gloves and holding a small black square, which looked a bit like a car key. What is this? Wu Chung stepped forward and saw that it was a small remote control, which was probably from the storage room. However, they had just looked for it and didn't see the remote control. As if knowing the other party's doubts, Jiang Yu pressed the top button and then explained, this was just found on Jia Jingqiang. Everyone was silent, a little embarrassed, and they really didn't expect this. Suddenly, there was a sound of a door being pushed in the room. Several people looked around, and finally their eyes focused on the cloakroom. The full-length mirror at the back of the cloakroom slowly disappeared, and a dark room finally appeared in front of everyone. Jiang Yu paused, looked at the darkness inside, silently retracted his feet, and moved closer to Cheng Zheng. This should be it. Just in case, everyone bring flashlights and weapons and follow me, Wu Chung said. Jiang Yu thought for a moment, looked down at the remote control in his hand, saw a sun-shaped button on it, pressed it, and the darkness in front of him disappeared. This was much safer, so he followed the others in. Chapter 49. When everyone walked into the room, they realized how terrible Jia Jingqiang's psychological shadow was. They were now in a closed room on the second floor. There were glass cabinets of equal size installed in the room. Each glass cabinet was large enough to accommodate an adult male. The glass cabinets were connected one by one, from the ground to the ceiling. Except for an empty elevator door on the right side of the room, there was almost no place to step. And in these glass cabinets, there were neatly stacked cardboard boxes. Quick! Open the cartons and have a look. Wu Chung arranged for everyone to move the cartons out of different cabinets. There must be at least dozens of boxes in this whole room. If they were all food. Oh my god! This box is all rice. No. This whole cabinet is all rice. More than 20 boxes. It's the same here. It's all flour. This box hasn't expired yet. There are 4 bags in it. It's all noodles here. Lots and lots of noodles. Everyone was excited. Even the department store we went to last time, the supplies inside were not so exaggerated. The main reason is that supermarkets pursue variety, and Jia Jingqiang just wants to make up for his hunger when he was a child, so the most practical and filling food is stored at home. Everyone was excited to move the cartons in the cabinet, while they sighed. Now I believe that the other party was really hungry when he was a child, and he actually stored so much. It's a pity he finally came back. Jiang Yu watched the men moving boxes out one by one, and came up to Wu Cheng and said, "Captain Wu, there may be more upstairs. Cheng Zheng and I will go upstairs and take a look." Wu Cheng nodded repeatedly. He was very excited now, looking at the piles of cartons on the ground. It was like a soldier who had no food suddenly got endless food. Jiang Yu and the other person entered the elevator. They were on the second floor, but there were only buttons for the second to fourth floors in the elevator, and there was no button for the first floor. This was a bit strange. Jiang Yu turned around and looked around in the elevator. There were no other buttons. So she stopped insisting and directly pressed the third floor button to go up. When she arrived at the third and fourth floors, she saw that they were just a copy of the second floor. The same layout, the same cabinets, and even the food inside was the same. The two looked at each other, feeling helpless. They checked almost all the cartons in the cabinets. There were only a few things: rice, noodles, flour, and oil. But it was also true that this person hoarded these supplies just for spiritual sustenance. So he naturally chose the most common food. When reporting the situation, Wu Cheng was even happier about the news. He looked at Jiang Yu's puzzled look, smiled and shook his head. "You young people don't understand. Those biscuits and instant noodles are far less solid than rice, flour and oil. This is much better than instant noodles and bread." The entire rescue team was busy all afternoon, but they still couldn't move all the things. This place is not like a supermarket. There are no carts or moving tools. Several people can only carry down boxes one by one, which is both laborious and time-consuming. Wu Cheng looked up at the sky and thought for a moment. There was still one floor upstairs that had not been moved yet, and it was estimated that it would not be completed today, so he asked everyone to come down. "We will rest here tonight, move all the supplies into the car, and sleep in the living room at night, and leave early tomorrow morning." Jiang Yu sighed silently, and his sister did not agree with this mission, and he did not expect that he could not go back tonight. Jiang Qi would definitely be angry when he went back tomorrow. The man next to her probably saw Jiang Yu's worries, and whispered to comfort her, "It's okay. Captain Shin will definitely guess the situation. And Jiang Qi and the others shouldn't worry too much with him around." "That's true." Jiang Yu leaned against the wall and nodded, stretched her arms a few times, and continued to move the supplies with Cheng Zheng. Because of the accident of the manor owner, the supplies that could only be taken away half can now be taken away. Jiang Yu is not sure how much there are, but she calculated in her mind. There are 15 glass cabinets on one floor alone, and there are nearly 20 or 30 boxes in each glass cabinet. I'm afraid that a truck can't load all these things, so they can only be put on the roof of the truck. As the sky got darker, they gradually moved all the supplies. Since dark, Wu Cheng had arranged for people to turn off all the lights in the main building. Everyone wore a processed headlamp, and only a few candles were lit in the house. The dim candlelight was swaying in the wind, and the breeze blew through the window, casting the huge shadows of the candlelight and furniture on the wall. Jiang Yu sat on the sofa and swallowed silently, and then she sat down to rest for a while. Although there were 2 sentinels standing outside the door, the living room on the first floor was too big and empty, and there were many strange portraits hanging on the wall. With the sound of the wind outside the window, she seemed to hear a strange cry. Jiang Yu stood up, swallowed her saliva, and simply stood guard outside the door with the 2 men. After a while, the materials were finally moved. Everyone was sweating profusely, but considering that Jiang Yu was here, everyone still resisted taking off their shirts. But their clothes were almost all soaked. Jiang Yu looked at Cheng Zheng, who was deliberately sitting far away from her. The other party lowered his head, and it seemed that he could hear panting, and his black hair was almost dripping with sweat. Jiang Yu thought of something and looked at Wu Cheng. "Captain Wu, I remember there should be water and electricity here." As soon as Jiang Yu said this, the eyes of the people who were originally panting with their heads down brightened. "Yes, there is water and electricity here. No need to waste it." And they quickly turned their eyes to Wu Cheng. Wu Cheng was naturally very hot, nodded, and asked half of the people to go upstairs to find a room to wash up, and then changed shifts later, seeing everyone running upstairs excitedly. Chung Jung still did not move. Jiang Yu was a little puzzled. But this person sat a little far away tonight, and she couldn't help but shout out, "Why aren't you going yet?" Chung Jung looked up, and the sweat on his hair fell on his eyelashes. He blinked lightly, shook off the water droplets, and then looked at Jiang Yu opposite him, and then looked at the people gathered in the kitchen and outside the door, and came up to Jiang Yu and said, "You should go take a shower too." Jiang Yu didn't say anything. She naturally wanted to go upstairs and take a shower, although she came down early to rest. She had also been moving with them for a day, and her body was already soaked and dried. But she didn't dare. Jiang Yu was not afraid of anything. But ghosts? Of course. Except for her sister. She had never told anyone else about this. Jiang Yu hesitated for a long time, and was about to shake her head and say forget it. But then she heard Chung Jung say, "Then you go with me. I'm a little afraid of the dark." Jiang Yu. If she believed it, it would be weird. Jiang Yu was very tempted. There was not much water in the apocalypse, and they rarely took a bath in the base. Now there was a place to take a hot bath, and she really didn't want to miss it. In the end, she compromised, and silently followed Chung Jung up to the second floor and found an empty room. After entering the bedroom, Chung Jung was in front with a flashlight, and Jiang Yu followed closely behind. As soon as she entered the door, she saw the huge floor-to-ceiling window opposite. She quickly lowered her head, deliberately not looking out the window, and followed to the bathroom. Chung Jung tried to see if the bathroom was usable. He found that there was still some hot water. He placed the flashlight on the bathroom door frame. When he turned around, he saw Jiang Yu, who was close to him. Although she was close to him, her eyes were a little evasive. She wanted to look behind her, but didn't dare to. "You go ahead and take a shower. I adjust the water temperature. The flashlight is on top. I wait for you outside," Chung Jung said. Then he took out a compressed towel from his back and handed it to her. Jiang Yu took it silently, and again admired her for her attentiveness. She watched Chung Jung walk out of the bathroom and close the door. Then she looked up and observed the bathroom. This bathroom is almost as big as her room. Except for the transparent windows that cover an entire wall, there is only a huge massage bathtub and a separate shower room. In addition, there is a mirror on the opposite wall. What a strange decoration. Jiang Yu forced herself not to look at the mirror opposite the bathtub, quickly took off her clothes, and walked into the shower room, turning on the shower. Outside the door, Chung Jung leaned against the bathroom wall like a stone statue, looking at the glass window in front of him. The shadows of the trees outside the window were illuminated by the moonlight into the bedroom, sweeping back and forth on the wall, and then, the sound of water rang in the quiet room. Chung Jung crossed his arms, looking down at the tree shadow on the wall expressionlessly. The cold and hard texture of the wall irritated his back through the thin fabric, or perhaps not just his back. He began to try to recall the situation at the base, remembering Shin Seung-jun's words. The other party persuaded him to join them formally, perhaps because he saw that they did not intend to stay for long. Soon the sound of water stopped. The bathroom door opened from the inside. Although Jiang Yu did not use very hot water, there was still a stream of hot air floating out. After wiping her head with a towel, Jiang Yu was almost startled by Chung Jung standing by the door when she came out. He leaned against the wall in a very handsome posture. She looked at Chung Jung with some confusion and said, "You go ahead. I wait for you outside." Chung Jung did not move, letting the water vapor on his body drift into his nose. After a while, he said, "I take you down first. I come up to wash later." Hearing this, Jiang Yu suddenly realized that she would have to stay in the room later, and quickly nodded to agree with the other party's suggestion, completely forgetting that he was afraid of the dark and needed someone to accompany him. Jiang Yu quickly followed Chung Jung to the door. The other party had not looked at her since the beginning. Now he suddenly stopped and did not move when he was almost at the door. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yu was a little puzzled. She couldn't help but approach him to ask. She accidentally touched him with her arm. She had just taken a shower. The temperature of her body was low. The moment her arm touched him, she felt his skin was hot. Just when she was about to speak, Chung Jung suddenly turned around. The moment they turned around, their skin touched again. The other party's eyes looked a little strange. The dark eyes looked at her. Jiang Yu suddenly felt that they seemed to be too close. Except for her parents and the teachers in the orphanage, she had never been so close to the opposite sex. Jiang Yu felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. The temperature around her seemed to be rising. Jiang Yu couldn't help but speak. The other party suddenly moved forward. Chapter 50. Jiang Yu froze, watching Cheng Zheng approaching him step by step. Then he walked sideways to the bedside and picked up the backpack left on the bed. Jiang Yu also turned around, watching the other person bend down to pick up the bag, unconsciously pursed his lips, feeling a little depressed inexplicably. Seeing the other person coming, quickly turned around and walked towards the door first. The others had already gathered downstairs for dinner. They had all trained, and it only took a minute or two to take a shower. And now they saw someone coming down from the second floor, and they all looked up. In the stairwell, a graceful woman was walking down the stairs quickly. Her short hair slightly wet, swaying gracefully with her steps. Following closely behind her was a tall, straight, broad-shouldered man, who followed the woman in front of him with a focused gaze. The residual light of the candlelight shone on the two people, and the atmosphere seemed a little subtle in the interweaving of light and dark. Both of them looked a little strange. Jiang Yu looked up and saw a group of people sitting on the carpet staring at them, with gossip in their eyes. When they noticed the two people coming down, they quickly turned their heads, coughed lightly, and continued to discuss other topics. Wu Cheng waved at the two of them, and his eyes moved from behind Jiang Yu to behind him. "You haven't washed yet?" This was said to Cheng Zheng. Jiang Yu heard the man behind her hum, and then put the bag at her feet and walked to the second floor. Jiang Yu saw that almost everyone was eating some compressed biscuits or cold steamed buns, and looked down at the self-heating rice and canned food that her sister had packed for her in her bag, and paused for a while, and took out the bread and started to eat. Eating bread every day is a bit boring. Jiang Yu remembered that there is still a lot of rice at home. Next time, I can make some rice balls and bring them over. If that doesn't work, I can make some pancakes and bring them over. This way I can also use up some rice flour. I wanted to ask before. After Wu Cheng finished eating, he looked at Jiang Yu and said, "You are a couple, right? Are you married?" Ahem. Wu Cheng quickly handed over the water, looking at him puzzledly. "How come you choked while eating bread?" Jiang Yu didn't say anything, drank a few sips of water, didn't want to pay attention to him, saw Cheng Zheng had finished washing, and came downstairs from the corner of his eye, didn't know why he didn't dare to look at him for the first time, lowered his head, and tightened the bottle cap, put the bread crumbs on the ground into the bag. "All right? Sit down and eat. It's late now. Take a rest. We leave at 5 tomorrow morning." Wu Cheng moved aside to make room for the couple. "We take turns on duty tonight. After you finish eating, go upstairs and bring down some quilts. Sleep on the floor in the living room tonight." Wu Cheng looked at Jiang Yu and pointed at the sofa above. "You can sleep on the sofa. It's too cold to sleep on the floor at night." Jiang Yu looked back at the large and soft sofa, and nodded without refusing. He put away the food and yawned. It was a little after 3 in the morning. Jiang Yu was awakened by the snoring on the floor. She was lying on the sofa alone. The rest of the people had spread their blankets on the floor. The weather at the end of June was not cold even at night. There was more than one snoring on the floor. One after another, one after another. Jiang Yu rubbed her eyes with a headache and sat up slowly. The only light in the dim living room was the moonlight. The original candles had been blown out long ago. In addition to the few people sleeping around the sofa in the living room, there were 2 people standing guard at the door. Perhaps because the surroundings were too quiet, the 2 of them leaned against the wall in a relaxed manner. Jiang Yu lay there for a long time, but couldn't fall asleep. She turned sideways, looking down to see Cheng Zheng sleeping under the sofa. The man rested his head on his arm, breathing gently and powerfully, like a giant beast, lying under the sofa and guarding this place. It was a bit of a weird metaphor. Jiang Yu chuckled. She saw from the corner of her eyes that the 2 people at the door suddenly stood up and walked out. What happened? Jiang Yu also moved his eyes to the outside. It was pitch black outside, except for the warm yellow and green lawn lights that were faintly flashing. Wait, where did the green light come from? Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately felt something was wrong. He quickly got off the sofa and walked towards the door, but he saw 2 people at the door retreating nervously. Jiang Yu stared blankly at the green light not far away. That was not a light, but eyes, dozens of green eyes, getting closer and closer, and brighter and brighter. The 2 found Jiang Yu, and quickly whispered, "Quick! Wake everyone up, and run upstairs." He held the gun tightly, and stared at the door. That was a group of wolves. Jiang Yu quickly turned around to wake everyone up. At the same time, a huge banging sound came from the outer door. Bang! Everyone quickly put on their bags and picked up their weapons and ran to the door. There were dozens of huge wolves standing outside the door. They were huge, their fur was dirty, their green eyes were bloodshot, and their sharp teeth were exposed. They stared at the people in the house. Except for the one in the middle, the other wolves were constantly banging against the door. Damn it! Where did the wolves come from? Isn't this the city? What city? This is the suburbs. There are too many wolves. Let's just shoot them. Captain Wu. Although the gate was locked, there were too many wolves outside. They seemed to have been hungry for a long time. They kept banging at the door. Some wolves had already circled around the glass windows on the side of the house. No! They are coming in. Everyone raised their guns and surrounded them in a defensive state. When they saw the window banging violently, they immediately evacuated upstairs. There were too many wolves. If they opened fire and attracted a group of zombies, they would surely die. However, with so many of them, it was impossible to fight with them alone. What should they do? Jiang Yu held the axe tightly, watching the wolves hitting the glass windows again and again. Hide in the storage room later. Open the door when I come to find you. Cheng Zheng pulled Jiang Yu tightly and took her to the second floor first. The moment they set off, there was a sound of glass breaking behind them. Then, dozens of wolves jumped in from the window, breathing heavily. Perhaps because they had seen guns before. These wolves hesitated after entering, and waited for the leader to come in before they began to move forward tentatively. Cheng Zheng, take Jiang Yu into the storage room, and the person under you should follow me, Wu Cheng said. Wait. Jiang Yu wanted to call Wu Cheng when he heard this, but Cheng Zheng directly lifted him up by the waist. Jiang Yu was uncomfortable with the other party, and patted the other party's shoulder hard. Put me down first. No. This is not a zombie. Cheng Zheng ignored her, and led his men into the master bedroom quickly. After entering the storage room, he put the men down, and then looked at Jiang Yu and said, Wait for me here. Don't go out. After saying that, he turned around and left without waiting for the other party to respond. Jiang Yu was speechless for a while. She knew what the other party meant. She couldn't shoot the wolves until the last moment, and she couldn't beat them in hand-to-hand combat. Why did she choose hand-to-hand combat? She also had 2 axes. The others outside only had sticks and short knives besides guns, which were not as practical as hers. However, the wolves were much faster than humans, and it was impossible for them to be chopped by her obediently. Guns were more effective. Wait. Jiang Yu thought of something. She remembered that she had snatched a gun from the hotel gang last time, because she went to Area 1 for practice some time ago. She brought this gun with her. She wanted to try how to use it. Therefore, she found that there was a silencer on this gun. Jiang Yu took out the gun. This gun was different from the gun Shen Songjun gave her. This gun had a longer barrel. 12 bullets had not been used yet. Jiang Yu took it in her hand and looked at it. She tried to pull the trigger. It should be no different from her short gun. 12 bullets were enough. Jiang Yu put the gun on his leg, took the axe and prepared to go out. As soon as he opened the door, he heard a bang. Jiang Yu's heart jumped. Wu Cheng said that he should not shoot unless it was absolutely necessary. Something must have happened. Jiang Yu ran out of the room quickly. As soon as he opened the door, he found that there were several wolves standing on the staircase corridor outside the door. They walked forward slowly. In front was Cheng Zheng. The howling of wolves came from the surrounding rooms. Someone was forced into the room. The moment Jiang Yu opened the door, Cheng Zheng, who had been staring at the door, noticed it immediately. He glanced at Jiang Yu nervously. Because the distance was a bit far, he did not dare to shout. The wolf leader was too smart. Jiang Yu did not care about that. She looked at the 5 or 6 wolves in the corridor and locked the target on the wolf leader in the middle. She took out her spear and watched the wolf slowly walk towards Cheng Zheng. It seemed that it was appreciating the way its men pounced on the group of humans. It was not in a hurry, waiting for the wolves to be dealt with before enjoying them. I have never seen such a pretentious wolf. Jiang Yu raised his hand and pressed it without hesitation. The bullet rushed to the back of the wolf's head. The speed was so fast that the wolf noticed the movement here at the first time. It lowered its head to hide, turned its head to lock its eyes with Jiang Yu, and rushed over here. Fortunately, the bullet hit the other wolf in front. The gray wolf fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Cheng Zheng also reacted quickly. He threw the gray wolf that had been entangled with him downstairs with force and ran over quickly. But no matter how fast he was, he couldn't match the speed of the wolf. After missing the target, Jiang Yu was no longer so confident. This wolf was too smart. She retreated step by step, watching the leader wolf and the other two running towards this side. Jiang Yu continued to raise her hand, pointing the muzzle at the leader wolf, watching it still running towards this side, without dodging or evading, and fired 2 shots in a row. The leader wolf turned around and looked at the 2 that were knocked to the ground beside it, completely enraged, and rushed towards this side at a faster speed. Jiang Yu counted in her mind, watching the gray wolf getting closer and closer, and climbed directly onto the railing, and the moment the other party rushed towards her, she immediately fell back. Jiang Yu. Cheng Jing's pupil shrank. He stabbed the wolf's eyes with his knife, threw it downstairs, and then ran away quickly. Jiang Yu was hanging upside down under the fence. One foot was tied to the fence post, looking at Cheng Jing while hanging upside down, smiling slightly. It's solved. I said I can do it. Cheng Jing said nothing, looking at the gray wolf lying in a pool of blood, with a gun muzzle on its belly. He retracted his gaze, pulled the other party up with the rope, and was about to speak while holding Jiang Yu's hand, when he saw the other party holding up his weapon and looking at him. Bang! I haven't fired yet. Jiang Yu looked up. Wu Cheng was panting and holding the gun. Angry to the extreme, he shouted, "Shoot all these beasts to death, and retreat immediately after the shooting." It was much easier with a gun, and soon the wolves were all killed. Jiang Yu patted Wu Cheng, speechless. "You said it would be better if you shot earlier. I almost fell off the building." Wu Cheng looked at her apologetically, wiped the sweat from his head. "I was too cautious." "Who said it wasn't? Don't be bitten to death by wolves before you even meet the zombies. It's not worth it." Because of the shooting, the wolves were quickly dealt with. Everyone quickly packed up their things and got in the car, leaving in the faint morning light. In the car, Jiang Yu looked at Cheng Jing, who had been silent, and was a little depressed. He poked him. "What's wrong?" "I just saved your life." Cheng Jing looked up, and for the first time, he looked at him with a speechless look, and then continued to remain silent. Jiang Yu was speechless, so hypocritical. Maybe they were too unlucky before, so the journey was unusually smooth, and they did not encounter any zombies attracted by the sound of Q, and they arrived at the base safely. Jiang Yu sat in the car and looked at the people in the fence, and his eyes subconsciously looked for the woman he saw when he came out before, but still not there. But why did he feel that there seemed to be fewer people outside? After the car drove in, Jiang Yu and his companions got off the car to check, and after the check, they walked through the second door to wait for Wu Cheng and his companions, and were suddenly hugged from behind. "Sister, you are finally back. Didn't we agree to come back on the same day?" Jiang Yu listened to her sister's series of questions, touched her body, and felt a little cold. "How long have you been waiting?" Jiang Yu asked, looking at Jiang Qi and Yuan Yuan behind him. Jiang Qi snorted and said nothing. Yuan Yuan explained, "We came here at dawn. You didn't come back yesterday, so we came here and waited for a while. Captain Shen came over and told us about the situation." Jiang Yu nodded, and then comforted her sister. The men on the other side finally finished their inspection. Wu Cheng looked at Jiang Yu and Cheng Jing. "Since someone is here to pick you up, I won't send you off. Wait until you have a good rest before going to District 1 to find Shin Song Jun." "Okay." When they arrived at the door of their house, just as the car was about to drive in, they heard a man's laughter from the opposite side. "Oh, you're back?" Jiang Yu turned around and saw an unfamiliar man standing in front of the opposite door.